Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 199, Chapter 199 The Commission of the Assassination of the Ambassador. Chapter 199 The Commission of the Assassination of the Ambassador. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Seeing the mysterious Mr. Fool and the Emperor with his amazing knowledge reserves, Alger finally breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled slightly, knowing that no matter what dangers he encountered at sea, the Tarot Club was his greatest support. Justice Audrey noticed the expression of Hangman Alger, but she chose to greet everyone first, and then asked, "Mr. Hangman, you seem to have encountered some major changes." "Indeed, but now is not the time to talk about this," Alger said with a slight smile. "I will submit this week's 6 pages of diary first." After the diary materialized, Alger complimented, "Mr. Fool, I also inquired about a piece of information regarding the secret order. On the vast oceans, news is not blocked, just not timely. Those great pirates also value intelligence." "Very good," the Fool. Klein nodded slightly, signaling Hangman to tell the story. Alger said, "Many pirates claim that they have killed members of the secret order. Without exception, those members are all Sequence 6. They are preparing to hire pirate ships to go deep into the Sonia Sea, and some are also inquiring about the whereabouts of mermaids." Speaking of this, Alger glanced at the Emperor. According to Mr. Emperor's description last week, it can be speculated that mermaids are an indispensable part of the secret order's promotion ceremony, and there should be mermaids deep in the Sonia Sea. For Klein, this was very important information. He had also heard that a ritual was required when Sequence 6 was promoted to Sequence 5. And Alger provided 2 important pieces of information, mermaids and the Sonia Sea. "Very good, you have also paid off your debts," Klein said in a supreme voice. "Thank you for your generosity." Alger certainly knew that his information was far less comprehensive than the Emperor's knowledge. This time, Klein did not rush to read the diary, but tapped the edge of the ancient long table with his fingers. "I am going to issue a mission. Here it comes," Hobert thought to himself. "The £5 to assassinate the ambassador plot is here." Ian, who commissioned Sherlock Holmes to investigate his employer, probably never dreamed that his £5 commission fee would lead to the death of an ambassador. This is a genuine, famous scene. Mission. Audrey's ears twitched, her eyes widened, both surprised, expectant, and uneasy. She clearly remembered that this was the first time Mr. Fool had officially issued a mission. At the same time, she keenly noticed that Hangman seemed to have not changed, but was actually unusually nervous. Even the Emperor, who had always maintained his composure, seemed a little excited. "Hey! That's not right." Why are the Emperor's body movements and expressions so much like the reaction when watching an exciting part of a drama or opera? Because of the limited time, Audrey did not delve into this issue. She looked at the sun again. The entire gathering, only the sun, was ignorant, treating this as a very normal thing. "You can choose to accept it or not," Klein said in a relaxed tone. "My other blessed has arrived in Backlund. He wants to complete something, but it is inconvenient for him to come forward." "Another blessed?" Alger nodded as if in contemplation, not at all surprised by this. In his eyes, it was a default fact that a powerful being like Mr. Fool possessed multiple blessed. Audrey felt a little guilty. She still felt that she owed Mr. Fool's blessed a generous reward. After all, she had received the rewards from 3 countries for Kalangos, totaling about £30,000. In theory, she should at least give half to Mr. Fool's blessed. Hobert complained in his heart, "What the hell is another blessed? Is that blessed named Sherlock Moriarty? And this blessed looks very similar to your other blessed, Klein Moretti. It is very likely that the two are twins, yes, long-lost twin brothers." Seeing that everyone was silent, Klein issued the mission. "The thing he wants to accomplish is to assassinate the Intis Republic's ambassador to the Lone Kingdom, Bakerland Jean Mudun." Assassinate the Intis Republic's ambassador? Audrey couldn't control her expression and asked in astonishment. This is an act that will cause disputes between the 2 countries, and even spark war. As a noble lady, she first thought of international relations. As for the question of why Mr. Fool did not do it himself, she felt it was a matter of course. How can there be a big shot who always helps his subordinates? Alger was only slightly surprised by this mission. His focus was on another part. Mr. Fool is still unable to deeply interfere with the real world. My guess is correct. Derek, the son, listened with a blank look. What is the Intis Republic? What is an ambassador? This pieced-together giant language is very strange. Hobert suddenly diverged his thinking. With my current strength, if I fight one-on-one, I am quite confident to complete this commission. After all, the ambassador is not a military attaché, and most of his energy will be focused on diplomacy and politics, and he will not have much combat experience. But there will be no such opportunity. After all, that is an ambassador. There are extraordinary people around him to protect him. To assassinate him, you first need to break into or sneak into the embassy. Some sequence SIXS with strange abilities or powerful sealed artifacts can do this. If it is sequence 5, then there will be absolute certainty. Klein looked around, maintaining his relaxed attitude just now. Who of you is willing to accept this mission? What reward do you want to get? Audrey, who wanted to raise her hand, hesitated. I can't convince myself to kill an innocent person for no reason. Hobert smiled and said, I think this ambassador will also be the intelligence chief of the Intis Republic at the same time. He spread his hands. I have not been in contact with him, and I don't know the specific situation, but I know that the ambassador of the Finalizing Kingdom once supported a cult organization in South Wales County of the Lone Kingdom. These cult organizations are inhumane, and even require believers to sacrifice babies. However, the Finalizing ambassador has been providing them with funds. After the organization was dissolved, he also sheltered many cadres who fled to the southern continent and the Finalizing Kingdom. Audrey was slightly stunned. She did not expect that Ambassador Tim, who looked gentle and had a very soft voice, would have such a side. Mr. Emperor, why are you so clear about this? Because I had the honor to participate in the operation to encircle and kill these cult cadres. If we had not encircled and killed 2 of the cadres that night, they would have been sent to the southern continent by the Finalizing ambassador. Hobert dared to say this because if anyone wanted to investigate, they would only find the mercenary team that broke through the headquarters of the cult organization. As for the fact that Hobert and Zio and others encircled and killed the 2 cult cadres and that they were to be arranged to go to the southern continent, Hobert did not tell anyone. So even if he revealed so much information, he would not worry about others finding out about him. Audrey said, I salute you, Mr. Emperor, your actions are the best interpretation of justice. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 200, Chapter 200 See Elf Culture Elements Again. Chapter 200 See Elf Culture Elements Again. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hearing Audrey's praise, Hobert smiled slightly. I'm just using what I know as an example. I don't think the Intis Republic ambassador is any better. Alger also seemed to see Audrey's hesitation. Whether the 2 countries will go to war only depends on whether the upper echelons of both sides want to fight, and has nothing to do with the life or death of a diplomat. He added, I'm not sure if this ambassador is a Beyonder, but many clues indicate that he probably is. In addition, there must be many Beyonders around him, Beyonders belonging to the Intis Intelligence Agency. This department has long been influenced by the original royal family, the Sauron family, and controls part of the Hunter pathway. Hearing the information provided by Emperor and Hanged Man, Audrey's hesitation disappeared immediately. After pondering for a few seconds, Audrey looked at the head of the long bronze table with some guilt. Mr. Fool, I can try to complete this task, but I may not succeed. I also accept this task. Alger explained with a smile, although I am not in Backlund, it does not mean that I have no way to assassinate Ambassador Bakerland. In order not to show his specialness, Hobert also said, me too, but like Miss Justice, I'm not very confident. Only Derek had not been able to integrate into this topic. Klein didn't expect 2 sequence 7s and 1 sequence 8 to succeed. What rewards do you want to get? Alger and Hobert both said that they would talk about it after it became a task. Only Audrey blurted out, the psychologist formula. Then she added hesitantly, this can be discussed after the task is completed. If it can be successful, I will bear the cost. I still owe your blessed a bounty. Bounty. So Kalango's bounty was given to Miss Justice. Klein replied in a normal tone, okay. Then, Klein began to read Roselle's diary. Audrey breathed a sigh of relief, finally saying it. Although this would make her a little embarrassed for the next period of time, there would be no more burden in her heart. When Klein finished reading the diary, everyone turned their attention to Hanged Man. Alger hesitated for a moment and still said, I am being hunted by the blessed of the sea god, Calvetua. He smiled and said, fortunately, I still have the protection of Mr. Fool. Mr. Fool, if the situation is urgent, can I pray for your help? I will pay you. Klein suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Even if he didn't know what kind of god the sea god was, he knew what a real God's blessed represented. His evil god was just an empty shell, and now he could only accept sacrifices and bestow things. He thought to himself, why don't you try to sacrifice that sea god to me? If that's the case, that sea god might be the one holding the tarot gathering in the future. But he couldn't show timidity at this time. Klein said, okay. However, the right to decide whether to help depends on Mr. Fool. After receiving Mr. Fool's reply, Alger continued to narrate, after returning to the sea from Backlund, I continued my previous exploration and came to the first location marked by the elf ruins. That location is in the northwest of Blue Mountain Island, near a small island called Med Island. I rested there for one night before starting the exploration of the first location. That morning, taking advantage of the calm sea, I found an excuse to drop anchor in the designated sea area, and sneaked underwater while the crew was resting. As soon as I entered the water, I found many sea monsters wandering in this sea area. You may not know what this means. The sea area where a certain sea monster often wanders often has ships missing. The strange thing is that so many sea monsters are in the same sea area, but there are no rumors of ships missing near Med Island. Alger paused and glanced at Emperor. In fact, Alger probably guessed that these sea monsters might have been attracted by the high sequence Beyonder characteristic, but he lacked enough high-level Beyonder knowledge and was not sure of his guess. Hobert saw Alger's gaze, but he had no intention of answering now and then. Then I carefully used a magical item of mine to avoid those sea monsters. Alger continued, when I continued to dive, I saw light at the bottom of the water. After carefully observing and confirming that those lights were my destination, I continued to move forward and soon came to a structure that looked like a huge bubble. There was actually a dry space at the bottom of the sea. And the light was emitted by a kind of coral that I had never seen before. Audrey listened with fascination. She had always hoped for this kind of adventure in unknown seas or regions. Following Hanged Man's narration, she also fantasized about exploring the seabed with Susie. Wait, why bring Susie? Derek listened carefully to Hanged Man's description of the ocean. He had only seen descriptions of the ocean in textbooks, and they were very concise. Hobert also listened very carefully. For him, this was a brand new experience under his guidance. Alger's narration continued, I entered that area. There was oxygen inside, and the air was very fresh. In the dim light, I saw a hall with an architectural style that was very different from the current North and South continents, and the architectural style of the hall was very similar to the elf architecture depicted in the previous murals. After slowly approaching the hall, I actually found people living inside, and their clothes looked very much like clergy. After observing for a while, I felt that the risk of sneaking into the hall was very high, so I circled around the hall and found some collapsed ruins and debris, and found some patterns in the ruins. Mr. Fool, can you help me materialize those patterns? After receiving Fool's approval, Alger materialized the patterns he saw. Hobert immediately recognized that those patterns were a bit like Tautia patterns. He estimated that Mr. Fool, as a keyboard warrior, would not recognize this, because it was rare in his life before time traveling. Hobert only came into contact with these patterns because of his work in the AD era, otherwise he wouldn't know. The shape of the Tautia pattern is a solemn beast face outlined with simple and elegant lines, also called the beast face pattern. Or a pattern that looks a bit like a bird face and a gecko body. It should actually be a human face and a sheep body, but the appearance outlined with lines looks very much like a bird face and a beast body. The patterns provided by Alger have obviously been modified, but the essence of the beast face pattern, or Tautia pattern, is still there. Hobert said, these patterns also conform to the cultural characteristics of the elves. It is said that they depict a very gluttonous beast in ancient times. This pattern is often seen in sacrificial occasions or carved on ritual objects. Alger frowned. I thought this would be the image representing the sea god, because the clothes of the sea gods blessed are embroidered with similar patterns. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 201, Chapter 201 Hobert initiates group purchase. Chapter 201 Hobert initiates group purchase. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hearing Hobert's detailed description, Alger guessed, could it be that a devotee of the god of the sea is borrowing the symbols of the elven race? Or, is it? Alger suddenly had a bold guess, but because it was somewhat blasphemous, and because he was in front of the fool, he didn't know how to say it for a moment. Hobert already roughly understood what was going on, and he said, continue speaking, we'll discuss this issue later. Alger nodded and continued to narrate, at the time, I was preparing to first collect some information before conducting further exploration, but after I left that sea area, I discovered that I seemed to be targeted by the followers of the sea god. Previously, I had contact with some followers of the sea god. Although what they did was somewhat insane, as long as you didn't offend them, they were willing to have some exchanges and trades with me. I didn't have any actions that would offend them, but the followers of the sea god on Met Island all cast hostile gazes at me. Realizing that something was wrong, I immediately left, and soon the devotees of the sea god caught up with me. No matter what methods I used to evade them, they were always able to find me. I spent 2 days and 2 nights maneuvering around them before finding an opportunity to eliminate them. However, I'm certain that new devotees will catch up soon. Therefore, I'm seeking help from everyone at the tarot gathering. How should I resolve the problem before me? Audrey raised her hand. Mr. Hangman, I would like to ask a question first. What kind of god is the god of the sea? I haven't heard of it. The sea god is a deity worshipped on some colonial islands, Alger explained. It is said that he is capricious and fond of blood sacrifices. Some believers who pray for the calming of the waves will receive an accurate response from the god of the sea. Some believers who pray for the god of the sea to calm the waves find that the god of the sea makes the waves even bigger. I have heard more than once that the followers of the god of the sea pleased their god with blood sacrifices, allowing them to obtain many storm domain charms. Of course, sometimes it would turn all the participating believers into monsters. Audrey was somewhat surprised. There's such a god. This should be. She was about to say that this should be an evil god, but considering that Mr. Fool was not an orthodox deity either, such existences were also called evil gods in the orthodox churches. Therefore, she couldn't continue speaking halfway through. Just as Audrey hesitated whether or not to apologize to Mr. Fool, Hobert suddenly spoke, resolving the awkwardness. Comparing Mr. Fool with this kind of wild god is disrespectful to Mr. Fool. Only then did Audrey naturally apologize to Mr. Fool. Sorry, Mr. Fool, I shouldn't have said that. At the same time, she was grateful to Emperor for helping her out of the predicament. Klein smiled slightly, without making any response, as if this was something not worth his attention. He appeared calm on the surface, but he was a little bit guilty inside, because he didn't even know what kind of god the sea was. He was really a little afraid that Hangman or Justice would ask him about the information of the god of the sea. With Emperor's words, Klein was slightly relieved. It didn't matter if he couldn't answer, after all, the level of the god of the sea was too low. Thinking of this, Klein became even more guilty. Hobert smiled and said, let's first solve the problem facing Mr. Hangman. Alger asked, what reward do you want? I believe that as a member of the Tarot Club, helping other members solve difficulties doesn't require any reward. Hobert followed up with, I roughly understand what happened to you, and I can try to help you solve the difficulties, but if you need me to provide an explanation, you need to pay me some reward, because it involves some advanced knowledge. Alger nodded, thank you for your generosity. Hobert asked, did you bring anything out of the ruins? I brought out a small piece of luminous coral, and a piece of jade engraved with elven patterns from the ruins, Alger said. But when I discovered that the devotees of the god of the sea seemed to know my whereabouts, I threw all these things into the sea. Hobert asked again, are there any items that suddenly appeared on your ship? Or any crew members who suddenly became abnormal? I checked carefully, and I didn't find such a situation. As an old sea dog, Alger still had this vigilance. After eliminating these possibilities, there was only one place left. Hobert asked again, have you checked the bottom of the ship? I haven't checked, Alger said. I'll check the bottom of the ship immediately after the gathering ends. It wasn't that Alger wasn't careful enough, but a blind spot, or a loophole, was something that people who spent time at sea were more likely to overlook. Hobert was now very good at finding such loopholes, and he said, driving underwater creatures to serve oneself is one of the abilities of the god of the sea. If the problem really lies at the bottom of the ship, it shouldn't be difficult to find. If the problem isn't at the bottom of the ship, you can pray to the fool, and I'll help you think about other possibilities. The more Alger thought about it, the more he felt that the problem should be at the bottom of the ship. Thank you for your help. Hobert smiled and said, as for why you have such an encounter, let me ask you a few questions. Are the followers of God of the Sea, Calvetua only in some sea areas? Alger was stunned, then nodded, yes. Among the followers of the God of the Sea, are there some elven patterns or cultural elements circulating? Alger recalled, yes. Are you guessing that the God of the Sea is actually a surviving powerhouse of the elven race? But you don't understand how he possesses some of the abilities that only gods have. Alger trembled, yes. Wait, Audrey suddenly said, Mr. Emperor, are you saying that the god of the sea is an ordinary person? No, I mean a beyonder is acting as. Or an elf is acting as. Such an idea is too blasphemous. Klein behind the grey fog finally understood why Emperor called the god of the sea a wild god. It turned out that he was just a high-sequence beyonder. This is the content that needs to be paid for next, Hobert said. Everyone, do you want to know the principles behind this? I want to know too much. Audrey clenched her fists, but she should be very financially strapped next, and she didn't know if she could afford this information fee. Derek, who hadn't spoken all along, also showed enough interest. Alger simply asked, what reward do you want? The 3 questions of Emperor just now had aroused all his curiosity. If the reward was not too high, he would be happy to get the answer. 800 pounds. Hobert said, when the transaction is completed, you will find that it is absolutely worth the money. Alger nodded, still within an acceptable range. He was about to initiate the transaction when he only heard Hobert say again, you all seem to want to know, how about this, as a member of the Tarot Club, I'll give you a discount. If only one person wants to know the answer, they need to pay me 800 pounds. If 2 people want to know the answer, they only need to pay me 500 pounds each. If 3 people want to trade with me, they only need to pay me 400 pounds each. Klein behind the grey fog suppressed the urge to cover his face. Do you think this is Pinduoduo here? Why are you doing group buying? Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 202, Chapter 202 The True Face of the Sea God, Bonus 1. Chapter 202 The True Face of the Sea God. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for 70 plus more chapters and double the upload speed. Thanks to Mark Flash, plus 1 bonus. Remember, just by becoming a free member, 1 bonus chapter is added. As the daughter of a banker, Audrey immediately realized that the Emperor's trading method, while seemingly benefiting the buyer, actually benefited both the seller and the buyer. She couldn't help but marvel inwardly, the Emperor is truly a business genius, turning an £800 deal into £1,200. Alger was happy to accept, of course, since he could spend half the money. Only Derek said, "Mr. Emperor, what if I don't have your pounds? You can pay with extraordinary materials." Hobert had already thought it out for him. "I'll give you a rough conversion. A sequence 8 main material is worth about £300. You can ask Mr. Fool or Mr. Hangman. I'm giving you a low price, although there will be a premium. There is also a certain probability that you won't be able to sell it for £300. So we will trade according to the low price. The value of the materials you give should be a little higher than £400, because I still have to find channels to sell them." "No need to ask," Derek said. "Mr. Emperor, I believe you." Hobert sighed. Little son is still too young. This reminded Hobert of his university days. Even though he had been hurt by this society and people, he was always full of trust in the people around him. As his thoughts swirled, Hobert asked, "Is everyone trading with me?" Audrey said, "Yes. As long as she saved a little, it wouldn't be difficult to come up with £400. Alger and Derek also nodded one after another. Hobert said, "Okay, Mr. Hangman, you now owe me a total of £1,400. Miss Justice and Mr. Sun can pay me in a few days." Alger nodded. "I also need a few days to give it to you, with Mr. Fool as a witness. I won't go back on my word." He didn't have so much cash on hand now and needed to handle some items on the island to clear his debts. Hobert nodded. "No problem." Then, with Mr. Fool as a witness, the transaction begins. He said, "Mr. Hangman's guess is correct. The palace he saw at the bottom of the sea is indeed the temple of the sea god Calvetua. And Calvetua is not a strong elf who survived in the world. I have this judgment based on 2 clues. The first clue is Mr. Hangman's discovery in the previous ruins. At that time, the mixed blood in the ruins described it very clearly. The 3 locations he marked were all the locations where the strong had fallen. They should have sent people to search the 3 locations more than once. If there were any surviving elf powerhouses, then they must have gone to seek refuge with this powerhouse. The second clue is that after the sea god began to have believers, the Storm Church should have begun to pay attention to him. If he were an elf remnant, then the sea god must have existed for more than 1,000 years. The Storm Church could not have failed to locate the sea god's position in such a long time, so the sea god's believers should have only appeared in the last 100 or 200 years, or even a shorter time. Based on the above clues, I have this guess. Alger nodded. Indeed, the belief in the sea god has only appeared in the last few decades. Hobert continued, "So I guess, the sea god should be someone, or even a sea monster, who swallowed the high-level beyonder characteristics left by the elves." "Sea monster?" Alger asked in surprise. Klein, who was getting a free ride behind the grey fog, felt that this was really possible. If it was a sea monster with beyonder characteristics of the sailor pathway in its body, then its huge size would likely dilute the burden of beyonder characteristics, and there was a small probability that it could successfully take the potion out of sequence and become a high sequence in one fell swoop. Audrey was already having a hard time keeping up with Hobert's thinking and could only listen carefully first and think about it after the transaction was completed. Derek also felt that Hobert's statement was very fresh, and he thought, "I wonder if the monsters we encounter during patrols will advance by swallowing other monsters." Alger's knowledge was enough for him to understand this, but he was a little surprised when he first heard Hobert say this, and then he accepted Hobert's guess. "That's right, it's a sea monster," Hobert said. "It is because the sea god is a sea monster that he is bloodthirsty and likes blood sacrifices so much. Another reason that supports my guess is that if a person successfully advances to sequence 3, the most likely situation is that there are now 5 kings at sea. He would never wait in one place for the Storm Church to find him. From this, I can also guess that the sea god's condition is not very good. He must not have had the assistance of a ritual when he swallowed that characteristic. So the sea god's believers are so crazy, because their god is in a semi-mad state. Even the sea god himself may not be able to leave the elven ruins." Alger nodded, feeling that the Emperor's guess should be very accurate. Audrey and Derek admired the Emperor for guessing so many things based on the limited clues after listening to the hanged man's description. Klein couldn't help but sigh. The Emperor's analysis is reasonable and logical, as if he knows the answer to the question. Klein was right this time. Hobert certainly knew the answer to this question, which was like solving a math problem. Knowing the conditions and the answer, all that was needed was to write out the calculation process. Another important piece of information is that, as far as I know, after becoming sequence 3, you can design a name of honor that points to yourself. Hobert continued, "It's just that sequence 3 can only respond to believers' prayers within a certain range. A common sequence 3 honorific, one section of which is someone's something, such as servant of the fool or favored by the fool. Because the sea god is not a saint of a certain church, he may not have a section with this structure, but there will definitely be a description of the region, such as something of Backlund, or something of a certain sea area. Alger immediately understood why the emperor could guess that the sea god's followers were only within a certain range, because the sea god could only respond to prayers within a certain range. At the same time, he recalled some names of honor that he had heard. Like the emperor's description, some names of honor circulated in the church had sections such as something of the Lord of Storms. And one section of the sea god Calvetua's honorific was protector of the Rörsted archipelago. Then Alger became a little excited, imagining the scene where he could design his own name of honor and respond to his believers after he became sequence 3. Audrey sighed that the £400 was really worth it, and she actually heard such advanced knowledge. Derek was a little sad. Silver City does not have sequence 3, so we do not know this knowledge, or there are corresponding descriptions in some ancient books in the library, but they have long been forgotten by us. Finally, Hobert smiled and said, "Everyone, this is the sea god." Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 203, Chapter 203 The Hanged Man's Crisis is Resolved, Bonus 2. Chapter 203 The Hanged Man's Crisis is Resolved. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Sungjin Mori for becoming a free member. Hobert continued, a large number of artifacts with elven cultural characteristics should have remained in the ruins. These artifacts were spread by the clergy of the god of the sea, becoming symbols of the god of the sea's followers. He spread his hands. It all makes sense. Audrey said, "Emperor, although it's impolite to say so, I really want to applaud you. This is the best reasoning I've ever heard." Hobert said in a gentlemanly manner, "Thank you, your praise is the best applause." Alger also said, "As you said, it's worth more than its price." Derek nodded, agreeing with the hanged man's statement. Hobert smiled and said, "I always value credit." The transaction ended, and Audrey, still feeling unsatisfied, initiated a transaction with Derek regarding information about the Dragon of Imagination. Originally, Audrey wanted to trade with the Emperor. After all, the Emperor might have more comprehensive knowledge, but the price should also be more expensive. Audrey, who had never worried about money, began to calculate carefully, feeling that she could temporarily get a general idea from the sun first, and ask the Emperor about things she didn't understand when she had money. And Derek hoped to obtain the Sequence 8 potion formula for the Bard pathway. So Klein initiated a three-way transaction, with him first paying Derek's reward, providing the potion formula for Light Supplicant, while the reward Audrey needed to pay would be transferred to the Fool. As for what the reward was, Klein only said, "There's no need to rush. Perhaps my blessed will need help with something in the future." Hobert, sitting at the lower position, immediately complained in his heart, "Shameless, how dare he use they? You're only blessed as yourself. Speaking of which, I have at least 2 followers, and I'm too embarrassed to say that." Then Derek began to describe the dragons in their textbooks, and mentioned the Dragon of Imagination, Ankwelt, and his son, the Nightmare Dragon, Alzahad. This immediately reminded Audrey and Klein of the Emperor's previous description of 0-08. This sealed artifact was the extraordinary characteristic condensed after Alzahad's death. They seemed to have a thorough understanding of the characters of the ancient era. At Audrey's request, Mr. Full removed the sensory blockade on Hobert. Audrey asked Hobert, "Emperor, is Dragon of Imagination, Ankwelt one of the 8 ancient gods you mentioned before?" Hobert nodded, "Yes." Audrey asked again, "Could it be that these ancient gods are all leaders of races like dragons and giants?" Hobert only gave simple yes or no answers. He nodded and said vaguely, "You could say that. In fact, humanoid beyonder creatures such as giants and elves are all mutations of humans." "Thank you for your answer," Audrey said. "This gives me a systematic understanding of some ancient history." Hobert smiled and said nothing. After chatting for a few more words, Klein announced the end of this tarot gathering. In the safe sea lane of the Berserk Sea, Alger recalled the exchanges at the tarot gathering. He immediately got up and opened the door of the captain's room, preparing to dive under the ship immediately. Alger came to the deck, took a steel javelin for dealing with sea monsters, and then dived into the water, searching along the bottom of the ship. The bottom of the ship looked old and dilapidated, and was covered with barnacles. Alger sighed, "It's time to find a dock to clean up these annoying things again." When he reached the stern of the ship, Alger saw a colorful chitin attached to the bottom of the ship. That's it. The chitin is called a chitin because its shape resembles a stone, not because it always moves in places with rocks. Different from ordinary chitins, the colorful chitin has a much larger size than ordinary chitins. Its single eye and scales are relatively common mysticism materials. The chitin in front of Alger was as long as a forearm, and its shape was a regular ellipse. The single eye had 4 colors, black, gray, green, and blue. At this time, the single eye of the colorful chitin also saw Alger. Some of its shell plates stood up and shot towards Alger. Alger manipulated the water flow, changing the trajectory of those shell plates, causing them to hit elsewhere. Then Alger held a steel javelin and pried the chiton off the bottom of the ship. The chiton immediately waved its scales and fled quickly, but it was too late. Alger was more agile underwater than on land. A layer of magical scales appeared on his body, which made him faster than a fish underwater. Aiming at the opportunity, Alger pierced the colorful chiton's softest abdomen with the javelin, piercing it directly through. Then Alger quickly swam to the surface, while the sea water seemed to have life, trying to hold Alger up. The moment he swam out of the water, Alger jumped up, jumping onto the boat like a flying fish. Alger held up the colorful chiton that was still trying to shake its scales. "This is the mark that the pursuers quietly placed on our ship." As he spoke, he threw the colorful chiton on the deck, stepped on it with his foot, and used one hand to dig out its colorful eyeballs. The entire colorful chiton twitched a few times and then stopped moving. "As long as we solve the pursuers behind us, we will be safe," Alger said. "Go to Leaking Island." The sailors smiled evilly. "Aye, Captain." Leaking Island was a deserted island they accidentally discovered. There was a steep high mountain on the island, with many fruit trees, which could replenish the fruits needed during the voyage. In addition, the high mountain of the island blocked several large whirlpools behind the island. When you turn past the island and see those whirlpools, it is too late to turn the rudder. And the Blue Avenger is a ghost ship, which can flexibly shuttle between the whirlpools according to the captain's will. Alger and others have used this advantage to bury 3 batches of enemies on Leaking Island. After the sailors went to work, Alger was processing the scales of the colorful chiton with a dagger while feeling in his heart. "This is the only gain from this exploration, and these materials can only be sold for 200 pounds together. The consequence is that it will be difficult to have dealings with the followers of the god of the sea again, and they are also constantly on guard against their pursuit." Then Alger realized that many times, exploration may not be able to achieve one's desired purpose. Perhaps this is the true meaning of navigation. He immediately felt the digestion of the potion, which made Alger realize again that his thoughts just now were one of the important rules of playing the role of a navigator. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 204, Chapter 204 The Strong Little Sun, Bonus 3. Chapter 204 The Strong Little Sun. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Re-Risen for becoming a member, plus 5 bonus chapters. Backlund, Empress Burrow, in Earl Hall's luxurious villa. Audrey sat on a soft stool, considering how to complete Mr. Fool's commission. Soon, she thought of 2 ways. One was to ask Zio and Furs, and commission Mr. A, whom she had met before. Although Mr. A's gaze was annoying, he should be a very powerful beyonder. The other way was to entrust it to Hobert. Of course, with Hobert's strength, it seemed that he could not complete the assassination commission, but he was the eldest son of General Christian, and he had extensive connections in Backlund's beyonder world. He should have certain channels to redelegate the task, and at worst, pay some intermediary fees. After a little hesitation, Audrey prepared to take the path of Zio and Furs first. Just as she was about to write letters to the 2 ladies, she realized a very crucial problem. She knew very little about Intis Ambassador Bakerland. In this case, it was easy to misjudge the difficulty of the task, and then entrust it to an inappropriate person. After pondering for a moment, Audrey turned to the maid Annie and said, "I accept Countess Cagliari's invitation and will attend the ball she is holding tonight on time." Cagliari is the Countess of Wolf. Her upcoming ball will invite ambassadors from various countries stationed in Loan, including Intis Ambassador Bakerland. Originally, Audrey had refused the invitation, but out of politeness, she would inform the ball organizer a few hours before the ball that she could not come because she had something to do. According to convention, the servants have not yet informed the Countess of Wolf of this news. Audrey decided to observe Ambassador Bakerland first, collect enough information, and then meet with Zio and Furs. 15 Minsk Street. Klein, who had returned to the real world from the Sefirah castle, opened the curtains and sat at his desk, thinking about his current situation. First of all, from the information provided by Emperor last week, and from this week's diary, it was determined that the secret order had close cooperation with the Intis Republic, and it was also understood that the iron-black nematode that sneaked into his room last night to check the information he left on the desk was the work of a seer pathway beyonder. The task of assassinating the ambassador has also been commissioned. I just don't know if it will be successful. In short, he has done everything possible to deal with it. Whether he can survive this crisis can only depend on fate. Klein looked at the fog outside the window that had finally dissipated, and decided to go to the Bravehearts bar again tonight to see if he could meet other beyonders and lay the foundation for choosing a bodyguard. After confirming his thoughts, Klein read the newspaper and waited for the sky to darken. Forsaken land of the gods, city of silver. Derek returned to his dim room and stared blankly at the lightning in the sky outside for a while. He tried to imagine what the sea looked like, and tried to imagine the feeling of swimming in the sea. Thinking about it, a burst of sadness appeared in his heart again. If he didn't know the outside world, he wouldn't be so sad, but the problem is, he knows it, but he can't touch it. Lord, please send down your light to guide your devout believers. Derek's praise immediately filled the room with light, and he seemed to gain courage from the light. With Mr. Fool's guidance, and with the help of Mr. Emperor and the others, I am closer to hope than other people in City of Silver. So he tidied up his clothes and prepared to go to the training ground to train first, and strive to pass the instructor's assessment. As long as he passed the assessment, he could be assigned to the patrol team. As long as he starts serving City of Silver, he can earn merits and exchange merits for extraordinary materials to repay the Emperor's debts. After training, he also planned to go to the library to find more descriptions about Sequence 3 Saints. Derek tried to put on a smile. Ha ha ha, life is full of hope again. Backlund, 192 Blanca Street. Hobert returned to his room. The weather was not very good today. It seemed like it was going to rain. Hobert put on another piece of clothing for himself and prepared to return to the law firm to work until he got off work. Over the past few days, the work of their team has gradually become regular, and there are no more backlogged letters. After continuous publicity in the newspapers, people come to entrust them every day, but most of the people who come here to entrust them are workers or farmers, and some consumers want to get justice. Hobert's place seems to be more lively than the labor union and the consumer association. Arnold did not allow the reporter who was invited to listen in to smear Hobert and Bob, because more and more nobles were tired of his actions, which made him afraid to express any opinion on this matter. So the media's praise for Hobert's victory was all praise, which made Hobert truly become a well-known lawyer. This week, Hobert's team will have 8 cases open in succession. Jessica and the others have just taken over this type of case, and may not be very proficient yet. At the beginning, Hobert needs to go to court with them to help them design defense plans. Walking on the foggy streets, Hobert sighed, another busy week. As soon as he arrived at the law firm, Jessica told Hobert that there were 2 private letters for him. Hobert asked Jessica to sit opposite him, first discuss the details of the court hearing tomorrow with her, and finally he reminded her meaningfully, your eloquence is already very good, there is no need to use other abilities, you must know that many judges are true judges. Jessica was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, thank you for your reminder. After Jessica left, Hobert went to read the 2 letters from Tingen City. It turned out to be a reply from Elizabeth, and a letter from Selina. Hobert first opened Elizabeth's letter. The little girl first thanked Hobert for his concern, then congratulated Hobert on his success, and then mentioned the death of Melissa's relatives, which was a blow to Melissa. Finally, Elizabeth said she was very sorry for revealing Hobert's address to Selina, because Selina had asked her many times, and almost followed her behind. Opening Selina's letter, the words were full of admiration for Hobert, and envy for Hobert's extensive knowledge. She actually wrote 3 pages of letter paper. Hobert sighed, why only 3 pages? Then he sighed, compared to Elliot, Selina has more potential to be a fanatical believer. At the end of this letter, Selina expressed her hope to invite Hobert to be her mentor in mysticism. Hobert thought that he would play the role of mentor of disorder in the future, and now he can accept an apprentice to prepare for future performances. Opening the fountain pen, Hobert first replied to Elizabeth, first greeted her parents, then said that he would reply to Selina, and finally Hobert invited Elizabeth to bring Melissa to Backlund to relax. Then he replied to Selina, but did not immediately agree to be her mentor, only said that he could answer some of her doubts in mysticism, and warned her not to contact any friends of her previous mentor again. He gave the reply to Jessica and asked her to help send it out. After get off work, Hobert thought that Furs was going to attend an author's salon tonight and was not at home, and Zaya was busy tracking Rafter and was not eating at home either, so he happily decided to go to a restaurant for a good meal. Just after sitting down in the restaurant, Hobert saw the middle-aged man dining at the table not far away, who turned out to be Mr. Azek, who had a bronze complexion and soft features. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 205, Chapter 205 Mr. A, who was severely injured, bonus 4. Chapter 205 Mr. A, who was severely injured. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert hadn't expected to run into Azek at all. If he didn't know that Mr. Azek was a descendant of the death, he would have suspected that Azek was an angel of the lawyer pathway. Hobert greeted him with a smile, Sir, I didn't expect to meet you here. Azek politely stood up and said, Congratulations, young man, you seem to have found the true meaning of your abilities. Hobert was slightly stunned, and immediately understood that the first time he met Mr. Azek in the cemetery, he had just taken the potion, and now the potion in his body had been digested by more than half. Azek could almost see through his state at a glance. Hobert smiled slightly, I thought you were going to congratulate me on completing a very crucial victory in my career. He asked knowingly, Are you dining alone? Yes. Can I share a table with you? Hobert smiled and said, My partners all have things to do and can't enjoy dinner with me, and it's too boring to dine alone. He didn't have so many problems at all, he was just looking for a reason to share a table with Mr. Azek. This is an angel walking on the ground, but his condition is not right, and he doesn't even know that he is an angel. At the same time, he is also Mr. K's thigh. Since Klein can hug him, why can't Hobert hug him? Isaac did not refuse Hobert's request. So the two chatted, really just chatting. Hobert talked about his work. Isaac was a little surprised. You are Hobert, that famous lawyer. Hobert often appeared in recent newspapers, and Isaac had also seen his name. The two talked about the workers in Backlund along this topic, and talked about the East Borough of Backlund. After the meal, they were both a little unsatisfied. But Hobert did not ask for Isaac's mailing address. He knew that the process of contacting Isaac should not be too hasty. It was just right to talk here today. On the way back, Hobert also lamented the wonder of fate. Back home, Zio had just returned, and she sighed while drinking tea. Hobert, today I have a new understanding of a person's bad luck. Rafter is so miserable, he fell down the stairs and knocked out a front tooth. He had a dispute with someone in the casino, and as a result, because he was too excited, he stepped on a card that fell on the ground, and it is said that he broke his tailbone. Zio shook her head. I feel a little sorry for this guy. Is he really as dangerous as the masked man said? Suddenly, Fur's voice rang from the restaurant. Maybe these performances are just him pretending to deceive you. Hobert and Zio were startled, and turned to see Fur's picking up a teacup to pour tea. Hobert asked, when did you come back? Just now. Furs didn't understand why the two looked so bad. Zio asked, why don't you go through the door? Why should I go through the door? Directly to the kitchen, I can walk a lot less. Hobert and Zio were speechless. Backlund, Empress Borough, at Countess Wolf's ball. Through observation, Audrey knew that Bakerland was an old lecher, and his eye contact and physical contact with several ladies were not right. In order to confirm her guess, Audrey chatted with him a few times, and also heard his blatant praise for her, and saw the annoying eyes. Just after Audrey got rid of him, Conus, who also came to the ball, whispered, Audrey, don't be confused by that ambassador, he is an old lecher. I don't know how many ladies he has tricked into bed. Conus is the youngest son of Viscount Learson, and has a good relationship with Audrey and Blaint. Conus, do you have some misunderstanding about me? Audrey tried to maintain her elegance. Goddess, how could I be confused by that ambassador? The perfume he sprayed made me want to vomit. His words were so dirty. His taste is like a male peacock. Your feeling is right. Conus showed a sincere smile, and said in a lower voice, moreover, Bakerland is a very dangerous guy. How dangerous? Audrey asked curiously in cooperation. Conus said with a solemn expression, he is Intis intelligence leader in the kingdom, and has done a lot of bad things, but we have not obtained useful evidence. He himself is Sequence 6 conspirator. He didn't have too much wariness about Audrey, and also knew that Audrey knew some mystical knowledge, so he directly told her that Bakerland was a Sequence 6, and Bakerland's Sequence 5 assistant. He also told Audrey that Bakerland was very good at planning conspiracies and other information, which made Audrey gain a lot. Just when the two were chatting, Audrey saw Ambassador Tim, who spoke softly, and she asked Conus, Conus, I heard a friend mention that Ambassador Tim once sponsored a cult organization in South Wales. Conus was stunned. Yes, these ambassadors are actually destroying the harmony of the Kingdom of Loan. He asked, we all know about this, but we haven't found any evidence. Can your friend provide evidence? Conus didn't intend to ask in detail about the channels through which Audrey obtained information. After all, Earl Hall was an earl who had achievements in politics and was well informed. I'm sorry, he also heard it from others. Audrey asked again. He also said that those cult organizations have been eliminated, right? Yes, as far as I know, a mercenary team destroyed the headquarters of the cult organization and rescued 5 babies who were about to be used for sacrifice. Fortunately, they were eliminated. Which mercenary team carried out this righteous action? The Iron Caltrip team. They received the task from the mercenary club. Audrey thought of the address of the mercenary club left by Emperor before, and the information matched. She said in her heart, Mr. Emperor, I am about to find you, but you have no clue about Miss Justice, right? Blanca Street. Hobert, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly sneezed, which woke him up, and it took a long time to fall asleep again. The next morning, when Hobert was having breakfast with Zio and Furs, Audrey's maid sent a letter, and Audrey asked Zio and Furs to meet at Viscount Glaint's mansion. Furs was a little strange. Didn't we just attend the Beyonder gathering of the medical academy? Why are you looking for us again? Hobert certainly knew that they were looking for them to entrust Mr. A to assassinate Bakerland. Maybe there are other things. He had to accompany Jessica to court at 8:30 today, and he had to accompany Raska to court at 10 o'clock. In the afternoon, he also wanted to visit Mr. Dyko at 1899 Niccolo Street. The day's itinerary was full. After eating breakfast, Hobert left in a hurry. On the other side, Zio and Furs received Audrey's commission at Viscount Glaint's mansion, and contacted Mr. A through their channels, but Mr. A did not appear directly, but his attendant asked in the reception room, what can I do for you too? Furs said, We want to talk to Mr. A directly. I'm sorry, Mr. A is not seeing anyone now. Although the attendant said, sorry, he didn't have any apology at all, telling me is the same, I will immediately convey it to Mr. A. Zio said, we brought a big deal, assassinating the Intis ambassador to the kingdom, Bakerland Jean Mudun. The attendant was slightly stunned, please wait a moment, I will go and convey it immediately. He walked quickly to a dark room not far away, and a mass of collapsed flesh and blood in the room made Mr. A's voice, what do they want? They want to ask you to assassinate the Intis ambassador, Bakerland. The mass of collapsed flesh and blood formed a human shape like a liquid, and the appearance vaguely resembled Mr. A. Damn Nighthawks, let me miss a big deal. This is a great opportunity to promote the prestige of my lord. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 206, Chapter 206 Steam Tycoon, Bonus 5. Chapter 206 Steam Tycoon. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. In the rented carriage, Zio said, it's hard to imagine that Mr. A actually refused this request. She frowned and said, but among the Beyonders we know, it seems only Mr. A has the ability to complete this request. We should quickly tell Miss Audrey this news, Furs said. I still can't believe that Miss Audrey would issue such a task. Zio said, it seems Miss Audrey isn't as naive as she appears. Could this be a secret struggle within the noble circle? Or a prelude to instigating war? Furs also speculated, could it be that some big figures, represented by Earl Hall, hope the situation will become chaotic? The two looked at each other, feeling a little ridiculous. How could they, two small characters, possibly guess what these big figures were thinking? Returning to Viscount Glaint's residence by carriage, Audrey, who was waiting for news, felt a sense of frustration when she heard that Mr. A had refused the request. But soon, she made up her mind again, I will initiate an emergency gathering of the Justice League. Zio, Furs, and Glaint looked at each other. There were already 4 initiators here, only initiator Hobert was absent. Hobert had a busy morning, winning both lawsuits, which was a good start for their team. During lunch, Hobert reviewed the recent defenses with Jessica and Raska, pointing out several mistakes they made during the arguments. The newcomer Jessica listened and took notes, forgetting to eat her meal. Raska also listened attentively and was glad that he made the right choice by joining Hobert's new team. For him, this was a good opportunity to increase his experience. Especially Hobert's approach of reviewing their performance was a rare learning opportunity that was hard to come by when working as an assistant to other lawyers. After lunch, Hobert asked Jessica and Raska to go back first, as he had to visit a client. Following the address given by Harvey Hayden, Hobert arrived at 1899 Nicola Row. Just as he got out of the carriage, he sensed something and looked at a delicate and spacious private carriage. The window was open, and he saw an old man and a middle-aged man sitting opposite each other inside. The middle-aged man had long hair and looked a bit greasy. He was the person in charge of the Tamara family that he saw when giving the Tamara family member a spirit medium consultation before. In front of the old man, the middle-aged man looked somewhat flattering, not even smoking a cigar. The battle had been over for so long that Hobert was no longer afraid of seeing people from the Tamara family. He remembered the old man's appearance and then looked at the sign for number 1899, Keen Machinery Firm. At this moment, the old man and the long-haired Alva in the carriage also seemed to sense something and looked at Hobert. However, Hobert was already looking at the Keen Machinery sign, so he did not attract their attention. The two didn't pay attention and continued on their way. This old man was one of the people sent by the Tamara family to investigate why the team clearing out the traitors was destroyed. He was responsible for the overt investigation, but after investigating for more than 10 days, he had not found any results. He could only accept Alva's statement in the report, the action team was killed by the lone royal family. Today was the old man's departure day, and Alva was preparing to personally send him to the train station. On the other side, Hobert entered the hall of the business house without panic, and asked the front desk to see Mr. Diggoes, and asked the front desk to tell him that he was Hobert Jeffrey. He was already accustomed to the Nation of Disorders attraction to Beyonders of the same sequence. Other Beyonders could not yet feel the connection between him and the Nation of Disorder, so he was so calm. The front desk was originally going to reject Hobert's request, but when she heard Hobert report his name, she knew that he might be a friend of Mr. Diggoes, so she asked Hobert to wait on the sofa for a while she went upstairs to report. However, this trip took half an hour. Half an hour later, the little girl came back panting, Mr. Dyko invites you to meet at the steam water pump factory. Hobert followed the little girl and saw the huge factory area behind the business house. From the hall of the business house, Hobert could see that Diggoes' business was very large, but he did not expect it to be so large. These factories were all workshops for producing large machinery, such as steam cranes, steam textile machines, steam sugar presses, steam mining machines, steam machine tools, and even steam train heads. It took a full 10 minutes to reach the steam water pump factory. Entering through the small door of the factory, Hobert saw more than a dozen steam water pumps being assembled in the wide factory building. Because Emperor Roselle had not popularized the concept of production line, the dozen or so steam engines were being assembled at the same time. Although it was time-consuming and labor-intensive, the scene was very spectacular. The entire workshop was filled with the sounds of clanging and shouting. Some parts were too large and required complex pulley structures or several people to lift them together to complete the installation. This was a labor scene that Hobert had never seen before. There was no assembly line speed, but it made people feel very simple. The steam water pump was the earliest use of steam machinery, mainly used to supply water to high places and to pump out accumulated water from mines. These machines were as big as carriages, and the big ones were as big as 2 train heads, which was really a behemoth. In front of a steam water pump that was about to be assembled, Hobert saw a gentleman in his 40s, not very tall, leaning on a crutch, smiling at him. "The last time I saw you, you were only 2 years old, smiling at me in your mother's arms." That smile melted people's hearts. Hobert stepped forward to say hello, Mr. Diggo. Diggos leaned on his crutch and limped towards Hobert. "Officer Rex had instructed me not to take the initiative to find you." "How did you find me?" "I took a task with Mr. Harvey Hayden once." Hobert tried not to look at the other's leg. "He told me that I could find you here." "So it's that kid. I heard that he's doing well in the mercenary world." Diggo smiled and pointed to his injured leg. "This was an injury I sustained in the southern continent. Fortunately, your father's timely support saved my life." He invited Hobert to sit down in the reception room in the workshop. The clanging sounds outside always attracted Hobert's attention. No man doesn't like machinery. Diggos lifted his injured leg with his hand, found a more comfortable position to sit down. "What you see is the second-generation water pump. The first generation was a piston water pump, which was prone to leaks. What you see now is a centrifugal pump water pump. You may not have heard of the term centrifugal pump. This is a new invention that requires a higher speed of the steam engine. Of course, the efficiency of the second-generation water pump has also been greatly improved." Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 207, Chapter 207 Technology Monopoly in the Steam Age, Bonus 6. Chapter 207 Technology Monopoly in the Steam Age. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Diggos talked about some knowledge about steam engines, and Hobert felt that he also liked these big guys. After chatting for a few more words, Hobert said the purpose of this visit: "My adoptive father, Mr. Christian, told me a lot about Mr. Rex, who is my biological father. But he never told me anything about my biological father's deeds after returning to Backlund. Now that I have taken over Mr. Rex's burden and want to investigate the family's curse, I really want to know Mr. Rex's actions after he came to Backlund and left the army." He spread his hands. "I once talked to Christian about this topic, but when I saw his sad expression, I couldn't bear to continue talking to him." "Of course, Commander Christian is unwilling to say," Diggos said. "That was the darkest period of the two commanders." He sighed, as if he had fallen into memories. After a few minutes, he said, "We have made too many contributions in the southern continent, and Commander Rex and Commander Christian are both very good strategists. Under their layout, the situation in half of East Balam has been eased. Of course, this will be feared by the lone royal family. It is inevitable that they will be transferred back to Backlund on the grounds of promotion. In order to prevent accidents in Backlund, Commander Rex took the potion and became a demigod on the way back to Backlund. As Commander Rex expected, they were treated unfairly as soon as they were transferred back to Backlund. This was a demonstration by the lone royal family. Commander Rex, who had long been uninterested in continuing his service, took this opportunity to leave the army and began to explore some fourth epoch ruins or monuments." Hobert nodded, which was similar to his previous guess about Rex's whereabouts. "I don't know exactly which ruins Commander Rex explored." Diggos patted his injured leg and said, "Because of my injured leg, I can no longer follow Commander Rex to adventure. I had to come back to take over my father's business. But I remember that in a conversation between Commander Rex and Commander Christian, he mentioned that he put the exploration notes in a place where only his descendants could get them." Hobert was stunned. "Is there such a place?" "Why don't I know?" Diggos smiled and said, "Young man, don't worry, Commander Rex has made many arrangements for you. When he made his will, I was by his side. He gave most of his property and knowledge to Commander Christian for safekeeping, and he made a simple plan for when to give you what." Diggos sighed. "These two commanders are really rare close friends." Hobert nodded. "Okay." Diggos' implication was that he would not reveal too much information about Rex either. Hobert had questions now because it was not yet time for him to know that information. So the two people's topic returned to the steam engine. Daigoa was surprised to find that Hobert's understanding of mechanics was far beyond his imagination. In this era, knowledge of mechanics is still cutting-edge knowledge that can only be learned in universities, and it is generally not open to international students. In the AD era, there was a systematic description of mechanics in junior high school physics. Especially for Hobert, who had seen internal combustion engines, the mechanical structure of steam engines was not too difficult to understand. In a blink of an eye, the two of them chatted for more than an hour. Although they still had some unfinished business, it was time for Hobert to say goodbye. When leaving, Hobert pointed to a water pump about the size of a locomotive outside and asked, "What is the approximate price of this model of water pump?" "About £800. Diggo smiled and said, "If you trade with merchants from other countries, you may sell it for £1,300 to £1,500. And we will also add an anti-disassembly structure, welding the outer shell of the important structure and adding a mechanism inside. As long as there is a forced demolition, the important structure will be destroyed." Hobert thought to himself, this structure is advanced, but can it prevent apprentices? Hee, this is the mystical world, the main thing is to be caught off guard. Since you know I'm here, come and chat with me often. Diggo said, "Next time I'll take you to visit the new crane." Hobert nodded and smiled, "Okay." At this time, a water pump was assembled and started to test the machine. When steam hissed from the mechanical structure, and when the huge wheel buzzed, Hobert deeply felt the charm of this era. On the way back, Hobert roughly estimated that the cost of a locomotive-sized water pump was at most £200 or £300. What a profit, it can be sold for £800, and if it is exported, the price will double. Hobert seemed to see the shadow of technological monopoly. In fact, the application of steam engines has been very popular throughout the northern continent, but Diggo's produces the most cutting-edge steam engines, which represent the most cutting-edge production level of the Lone Kingdom. These cutting-edge applications have obvious differences in mechanical structure compared with common steam engines on ships or trains. According to Hobert's understanding, it is similar to the difference between second-generation fighters and fifth-generation fighters. Back at the office, Hobert just got off the carriage and paid the fare. Before he could enter the door, a maid-dressed girl came over and said, "Mr. Hobert. I am Annie, Miss Audrey's maid. Miss Audrey has an urgent matter and requests your help. Please come with me to Viscount Glaint's residence." Hobert was slightly stunned. After recalling, the girl in front of him was indeed Audrey's personal maid. So he got into the luxurious carriage with the Hall family crest and came to Viscount Glaint's residence. As soon as he entered the study, Hobert saw the four people in the study breathe a sigh of relief together. Hobert took off his windbreaker. "I heard Annie say that you have been waiting for me since morning. In an era without mobile phones or telephones, it is still quite inconvenient to find someone in Backlund." Audrey said, "Yes, I initiated an emergency meeting of the Justice League. Everyone took their seats around the desk according to their previous seats." Hobert took a sip of tea and asked curiously, "What difficulties has our beautiful Miss Audrey encountered?" Audrey said, "I have a task to announce at the party, to assassinate Intis's ambassador to Lone, Backlund." Cough cough cough. Hobert, who was thirsty and had been drinking water after sitting down, choked on the tea. When Audrey and others saw this scene, they found it both funny and disappointing. They found it funny because it was the first time they saw Hobert lose his composure. They felt disappointed because even Hobert was so surprised that he might not have a channel to complete this task. It's just that they were all wrong. What surprised Hobert was actually, Mr. A did not accept the commission to assassinate Backlund. Suddenly, he recalled that at the Nighthawks team meeting last week, Thomas informed everyone that Hillman had secretly invited a Sequence 5 helper. Although the two senior members of the Aurora Order had escaped, they were also severely injured by 2 to 365. Hobert knew the power of that glove. Even Sequence 5 spirits would be traumatized and difficult to recover for a while. Especially for the Beyonders of the Secret Supplicant pathway, a severely damaged spirit would be a greater blow to them. At that time, Hobert was still wondering if that helper was Mr. A. Now it seems that it is indeed Mr. A. He is in a very bad state now, so he rejected this commission. Hobert thought for a while and then said, "I have a channel to complete this task." Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 208, Chapter 208 Audrey's Quotation, Bonus 7. Chapter 208 Audrey's Quotation. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. First, Hobert realized that the mission to assassinate the ambassador had to be completed, otherwise Klein might just kick the bucket. This would not only cause Hobert to lose a future ally with great power, but also lose the important channel of the Tarot Club, which Hobert was unwilling to see. Next was how to complete this task. Hobert had imagined and deduced more than once that he would assassinate Bakerland himself. Without exception, the missions would end in failure. Because many of his mystical items were not secrets to the Nighthawks, if he wanted to use those mystical items, he had to make sure that the Nighthawks would not leak his relevant information. Given that Bakerland was indeed a villain, there was a certain probability that the Nighthawks would not object to such an action, but according to Thomas's motherly personality, he would definitely ask clearly the source of this task, and who initiated the task to achieve what goal. This would make things more complicated. Since it was difficult for Hobert to succeed on his own, he had to entrust this task again. For him, there were only two channels that could complete this task, One was the Mercenary Club, and the other was Christian. There was no need to think about the Mercenary Club channel, because it had a royal background, and it was estimated that they would ask even more clearly than the Nighthawks. Then there was only Christian's channel. Christian himself would definitely not accept such a task, but Hobert immediately thought of Christian's personal male servant, Mr. Dofus. Mr. Dofus was also a powerful Beyonder, possibly Sequence 6, or even Sequence 5. Speaking of which, this master and servant were quite strange. Hobert felt that Christian was at most Sequence 5, which was in line with his current military rank. If he was a demigod, even if he was not reused, he would at least have the military rank and treatment of a lieutenant commander or general. And Dofus, such a strong person, was willing to pretend to be Christian's male servant, which was a bit strange. You know, if he was really a Sequence 5, he would have the strength to establish his own Beyonder organization. Although it could be seen that Christian did not treat Dofus as a servant, but that was after all a Sequence 5 powerhouse, theoretically even difficult to accept the attire of a male servant. Hobert did not continue to think deeply, but said to Audrey, I have a channel to complete this task. Audrey breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Hobert was as reliable as ever. But I have to ask that gentleman first, to see if he is willing to take this task, Hobert added. No problem, Audrey said. Will it take a long time? If it doesn't take too long, I can continue to wait here. You go back first, Hobert said. I don't know exactly how long it will take. After I have a definite answer, I will see you under the pretext of reporting the commission situation to you. Audrey nodded. Okay, but if it's too late, then I'll tell you tomorrow morning. No, I will let Susie, that golden retriever outside, I will let it walk outside from 9 to 10 o'clock. If you meet Susie at Earl Hall's mansion, you can write down the result and put it in the bag on its back. Hobert nodded. No problem. He was about to get up when he suddenly remembered, how much reward are you planning to pay for this task? Audrey said, my budget is £5,000. Too little, Hobert laughed. In my opinion, this task requires at least £10,000. Zio and Furs took a deep breath unconvincingly, and even Viscount Glaint, who had inherited the family property, was a little surprised. Audrey quickly made a decision. Okay. The three people as the audience all sighed, just agreed like this. Hobert immediately got up. I'll go ask that powerhouse's intention. He put on his windbreaker, took his cane at the door, and when he came to the yard, he saw Susie jumping happily in the garden. Hobert smiled, quickly went out to take a carriage, and came to Christian's workplace, the general staff headquarters of the Kingdom of Loon. After being notified, Hobert entered a yard with a dark-colored office building. Whether it was the courtyard wall, the sentry post, or the building, they all gave people a very solid and difficult-to-surpass feeling. Coming to Christian's office, Hobert explained his intention. I want to entrust Mr. Dofus with a somewhat difficult task. Dofus is not here, Christian said. He is in the suburbs. You can go directly to him to talk. Hobert immediately understood that Dofus was still at the excavation site of Jacob's team. Speaking of which, Hobert had been so busy during this period that he had not had time to show his face, so he might as well go and see how the excavation progress was going. After saying goodbye to Christian, Hobert rented a taxi carriage outside and went straight to the suburbs. It was not until dusk that Hobert, who had been in the carriage for more than 2 hours, arrived at the excavation site of Jacob's team. After Jacob heard the report from his subordinates, he quickly greeted him personally. Mr. Hobert, the lawsuit you won for Darren's friend was really wonderful. I also knew from that time that driving a steamship while drunk is not drunk driving. Hobert was stunned, and immediately understood that Jacob had not read the newspaper for a long time, otherwise he would definitely compliment his performance in the work injury compensation case. After chatting for a few words, Jacob said again, I was about to send you a letter. We will carry out the final excavation this Friday or Saturday. Please come and experience it then. Hobert smiled. This was a polite remark. The implication was, you have to show your face, otherwise how can you participate in the bonus distribution then? He laughed. I have been quite busy recently and have not had time to come over. Well, you can see what I'm busy with by reading the newspaper. He promised, I will definitely be at the scene during the final excavation. Then Hobert said the purpose of his trip, I'm here to find Mr. Dofus. Where is he? Mr. Dofus is resting, Jacob said. His tent is over here, please come with me. Arriving at Dofus's tent, Jacob left very knowingly. Dofus was still the same, looking pale, with a cold expression, and taciturn. Hobert went straight to the point. Mr. Dofus, I have a secret matter to discuss. Should we go outside the camp? No need. Dofus's pupils suddenly became deep, and he made a gesture of opening a door at the position of his chest. The tent suddenly became cold. Hobert felt the spiritual fluctuations around him. He opened his spiritual vision and saw a phantom door on Dofus's body. A spirit that looked like a blown-up balloon came out of the door and quickly became as big as a normal person, slowly floating to the top of the tent. Okay, Dofus said, no one will hear our conversation. Chapter 209, Chapter 209 Meet Mr. Azek again, Bonus 8. Chapter 209 Meet Mr. Azek again. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Xenon for becoming a member, +5 bonus. Seeing Dofus's ability just now, Hobert was sure that he was a Sequence 5 gatekeeper. He was also a little puzzled. Did Christian have such great charm that she could make a Sequence 5 willing to disguise himself as his male servant? Or was there some unknown secret in it? Hobert simply stopped thinking about this question and began to describe the mission to assassinate Bakerland. After listening, Dofus was silent for a few seconds before asking, "Is this assassination mission important to you?" Hobert told the truth, "It concerns the life and death of a friend of mine." Dofus was silent for a few more seconds, then asked, "How much is the other party planning to pay?" £10,000. Dofus said in a voice that was impossible to discern whether he was happy or angry, slightly less. Then he said, "I'll take on this commission, but I have an additional condition." "Speak." Dofus said, "Help me find clues to the Sequence 4 undying characteristics, or the main materials, of the death pathway. If the clues are true, I will let you choose a mystical item for my body, or settle it with gold pounds." Hobert was stunned, and the idea of strongest male servant appeared in his mind. Christian's personal male servant was preparing to be promoted to a demigod. How terrifying. Hobert cleared his throat and said, "No problem." He remembered that there seemed to be a demigod from the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death faction in Backlund. He forgot the specific name, but Hobert remembered that he was a merchant on the surface, and seemed to be running a clothing factory. To Hobert, that was a walking undying. However, that demigod was a byproduct of the artificial death plan. He wondered if taking his characteristic as a potion would be contaminated by the artificial death. Then Dofus began to ask for some detailed information about the mission. "Do you have more detailed information about the Sequence 5 assistant next to Bakerland?" "He is a Sequence 5 marionettist of the Seer pathway. As far as I know, he has been busy competing for a valuable piece of information these past few days and is rarely by Bakerland's side." "Can it be confirmed that Bakerland is a conspirer of the Hunter pathway?" "It can be confirmed." After asking a few questions, Dofus said, "I will observe Bakerland for 2 days first, and then act in at most 3 or 4 days." Hobert nodded, "No problem." Dofus was not a talkative person. After the mission was explained, the two really had nothing to talk about. So Hobert talked like he was doing a stand-up comedy for a while, then got up to say goodbye. Leaving the tent, Hobert went to bid farewell to Jacob, who enthusiastically sent him out. In the dim light, Hobert saw something hanging in the center of the camp, so he asked about it. Jacob said, "Those are wild rabbits that Mr. Dofus caught from the ruins. Hanging them there is to attract the wild rabbits' companions to come and rescue them." Hobert was stunned. "This is the first time I've heard that wild rabbits will rescue their companions. These rabbits are very intelligent." Jacob said, "And they are very large. As long as you look at them, your spirit body is very likely to be injured." He whispered, "Mr. Dofus said that these wild rabbits have been contaminated by the sealed items underground. They are actually monsters now, but there are no signs of them being out of control." Hobert nodded, and looked at the wild rabbits hanging there, but it was too dark to see clearly. Then he belatedly realized that Dofus hadn't even mentioned this to me just now. Ah, how much does he hate socializing and chatting. The carriage that brought Hobert was still waiting outside the camp. It didn't matter to the coachman to wait a while, after all, it was charged by the hour. On the way back to Backlund, Hobert began to recall information about the Backlund artificial death faction's demigod. At this moment, there was a sudden neighing of horses in front, and the coachman seemed to have spent a lot of effort to control the carriage. Then he heard the coachman scolding, this gentleman, although this is the suburbs, you can't suddenly rush into the middle of the road." "Sorry, I was just distracted." Hobert in the carriage was stunned. It was Mr. Azek's voice. He opened the car door and looked forward. "Mr. Azek, it's really you. It's already dark, let me give you a ride. I didn't expect to meet you here again." Azek smiled slightly. "No need, I want to walk by myself." The coachman saw that Azek's attire didn't look like someone who lived in the countryside, so he said, "This gentleman, believe me, if you walk back to Backlund, you will have to walk until the second half of the night." Hobert thought, "That won't happen, it's estimated that he'll be back in a minute or two." Then Hobert seemed to think of something. "Mr. Azek, let's go together, we've met again, don't you think it's a bit of a coincidence?" Azek took a deep look at Hobert and nodded slightly to get into the carriage. The carriage started moving again. In the carriage, Hobert smiled slightly. "Mr. Azek, you should be able to see that I am a person with magical abilities, and I can also feel your uniqueness." Azek nodded slowly. "You are right. As I said just now, according to some knowledge I know, if two people always meet by chance, it must mean something. Maybe you can give me some help, maybe I can provide you with some clues." Isaac frowned. What can I help you with? Or what clues can you provide for me? Hobert spread his hands. I don't know either, this is only our third meeting after all. He smiled helplessly. Fate is always unpredictable, maybe we will know after a while why we always meet these days. This was Hobert's sincere thought. The two were beyonders of different pathways, and they shouldn't meet frequently due to the law of beyonder characteristic convergence. There must be some other reason that makes them meet frequently, but even Isaac has not noticed that reason, let alone Hobert, a sequence 7. Hobert said, I think it is necessary for us to exchange contact addresses so that we can find each other in a short time if there is an emergency. Isaac smiled slightly, you seem to know a lot. Then he said, yes, if there is an emergency, you can write a letter and put it in the mailbox at 16 Wanboy Avenue, Hillston Borough. Hobert took out a pen and paper to write down the address, and wrote down the address of the law firm and gave it to Isaac. After chatting for a few words, Isaac got out of the car and left. The coachman wanted to persuade him again, but Hobert had to tell the coachman that this gentleman lived nearby. The coachman saw that the surrounding area was full of desolate mountains and ridges, and couldn't help but shiver. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening when I returned to Backlund. Arriving at the Hall Earl's mansion in the Empress Borough, Hobert got out of the car and soon saw Susie, who was taking a walk. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 210, The Commission of the Girl Standing in the Street, Bonus 9. Chapter 210, The Commission of the Girl Standing in the Street. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. In Earl Hall's villa, Audrey saw Hobert's letter and breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Fool's mission was finally entrusted. Based on Hobert's usual reliability, the strength of the beyonder he found should be no problem. She read the short letter again. I didn't expect it to cost so much money to assassinate an ambassador. Also, the additional conditions proposed by the other party are a bit difficult. Audrey, the person who gave me the letter seems to know I can talk, Susie said suddenly. Audrey was a little surprised at first, then shook her head and smiled. Impossible, Mr. Hobert has only been here twice, he couldn't possibly know that you have taken the potion. Theoretically, yes. Audrey felt a little dizzy. Heavens, Susie is starting to talk about theory. Susie's big mouth opened and closed, but according to my observation, when he was putting down the letter, he seemed to want to talk to me several times, but the words came to his lips and turned into some irrelevant words. Audrey frowned. Of course, she believed in Susie's observation ability. But it didn't make sense at all. Hobert hadn't even met Susie a few times. Riding in the carriage to Blanca Street, Hobert touched his rumbling stomach and thought to himself that it was a close call. Several times he almost asked Susie to bring a message, reminding Audrey to pay attention to confidentiality. Hobert recalled Susie's image and found that it was really a good seed for a daydream dog. In front of it, people always easily let down their guard. Back in the rented house, Zio was already resting. Furs was still reading a magazine, obviously waiting for Hobert, and had even left him a dinner. Hobert praised Furz's thoughtfulness while gobbling it down. After Hobert finished eating, Furz came over to ask about the result. After learning that Hobert had successfully entrusted the task, Furz also breathed a sigh of relief. Although she and Zio failed to entrust the task today, Audrey still gave them a commission fee of £500. This money made Furz and Zio feel ashamed, but Audrey insisted on giving it at the time, and they did take some risks. But after getting the money, they felt a little guilty. After all, they didn't complete Audrey's commission. Knowing that the matter had been entrusted, Furz could feel a little more at ease. Hobert instructed, pay attention to confidentiality. Don't talk about this matter outside with Zio. We know, Furz worried, but I don't know about Mr. A. Hobert smiled, these lunatics can't wait for Backlund to be more chaotic. Moreover, he is now trying to recover and has no time to care about this kind of thing. After the task of assassinating the ambassador was entrusted, all that was left was waiting. And life had to go on. On Wednesday morning, Hobert appeared in court. Many reporters and citizens who learned the news rushed to the scene, wanting to see Hobert's debating prowess. Who knew that the first thing the defendant did after being brought to court was to seek an out-of-court settlement with Hobert. It turned out that after learning that the plaintiff's lawyer was Hobert, the defendant had visited many law firms in the past week, but no lawyer was willing to defend him. Even great lawyer Hugo had lost. Ordinary lawyers knew they couldn't win against Hobert, so they simply refused to avoid humiliating themselves, while the great lawyers cherished their feathers and were unwilling to appear in court. You know, due to the great influence of the workers' compensation case, great lawyer Hugo's business volume has plummeted. No one is willing to follow in Hugo's footsteps. Hobert didn't expect that the case he had prepared for a week, and which was obviously a bit difficult, would be solved so easily. The reporters were also disappointed and made a wasted trip. Hobert instructed Cody, who came with him, don't be careless, your case is not so easy to solve. Cody smiled bitterly, I know. Of course, he knew that he didn't have Hobert's reputation and prestige. At 10 o'clock, the case Cody was responsible for opened. This case was also a bit difficult. After repeated back-and-forth negotiations between the two lawyers, a settlement plan was finally reached. During lunch, Hobert routinely helped Cody summarize the mistakes and lessons of this round of defense, which also benefited Cody a lot. After accompanying the three subordinates to court one after another, Hobert had a basic understanding of their abilities, and he knew what to do when assigning cases in the future. As soon as he returned to the firm, Jessica reported to Hobert, "There is a special client who has been waiting here since morning. I don't know if I should accept her commission." Hobert asked while taking off his windbreaker, "What's so special about her?" "Well, she is a street prostitute." "Jessica, I know you have some unique abilities, so you will never be reduced to this step," Hobert said. "In my opinion, street prostitutes are like those workers and farmers who cannot protect their rights. It is a tragedy of this era. I hope you will not look at any client differently." Hobert's obvious reproach made Jessica a little blush. "I know, but afraid it will affect my reputation." Jessica didn't say anything, but she did think so. Hobert smiled. "It will only affect my reputation if the lawsuit is lost." Then he became serious. "Haven't you noticed? The clients who come to us basically regard us as their last hope. The hope of the bottom people of Backlund sounds good. Many years later, we may even be the hope of this era." Jessica looked at Hobert excitedly. Who doesn't want to leave their mark on an era? "Please ask her to come to my office." Hobert smiled at Jessica, who was walking out. She was still too young and easily filled up by the leader's pie. The client's name was Emma, in her 20s, wearing the most fashionable dress in Backlund, with light makeup, and a charming look between her eyebrows. To avoid suspicion, Jessica also sat aside to listen. Hobert quickly made a judgment. Emma was a senior street prostitute, the kind who regarded street prostitution as a job. Not a part-timer, nor a woman sold to the red light district by traffickers. The former would not dress so beautifully, and the latter would not have much personal freedom. After seeing Hobert, Emma smiled charmingly. "If lawyer Hobert ever visits our small shop, I will definitely give you a discount." If they had the power to choose clients, of course they would be willing to choose young, handsome, and gentle gentlemen. Hobert smiled slightly. "I don't have such needs for the time being." After chatting for a few words, under Hobert's guidance, Emma began to tell the story of the case. It turned out that recently there was a rogue named Wendell in the red light district who specialized in patronizing Emma's small shop, which was jointly run by several street prostitutes, and refused to pay after sex. Because such small shops couldn't afford thugs, many small shops had already been successful by him, and he had even threatened, "If you have the ability, go sue me." Emma said, a colleague really sued him, but lost the case. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 211, Chapter 211 Assassination of Ambassador Bakerland, Bonus 10. Chapter 211 Assassination of Ambassador Bakerland. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert asked, "Which lawyer did your colleague hire for the defense?" "No lawyer was hired." Emma said, "The person who sued Wendell used to be a paralegal, but the law firm suddenly went bankrupt, so." At this point, Emma made a "you should understand" expression. Hobert nodded. "What's the general defense plan?" "Although I went to grammar school for a few years, I'm unfamiliar with the law and don't understand any defense plans." Emma said, "I only know that she lost the case because the money from prostitution is illegal income and is not protected by law." She smiled. The judge's original words seemed to be that Wendell's behavior can only be morally sanctioned, but it is difficult to sanction it legally. When the judges come to our neighborhood to spend money, I haven't seen them say that this is an illegal transaction." Hobert pondered for a moment. "There is a problem with this defense direction." He said, "I'll take this case. I'll submit the materials to the court in a while. I believe Wendell will receive the summons no later than the day after tomorrow." Emma was stunned for a moment, then showed a grateful smile. "Thank you for taking this case. I didn't have any hope originally." After Emma left, Jessica reminded Hobert, according to relevant laws, prostitution money is indeed illegal income. It will be difficult to establish a case if the other party is accused of provoking trouble or debt issues. It doesn't seem appropriate to accuse them of stealing or robbing other people's property either. Hobert smiled and said, "I have said more than once that if a defense direction is difficult to achieve our goals, then try a different direction." He said, "Especially for you, you must be good at finding the other party's loopholes, as well as loopholes in laws and regulations. You participate in this case too, learn and see more." Jessica nodded happily. "Okay." Time came to Friday. In the evening, the staff of the Intis embassy in the West Borough of Backlund were busy coming in and out. Tonight is the most critical time to seize the manuscript of the great scientist Turani von Helmesuen. In order to show his frankness, Intis Republic Ambassador Bakerland, while instructing his assistant Rosego to mobilize all forces to participate in the operation, held a dance. To show that he was busy with other things and had nothing to do with the manuscript snatching operation. He walked around the ballroom. Seeing that there were no omissions, he took advantage of the fact that the guests had not yet arrived and took his personal servant to the backyard. As soon as he arrived in the backyard, he felt that something was wrong. He looked around carefully. The first thing he saw was the respectful servant, then the military attaché on guard in the backyard, and several servants moving wine from the warehouse to the front. Bakerland shook his head. There were more than a dozen military attachés from the Intis Republic in the embassy, and they were all beyonders. For Bakerland, this place was safe. Continuing forward, he came to a small, independent bungalow. He stood in front of the door, frowning. Go ahead and open the door. Idiot. The personal servant trembled obviously in fright and quickly stepped forward to open the door. Arriving in the small bungalow, that feeling of something being wrong appeared again. He frowned, then he smiled. If someone was really here to harm him, then they were really courting death. There was only a table and a cabinet in the small bungalow. He lit 3 candles on the table and then drew an abstract symbol of a throne in the middle. Then he took out extraordinary materials from the small cabinet, put them on the candles and burned them, emitting wisps of illusory white smoke, exuding a peculiar fragrance. Just as Bakerland was about to lower his head to pray, suddenly a strange, cold voice in the room said, "I guessed right." He immediately became alert. At this time, 2 feet appeared not far in front of him at the table, followed by legs, all the way up, and a pale-faced, cold-looking man appeared. This man was of course Dofus, who had come to assassinate him. Bakerland took a step back and deliberately asked loudly, "How did you get in?" "It's useless." Dofus pointed to the top. "No one can hear the sound in this room, including the object you are praying to." At some point, the spirit that looked like a balloon had floated above the heads of the 2 people. Bakerland suddenly had the illusion that he was completely seen through. Impossible. He almost shouted, "Great King of War, Guardian of Intis, Master of Weather and Fog, Symbol of Chaos and Will." Sure enough, there was no response at all. Dofus smiled. "This is the honorific name of that former king of Intis, right? I knew that an angel would not be so easily killed by Roselle." He pointed to the balloon above his head. "This natural spirit is very special. It can cut off the connection with the spirit world within a certain range. Not only will the sound not reach the outside, but it will also cut off all channels for your prayer to reach the prayer object." Bakerland did not hesitate and immediately retreated to escape from the door. Just as he was about to act, his personal servant suddenly had a dagger in his hand and stabbed forward at Bakerland's retreating body. Before this, he had no defense against his personal servant and was easily successful. Puffed. The dagger pierced his lower back. At this moment, he reacted and kicked the servant away, only causing him minor injuries. And his servant suddenly flipped over in midair, avoiding the window and directly hitting the wall. Dong. The entire bungalow trembled, and the servant's brains burst. But the servant didn't seem to notice that his head was smashed and calmly got up, holding a dagger and posing an attack towards his master. He did not continue to escape. As a hunter, he knew that when a fierce beast was eyeing him, blindly escaping would only expose his most vulnerable side to the beast. At this time, he had to stare at the beast and look for opportunities to escape. After he was attacked by his servant and failed to kick the servant out of the window, he knew that if he continued to escape, he would only die faster. At this time, he had to stare at the beast and look for opportunities to escape. "Didn't you notice? Your servant has been dead for more than half an hour." Dofus, who usually didn't talk much, suddenly became a bit talkative. "These days, I have been observing you through the natural spirits of the embassy and also asked these natural spirits about your living habits. I discovered a very interesting phenomenon. You often appear in this small room at this time in the afternoon and don't allow anyone to disturb you. Unfortunately, there are no natural spirits in this small room, and I have no way to know the answer directly. What are you doing in here?" "I thought for several hours before I realized that Backland is so far away from the Intis Republic. If there is urgent and confidential information that needs to be transmitted, how do you contact each other? Relatively speaking, the confidentiality of telegrams is too poor. The answer is almost obvious. You pray to the angel of the Intis Republic, report the situation here, or recite the angel's honorific name and let him give you instructions. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 212, Chapter 212 Sequence 5 Gift Pack, Bonus 11. Chapter 212 Sequence 5 Gift Pack. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Bakerland stared coldly at Dofus, guessing which force had sent this assassin. Dofus said leisurely, "After saying so much, you should understand, right? You are doomed to die today." Bakerland sneered, "That's hard to say." Dofus revealed an icy smile. "Do you think the dagger in your male servant's hand is an ordinary dagger?" Bakerland was shocked and immediately reached out to check his wound. As soon as he moved, he realized that he had become stiff all over, starting from who knows when. His spirituality immediately made him realize that it was not his physical body that had a problem, but his spirit body that had been damaged. Looking at the dagger in the male servant's hand again, it was dark and shiny, making it terrifying. Dophus smiled and said, "You are still quite clever. If you had continued to escape just now, you would only have died faster." "Oh, right, I also replaced the materials you often burn. The replaced materials not only can't help you establish contact with the object of your prayer, but also accelerate the collapse of your spirit body." Bakerland was shocked and quickly continued to move towards the door, but his movements were already very stiff at this time, and it took him a long time to take only one step. "Are you wondering why I'm okay in the same room?" Dophus asked and answered himself, "Because I am an undead, and undead don't need to breathe." The male servant stepped forward again, and in Bakerland's unwilling gaze, easily slit the throat of this Intis ambassador. Bakerland felt the blood spurting from his neck, which was the rapid loss of life. Dophus stretched out his hand, and the male servant respectfully handed the dagger to Dophus. Then he fell to the ground and became a real corpse. After confirming that Bakerland was completely dead, Dophus reached out and grabbed Bakerland's spirituality, crushed it, and completely cut off the path for the military Atticus to communicate with spirits. Then Dophus opened the illusory door on his body, grabbed a cloud-like spirit, and then stuffed the spirit in the shape of a rooftop balloon back into the illusory door. The bottom of the cloud-like spirit was a bloody mouth. Dophus glared at it, and the cloud immediately put away its countless fangs, and then opened its big mouth to devour Dophus. This cloud can be invisible and can pass through obstacles. Dophus was in its belly, leisurely commanding it to leave the embassy among the patrolling military Atticus and busy servants. 2 hours later, 15 Minsk Street. Klein, who had just sent Ian away, had just sat down on the sofa and hadn't had time to review Ian's account of the whole thing when the doorbell rang, ding ding dong dong, again. "Who?" Klein's expression tightened instantly. He put his hands in his pockets, touching the tarot cards and the words of blasphemy, charm respectively. Then he looked at the windows and mirrors, but unfortunately he didn't find the shadow of the bodyguard Mississippi. But he knew that the bodyguard Miss must be in this room. Klein slowly walked to the door, using the clown's ability to foresee the scene he would see after opening the door. Under the crimson moon, a sheriff in a black and white checkered uniform with 3 V's on his epaulets was impatiently waiting at the door. It was Sheriff Faison, whom Klein had met before. Klein quickly made a divination to confirm that this was the real Sheriff Faison, but he immediately thought that the other party was also a seer and should be able to interfere with his divination. At this time, the doorbell rang again, and Klein had no choice but to pull the door open vigilantly. Sheriff Faison outside said with a serious face, "The people above sent me to tell you to pay attention to safety tonight and tomorrow and be careful of strangers." "Okay." Klein nodded solemnly. Sheriff Faison touched his short hair and said, "There are also some arrangements, I will explain them to you in detail, and you make your own decision." Klein invited Sheriff Faison into the room and closed the door smoothly. As the solid wooden door closed, Minsk Street under the crimson moon returned to a peaceful scene. More than 10 minutes later, Sheriff Faison opened the door with some stiff movements. He avoided the light of the street lamps and quickly walked towards the Tussock River. If any unlucky person saw his face clearly, he would be scared out of his wits. Saturday morning, Blanca Street. When eating breakfast, Hobert always looked out the window at the street outside. Just as breakfast was coming to an end, he finally heard the voice of the newsboy, "Extra! Extra! Intis Ambassador Talone, Bakerland, died in a fight with his male servant in the backyard last night." Zio and Furs looked at Hobert with surprise in their eyes, and Hobert had already gotten up, "Bring me a newspaper." After buying the newspaper, the 3 of them couldn't care about eating and squeezed together to read the contents of the newspaper. Unfortunately, there were few details about Bakerland's death. The reporter wrote, "The military Atticus have closed the embassy." Surprisingly, the ambassador's assistant, Mr. Rosago, has not appeared either. The entire embassy looks like a mess. The writer learned from the servants that Ambassador Bakerland often treated the servants rudely and barbarously, especially his male servant. It is reported that this is likely the cause of the conflict between the master and servant. The 3 people who knew that Bakerland was in beyonder being knew that the content of the newspaper was nonsense. Zio said incredulously, "Bakerland is dead." Furs asked in a low voice, "Did we succeed?" "It should be." Hobert put down the newspaper. Even if an ordinary person launches a sneak attack, it is impossible to kill in beyonder of sequence 6. He was sure that it must be Dophus's work, and it was done very cleanly, leaving no traces at the scene. Even the people at the Intis embassy didn't know which direction to investigate. This was in line with Dophus's low-key personality. Only lunatics like the Aurora Order would make the matter of killing Bakerland known to everyone. Hobert could almost imagine that Dophus must have acted after having full confidence, and all his actions must be calm and unhurried. When he took action, Rosago was not at the embassy. Bakerland was not Dophus's opponent at all. A sequence 5 had many ways to kill a sequence 6 silently. Especially this kind of assassination, Bakerland was caught off guard, and may not even have had the opportunity to use his mystical items. Hobert also thought, since Rosago has not appeared, it seems that the Sequence 5 gift package has been delivered to Klein's hands. At this time, Miss Audrey's maid came to deliver a letter again. Opening the envelope, it was a check for £10,000. Zio and Furs swallowed their saliva shamelessly after seeing the check. Hobert put away the check. I'm not going to work today. I'm going to deliver the reward. Zio and Furs also wanted to go together to admire the strongman who killed Bakerland, but they also knew that it was impossible. After finishing the remaining breakfast, Hobert took a taxi carriage to the suburbs. Yesterday, Jacob had already sent someone to send a letter to Hobert, and today the final excavation of the ruins will be carried out. Of course, Hobert, who wants to get a share of the pie, must be present. At around 10 o'clock, Hobert arrived at the camp and was directly led to the ruins by the person waiting at the entrance of the camp. Coming to the noble courtyard in the ruins again, the entrance to the huge underground structure was already surrounded by people. They were chatting while smoking cigarettes or pipes, and the overall atmosphere was relatively cheerful. Mr. Dofus was out of place among them. He was unwilling to chat with others, and others did not dare to chat with him. After Hobert arrived, Dofus whispered, "There is a sealed artifact of the death pathway with a very high level sealed underground." Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 213, Chapter 213 The reason for encountering Azek was found, Bonus 12. Chapter 213 The reason for encountering Azek was found. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for 100 plus chapters ahead. We are at 55 new ch/week RN with the bonuses. Hobert was stunned, and immediately retorted, "How high is the level?" Dofus said lightly, "At least a grade 1 sealed artifact." Hobert's first reaction was that Jacob's team had struck it rich this time. On the way from the camp to the ruins, Hobert learned from the person who led him that the underground structure was composed of many rooms, each containing some antiques. These antiques might have been very ordinary things more than 1,000 years ago, but because they are well preserved, they have become very good antiques today. Although the value is not very high, the quantity is large. Dofus ordered Jacob to replace some modern objects while moving out those antiques. Hearing this, Hobert understood that the entire underground structure might have been designed to seal a certain sealed artifact. And Dofus should have squeezed the sealed artifact's range of activity little by replacing the objects in the room. Until now, only 2 rooms remained unopened. Theoretically, the sealed artifact must be in these 2 rooms. It was precisely because there were too many rooms that it took more than a month to excavate. The antiques that were moved out were stored in the camp, and it is said that they have filled several tents. They will be sold together after the excavation is completely over, so as not to let people know that there are few things dug out here. The workers who work here have not returned home for more than a month, and they are not allowed to leave even if they are sick. After these things are sold, at least 7 or 8 members of Jacob's team will be able to become real rich people in Backland. Christian, who provided protection, can also get a considerable amount of cash. And now, a grade 1 sealed artifact can be dug up, which is something whose specific value is difficult to estimate. If sold, it would be at least a price of £100,000. However, Hobert estimates that the likely scenario is that, after negotiation, Christian will take this grade 1 sealed artifact as a bonus for providing protection for this operation. It is no exaggeration to say that with this level of sealed artifact, the prototype of a Beyonder family is established. The reason why there are so many adventurers and mercenaries in this era is because this is a legitimate way for ordinary people to get rich quickly. In Backland, if it is not a family that originally had property, or whose ancestors were nobles, the best result of an ordinary person's lifelong business is to leave some savings for future generations. Most people may not be able to leave any savings in their entire business life, so there are many people who go bankrupt. Only very few people seize the opportunity and completely change their own and their descendants' destiny. That's why everyone is so enthusiastic about adventure, because the probability of getting rich in this way is greater, but the probability of losing their lives is also greater. Just as Hobert's thoughts were tumbling, Dofus said again, "Remember Chief Rex's reminder, if you feel danger, close your eyes immediately, don't open them even if you die." Hobert nodded repeatedly, and then he suddenly thought, could Mr. Azek be attracted by this sealed artifact? The 2 encounters were both because Hobert could come into contact with that sealed artifact. It's very possible. At this time, Jacob gave an inspiring speech and made a promise that after the last 2 rooms were excavated, everyone would be paid 3 times their salary this week. For a time, cheers and applause resounded throughout the ruins deep under the soil. And how the members of their team share the bonus should have been decided before this. At the end of the speech, Jacob emphasized discipline. Only a small number of people went down, and most of them waited here to prepare to transport the antiques out. Moreover, after going down, all actions will be arranged by Mr. Dofus. After the speech, Dofus went down first, followed by Hobert and Jacob and others. Coming to the underground part of the noble courtyard again, Hobert saw that there were already many signs of human activity in the corridor, and there was no longer the last time's desolation and gloom. The underground passage is very long. Hobert simply counted. There are at least dozens of rooms in one passage, and there are 8 such passages. That is to say, there are at least 500 or 600 rooms. No wonder it took more than a month to move the things inside. Even if there is only one chamber pot in one room, if you want to fill them with urine, cough cough, if you want to collect them, it will take a lot of effort. Finally, they came to the last 2 rooms. When there was still a distance, Dofus raised his hand. You wait here. He stepped forward alone, took a defensive posture, and slowly pushed open one of the doors. The doors of these rooms are all stone doors. Under normal circumstances, it takes 2 or 3 people to push them open together, but Dofus opened the door with one hand. First, he opened a small crack, and he looked inside vigilantly, then he completely opened it, moved the things inside out. Jacob was prepared. After hearing Dofus's order, he waved his hand, and immediately 7 or 8 people stepped forward to move things, and another 7 or 8 people carried some bottles and cans and put them back into the room. After a busy time, everyone redistanced themselves from the last door. The sealed artifact must be in the last room. Dofus perked up and slowly pushed open the stone door, and looked inside. Huh? Jacob quickly asked, what's wrong? Dofus said with a cold face, it's not in here either. Jacob opened his mouth. That's strange, we've checked all the other rooms. Dofus and Hobert didn't say anything. They thought of the same thing, the sealed artifact should have some kind of living characteristic. After a little thought, Dofus said, replace the things in the last room, let the people above come down, and open all the doors. Logically speaking, he has already set up a small trap in each of the other rooms. As long as the sealed artifact enters those rooms, he should be able to detect it. Just as Dofus thought of this, in the depths of the underground corridor, there were suddenly many red lights. Ah! Many people screamed in pain after seeing these red lights, or knelt on the ground, or lay on the ground. These screams were particularly alarming in the dim underground, and their painful expressions and body movements were even more frightening. Hobert only glanced at it and quickly looked away. Even so, he still felt frightened. Jacob shouted, lower your head, don't look around. You ungrateful fools. Those are the eyes of wild rabbits. Dofus said, they may know where that thing is. He walked forward quickly with a cold face. Even if I can't find that thing today, I will eliminate these wild rabbits. When passing by Hobert, he did not forget to remind, you stay here. Hobert nodded, okay. Jacob and others knew that the eyes of these wild rabbits were all beyonder materials. Before, the wild rabbits were fighting on their own and it was difficult to catch them. Now that they are gathered together, Jacob and others are of course unwilling to miss this opportunity to harvest materials. So most of the members of the mercenary team followed Dofus to chase the wild rabbits. At this time, Hobert realized that staying here seemed more dangerous. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 214, Chapter 214 Whoever sees who burps. Chapter 214 Whoever sees who burps. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Around Hobert, only 2 mercenary team members remained, both sequence 9, and not skilled in combat. Knowing they would struggle to catch the hare and might become a burden, the 2 simply didn't pursue. The remaining 20-odd people were commoners hired by Jacob, with over a dozen replacing items in the last room under the command of the 2 mercenary members. Several lay on the ground, commoners who had met the rabbit's gaze, now ignored by everyone. While directing the crowd, the 2 mercenary members discussed the marvels of the sealed artifact, careful to avoid the term sealed artifact in front of the commoners, using that thing instead. Hobert found such concealment pointless. Without memory cleansing, the common laborers would piece together the existence of a high-level sealed artifact from their whispers once the excavation concluded. Especially when Jacob sold a large quantity of antiques in Backlund, people would immediately realize a vast treasure was buried here. Some might even return after Jacob's dig and Christian's protection ended, hoping to find treasures Jacob's team missed. Just then, Hobert heard a stone door open behind him, which struck him as odd, as there was no stone door behind him. As he turned to investigate, his intuition stopped him. Don't look. Looking will be fatal. Immediately, immense pressure and dread washed over him, sending shivers down his spine. Close your eyes. But it was too late. Hobert saw cold, clear light flowing from behind him. The 2 mercenary team members opposite him widened their eyes, unable to react before collapsing. Hobert, unable to watch the others, quickly shut his eyes and sought cover, guided by memory. He stumbled twice into the wall in his haste, tearing his clothes, but this was no time to worry. The constant thud of bodies falling reminded him of the approaching danger. Some commoners, heeding Hobert's warning, closed their eyes. What's happening? What's happening? Why has the breathing stopped around me? Hobert yelled, close your eyes and run. Thud. Thud. Hobert heard slow, heavy footsteps behind him. He quickened his pace, using the wall for guidance, hearing someone behind him shout, who's there? Who's there? Who's beside me? Why are you so furry? Ah. A scream sent shivers down Hobert's spine. The subsequent sounds crashed against Hobert's nerves. Help! It's right behind me. It's coming to get me. It's coming to get me. Then came the sounds of bodies falling, the voices fading. Extreme fear gripped Hobert's heart. Fortunately, his resistance to mental attacks had increased since becoming a barbarian. Despite his trembling hands and legs, he pressed on. With the last scream, all sounds ceased, save for the slow, heavy thud, thud of footsteps. The footsteps were slow, as if the creature had trouble moving. Hobert, hurrying away, finally found a turn. As he entered the next passage, the footsteps faded. Just as Hobert caught his breath, the thud, thud returned, clear as before, right in front of him. He was shocked. Did it have teleportation? Or was this an illusion, tempting him to open his eyes? Remembering Rex's warning, Hobert used psychological cue on himself, open your eyes only after escaping. Then came the question of which way to go, forward or back. Logically, with the heavy footsteps ahead, he should turn back, but what if that was a trick? What if its goal was to make him turn around? Thud, thud grew closer. Hobert's breathing became heavy. He simply hit on the side of the underground passage, ready to react if it attacked. Thud. Just as Hobert decided to wait and see, the sound stopped not far ahead. Hobert's intuition told him it was standing there, motionless. What the F***ck? Hobert cursed inwardly. What is this sealed artifact? This is inhumane. After a few seconds of eerie silence, Hobert felt immense pressure from his spirituality. He couldn't hold out much longer. Hobert's mind raced. The sealed artifact hadn't attacked him in all this time, suggesting it wasn't very alive. Hobert realized that the other's cries of, "It's coming to get me," were likely illusions born of extreme fear. Keep moving forward. Hobert resolved, touching the stone wall as he moved forward. Most people would turn back, but the risk of turning back was as great as going forward, while forward had only two outcomes, passing by or running into it. Back might offer escape, but it was more likely to lead to new, unknown dangers. So Hobert chose forward, where the outcomes were known, and in the world of the extraordinary, the unknown often meant danger. He could feel a powerful presence right in front of him, watching him. Hobert suddenly laughed, bolstering his courage, 1 step, 2 steps, safely passing the powerful presence, the unsettling gaze vanishing. Hobert exhaled. Sure enough, as long as he kept his eyes closed, it wouldn't attack. As he thought this, Hobert turned another corner, unconsciously quickening his pace. He hadn't gone far when he tripped over something strange. The passage was empty before. He bent down and touched it. Immediately, cold sweat poured down him. It was a skeleton. There was no skeleton in the passage before. Hobert belatedly realized that he had turned a corner after passing the sealed artifact. How could he turn again so quickly? The only answer was that Hobert had entered an open stone door. The only open stone door was likely in the room with the sealed artifact. Thinking this, Hobert's legs turned to jelly. But misfortunes never come singly. Hobert's intuition felt the gaze and pressure from behind again. The sealed artifact was turning back, returning to the stone chamber. Get out of here. With that thought, Hobert got up and tried to avoid it, but as he stepped out, he tripped over something hard and fell forward. However, as a sequence 7, Hobert twisted his body and immediately stood, avoiding the fall. But because of this turn, his hand left the wall, causing him to lose all sense of direction. Quickly moving to the right to find the wall again, Hobert suddenly touched a layer of hard feathers. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 215, Chapter 215 Grade 0. Chapter 215 Grade 0. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The moment Hobert touched the feather, he felt a spiritual impact, as if he saw a towering, pale stone pillar. Just a stone pillar had brought such a huge impact to Hobert's spirit. Hobert quickly withdrew his hand, realizing that the owner of the feather was of a higher level than the unseen thing outside. But it seemed to be dormant, or rather, it seemed to be dead. So Hobert touched it, and only his spirit was impacted, instead of turning into a pool of collapsed flesh and blood. But now was not the time to consider these things. Hobert crouched down and reached in the opposite direction of the feather's owner. When he touched the skull on the ground again, Hobert felt a sense of familiarity. Using the position of the skull, Hobert found the stone wall again, and holding onto the wall, he hurried out. He brushed past the creature or sealed object that made the dull footsteps again. Before long, Hobert heard the sound of the stone door closing behind him. The fear that lingered in his heart disappeared, and Hobert almost collapsed to the ground. He struggled to walk forward step by step, and the sense of crisis from his spirituality gradually disappeared. For the sake of safety, Hobert walked forward for another 10 minutes before confirming that he was out of danger. Slumping to the ground to rest, Hobert felt like he had watched horror movies for a whole day. The fear even made him unwilling to recall the experience just now. Now he could open his eyes. In fact, he could have opened his eyes earlier, but for the sake of safety, Hobert had kept his eyes tightly closed. Hobert's eyes gradually adapted to the dark corridor. This was an unfamiliar place. But the underground structure was not complicated. Hobert estimated that he could find a familiar path after turning a few corners. Only then did Hobert belatedly realize why he hadn't used the teleportation statue just now. If he had held the teleportation statue in his hand, he could have had a general understanding of the surrounding things. But then Hobert thought that it was because the repressive force of the sealed object was too strong. Fear filled his entire mind, leaving him with no energy to think about these things. This was a real mental attack, or rather, a negative state. Fortunately, his ability to resist mental pressure was good. Ordinary people could easily collapse under such mental pressure. When the heart is full of fear, only one thought remains: run. Nothing else would be thought of. Hobert also thought that maybe his spirituality had prevented him from using the teleportation statue. Perhaps using the sealed object would bring disastrous consequences. After all, he had used the psychological spoon, which showed that although he was embarrassed at the time, and eager to escape, he still had basic rationality. Thinking of the stone door that might have teleportation ability, or the sealed object with teleportation ability, Hobert increasingly felt that it should be his spirituality that prevented him from using the idea of the teleportation statue. As for the reason, Hobert certainly didn't know now, and could only temporarily ignore the problem. After resting for a while, Hobert felt much better and continued to get up and walk forward. As he expected, after turning 2 corners, he found the road he had taken when entering the underground structure. After walking for another 10 minutes, he returned to the noble courtyard in the ruins. There were still many people outside. They didn't know what had happened inside and were still chatting and laughing while smoking. The 2 mercenary team members who stayed outside saw that Hobert's expression was not right, and quickly surrounded him and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Hobert found a stone pier to sit down on. "I'll talk about it later, give me a cigarette." In the Common Era, he had a habit of smoking, but he stopped smoking after transmigrating. He had already planned to quit completely, but now he urgently needed a cigarette to calm down. After taking only 2 puffs, there was movement again at the entrance of the underground structure. Dofus took the lead and came out. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Hobert sitting on the stone pier smoking. Jacob followed behind, his face paler than Dofus, his eyes were dull, and he was carrying a huge wild rabbit in his hand. The people behind Jacob looked like they had lost their souls one by one. At this time, someone asked, "Where are the others?" "They're all dead." Jacob trembled, but he still didn't let go of the wild rabbit in his hand. "They're all dead." "All dead? How did they die?" No matter how chaotic the surroundings were, Dofus's panicked expression quickly disappeared and became expressionless again. He was a little flustered just now because he was worried about Hobert's safety. Seeing that Hobert was fine, he made an opening gesture on himself while saying, "That may be a grade 0 sealed artifact." Hobert opened his mouth, marveling at his good fortune to be able to walk around in front of this level of sealed item and still be alive and kicking. Praise. Who should he praise? While thinking wildly, Hobert felt something. He opened his spiritual vision and saw Dofus pulling a skeleton with a pair of wings out of that illusory door. The pair of wings was composed of dense small bones, which looked quite artistic. The skeleton flew up and circled over everyone's heads. Hobert's eyelids immediately became heavy. Dofus put one hand on Hobert's shoulder, and the strong sleepiness disappeared. The people around were still asking, still questioning, and still panicking, falling down one after another. Hobert opened his mouth, but still did not speak to stop him. A grade 0 sealed artifact was enough for Dofus to start a massacre. Rather than worrying about the people who fell down, Hobert might as well worry about his own safety. Who knew if Dofus would simply kill him to silence him in order to embezzle the sealed artifact? At this time, Dofus explained coldly, "It's also unreasonable for them to all die. This flying spirit can rewrite everyone's memories in their dreams. Well, let me think, it can be disguised as them having internal strife over wealth, so many people died." Hobert, who was already considering whether to beg for mercy, breathed a sigh of relief, so he wouldn't have to die. Dofus began to get busy. He walked around in the noble courtyard and even the ruins. Before long, corpses lined up and came out from underground. Hobert, who was quietly watching the show, understood that Dofus's distance to control the corpses was limited. He walked around to appear directly above the corpses, so that those corpses were within his controllable range. The corpses that came out from underground included ordinary people and beyonders. Each corpse held its own beyonder characteristics. Dofus first manipulated the corpses to block the entrance to the underground, and then he borrowed the power of the underworld and did a seal in the field of mysticism. "Unless a demigod comes to check it out in person, it is difficult to find this entrance," Dofus said confidently. And if the outside world doesn't know that there is a grade 0 sealed artifact here, it is impossible for a demigod to come to this excavated ruin when they have nothing to do. Then Dofus acted like a director, designing the standing positions of Jacob's team members, letting the corpses kill themselves again with sharp weapons, and cutting wounds on Jacob and others to disguise the traces of fighting. When everything was designed, the skeleton with wings appeared again and flew around in the sky above everyone. Everyone sat up one after another. There had just been a fierce firefight. They were too tired, so they lay on the ground to rest. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 216, Chapter 216 Plan to Seize the Red Priest card. Chapter 216 Plan to Seize the Red Priest card. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Become a free member and get a +1 bonus chapter. Riding in the carriage back to Backlund, Hobert looked at the sun in the sky, feeling a sense of unreality about everything that had happened underground. Currently, he and Dofus are the only ones who know that there is a grade 0 sealed artifact inside, and it was not until now that Hobert was sure that Dofus had no intention of killing him to silence him. In addition to telling him to keep it secret, Dofus also said that he would tell Christian about the sealed artifact. This made Hobert speculate again about Christian and Dofus. What did they experience together to establish such a solid relationship? That's a grade 0 sealed artifact. With such a thing, it would be no problem to establish a mysterious organization with an inheritance of hundreds or thousands of years. Dofus can withstand such temptation. Hobert has thought about this question 3 times, but he still can't figure it out. However, he guessed that Dofus's actions were nothing more than based on 2 starting points. First, he has his own persistence, or he knows that his ability is limited and he cannot seal that sealed artifact. Second, he has higher ideals. Hobert is biased towards the former. Dofus has always looked like he is indifferent to fame and fortune. He didn't have much reaction when he got the £10,000 check just now. In addition, the fact proves that Dofus did not find a sealing method, and he has no confidence in sealing it at present, otherwise he would not have spent so much effort on disguise. It would be better to just take the sealed artifact away. The second situation is not impossible, because Dofus has a higher ideal than a grade 0 sealed artifact, so he doesn't care about such external things at all. Hobert shook his head and stopped thinking about this issue. Then he thought of another thing: should he tell Mr. Azik about this? Hobert is also greedy for that grade 0 sealed artifact, but he also knows that it will be difficult for him to take charge of the sealed artifact in the short term. Of course, the most important thing is that Hobert has something to ask of Mr. Azik. These days, when Hobert has free time, he has been planning the second bribe to the fool. His plan is to take this opportunity to offer a blasphemy card to the fool. In order to prevent Klein from failing to save Little Son in the future because he took the Black Emperor card, or leading to the change of ownership of the Sefirah castle. In Backlund, Hobert only knew about the Red Priest card in the hands of Medici and the others. When he first thought about this issue, Hobert just thought about it and gave up the plan. Because according to Hobert's analysis, later Medici's evil spirit possessed Insanguil, and she, had not been able to completely control Ince. However, later Medici completely turned a gatekeeper into his own puppet. So Hobert probably guessed that at this time, Medici's evil spirit should have about sequence 4 strength. He, a sequence 7, is looking for death if he goes to a sequence 4 to extort the Red Priest card. Even if he can use the power of the Nation of Disorder to scare Medici, Hobert is also afraid of attracting George III again. He has brushed shoulders with this king twice, because he is only sequence 7, so he only brushed shoulders with him. If he uses the power of the Nation of Disorder too frequently in Backlund, it will attract the attention of George III sooner or later. So Hobert just thought about it and decided to give up. But after meeting Mr. Azik, Hobert had a new idea. He could ask Mr. Azik to hold Medici down, and he would search for the Red Priest card. Mr. Azik is not only higher in position than the current Medici, but he is also the nemesis of ghost-like creatures. It is estimated that the 3 of Medici would have trembling legs just seeing Azik. The only thing to be careful about may be to beware of Adam's gaze. After all, Adam rubbed Medici and the other 3 into an evil spirit. Later, during Ince's long journey to send 0-08 to Adam, Medici's evil spirit played a role in making Ince have to go to the southern continent to seek exorcism help. Maybe the current Medici is also in Adam's story. However, just taking a card from Medici's hand does not affect Adam's story, and Adam should not take action. After having this plan, Hobert was considering how to get Mr. Azik to help. Hobert even thought about directly telling Azik about his life experience. But how to package this information has become a problem again. After all, he is just a sequence 7, and it is dangerous to know too much. Then the clue to this grade 0 sealed artifact can be completely used as a reward for asking Azik to take action. It's just that this deal is a bit uneconomical. A grade 0 sealed artifact is exchanged for a blasphemy card. Thinking of this, Hobert shook his head. No. He entered that stone room. If you think about it carefully, there are actually two sealed artifacts in that stone room. One is the owner of the feather, and the other is a sealed artifact that has a certain degree of activity and kills whoever looks at it. It is very likely that Dofus misjudged. Those are two grade 1 sealed artifacts, or one grade 0 and one grade 1 sealed artifact, or a combination of one grade 1 and a special existence. Hobert is more inclined to believe that there is a grade 1 sealed artifact and a special existence in the stone room. That special existence of the death pathway may be very important to Azek, so it attracted Azek to appear around the ruins. You can negotiate with Azek that they both have the opportunity to choose the spoils obtained from this exploration. With Azek's character, you don't have to worry about him killing people to silence them. Hobert believes that as long as he participates in the action, he should be able to get one of the sealed artifacts. Having made up his mind, Hobert plans to go to Azek next week to start his plan to seize the blasphemy card. With these plans, Hobert looked at the sun in the sky again. He felt like he had a psychological shadow about the ancient ruins. At this time, he suddenly thought of the Harvest Church and Bishop Utravsky. Although the church is not big, it gives people the feeling that it can not only smooth the wounds of the soul, but also relax the whole person's spirit. Hobert decided to visit Bishop Utravsky when he has time recently. After all, he has not finished reading the Bible of Life. Back on Blanca Street, Hobert changed his clothes and lay on the bed, not wanting to get up. The long-term high mental tension today made him very tired. He fell asleep after lying down and had some messy dreams. After resting for a night, Hobert felt that his spirituality had been well restored and his mental state was very good. He then used his own way of praying to himself to send the beyonder characteristics of prisoner from the nation of disorder to the real world. It has been 2 or 3 weeks since he attended the mercenary club party. He plans to start turning the beyonder characteristics in his hand into cash today. After thinking for a long time, he decided to sell the beyonder characteristics of prisoner, lunatic and werewolf in 3 times respectively. These beyonder characteristics came from Elliot's sacrifice before. At that time, he sacrificed a copy of the werewolf beyonder characteristics, and Hobert used the power of the nation of disorder to shatter this beyonder characteristics, so he had the above 3 main materials. It was still morning when he arrived at the mercenary club. Hobert first went to the information wall on the 3rd floor to take a look. No one has completed the task of finding the mastermind behind the thief that Simon Vincent released. Although Hobert has clues in his hand, he is not interested in this task. Hobert was not interested in any of the other tasks, so he asked the waiter to release the task of finding and capturing Hillman in the mercenary club. As for the task of finding Heyman, because he has clues in his hand, he plans to do it himself. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 217, Chapter 217 Economic Plundering Strategy with Beyonder Characteristics. Chapter 217 Economic Plundering Strategy with Beyonder Characteristics. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert had already prepared the detailed information about Hillman that he had obtained from the Nighthawks team. After giving the information to the waiter, Hobert went to look at other information on the information wall. Among the publicly available information, Hobert found a very valuable piece of information. He remembered that the first time he came to the mercenary club, he saw people forming teams to rob the Intis Republic of gold in its colonial plundered lands. Now, the sequel to this operation has arrived. Although many people died, they were very successful. However, even though they had exhausted all means, they could not take away all the gold there. After the Intis reinforcements arrived in the colony, more than 100,000 pounds of gold were protected by them. The Intis Republic knew that the location of their hidden gold had been exposed, and fearing that other forces would also covet it, they simply transported the batch of gold, along with a large amount of silver and gems, back to the Intis Republic. The wealth that the team of mercenaries had seized was enough for them to live the life of a wealthy man for the rest of their lives, so they simply sent people to monitor when the Intis Republic's ship would set sail and which route it would take. They published this information, hoping that their colleagues would also have a chance to make a fortune. However, they also warned their colleagues not to take risks if they were not strong enough, because the escort for this batch of goods was a commodore of the Intis Republic, a very famous powerhouse in West Balam. Hobert estimated that the information the other party wanted to reveal was that he was a Sequence 5. At the same time, he believed that the other party was likely to possess at least a Grade 2 sealed artifact. This level of opponent was already difficult to deal with, and it would be even more difficult to deal with at sea. First of all, you had to have a ship, experienced sailors, and enough strong people in the action team. Hobert was about to look at the next piece of information when he suddenly thought that he could sell this news to the Hanged Man. Of course, not to let the Hanged Man rob this batch of gold, which would be like asking him to die. He could let the Hanged Man resell this news, with the Hanged Man earning an information fee, and Hobert earning an information intermediary fee. So Hobert noted the details in this information before he started to look at the next piece of information. Looking at each item one by one, the other information was not very important to Hobert. Soon it was lunchtime. Hobert went to the restaurant for a meal, and met an acquaintance in the restaurant, the masked man who gave Zio the task. It's just that he wasn't wearing a mask today. He was in his 30s, and his appearance looked very ordinary, the kind that would be difficult to find again if thrown into a crowd. After Hobert accompanied Zio to meet the masked man at Mr. A's party, he specifically inquired about it. The masked man was called Byron, but no one knew which department Byron was an officer in. They both came to participate in the party, and at the same time, they didn't know anyone else, so the two of them chatted idly. After the party started, the two of them entered the underground theater together and sat together. The party here was still the same as before. First, there was the team formation session. Someone recruited teammates to rob the Intis Republic's ship loaded with gold, someone recruited teammates to explore a newly discovered deserted island, someone recruited teammates to complete an assassination mission in the Feinapotter Kingdom, and someone recruited teammates to find the treasure of an ancient Beyonder family. Although many people were recruiting teammates, there were no major operations during this period. Then came the trading session, which started from the front row in order of selling or buying. Because there were no major operations recently, there was nothing good to sell. However, there were still Beyonder characteristic transactions. Hobert, who had participated in other Beyonder gatherings, realized at this time that only the mercenary club openly bought and sold Beyonder characteristics. In other gatherings, the transactions of Beyonder characteristics were generally carried out behind the scenes. Hobert only thought of this question today: why is the transaction volume of Beyonder characteristics so large at the mercenary club's gatherings? Just when it was almost Hobert's turn, he took out the wooden box containing the main material of prisoner in advance. Before he could shout, Byron next to him asked, "Are you selling in Beyonder characteristic again?" Hobert nodded. Anyway, he would have to shout it out in a while, there was nothing to hide. The other party didn't ask what path the Beyonder characteristic was from, and directly whispered, "I want it." Hobert was stunned before saying, "Prisoner. £290. I sold it for £300 last time. Then £300. After the party, we will trade in the lounge." Hobert nodded and put the wooden box away again. More than half an hour later, the party ended, and Hobert and Byron agreed to come to a small lounge. After Byron inspected the goods, he paid the money very happily. Hobert counted it again and confirmed that it was correct. Byron smiled and said, "If you have any Beyonder characteristics to sell in the future, you can contact me directly, especially when you are in a hurry for money, you can cash it out without waiting for the party." Hobert asked, "Don't ask about the origin of the Beyonder characteristics. Don't ask. Do you accept Beyonder characteristics from any path?" "I accept them all." Byron took out paper and pen and wrote an address. "If you have Beyonder characteristics to sell, send a letter to this address. The content of the letter is, the goods have arrived. After I receive the letter, I will come to the Mercenary Club for transaction at 9 to 10 o'clock the next morning. If I don't arrive at 10 o'clock, it means there is something temporary, and the transaction will be carried out at the same time the next day." Hobert put away the address and asked, "What do you do with these Beyonder characteristics after you collect them? Do you make them all into magical items? Used to preserve value? Used to plunder the gold of the southern continent?" Byron smiled and said, "Beyonder characteristics are more valuable than gold. No matter whether the currency depreciates or not, it will not depreciate. At the same time, it also has strategic significance. For example, the Beyonder characteristics of the prisoner path, we will let the Rose School use a lot of gold every year to exchange for the Beyonder characteristics of related paths in our hands. Then we will continue to crack down on the Rose School, seize new Beyonder characteristics, and then let them exchange them with gold." Hobert didn't expect this kind of operation. What if they don't exchange? Then increase the crackdown. Byron said, "Until the main material of prisoner soars, at this time, as long as we are a little cheaper than the market price, it will be snapped up by the local Beyonder people." Hobert finally knew why some evil Beyonder organizations are always very poor. When it comes to playing with people, you still have to look at the gentlemen of the Lone Kingdom. He asked again, "We also have to lose Beyonder people to crack down on the Rose School. How to make up for this loophole? This is the benefit of official Beyonder people." Byron said, "Most of the time, we can calmly recover the Beyonder characteristics." Hobert nodded, that is to say, he completely regarded the low-sequence military Beyonder people without backing and background as cannon fodder. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 218, Chapter 218 The Fool's Alt is online. Chapter 218 The Fool's Alt is online. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Become a free member and you can get a shout-out and a free bonus chapter at zero cost. The southern continent does not have small towns. Elliot brewed tea and brought it to the living room for the guests. These guests were all residents of the non-existent town, and they were all here to inquire about the recovery of Elliot's sister, Moira. In this town, every family has a crazy relative. Elliot told them about the greatness of the Creator, and at the end of his description, he said, this is an opportunity to save the entire town and the entire family. However, he was met with silence from the guests, who all possessed some knowledge of mysticism and held a cautious attitude towards the Creator, whom they had never heard of. Elliot smiled and finished his tea. It's noon, so I won't keep you for lunch. He was already used to this attitude, knowing that these family members were still watching. After seeing off the guests, Moira, who was cleaning up the teacups, said, "Little Elliot, Elder Calvin has already come to you twice. You can't stay at home anymore." But Elliot looked at his sister. I know. Moira smiled and said, "I know you want to stay at home and spend more time with me. I'm already well, and we'll have plenty of time to be together in the future. But the family's opportunity for external assignment is only this once." Elliot said, "If I go to the copper mine, I might not be able to come home for 2 or 3 months." Moira smiled and said, "Usually, I can tell the relatives about the greatness of the Creator at home. If I miss you, I can come and see you, my silly brother." Forsaken Land, City of Silver. Derek, who had already passed the instructor's assessment, couldn't hide his joy. Starting tomorrow, he would begin patrolling in and around City of Silver. These places were all within the safe zone. During patrols, he wouldn't encounter overly powerful monsters. In fact, most of the monsters were ordinary monsters, and killing them wouldn't yield mystical materials. However, each patrol would earn Derek a certain amount of merit. Merit could be exchanged for extraordinary materials, beyonder potions, beyonder weapons, sealed items, potion formulas for the giant and dragon pathways, and more. Food, daily necessities, and some mystical materials or unsequenced magic potion formulas could also be bought on the black market. Merit could be seen as City of Silver's legal currency. Derek planned to accumulate some merit, first pay off Mr. Emperor's debt, and then buy a weapon from the black market. After passing the second round of assessment, he could go to patrol further places, earning more merit with each patrol, and even ask teammates for help to harvest some extraordinary materials. While planning for the future, Derek returned to his room. Prepare for the gathering. Derek heard that supreme voice in his ear. He took a deep breath, calmed his mood, and began counting heartbeats. However, Derek still couldn't hide his excitement, and his heart beat too fast. This time, he counted over 1,000 beats before the gray mist covered his vision. Derek reappeared in the giant palace. The new tarot gathering was about to begin. There's a new member. The others also looked at the new member. Justice Audrey greeted everyone as usual, but kept sizing up the new member in the black robe sitting at the lower seat. Hangman Alger then began to guess the new member's identity. Was he from a special region? Or did he possess special abilities? Emperor Hobert smiled and thought, Mr. Fool's alt account is online. Mr. Fool, Klein seemed calm, but was trying hard to adapt to the state of having 2 perspectives at once. After Audrey finished greeting, Klein leaned back in his chair and said, "This is the new member, Mr. World." "Hello." The very polite Audrey was the first to greet the new member. Alger and Derek followed closely behind. When it came to Hobert's turn, he greeted him and then smiled mischievously. "You look familiar, a person from Lone. Have we met somewhere before?" Audrey curiously sized up Mr. World, then turned her head to size up Mr. Emperor. Unless it was a new member developed by the Emperor, there would be a very small probability of meeting an acquaintance at the tarot gathering, right? Alger didn't react much. He guessed that this might be the Emperor trying to get information. Derek was a little envious. How nice, to be able to meet someone you know at the tarot gathering. Klein scratched his head behind the gray mist. It can't be such a coincidence, that the person he randomly created looks so much like an acquaintance of the Emperor. He manipulated World to say to Emperor, "You must have mistaken me for someone else. I don't remember meeting you anywhere. Although the gray mist covers your face, I recognized you at a glance." Hobert continued, "You don't have to pay back the money you owe me. So, you dare to acknowledge me now." At this time, Klein behind the gray mist had already used his spiritual vision to discover that Hobert was lying. He was immediately a little dumbfounded. What a sly dog. To joke with the new member like that, aren't you afraid that the new member will quit the tarot gathering? Klein manipulated World to say, "You really have mistaken me for someone else. It's over, the aloof persona has already collapsed." All right, you two," Audrey said with a smile, trying to smooth things over. "Let's start the gathering." She had already understood that the Emperor was joking, but she didn't understand why the Emperor, who always seemed so serious, would suddenly joke with the new member. Perhaps they really knew each other. To encounter a creditor at such a secret tarot gathering. Mr. World is really unlucky. Alger couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth, watching the new member being embarrassed. Derek hesitated whether to advise Mr. World to pay back the money. After all, owing debts and not paying them back was still a very bad thing to do. At this time, the Fool said to Justice, "The 2 candidates you suggested are still under consideration. I'll give you a simple task, which you will entrust to them in your name. This is part of the assessment. As soon as these words came out, the farce from just now was considered over. Audrey thought, it should be this strict. So, the fool handed the task of finding Leonard to Audrey. Then, Alger once again offered 6 pages of diary to Mr. Fool. After Mr. Fool finished this week's reading time, he said to Justice, Miss Justice, you did a great job, you solved Bakerland in less than a week. Audrey raised her chin slightly, feeling a little proud. She quickly warned herself, Audrey, don't be proud, this matter was completed so smoothly thanks to Mr. Hobert. At the same time, she saw the surprised expression of the hanged men, and World asking, did you send someone to kill Bakerland? This made Audrey feel a burst of comfort in her heart, and she couldn't help but raise her chin again. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 219, Chapter 219 Cooperation between the Emperor and the Hanged Men, Bonus 1. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for 90+ advanced chapters. Becoming a free member also gets you a bonus chapter. Thanks to Crispy Cougar for becoming a free member. As for the Emperor not being surprised, Audrey wasn't surprised by that. After her investigation, she felt she was close to identifying the Emperor's identity. The Emperor was also in Backland, so he definitely knew about Bakerland's murder. Bakerland's matter had come to an end, which made Alger sigh at the growing power of the Tarot Club. An ambassador was killed just like that. Then the World used a hoarse voice to initiate a new transaction. I want to obtain the true rhizomes of the Miss Trent, at least 60 milliliters of the corresponding sap, as well as the medullary crystals of the Elven Spring, and all the spinal fluid of the evil-patterned Black Panther. Who can provide these, or have corresponding clues? What do you want me to exchange for them? Hobert immediately realized the wonderful use of the alt account. If Mr. Fool were to seek these Sequence 7 materials, he would be suspected by the members of the Tarot Club. Using an alt account to seek them was reasonable. Hobert thought that if the creator found it inconvenient to come forward in the future, he could also register an alt account. Hobert had channels to obtain all these materials, but he didn't plan to participate in the transaction. In his opinion, reselling extraordinary materials was too slow to make money and involved certain risks, which wasn't worth it. Derek indicated that he could obtain the true rhizomes and sap of the Miss Trent, and he hoped to get a weapon suitable for him. But I'll have to wait a while before I can get these materials, Derek said. He needed to complete the second round of assessment before he could join the farther patrol team and encounter the Miss Trent. Audrey and Alger also agreed to help Mr. World look out for relevant clues. Then Alger said to the Emperor, when I went ashore a few days ago, I heard a clue about a sealed artifact with traveling abilities. I'll help you inquire about it this week. Hobert smiled. Finally, there's news. If the transaction is completed, I'll pay you a commission. He said, also, I have information here that can be sold for a high price. You can also look for buyers at sea. How about we split the profits? Alger was stunned. I must confirm its value. A ship full of gold and jewels. Hobert smiled. To be honest, if I had the ability to travel now, I'd want to cooperate with you to rob this ship of treasure. Such news is indeed very valuable, Alger said. Provided that not many people know about this news. Hobert recalled the information. No one at sea should know about it yet, but it will be hard to say in a week or two, because as far as I know, some people have already started recruiting teammates in Backland, preparing to make a big splash at sea. When this group of people goes to sea, I don't think it will be long before this news is no longer so secret. Alger considered it. We can cooperate to sell this news, but the method of distributing the profits must be changed. I want 70% of the profits because I will be taking a great risk. All right then. Hobert looked reluctant, but this was already higher than he had expected. He originally just wanted to earn a commission. Audrey joined the topic and asked, Mr. Hangman, don't you plan to use this news to rob that ship of wealth? That's an adventure on the sea. It's exciting just thinking about it, but the premise is that those riches are some illegal income. Before Alger could say anything, Hobert smiled. Adventure isn't about courting death. As far as I know, there should be a Sequence 5 powerhouse escorting the ship, and he most likely possesses a Grade 2 sealed artifact. Audrey covered her mouth. So strong. Yes, the riches on the ship are gold and jewels plundered by the Intis Republic from its colonies. If you have the ability, you can rob them to your heart's content. There is no such thing as illegal or legal on the sea. Hobert thought that if Audrey were to be the captain, she would have to consider whether it was legal or illegal to rob a loaf of bread, and the entire crew would probably starve to death. Alger asked, what is the value of the riches on the ship? At least 100,000 pounds of gold. Hobert said. There are also a lot of silver and many jewels. The specific value is at least 200,000 pounds or more. Alger was somewhat surprised. No wonder there is a Sequence 5 powerhouse escorting it. Then he said, generally speaking, the sailing information of this kind of ship should be confidential. Hobert smiled. just like I knew before that the Lone Kingdom didn't plan to retaliate against the Fasak Empire, I happen to have a channel to know this news. Alger asked again, what is the specific route, and when did it depart from which port? They planned to take the western route, and they departed from Caesarea port about 10 days ago. When Roselle opened up the New World, he found 2 relatively safe routes in the Berserk Sea. One was the western route through Mid-Seashire, and the other was the eastern route through Tiana Isle and the Rorstad Archipelago. There was also a route through the Gargas Archipelago and the White Whale Sea, which could also reach the southern continent, but it had to detour through the Sonia Sea, which was a longer voyage and was known as the Sonia route, basically the exclusive route of the northernmost Fasak Empire. Alger roughly estimated where the other party ship was. At least we have to sell this news to the 7 admirals. Oh no, one of the 6 admirals. Ordinary pirates won't go courting death. He paused and then said, it's hard to say how much this news can sell for specifically, but I think this news can sell for at least £2,000. If the robbery process goes smoothly, you might even get double the reward. Hobert nodded, you decide on the specific operation. He then said to Audrey, if it's convenient, please give me the £400 you owe, and the hanged man owes 1,400. Hobert spread his hands, you've also heard that I've found a clue to a sealed artifact with travel abilities, and I need to raise funds as soon as possible. Audrey and Alger both agreed to clear their debts by offering sacrifices to Mr. Fool after the gathering. Derek quickly said, sorry, Mr. Emperor, I just passed the assessment and have a way to earn merits. I may have to wait until the next gathering to pay you the previous reward. It's okay, don't be too anxious. Hobert smiled. Congratulations, little son, congratulations on passing the assessment. Thank you. Derek was very moved. Mr. Emperor was the 3rd person to congratulate him. The first 2 were the instructor and a good friend. The instructor's congratulations were a bit perfunctory, and the friend's congratulations seemed a bit bitter. Only Mr. Emperor's congratulations were from the bottom of his heart. After collecting the debts, Hobert said to the head of the long table, Mr. Fool, I digested half of the potion by bribing you before. Please forgive my rashness. I hope to bribe you again. Chapter 220, Chapter 220 Tarot Clubs Rental Business, Bonus 2. Chapter 220 Tarot Clubs Rental Business. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Arash for becoming a free member, plus 1 bonus chapter. Alger had wanted to ask if the Emperor's bribe had been successful for a while, but he was afraid that Mr. Fool would think he was questioning his status, so he never dared to ask. Since it was successful, that means Mr. Fool is truly a god. Thinking of this, Alger shook his head and smiled wryly, wasn't this obvious? Audrey smiled and said, congratulations, Mr. Emperor, I didn't expect there to be a channel for quickly digesting potions. Yes, I didn't expect the effect to be so good either, Hobert said with a smile. Derek was also happy for the Emperor is really amazing, he knows so much. Klein deliberately made the world show a surprised expression to fit the persona of a new member. Then he used the image of the Fool and said, currently, I don't need any sacrifices. The sacrifices I need are not something you can come into contact with at your level. Hobert thought to himself, I'll sacrifice a main ingredient of a magician and see if you want it. He thought so in his heart, but said with a smile, Mr. Fool, please forgive my offense. I may be able to collect something that you will be interested in soon. If that thing can impress you, I will sacrifice it to you to complete the bribery process. If not, I will continue to collect things that you might be interested in. Klein nodded, okay. To be honest, he didn't even know what he wanted. It was just because he was afraid that the Emperor's sacrifice would be too low level, and Mr. Fool would treat it as a treasure, so he said that the things he needed were not something the Emperor could come into contact with. Since the Emperor is so confident, he can take a look at what good things the Emperor can collect first, and then decide whether to let him sacrifice to himself. Anyway, the final interpretation right is in the hands of the Fool. Audrey smiled and said, I'm really looking forward to it. She still remembered that last time when the Emperor bribed Mr. Fool, they heard a lot of advanced knowledge, which can be said to have broadened their horizons. Audrey was looking forward to the Emperor's second bribe, so that she, as an spectator, could gain a lot of new advanced knowledge. At this time, she recalled the Emperor's very useful magical item. Mr. Emperor, may I ask where you bought that spectator pathway magical item? You know, I have been looking for clues about the psychology alchemists. Hobert said, that was given to me by my elder. Klein and Alger were very envious. At the same time, they both thought in unison, the Emperor really comes from a Beyonder family. Klein also thought, and it is a Beyonder family with a certain foundation, otherwise, such a high-quality product with such small negative effects could not be given to the younger generation so generously. Audrey asked again, may I ask again, does your elder have any more spectator pathway magical items? You want to buy it? Hobert smiled and said, there is no need. Take the psychological spoon, as an example. You are already sequence 8 now. After you advance again, you will gain the beyonder power of hypnosis. When you advance to sequence 6, you will have all the abilities of the psychological spoon. Finding clues about the psychology alchemists, you should be able to advance to sequence 7 soon. At that time, your own beyonder abilities will highly overlap with the abilities of the psychological spoon. So, an important principle for purchasing magical items is to obtain abilities that you do not have now or in the future. After hearing what Hobert said, Audrey immediately understood this point. I understand, thank you for your reminder. Hobert smiled, but if you need it, you can rent the psychological spoon again. He said, it is impossible for businesses like renting magical items to appear in other gatherings. But the Tarot Club is different. With the witness of Mr. Fool, we don't have to worry about other members defaulting on renting our magical items. Everyone's eyes lit up. The Emperor is indeed very business-minded. However, Klein and Alger smiled helplessly. They didn't have any impressive magical items in their hands. The gathering entered the final information exchange session. After everyone spoke one by one, Klein ended this Tarot Club meeting. The Berserk Sea, on the Blue Avenger. Alger returned to the captain's cabin, first recalled the information mentioned by the Emperor that could be sold for a high price, and then he sacrificed the 1,400 pounds of cash he gave to the Emperor to the Fool. Then he thought about who to sell this information to. He could contact 3 sea generals, of course, not directly with these 3 powerhouses, but he knew the people they had arranged on the Rorstad archipelago to collect information. He didn't plan to report to the Storm Church for the time being. That way, he could only accumulate certain merits and not get too many benefits. Because unless the Storm Church is desperately poor, they would rob the ships escorted by commodores of other countries, which is likely to trigger a series of diplomatic events, which would outweigh the gains for the higher-ups. In the end, he decided to sell this information to Hell Admiral Ludwell. First of all, Hell Admiral has the ability to plunder the golden ship, and secondly, Hell Admiral's liaison officer, Esther, knows that Alger has a background in the Storm Church. Of course, Esther doesn't know that Alger is a member of the Storm Church, but only thinks he is an outer member of the Storm Church. Alger deliberately revealed this information to Esther. At that time, Alger wanted to make a deal with Esther. Doing so would prevent Esther from backstabbing him. For the same reason, this transaction can also prevent Esther from backstabbing him. But even so, this transaction still has huge risks. But Alger also thought that even if this information could only be sold for £2,000, it could greatly alleviate his current financial pressure. Alger, who was preparing to advance secretly, had a common problem with other wild beyonders: no money. After hesitating for more than half a minute, Alger made up his mind: do it. Even if Esther wants to go back on his word, I have the sapphire staff, so it's easy to escape from him. So Alger removed the sundries on the table and replanned the route on the sea chart. The Forsaken Land of the Gods, City of Silver. Derek returned to his room and stayed for a while. I still owe Mr. Emperor a debt. The main material for my Prayer of Light has not yet been settled, and now I have promised Mr. World to help him obtain the real roots and sap of the mistreatment. Merits are not enough at all. No, I have to think of other ways, Derek thought. I heard that helping to make daily necessities in the workshop can also get some merits. I can go there and see. Derek felt that he had to take action immediately. He thought, I didn't expect that being in debt could make me so motivated. After drinking a few mouthfuls of water, Derek, who was originally planning to rest for an afternoon, tidied up his clothes and went out again. Backlund, 192 Blanca Street. Hobert obtained a total of £1,800 of debt from Alger and Audrey through the method of obtaining a gift. In addition to the prisoner beyonder characteristics that he had just dealt with yesterday, Hobert's total savings are now close to £7,000. Hobert deposited another £2,000 in the bank. Southwest HE still has close to £200 in cash, as well as income from the Nighthawks and law firms, which is enough for his daily expenses. Then, according to the previous plan, Hobert went to the Harvest Church to visit Bishop Utravsky. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 221, Chapter 221 The Beginning of Emlyn's Change of Fate, Bonus 3. Chapter 221 The Beginning of Emlyn's Change of Fate. 100 Power Stones Bonus Chapter. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Rose Street, the Harvest Church remains as it was, with candles lit and the tall, imposing bishop sitting in the front row. Otherwise, there were few worshippers. Upon entering the church, Hobert smiled and said, Father, yesterday I suddenly remembered that I hadn't finished reading the Holy Book of Life. And I just experienced something very terrible and wanted to find a place to unburden my heart, so I thought of this place and came here. The Great Earth Mother will not reject anyone in need of help, Bishop Utravsky said in a calm tone. Come. He pushed the Holy Book of Life in front of Hobert. Hobert sat next to Utravsky and buried his head in reading. The church returned to silence, and everything seemed very harmonious. Unconsciously, Hobert read for more than an hour, and he felt the fear remaining in his spiritual body was disappearing little by little. This made him think that the Bible in the Orthodox Church, which seems to describe stories about gods and saints, should have the effect of making the spirit and spiritual body more peaceful. There should be some occult operations in it, just like spiritual realm anecdotes. Even chapters written in lone language can make people feel uneasy. Just as Hobert was about to discuss the contents of the Holy Book of Life with Yutravsky, the wall next to the two suddenly became illusory. Then a handsome young man in his late 20s walked out of the illusion. He had black hair and red eyes, and his hair was combed back diagonally, with a bit of dashingness in his seriousness. Hobert was stunned. "Isn't this the vampire Emlyn White?" Then he almost laughed, never expecting to witness Emlyn's arrest. Emlyn was also a little dazed when he saw Yutravsky and Hobert, and then he smiled politely. "Sorry, I got lost and came to the wrong place." Hobert smiled and said, No, you didn't come to the wrong place. It must be the Earth Mother who brought you to us." Emlyn also recognized Hobert. "I remember you were." Then he realized, what Earth Mother? Hobert pointed to the emblem of life in the church. Emlyn was shocked when he saw the emblem and turned to leave. Yutravsky got up and stopped Emlyn. "Your coming here must be the guidance of the Earth Mother. Praise the Mother, believe in the Mother. Go to your great." Emlyn originally wanted to say, "Go to your Earth Mother," but when he saw Yutravsky's instantly terrifying face, he immediately changed his words. Great big head." Hobert watched the show with his arms folded. What a sensible vampire. Emlyn was agile and wanted to bypass Yutravsky to leave the church. But Yutravsky had already swung his iron fan-like palm, which was accurate and ruthless, hitting Emlyn's face directly and knocking him to the ground. Emlyn sat on the ground for a full 2 seconds. Hobert believed that he was completely stunned. Vampires have always been known for their agility and strong self-healing abilities. Emlyn may have received this kind of iron fan-like slap for the first time in his life. After the young vampire reacted, he immediately transformed into a group of bats emitting black mist, flying over Yutravsky's head. Yutravsky then exuded the light of dawn, grabbed 2 bats, and the black mist on the bats disappeared, and the shape of the bats turned into ankles. The giant bishop grabbed the ankles, swung them up, and slammed the group of bats to the ground. The bats turned back into Emlyn the moment they touched the ground. This time, Emlyn hit the ground solidly. Even if he wasn't knocked unconscious, he was completely stunned. Yutravsky pinched the back of Emlyn's neck, like carrying a chick, and took Emlyn to the backyard of the church. Emlyn reacted when he was about to leave the church and shouted at Hobert, "If you can save me, I will repay you handsomely." Hobert smiled and said, "Sorry, I can't beat this priest." In Emlyn's unwilling shouts, he was locked in the dungeon. Yutravsky returned and explained, "It is the responsibility of every bishop to convert these vampires." Hobert smiled and said, "I know." He got up to say goodbye. "Thank you, the Holy Book of Life, for letting me unburden my heart. It's getting late, I have to leave." Yutravsky said, "It is the Great Mother who makes your heart peaceful, of course, provided that you are willing to open your heart to the Earth Mother." Hobert smiled, just picked up his cane, and then seemed to suddenly remember something. "Oh, by the way, a gentleman has come to Backlund who can solve your troubles. I think the Earth Mother will definitely guide him here. Of course, I will also play a negligible role in this." He didn't plan to do anything, because even if he didn't do anything, Klein would come by himself after a while. "Praise the Mother," Yutravsky said, "and thank you for your help. You may be followed when you go back, but as long as you act normal enough, you won't arouse the other party's vigilance." Hobert was stunned. "Who would follow me?" "The companions of those we killed before," Yutravsky said. "They have been watching the church recently, as if they have discovered something." Hobert recalled the person in charge of the Tamara family in Backlund that he had seen on Nicola Street before. There was also a strange old man beside him at the time, and the fat man with long hair looked very respectful to the old man. Hobert guessed that the old man might have been sent by the Tamara family to investigate the annihilation of the previous team. "Thank you for your reminder," Hobert said, and then he thought that the other party might have found some clues, but they must not have found him yet, so he had to act like nothing had happened. If he is promoted to Sequence 6 in the near future, he can also organize people for a counter-kill. After leaving the church, Hobert radiated his spirituality, but did not notice that he was being watched. He got into a rental carriage and still didn't notice being followed. But Hobert believed Yutravsky's judgment that the other party might have used some magical item or sealed artifact to conceal their malice. In the carriage, Hobert diverged his thoughts, wondering what kind of clues the other party would get. It is estimated that after careful investigation of dreams or psychological aspects, they sorted out all the strangers who came to Rose Street on the afternoon when the judge and his team had an accident. Then they will be able to find clues by tracking and investigating these strangers. Hobert realized that he was just one of the strangers at the time, and he would be followed, but he would not attract too much attention. All the way back to Blanca Street, Hobert did not feel that he was being followed. He returned to his bedroom, prayed to himself, and then entered the nation of disorder and used true vision to observe his surroundings. Sure enough, he found 3 or 4 young people staring at the gate of number 192 on the street. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 222, Chapter 222 Firz's Concerns. Chapter 222 Firz's Concerns. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. After Hobert became a Sequence 7, the true vision of the nation of disorder could extend beyond a dozen meters. He had thought before that such a wide field of vision would be very useful for counter-surveillance. Hobert sat on the Iron Throne, remembering the faces of those young people. To escape the surveillance of a Sequence 7 spiritual alertness, they must have used magical items or some mystical method. Then he began to think about how to deal with the opponent's surveillance. He estimated that the other party would continue to monitor him for a few days, and since so many people had come, should he take the initiative to counterattack? After thinking about it, Hobert dismissed the idea. If the other party didn't focus their main surveillance on him, he would have to ask people everywhere to complete the counterattack. Hobert estimated that his ranking for selecting spoils would be difficult to be at the top. The key is that it would be tantamount to admitting it without being forced to. If he wasn't in danger, it would be better to wait until he became a Sequence 6, put on a mask, and launch a counterattack. This could divert the opponent's attention and also harvest some spoils. Having made up his mind, Hobert prepared to pay attention to the situation outside tonight. If the other party didn't launch any action, it would mean that they only listed him as an ordinary surveillance target. If the other party launched any action, then he wouldn't panic either, and could use the Creator to repel them. With the Black Emperor card, Hobert had many more options in the Nation of Disorder. Even if he couldn't cause much damage to the opponent, he could scare them away. After observing the surrounding situation, Hobert left the Nation of Disorder and came to the first floor. At this time, Firz had returned and was cooking in the kitchen. Hobert rolled up his sleeves to help. Today, Firz was preparing a seafood soup and a stewed mutton. With the 10 pounds of meal expenses provided by the sheriff who kicked the door before, Hobert and their diet had improved a lot. They had meat almost every meal and could eat seafood every day. Hobert helped cook the seafood and peel it for Firz to use. Firz was marinating the mutton. While she was cutting a piece of fresh mutton into small pieces, she hesitated and said, "Hobert, I have something I need your help with, but please don't tell Zio." Hobert nodded. "Speak." I have felt the connection between potion, spirit, and spiritual body through this period of apprenticeship in the back kitchen, and I am already a trickmaster. According to my previous idea, I shouldn't hear the whispers of the blood moon anymore. Now Firz completely trusted Hobert and would no longer use a friend of mine to describe what happened to her. She said, "But what I didn't expect is that whenever the blood moon appears, I can still hear that maddening whisper, and it's getting worse and worse recently. To be honest, I don't know if I can survive the next blood moon." Hobert considered it. He now had the ability to temporarily alleviate these symptoms for Firz with the Nation of Disorder. But in that case, Firz might miss the opportunity to join the Tarot Club. Of course, he could also alleviate the symptoms for Firz first, and then recommend Firz to Mr. Fool in the future. But if that were the case, it would feel a bit extraneous. After considering it for a few seconds, Hobert decided to follow the original trajectory. "Do you remember what I said before, that your encounter actually contains an opportunity to change your destiny?" The main reason was that the Nation of Disorder could not pull people in like the Sefirah Castle. It could only reduce Firz's symptoms, but it could not completely isolate Mr. Door's voice like the Sefirah Castle. Firz recalled slightly and nodded. "I didn't just say that casually, but I know what the Abraham family's curse represents. Let me tell you more clearly." Hobert said, "The whispers you hear in your ear are from a high sequence of your pathway, a stronger powerhouse than ordinary high sequence. Some hidden existences, such as those interested in that powerhouse, would be very happy to study those whispers. In this process, you can be rescued and also get the opportunity to improve yourself." Hobert smiled and said, "Frankly speaking, I can help you alleviate the symptoms, but that might make you miss a huge opportunity." First stopped grabbing the wrong mutton. "Hidden existence, then, I. Don't worry," Hobert comforted, "hidden existences are not completely equated with evil gods. I also know that there is a hidden existence who likes to help out-of-control beyonders regain their sanity. But this doesn't mean you can easily trust some hidden existences. I'm just saying that some hidden existences don't represent evil gods. For example, those that have been verified, or those whose honorific names have been recited once without causing disaster or madness." First thought of the honorific name of the Fool that she saw in a book from Viscount Glaint. Zio had recited it once, and was still alive and kicking. Hobert said, "Sometimes it's okay to be bolder with the object of your request for help, but at the same time, you still have to ensure sufficient vigilance in this regard. Well, I will also pay close attention to your situation during the blood moon. If you really need help, I will take action." With Hobert's guarantee, Firz breathed a long sigh of relief. She decided to go back and look for the honorific name of the fool, and use it when she couldn't hold on anymore. As soon as the two of them finished this topic, Zio came in from outside, smiling. The masked man's mission is finally over. Today I must have a big meal and a glass of wine to celebrate. First glanced at her friend. Having a big meal is no problem, but you can't drink. Hobert was stunned. Why? She once drank alcohol in a bar, and as a result, she advised the drunkards to quit drinking one by one, those who were unwilling to quit. Zio quickly interrupted her friend. Ha ha ha, okay, then I won't drink. At night, Hobert got up to monitor the outside twice. In the second half of the night, all the young people monitoring outside left, and they didn't appear one after another until the morning. It can be seen that the Tamara family has not regarded Hobert as the main target for the time being. Southern continent, Sefirah, in the mountainous area of the middle reaches of the Hodis River. Elliot's carriage was traveling on a somewhat muddy mountain road. Some sections of the road were very steep, with the rushing Hodis River on one side and steep mountains on the other. The road was very narrow, only allowing one carriage to pass. Many times, Elliot's carriage had to give way to carriages loaded with copper or in spacious places. The things these carriages were carrying were too heavy, and the brakes didn't have much effect at all. It was normal for 1 or 2 coachmen to die every month. But whenever the mine went outside to recruit coachmen, these Sefirah people would still sharpen their heads and enter the copper mine to work, because there were not many ways to earn a salary in Sefirah. In the night, Elliot finally arrived at the few wooden houses built by the copper mine. This place has been taken over by the Balk family, and Elliot, as the director of the copper mine, was actually a bit late. Moreover, there was a sequence 6 among the people who came in the early stage, and everyone had long had a lot of opinions about this, Master Elliot. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 223, Chapter 223 The Need for a Water Pump. Chapter 223 The Need for a Water Pump. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Although the few Beyonder sent by the Balk family had some opinions about the late Elliot, they were outwardly very welcoming to Elliot. After a welcome banquet that evening, the next morning, the family members who had arrived earlier took Elliot to visit the copper mine. The Fasak Empire's colonists had been mining this copper mine for 7 or 8 years, and the residential facilities were relatively complete. There were places for managers like Elliot to live, places for local foremen and coachmen to live, and shacks for slaves and horses. While visiting, the group chatted, and Elliot found that these family members had vaguely gathered around the Sequence 6 Zachary, showing enthusiasm but not much respect for Elliot, the actual leader. Elliot certainly knew that he had the opportunity to get this position because he was a loyal believer of the Creator. In the family's other copper mine and a forest farm, both were managed by a Sequence 6. Elliot was only a Sequence 7, and so far, he had not made any significant contributions to the family. I have to find a chance to regain power, Elliot thought. After visiting the residents and carriages, the group arrived at the entrance of the copper mine. Elliot saw at the entrance of the mine, there was an old-looking steam engine, seemingly struggling to turn the reel and working hard, each movement making a chee-chee-chee sound. On the other side of the steam engine, hundreds of slaves were squatting there, and local foremen with brown skin were patrolling back and forth with whips, maintaining the order of the slaves. When the foreman saw Elliot and others, they immediately showed flattering smiles. Elliot asked, "Are these slaves waiting for their shift?" "No," Zachary replied, "there was a small-scale water inrush in the mine yesterday. Before the pump drains the water from the mine, it's useless for them to go down." Another Beyonder following behind said, "This pump was left by the Fasak people. It is said that when it was transported here, it was an old guy that had been used for more than 20 years. The piston often leaks. It is estimated that it will take another day and night to pump." Another Beyonder said to Elliot, "Mine manager, can you apply to the council to replace it with a new pump?" Others also said, "Yes, if it is a new pump, it is estimated that the dozen or so slaves would not have drowned yesterday. Now slaves are getting more and more expensive, these are all costs on the copper mine. It is best to buy a pump produced in Lewin. I heard in Crowlier City that the quality of Lewin pumps is the best. I've also heard that if there is a Lewin pump, the output of the copper mine will be at least doubled." Elliot nodded. "I'll think of a way." How could he not hear that they were giving him a problem? Zachary then smoothed things over. "You guys give up on this idea. I've also heard of Lewin pumps, but they are all hot commodities in their colonies, and you can't buy them anywhere else in the southern continent. Even if you want to buy it, you have to go through the Fasak Empire, and I don't know how much the premium will be." Everyone looked at Elliot with a smile. Elliot didn't say anything, just watched the steam engine running, as if to avoid embarrassment. The Hobert team was busier than previously imagined. Now they have to hold court twice a day on average, and the 4 of them simply can't handle it. So Hobert asked Barton for 2 more people and an office. Tuesday was another busy day. He was originally going to send a letter to Mr. Azek this afternoon, but because of the arrival of the newcomers, it was necessary to redefine the scope of work. Hobert really couldn't get away, so he had to wait until tomorrow. Close to getting off work, Hobert heard the prayers from the nation of disorder. Needless to say, it must be Elliot. Other people who know the name of Creator generally do not pray to the Creator. Coming to the washroom, Hobert entered the nation of disorder, and sure enough, Elliot was praying. Spreading his spirituality to the star representing Elliot, he immediately heard Elliot's voice. Great Creator, I am making a daily report to you. I was arranged by the council to manage a copper mine. After briefly talking about the situation of the copper mine, he finally said, there is a small matter that needs to beg for your help. The facilities here are too dilapidated, especially the pump is so old that it is out of shape. I wonder if there are any relevant channels among your devotees to buy a pump produced in the kingdom of Lewin. In Elliot's cognition, a big man like Creator would of course have many devotees. Hobert, sitting on the Iron Throne, had the urge to cover his face. Friend, my devotees is you. Hobert also thought that he really had a channel for the pump. Didn't Mr. Diggos make the most advanced pump in the world? However, the Creator certainly couldn't be interested in such a trivial matter. He didn't reply to Elliot immediately, but after get off work, he returned to the rental house on Blanca Street, and he prayed to himself, Respected Creator, I have a channel to buy Lewin pumps, and it is the most advanced centrifugal pump. The price of one is about £1,200, about 320 ounces of gold. 320 ounces is about 9 kilograms. Then Hobert entered the nation of disorder, put a mosaic on the picture of his prayer, and threw it into Elliot's star. This is a kind of use of small account. Mr. Fool said it is good. Elliot was having dinner when suddenly the Creator on the Iron Throne appeared in his mind first. The Creator was more majestic and oppressive than before. It was like the description of the Black Emperor in the family records. While being oppressed and unable to breathe, Elliot was also a little excited. The great Creator has become more powerful. Then he saw a man whose appearance and figure could not be seen praying, Great Creator, I have. After the picture ended, the scene in Elliot's mind disappeared, and he saw the dining table in front of him, as well as other members of the family. Elliot's first thought was, Creator really has other devotees. 320 ounces of gold is not expensive for Elliot, because there are usually gold ore in the copper mine. It is not easy for them to get 1,200 pounds of Lewin currency. Maybe 1,000 ounces of gold may not be able to exchange for 1,200 pounds of paper money. But gold is just inventory piled up in the warehouse for them. Elliot looked at the people on the dining table and smiled, I'll let you see the power of the great Creator. Such a large transaction must be reported to the top. Elliot was summoned by the Patriarch when he left non-existent town. The way to report to the top is to pray to the Patriarch. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 224, Chapter 224, Plan to resell the pump, Bonus 1. Chapter 224, Plan to resell the pump. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Bodhisan Changpong for becoming a free member, +1 bonus. After the night was quiet, Elliot prepared a simple altar in his own room, and then recited the honorable name. The mentor of authority and chaos. The protector of the Balk family. The ruler of the Hodis River Basin. The embodiment of distortion. The great Lawrence Balk. Elliot burned the relevant occult herbs to establish a channel to the object of prayer. The flame of the candle suddenly became huge, and Elliot saw a tall figure in the fire. He bowed humbly and said, Respectable Patriarch, I have reached the Hodis copper mine. Although it is operating normally, the equipment used is very old. May I use the channel of the Creator devotee to purchase a latest style water pump produced by the Lone Kingdom? The tall figure in the candlelight seemed to be thinking. After a few seconds, Patriarch Lawrence said, Buy 2. Tomorrow you will build an altar and use extraordinary materials to establish a channel with me. I will give you an sealed artifact, and you will take this opportunity to complete the second round of bribery. Elliot bowed again, Thank you for your concern. On Wednesday afternoon, Hobert finally had time to visit Mr. Diggos on Niccolo Street. This time, Mr. Diggos took Hobert to visit the crane. Hobert did not expect that the tall crane on the dock existed in this era. Although it was not as flexible as Hobert remembered, it could lift about 10 tons of cargo at a time, which greatly saved manpower and improved efficiency. When Hobert was about to leave, he said his purpose, A friend of mine wants to buy 2 new style water pumps. I just thought that I know a steam tycoon, so I came to consult for my friend. Diggos smiled and said, It's a good thing to introduce business to me, but the other party must have a registered company in the Lone Kingdom. Don't worry, I can give him the price of a general distributor. Okay, I will tell him. Hobert asked again, Will it be very troublesome to ship to other countries? Of course it's very troublesome. It costs a lot of money to get customs clearance, and the tax rate is very high. Diggos asked, Is your friend a foreign businessman? No, I'm just curious, so I asked. Hobert smiled. What model of water pump does he need? Just the one we saw that day, the one that is about the size of a locomotive, which can be used in mines. Diggos nodded, SL 550, there are still parts in the warehouse, and it can be produced immediately after the order is placed. Hobert said, "Okay, I will tell my friend." In the carriage of the taxi on the way back, Hobert was a little embarrassed. It would be very difficult to transport it abroad, and it would be even more difficult to transport it to the southern continent. It seems that I have to use Creator Express to help transport it. Hobert smiled in his heart. The members of the Tarot Club only know that Full Express is easy to use, but they don't know that there is also Creator Express in this world. Hobert's only worry is that the gap in his sacrificial gate is too small to grab a locomotive-sized water pump. A large water pump must weigh at least several tons. It is still unknown whether the Creator can grab such a large weight of objects that do not contain beyonder materials. Hobert decided to do an experiment first, find a heavy object to grab and try, and then think of other methods if it doesn't work. But I have to find a way to drive away the people who are tailing from the Tamara family, otherwise it would be a big trouble if they see the image of the Creator. Soon Hobert had an idea. Tomorrow he can go to the steam church to seek the help of Machinery Hive Mind, so that the Tamara family will not dare to follow him recently. The reason for asking Machinery Hive Mind for help instead of the more familiar Nighthawks is because Nighthawks did participate in the previous actions against the Tamara family. If Hobert has contact with the Nighthawks, he can also scare the other party away, but it is likely to make the other party pay more attention to him. But what Hobert didn't expect was that plans could not keep up with changes. That night, Hobert entered the Nation of Disorder to routinely observe the situation outside, but found that the 4 people outside were fighting. But it can be seen that they all seemed to have concerns, and they did not fight each other, but rather seemed to be testing each other. Could it be that someone bought a dinner that didn't suit everyone's taste, so they fought? Hobert shook his head with a smile, and then he realized that he might have made a preconceived mistake. The 4 people outside were not in the same group. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Last night he thought that if the Tamara family sent 4 people to monitor him, it should be a prelude to some action against him, otherwise they would not send 4 people just to tail him. If these 4 people are 2 groups, or even 3 groups, it makes sense. They are all routinely tailing. As for who sent the other tailing people, Hobert also had some guesses, the Finalizing ambassador or Arnold's people. When he accidentally killed the Finalizing spy before, Hobert guessed that they might send someone to tail him, so he asked Zio and Furs to continue living on Blanca Street for a while. Recently, Hobert and the other 2 have been paying attention to the situation on the street, but they have not noticed anyone tailing them. Now that I think about it, the other party must have used some method to deceive the spirituality of the 3 of them so that they did not notice anyone tailing them. Then Hobert realized that this was an opportunity to get rid of all the lies. He quickly returned to the Nation of Disorder, first opened the window and looked at it. They were all hiding in the dark, and they did not make too much noise during the fight, so they could not see or hear their fight from upstairs. Hobert jumped down from upstairs and walked quickly to the opposite alley according to the position seen in the true sight. The 4 people who were testing each other in the alley noticed this change. They separated into 2 groups with great tacit understanding, backed against different walls, and were ready to leave at any time. Hobert said, "I don't know where you Beyonders came from, but you are so stupid that people can't stand it. This is Backlund. If you have any conflicts, go to the suburbs to solve them. Don't cause trouble for others." The 4 were stunned. "Don't get out of here." Hobert said, "I'm telling you, I know Captain Acancer of the Machinery Hive Mind, be careful I report you." The 4 seemed to have discussed it, and stood there for a full 1 or 2 seconds before walking quickly out of the alley and leaving in 2 different directions. Hobert pursed his lips and smiled, saying to himself, "One of my words just now was right, these 4 people are indeed very stupid." Among the 4 people who left, 2 of them repeatedly confirmed that they were not being followed before entering a residential house on Rose Street. In the living room of the house, a middle-aged man in his 30s asked, "Why did you come back so early today?" "Some accidents happened," one of the young men who was tailing said, "but I think I can basically rule out the lawyer's suspicion." Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 225, Chapter 225, Haunted Freight Train Station. Chapter 225, Haunted Freight Train Station. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. That middle-aged man in his 30s had a pair of large ears, which looked a bit comical. He was a young man whom the Tamara family had focused on cultivating in recent decades, and he was already a Sequence 5 at just over 30 years old. His name was Bennett Tamara, and he was also the person in charge of the secret investigation into the disappearance of the entire team in Backlund. The 2 subordinates who were tailing spoke one after another, recounting their experiences just now. In fact, they had discovered yesterday that someone seemed to be watching them. Tonight, they finally confirmed it. Their first reaction was that this was a helper brought by Hobert, and they had been exposed. But what happened next completely changed their view. Bennett asked, "That lawyer said he wanted to report you?" "Yes," one subordinate said. In other words, the other two people were also tailing us. That's what we think. Bennett pinched his chin and thought, who could have sent them? We checked yesterday, that lawyer is a well-known lawyer who has just offended many dignitaries. Could it be someone they sent? That's possible. Bennett then said, are you sure he said he was going to report you to Machinery Hive Mind, rather than Nighthawks? Sure. Bennett said, it seems we can rule him out. Since he is a well-known lawyer, he will be watched by many eyes, making it difficult to carry out some actions secretly. Most importantly, Bennett analyzed that the Nighthawks must have also participated in the operation to destroy the Tamara family team, so the suspect they were looking for must have a close connection with the Nighthawks. However, out of caution, Bennett still instructed, take some time to investigate the lawyer's beliefs. But this investigation was not important, and he added, today, we discovered another stranger who appeared on Rose Street on the day of the incident. Follow him tomorrow. The other two people who were tailing took a carriage to the West Borough. The experienced coachman circled around a building several times, and after confirming that no one was following them, he sent the two into a luxurious villa. The owner of the villa was a Backlund merchant who often did business in the Finalizing kingdom. Because he often relied on the Finalizing government, he would often provide some convenience to the people of the Finalizing embassy under the communication of his business partners in the Finalizing kingdom. Today, the Finalizing ambassador happened to be a guest at the villa, so he personally listened to the reports of the two subordinates in a reception room. After listening to the course of events, Ambassador Tim said, I see. You don't need to follow Hobert anymore. According to the clues Tim had previously obtained, Hobert was a member of the mercenary club and had access to bounty channels for two cultists. And for a long time recently, Hobert had not shown any abnormalities, and it could be completely determined that he did not know that the third person who died in the textile factory at that time was a Finalizing merchant, or rather, an intelligence officer. However, after Ambassador Tim returned to the banquet, he suddenly thought that a detail was very wrong. According to the intelligence, Hobert seemed to be closer to the Nighthawks, but why would he go to the mechanical hive mind to report them? Also, as a wild Beyonder, shouldn't he try to avoid being affected by the battles of other Beyonders? Why did he take the initiative to come forward? Ambassador Tim realized that this matter could not be concluded, and he had to find an opportunity to test this young lawyer. Ambassador. The villa owner's words brought Tim back to his senses. Should we enjoy some violin or piano pieces? The villa owner asked politely. Tim smiled and stood up and said, it is a pleasant thing to digest the food in your stomach with music. The ambassador's taste always leaves us far behind. Hobert overlooked one thing. Although the four people who were tailing him were very stupid, the people behind them were all shrewd. His seemingly very wise move so far had actually left some flaws. However, neither Bennett nor Tim took a sequence 7 too seriously, so they did not pay too much attention to this matter after they had some doubts. Anyway, Hobert is still very safe now. After using True Sight to confirm that no one was tailing him, Hobert immediately took a carriage to the freight train station in the suburbs. Watching the coachman drive the carriage away, Hobert climbed into the train station. Grave was a guard at the freight train station. The freight train station stopped operating to the public after 6 o'clock in the afternoon. After that, there would still be trains departing or arriving, but no more business would be accepted. There were several large cargo warehouses in the train station, as well as many tracks, and idle or spare trains and carriages. The entire train station was very large. In order to prevent some thieves from sneaking in at night, in addition to the fixed guards at the cargo warehouses, there would also be guards like Grave who would patrol around the train station every hour at night. Grave smoked a seemingly old pipe, carried an oil lamp, and tightened his obviously ill-fitting coat. The nights in Backlund in late autumn were already a bit cold, especially in the second half of the night when it was foggy. After a patrol, his hair would be full of dew. If he didn't wipe it off quickly, he would easily get sick. Today, he patrolled as usual, following his usual route. Suddenly, Grave saw a light in front of him. He knocked the ash off his pipe on a nearby carriage. You little brats, don't let me catch you. Many homeless children would climb into the carriages of the train station to spend the night in order to avoid the police and the cold. Generally, Grave would turn a blind eye, but if someone was making a fire in the carriage, he would have to stop them. Woo! Grave had just taken 2 steps forward when suddenly an evil wind blew through the air. The lamp in his hand was almost blown away, and the surrounding carriages were also blown, making a creaking sound. That's really weird, Grave said. He hesitated whether to continue forward. Woo! Another gust of evil wind blew from the front. While Grave tightened his coat, he saw a discarded small train head slowly rising in the midst of the gale. Grave opened his mouth wide, thinking he had seen it wrong. He rubbed his eyes and raised his lamp. The small train head had risen to more than one person's height, but it suddenly stopped there, as if it couldn't fly up, and slowly fell again. Woo! Another gust of wind, and the small train head slowly rose again, this time rising even higher, until it stopped at about 30 feet, more than 9 meters, and then slowly fell again. At this time, Graf seemed to realize something. He raised his lamp and looked into the air. He couldn't see anything in the dark night sky, but he always felt that something terrifying was lying in the air. That terrifying thing, it seemed to want to devour the small train head in front of him. Suddenly, the oppressive feeling disappeared, and the firelight in front also disappeared. Everything returned to normal, the small train head lay there quietly, and the surrounding carriages remained motionless. Graf stood there until his legs were stiff before muttering, "That's really evil." Saying this, he backed away, not daring to turn his back to the small train head. He didn't dare to come out to patrol again tonight. The next day, rumors of hauntings spread from the freight train station in the suburbs. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 226, Chapter 226 Azek's Appearance. Chapter 226 Azek's Appearance. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Late at night, Hobert, after exiting the train station, walked 2 or 3 blocks before hailing a cab. He had just tried using the power of the Nation of Disorder to grab the small train head, but found it impossible. According to his estimation, the small train head should be slightly heavier than the water pump, which is why he used it for the experiment. If he held the Black Emperor card, the small train head could be lifted a little, but only a little. During the third experiment, Hobert, while holding the Black Emperor card, twisted the weight of the small train head and managed to grab it near the Gate of Sacrifice, but couldn't lift it over the last few meters no matter what. With these 3 experiments, Hobert believed that he could complete this operation after becoming Sequence 6. Looking at the streets outside, which were starting to get foggy, Hobert decided that as soon as he completely digested the bribe potion, he would immediately drink the Baron of Corruption potion. After becoming Sequence 6, Hobert planned to digest the potion in Backlund first. If that didn't work, he would go to the southern continent and, with the help of the Burke family, find a territory to try acting. In addition, Hobert had already used the Nation of Disorder to shatter the Beyonder characteristics of the Baron of Corruption. He didn't plan to consume too many Beyonder characteristics. The reason was simple: with the Order Wood and Disorder Stone in hand, his strength in the Black Emperor pathway was already very strong, and there was no need to consume more Beyonder characteristics. Consuming more Beyonder characteristics would put too much burden on his spirit, and he would have to spend energy to redigest the excess potion, which would not be worth the effort. Byam, late at night, in a narrow alley. Alger, wearing a hood and constantly holding a crystal scepter in his pocket, entered the depths of the alley with high alert. "I heard you were looking for me." A hoarse voice sounded from the darkness deep in the alley. It was Byron, the intelligence officer of the Admiral Hell. "Yes, I have a message to sell you," Alger said coldly. "A message? Have you reported to your master?" Alger sneered. "I believe that after hearing this message, you will immediately report to your master, no, your owner." Byron snorted coldly in the dark. "Speak." "There is a ship full of gold, silver, and jewels, secretly setting sail from the southern continent." "Be specific." Alger didn't fall for it. "It is said that the valuables on the ship are worth more than 200,000 pounds. "Tell me what price you can give me first." 1,000 pounds. "Too little, I want 10% of your harvest." Byron sneered. "Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?" Alger also sneered. "I have other channels to sell it. Even if I report it to the Storm Church, they won't give me only 1,000 pounds as a reward." Byron snorted coldly. "Is the news accurate?" "Absolutely accurate. Go to the bar ahead for a drink, and I'll give you an answer later." Alger knew that the other party was going to report to the Admiral Hell, so he nodded and came to the bar. Although it was late at night, there were still many reveling pirates and thugs in the bar, chatting loudly, and their voices could be heard on the next street, but there were also many such bars and such loud voices on the next street. These 2 bar streets seemed to be more lively than the vegetable market. Alger ordered a glass of local Blue Mountain Island fruit wine and waited for about half an hour before a young man dressed as a local politely invited Alger back to the previous alley. Byron was still hiding in the darkness, but his tone was much kinder. "Alger, you're in luck, the captain is willing to give you a 3,000 pound reward." Alger reluctantly said, "Okay, just consider it as me doing you a favor. If it were someone else, I wouldn't sell this information for such a low price." He noticed that 2 people had come behind him. Besides increasing his vigilance, he didn't make any excessive moves. "It's been a long time, how about I treat you to a meal? I'll also cover your accommodation. If you want girls, just ask," Byron said with a smile, "but please don't leave the room I prepared for you." "I know the rules," Alger also said with a smile. "There's no need to explain it so clearly with such a disgusting tone." By confining Alger, on the one hand, they were afraid that the news was wrong, and on the other hand, they wanted to prevent this kid from selling the same news to others. Thursday, Backlund, Blanca Street. Hobert, who had returned late last night, didn't get up until after 8 in the morning. After eating the breakfast furs left behind, Hobert came to the nation of disorder again and used true vision to make sure no one was tailing him. Then he put on his windbreaker, picked up his cane, hailed a carriage, and first went to the Lone Kingdom Army Staff Headquarters to tell Christian that he knew a demigod of the death pathway with good character and wanted to take that demigod to explore the ruins. Hobert completely trusted Christian, so he decided to give him a heads up in advance. Sure enough, Christian just told him to pay attention to safety. He didn't even ask about the ownership of the sealed items, leaving it entirely to Hobert to handle. Then Hobert found another cab and, after an hour's drive, arrived at 16 Wanbois Avenue in the Hillston borough. Wanbois Avenue is a major avenue on the edge of the entire city of Backlund. There are many self-built villas here, which are concentrated in an area where wealthy people who are almost at the millionaire stage, but still a little short of it, live. However, 16 Wanbois Avenue is special. It can be seen from a distance that this villa has been abandoned for a long time, and the vegetation is about to swallow the entire courtyard. After a brief inquiry, Hobert learned that this villa was very evil. People who lived in it easily died inexplicably. No one dared to live there a long time ago, and priests of the Evernight goddess had come to exorcise demons, but still no one dared to buy it. In other words, this is a haunted house. Living here would be in line with the identity of a descendant of death. As for the priests of the Evernight goddess, they were probably the Nighthawks. Even if there was something evil inside, it had been dealt with before. But it's hard to say now. After all, Mr. Azek used this place as one of his strongholds. It would be a shame if no ghost stories happened, given his identity. Hobert wrote in advance the general exploration process of the ruins, as well as his guess that it was attracting Mr. Azek, and, according to Mr. Azek's instructions, put it in the mailbox at 16 Wanbois Avenue. He didn't intend to explore this villa. In the mystical world, you have to listen to advice. If you're told to put it in the mailbox, just put it in the mailbox. Then Hobert took a cab again to leave, preparing to return to the law firm to wait for news. Who knew that just a dozen minutes after the carriage left, the space next to Hobert suddenly became illusory. Just as he was surprised, Azek walked out of the illusion. "Take me to that ruin." Hobert smiled. The last time they met, the two of them had admitted their extraordinary identities to each other. So Azek was no longer hiding his Beyonder powers at all. Hobert said, "Of course, but I hope I can also get some Beyonder items from the ruins." Although it was hurtful to talk about conditions right away, it was reasonable to say some things at the beginning. After all, in Azek's eyes, it was only their third meeting. If there was no profit motive, Azek would instead suspect Hobert's purpose. "I'm only interested in the hard feathers you mentioned," Azek said. "Everything else can be given to you." Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Show list disorder stone x disorder stone x blanca x Hobert x C god x grade 0 sealed artifact grade 0 sealed artifact x grade 1 sealed artifact grade 1 sealed artifact x grade 2 sealed artifact grade 2 sealed artifact x. Chapter 227, Chapter 227 The Image of the God of Death, Bonus 1. Chapter 227 The Image of the God of Death. Thanks to Stavros Theodosiadis for becoming a free member. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Azek grabbed Hobert's shoulder. "Recall the location of the ruins in your mind." "Wait a moment." Hobert took out a 2 soldi banknote and placed it on the carriage seat, then said to the coachman, "I want to get off. Otherwise, the taxi driver would definitely think he had seen a ghost." A perfectly fine passenger just disappeared. After hearing Hobert's voice, the coachman immediately stopped the carriage by the side of the street. He waited for a long time but the passenger didn't get out. Sir." He came to the back to take a look, but the carriage was empty. Fortunately, there was a 2 soldi fare in the carriage, which made him think that he hadn't noticed when the passenger got off, and he didn't think otherwise. At this time, the coachman's passenger, Mr. Hobert, was being held by Azek's shoulder, traveling in the spirit world. In the spirit world, there were gorgeous colored mists and all kinds of spirit world creatures. What made Hobert feel most novel was that his feet were not on the ground. He and Azek were in midair. To be precise, the spirit world does not have the concept of ground. There is no concept of up, down, left, and right here, and even no concept of distance. Although they seemed to be standing still, Hobert knew that if they left the spirit world at this time, they would have long been far away from the position when they entered the spirit world. Before entering the spirit world, Azek told Hobert not to look directly at the creatures of the spirit world. Hobert lowered his head slightly, only using the corner of his eye to observe everything around him. Suddenly, Hobert saw an ancient black coffin in a cloud of black mist. It stood there, seemingly noticing Hobert. Although there were no eyes on the coffin, Hobert realized that the other party was staring at him. Hobert withdrew his gaze, not daring to look directly at the other party. At this moment, everything around seemed to be splashed with oil paint, and began to become abstract and unreal. These abstract and unreal colors gradually solidified, and Hobert saw them turn into trees and rocks, weeds and mounds. At this time, they were already on a hillside outside Bakerland, from where they could see the camp at the foot of the mountain. That was the camp of Jacob's mercenary group. At this time, they had already transported away the valuable antiques, but there were still more than a dozen people finishing up. They first filled in the entrance to the ruins, and then dismantled the camp. Azek asked, "Is it here?" "Yes." Hobert said, "Probably directly below." Then Hobert felt a blur in front of his eyes, and his vision was quickly covered by darkness. They had already arrived in the ruins. Hobert smiled wryly. Do these big shots like to be lazy so much? They'd rather walk the spirit world than take the right path. Hobert had prepared in advance, turned on the flashlight, and led the way. Yes, at this moment in Backland, there were already flashlights. The reason why it was called a flashlight, instead of a flashlight, was because the shape of the flashlight was a bit like a table lamp carried in the hand. Its main structure was a large battery, in the middle was a round light that shone forward, and on top was a handle. The overall structure was a rectangle, so it couldn't be called a flashlight tube. Now there is no civilian version of the flashlight. Hobert bought the military version from the mercenary club. It is very heavy and can be used not only for lighting but also as a weapon. At least it is better than a brick. For Hobert, this high-tech product has two flaws. The first flaw is that he has to change the light bulb frequently. Light bulbs have also been invented, but the quality is very poor. Most light bulbs can only work for hundreds of hours, so they have to be changed frequently. The second flaw is that it costs money, because light bulbs are not only of poor quality but also very expensive. However, Hobert still bought one when he saw the flashlight, 1 unit. Because the flashlight provides a much better field of vision in the dark than an oil lamp, and it is windproof, rainproof, and can also be used for self-defense. It has many more uses than an oil lamp. Of course, Hobert thought that after he became a high sequence, his body would undergo qualitative changes, and he would be able to see things clearly in the dark without lamps. That is another story. Carrying the flashlight he bought on impulse, Hobert came to the noble courtyard in the ruins and pointed out the entrance to the underground structure to Azek. This seal is very exquisite. Azek smiled, and as he spoke, he raised his hand and lightly tapped to break the seal that Dofus had spent a lot of effort to create. Then the two lifted the stone slab, Azek in front and Hobert behind, and entered the underground structure of the ruins. Azek instructed, "When I tell you to close your eyes later, close them immediately." The terrifying memory that made Hobert feel terrified was awakened again. He swallowed, "Okay." After walking along the underground corridor for more than 20 minutes, Azek suddenly stopped and said, "I know what's going on. This door hides itself most of the time and is constantly changing its position." Saying this, he took out a small dagger, cut his finger, squeezed out 1 or 2 drops of blood, and smeared it evenly on the stone wall. The stone wall immediately became illusory, and the shape of a door appeared, emitting a light that made people feel cold all over. Azek said, "Close your eyes." Hobert immediately closed his eyes, and the feeling of fear and oppression that swept through his body reappeared. But the huge sense of oppression only lasted for 10 seconds, and Mr. Azek said, "Okay, you can open your eyes now." That's it. Although he had doubts in his heart, Hobert still trusted Mr. Azek. He opened his eyes and first saw a bizarre door in front of him. Standing inside the door was a creature more than 1 person tall with the head of a dog and the body of a human. It closed its eyes tightly, its body was covered with black hair, and the expression on its face was very kind and reassuring. Just seeing this face can calm people's minds. This image is very similar to the image of the Egyptian god Anubis in Hobert's memory. This is the black hound spirit beast, Azek explained, seeing it reminds me of some knowledge. It is said to be the guardian of the ancient death god, and its heart is one of the main materials for sequence 3 of the death pathway. But the state of this black hound spirit beast is very strange. First of all, it has the beyonder characteristics of the complete sequence 3 ferryman in its body, and it is already dead. Well, or rather, no one can completely kill it, because it is already dead. Azek paused and then said, "But I can use the power of the underworld to extract the beyonder characteristics from it. It will no longer have terrifying power, only retaining the state of not rotting in the state of death and moving slowly and freely. But my spirituality tells me that if I borrow a large amount of power from the underworld here, it will cause very terrible consequences." Hobert asked, "Is this a zombie or an undead?" "A different state. It will not rot until the end of time." Azek said, "I suspect it has been blessed by the ancient death god." Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 228, Chapter 228 The Corpse of God. Chapter 228 The Corpse of God. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Azek waved his hand again, as if dismissing a servant, and the black hound spirit beast with its eyes tightly closed moved away from the doorway. Hobert saw the scene inside the door. The stone chamber was much larger than he had imagined, with a giant bird lying inside. His spirituality immediately made him realize that this giant bird was unusual. Although it had its eyes tightly closed and no signs of life, it still impacted Hobert's spirit. However, this impact was not enough to collapse Hobert's spiritual body and astral body. Its appearance was somewhat in line with Hobert's feeling of a phoenix, but instead of gorgeous and colorful feathers, it was covered in seemingly pale flame-like feathers. Then Hobert noticed that the gorgeous illusory colors at the door had turned gray and white after entering the stone chamber. Even the light from the flashlight seemed to be covered with a thin layer of black gauze, turning gray and white. Sadness. Hobert felt the sadness brought by death. Finally, Hobert's heart was shocked. Yes, shocked. How could there be such a wonderful creature in the world? Azek strode forward and placed his hand on the giant bird's corpse. He closed his eyes and felt for more than 10 seconds, then pinched his forehead in pain and said, I remember a lot of things. Azek opened his eyes. This is the corpse of the ancient death god. Well, more precisely, it is the indestructible part of her corpse. This is not a complete mythical creature form, so we will not die immediately after seeing it, but will only be impacted. Hobert's sense of shock still existed. Why is her corpse here? I remembered one thing, during the Four Emperors' War. Azek smiled. Hey, you can think that I saw relevant literature. No, I know that was what you experienced, Hobert said in his heart. Azek continued, in the early stage of the Four Emperors' War, the Night Emperor and the Underworld Emperor each gained advantages, so the Night Emperor turned his attention to the Underworld Emperor. For this reason, he found the corpse of Greg Race, who had inextricable connections with the Underworld, and wanted to use it to design a trap for the Underworld Emperor. Unfortunately, before the Underworld Emperor stepped into the trap, the Night Emperor had fallen. The Underworld Emperor once secretly sent people to look for it, but they never found Greg Race's corpse. I didn't expect that the Trunsoist family hid the corpse here. Hobert finally understood why his spirituality prevented him from using the teleportation statue when exploring the ruins before, because the ancient death god not only accommodated the uniqueness of the death pathway, but also accommodated some of the beyonder characteristics of the door pathway. Therefore, the door of this stone chamber was not overlapping with a certain stone chamber as Dofus guessed, but could randomly appear anywhere in the underground structure. It is estimated that the entire stone chamber was a space created by the ancient death god using the beyonder power of the door pathway. As for why the stone chamber had been circling in this underground structure, Hobert didn't understand. He guessed that this underground structure should be some kind of seal designed for the stone chamber. In the previous exploration, if Hobert had used the teleportation statue, it was very likely that he would always be teleported into the stone chamber, or to the entrance of the stone chamber. Hobert asked, can the ancient death god be resurrected by this corpse? Azek shook his head. No, but this is a symbol of the ancient death god's immortality. As long as the corpse exists, she still has the possibility of resurrection. Even if a new death god appears, she still has the possibility of resurrection. Then can't this corpse be destroyed? No, even gods can't destroy it. Azek said, just like that black hound spirit beast, it is already dead, how can you kill it again? Hobert was silent, and for the first time he felt the great shock brought by this mysterious world. Before, he always felt that he knew everything about this mysterious world, but it was not until today that he realized that he only knew it, but did not have this kind of cognition and knowledge. Only by seeing the most mysterious and high-end parts of this world can one have one's own cognition. The two stood in front of Greg Race's corpse for a long time before they went to check the other structures of the stone chamber. There were 3 corpses in the stone chamber, all in a skeletal state. The clothes of one of the corpses had rotted, but the skeleton was still quite well preserved. This should be related to the environment here, or being next to the corpse of the ancient death god. Of the 3 corpses, only one corpse had beyonder characteristics emitting a cold brilliance. In addition, not far from the corpse, there were 2 black iron-like cylinders, one of which also had 2 notebooks or books. Hobert immediately realized that something was wrong. The corpse of the ancient death god only attracted one beyonder of the death pathway. It also attracted 2 ordinary people. Azek shook his head. No, for more than 1,000 years, it should have attracted many beyonders of the death pathway, but some can restrain their curiosity and desire, while others cannot. Those who fantasized about studying the corpse of the ancient death god died here, while those who could restrain themselves picked up their beyonder characteristics. And the corpse with beyonder characteristics has relatively undamaged clothes. He should have died here in the recent decades or even 10 years, and his beyonder characteristics have not been picked up. Hobert nodded and looked at the 2 black iron-like cylinders again. He remembered that when he entered this room before, he was tripped by something hard, probably one of these 2 cylinders. Azek glanced at it and said, you can take these 2 cylinders back to make 2 weapons. Well, this is part of the stone pillar that the ancient death god often stepped on. At first, it was just a stone, but later, under the influence of divinity, it already had the characteristics of steel. I believe that the weapons made with them can have the ability to harm the enemy's soul. Good stuff, good stuff. Hobert smiled and said, "Thank you for your generosity." Azek picked up the notebook on the cylinder. He opened it and glanced at it, then looked at Hobert and asked, "Is your father called Rex?" Hobert was stunned. "How do you know?" Azek smiled and handed the notebook in his hand to Hobert. "This is the notebook your father left for you." Hobert suddenly thought that he had learned from Mr. Diggo's that Rex had placed a notebook in a place that only his descendants could get. He never dreamed that it would be here. Hobert took the notebook and, by the light, saw a few lines of dragon flying and phoenix dancing sentences written on the title page of the notebook. "The stick from the Zeradal family said that my descendants will come here and loot this place, so I left the notebook here." Below this sentence is another handwriting. "I am the stick from the Zeradal family, little friend. I have not touched anything here. I will leave it all to you as a meeting gift from my uncle." Hobert thought, "Then I, Grandpa, will accept it." Then he thought that Rex actually had contact with members of the Zeradal family, and it seemed that they had a good relationship. These people are so dangerous. No, Hobert found that he thought the people of the Zeradal family were dangerous, which was a bit preconceived. Klein would think they are dangerous and hostile to them. But for the Beyonders of the Black Emperor pathway, there can be a good relationship. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 229, Chapter 229 New Blasphemy Card. Chapter 229 New Blasphemy Card. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Now is not the time to examine the notes closely. Hobert only glanced at the title page before closing the notebook again. "I heard from my elders before that my father placed some information about our family in a place only I could access. I didn't expect it to be here." Azek smiled and said, "Sometimes fate is so wonderful." Putting the notebook back where it was, Hobert began to search the skeleton's body. The skeleton carried a small bag, which contained another notebook, a map, and some paper money, surprisingly gold pounds. It seemed that the other party had not been dead for long, because these gold pounds had not yet turned yellow. In addition, there were several charms in the bag, but after such a long time, they no longer had effects. Hobert also found a classical pocket watch on the skeleton. Originally, Hobert thought it was an ordinary pocket watch, but just as he was about to put it back on the skeleton, he felt the extraordinary nature of the pocket watch. He felt that his spirituality seemed to be absorbed by the pocket watch. Hobert injected spirituality into the pocket watch and found that he could use a new skill, steal. It can steal Beyonder abilities, it can steal other people's ideals and dreams, it can steal other people's thoughts. This is a mystical item at the sequence 5 level of the error pathway. Hobert also put the pocket watch aside. Although it was difficult for him to grasp the negative effects of this pocket watch with his current sequence, in terms of ability, this thing was definitely as good as the healing fork. Continuing the search, Hobert also found a ring. After putting on the ring, Hobert felt that his brain became particularly agile and lively. He possessed amazing calculation abilities and precise control abilities. Taking off the ring, Hobert sighed inwardly. To be able to carry 2 magical items on his body shows that this death pathway Beyonder lived a good life before his death. In addition, the other party should have a sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic, so this harvest is really not small. Finally, Hobert searched the shirt worn inside the other party's coat and found that there was a small pocket sewn inside the shirt, which contained only a thin card. Hobert felt something. He took out the card, and sure enough, he saw an image of Roselle with no life in his eyes. This is a blasphemy card, an unopened blasphemy card. Hobert, who had experience touching the Black Emperor card, could confirm that this was a genuine blasphemy card. Even Azek, who was dazed beside the ancient death's corpse, couldn't help but glance over here, but after seeing that it was an ordinary card, he continued to look at the ancient death's corpse. A blasphemy card, a pocket watch with the Beyonder power of the error pathway, a sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic, and a ring that may have the sequence 8 ability of the Wheel of Fortune pathway. It was really the right decision to ask Azek to help explore this time. Even if only 2 of these 4 items can be taken, it is still a great harvest. Plus the notebook and black iron pillars that Azek has already promised him, it's a huge profit. Azek was still dazed in front of the ancient death's corpse, and Hobert stood aside quietly waiting. About half an hour later, Azek seemed to suddenly come back to his senses. He smiled and said, "Sorry, I've kept you waiting." "It's nothing, I have plenty of time today." Hobert pointed to the things he had just searched out. "You choose first." Azek smiled and said, "Your father and uncle left everything here for you, how can I compete with you? Put them away, they are all yours." "How can I be so embarrassed?" Hobert said, while his hands honestly put the things he had searched out into the prepared small bag. Then he repeated his old trick, took off his trench coat, and wrapped the 2 black iron pillars. The 2 pieces of black iron were heavier than expected, and the trench coat made a slight groan, as if it would be crushed at any time. It was only because Hobert was very strong now that he could move them away at all. Azek looked at the ancient death's corpse again, and then said to Hobert, "Thank you for bringing me here, This reminds me of many things, although those memories are more like dreams. I also want to thank you for your generosity, which has allowed me to gain a lot. Hobert said, you can seal this place again, so as not to be discovered by others. Azek nodded, that makes sense. He also planned to study it again when he had time in the future. As they spoke, the two left the stone chamber, and the illusory door disappeared. Back in the noble courtyard in the ruins, Azek resealed it, and then took Hobert through the spirit world back to Backlund. But strangely, the coffin in the black mist appeared again on their way back, this time closer to the two, but it seemed to be afraid of Azek, so it could only stare from the side. Since it was a coffin, Hobert estimated that it was a spirit of the death pathway, possibly attracted by the descendants of death or the blasphemy card. Hobert didn't care. Back in Backlund, the two appeared in a deserted alley. Azek said, if you need anything in the future, you can put the letter in the mailbox at 16 Wanboy Avenue, where I have arranged a spirit to forward the letters to me. Hobert agreed, and saw Azek step into the illusion and re-enter the spirit world. He could feel that after this action, Azek's trust in him had increased a lot. Carrying the simple bag made of trench coat, Hobert walked out of the alley. He found that he was actually near the law firm. Hobert sighed, Mr. Azek is really considerate. Without having to find a rental carriage, Hobert simply walked back to Blanca Street. Because Azek took Hobert through the spirit world back and forth, saving time and effort, after going back and forth, and staying in the ruins for so long, it was not even noon yet. This made Hobert even more eager to get a magical item with the travel ability. It was too convenient. Before he went to the ruins, it would take 4 or 5 hours to take a carriage back and forth. Back in his room, Hobert put the harvest on the table, and the more he looked at it, the happier he became. Then he set up the altar and sacrificed to himself, sacrificing the harvested things except for notebooks, gold pounds, etc. to the nation of disorder. Hobert sat on the iron throne and rearranged the harvest in front of him one by one. First, starting with the 2 cylinders of black iron, Hobert put his hand on them, and with the blessing of the nation of disorder, he immediately felt the black iron constantly depriving the surrounding life breath. As Mr. Azek said, if it is made into a weapon, it must have the characteristic of hurting the opponent's spiritual body. But who should I ask to make the weapon? Ask a cancer for help. But it's not easy to explain to him where such good materials came from, and Hobert doesn't want these things to be known by official beyonders. Hobert thought of Jessica's friend. She seemed to be an artisan. He could entrust her to make a handy weapon for himself. Then, Hobert picked up the blasphemy card again. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 230 Death Card. 3ch/day from now on, same as Dolua, my soul skills made Tang Sen cry. Patreon is 6ch/day. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Bernadette. Hobert chanted the incantation. The card in his hand immediately radiated a bright light, and Roselle's image became 3-dimensional. T/N, every incantation is just Bernadette. Roselle was wearing clothes with Southern Continent characteristics, sitting on a pale stone chair, holding a golden bird with Southern Continent carving characteristics. He was lifeless and exuded a necromantic aura. It really is the death card. Hobert smiled, the ever-changing Roselle, I wonder what image he has on the Demoness card. Then Hobert examined the contents of the blasphemy card. Sequence 9, Corpse Collector. The Beyonders of this sequence possess certain corpse characteristics. They appear quite gloomy and have a low body temperature, thus avoiding attacks from mindless undead. At the same time, they have also gained improvements in physical fitness, able to withstand the erosion of decay, cold, and death aura. They naturally possess spiritual vision, can directly see some evil spirits, and understand the characteristics and weaknesses of many undead creatures. Main materials, dried adult black-spotted frog, spiritual dust of resentful spirits. Supplementary materials, 80 milliliters of pure water, 1 black cadaverous flower, 1 dried corpse worm, 12 grams of dragon blood grass powder. Hobert smacked his lips. This potion looked disgusting. Looking down the list, Hobert stopped at Sequence 4. Sequence 4, Undying. Main materials, Scarlet Eyes of the Skull Lord, Spiritual Crystal of the Grey Curled Moth. Supplementary materials, 20 grams of bone powder of the Skull Lord, a pair of antennae of the Grey Curled Moth, 1 undead tricolor flower, 30 milliliters of zombie brain fluid. Ritual, become a dead person. Hobert opened his mouth. He had heard of becoming a poet, becoming a philosopher, but this was the first time he saw the requirement to become a dead person. Is this a path to suicide? Become a dead person? But then he thought, it might mean a dead person in the sense of mysticism. In this world full of extraordinary powers, there are 2 definitions of a dead person. One is death in the ordinary sense, which is the loss of all life signs. The other is a dead person in the mystical sense. The spirit world spontaneously accepts someone's spirit body. The spirit bodies of normal people have countless connections with the spirit world, but these spirit bodies ultimately belong to the real world. When they lose their life signs, their spirit bodies will be accepted by the spirit world and become a part of the spirit world. That is to say, as long as the spirit body of a Beyonder of the death pathway is accepted by the spirit world, this ritual should be able to be completed. Hobert recalled Dofus's state. He had always been pale, taciturn, and rarely had emotional fluctuations. He stood there motionless and really looked like a dead person. Then Hobert thought that Dofus was looking for the main material of undying, which meant that he already had the potion formula for undying. Before, Hobert had always thought that Dofus's corpse-like state was because he was a Beyonder of the death pathway. Now it seems that he was preparing for the ritual in advance. He also thought that the qualitative change at the undying level seemed to be an exchange of the importance of the spirit body and the physical body. For ordinary people in the real world, of course, the physical body is important. If the physical body loses its life signs, the person dies. People also see each other's physical bodies, not their spirit bodies. Although both are equally important, it seems that the spirit body is an appendage of the physical body. After becoming undying, the Beyonder's physical body is in a state of neither alive nor dead, and the spirit body becomes the more important part, and the physical body seems to become an appendage. Then Hobert thought of the former chief of City of Silver, so he continued to look down. Sequence 3, Ferryman. Main materials, Heart of the Black Dog Spirit Beast, a complete withered broad-winged wax cicada. Supplementary materials. Ritual, build a mausoleum, drink the potion in the mausoleum, open the space of the mausoleum to the underworld, or the spirit world, and walk out of the mausoleum and return to the human world in the constant scouring and baptism of the underworld. Hobert nodded. Sure enough, he had to build a mausoleum, but the former chief obviously did not withstand the scouring of the underworld and did not complete the process of walking out of the mausoleum himself. There should be some skills in this, but the former chief had no channel to obtain these skills and could only try it himself at risk. It seems that the former chief was also affected by the artificial death, and the reason for the failure was quite complicated. As for the spirit world marked in the ritual, it is not difficult to understand. After all, the underworld is an area opened up by the ancient death god from the spirit world. The underworld symbolizes the realm of death, and its baptism and scouring should be a transformation of the spirit body and the physical body, while the spirit world is slightly different. In addition to a large number of undead, there are also many spirit world creatures living in the spirit world. Its scouring should also allow the ferryman to possess some of the power or characteristics of the spirit world creatures. Then Hobert thought that the ritual of undying was to become a dead person, and the ritual of ferryman was to build a mausoleum. This seems to be the process of a funeral. First die, then send it to the mausoleum. I don't know if it needs a grand funeral. If it does, this is also a very expensive sequence. Thinking of this, Hobert smiled knowingly and continued to look down. After reading the entire contents of the blasphemy card, he put it next to the Black Emperor card. The greatest effect of this blasphemy card on Hobert is that he knows the potion formula of the complete sequence of the death pathway. From today onwards, the great creator has another complete sequence of potion formulas. As for the other effects of this card, they completely overlap with the Black Emperor card. Relatively speaking, Hobert is more willing to appear as the Black Emperor. Next Monday, Hobert plans to dedicate it to the Fool, complete the second bribe, and be promoted as soon as possible. As for the Red Priest card, if there is a chance, he will extort it from Medici. If there is no chance, he will wait and try to avoid getting involved with Adam's story. Hobert waved to the extraordinary characteristic again. Holding the extraordinary characteristic, he used the position of Nation of Disorder to determine that this was a Beyonder characteristic of Sequence 5, Gatekeeper, which could be sold for a lot of money. Putting the Beyonder characteristic on the stone platform over there, Hobert held the ring in his hand again. Similarly, using the high position of Nation of Disorder, Hobert felt the negative effects of the ring. After wearing it, the wearer's brain will be in a state of high-speed operation, and can only think about one thing, and it is easy to ignore information other than the thing being thought about. Long-term wearing will increase the burden on the brain and cause a certain degree of damage. The negative effects are not significant, but it is not suitable for use in combat. In combat, you must maintain a high degree of vigilance, and it is dangerous to easily ignore information. It is very suitable for thinking about problems and making plans. Finally, there is the classic pocket watch. Hobert held it in his hand and also knew its negative effects. From the moment it is worn, it begins to steal the wearer's spirituality. Wearing it for more than 10 minutes, it will begin to steal the wearer's vitality. Wearing it for more than 20 minutes, it will begin to steal the wearer's luck. After being away from it for half an hour, the time will start to accumulate again. Hobert pinched his chin. Compared with the healing fork, the negative effects are quite large. If you don't want to cause damage, it is best to control the wearing time within 10 minutes each time. Thinking of this, Hobert summoned the power of order to wrap the pocket watch and tried to seal it. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 231. Chapter 231. One person took on everything. Chapter 231 One person took on everything. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Although Hobert's control over the Nation of Disorder is still very limited, as long as it is a sealed item or magical item below the level of a demigod, his seal can basically greatly reduce the negative effects. This pocket watch has certain living characteristics, so after being wrapped in the power of order, it immediately showed obvious tremors. After being ravaged by the power of order, Hobert held the pocket watch in his hand again, and the negative effects were indeed greatly reduced. There will be no negative effects within 2 hours of wearing it. During this period, it will steal the spirituality of people around the wearer, including the spirituality of the wearer's opponents. After wearing it for more than 2 hours, it will begin to steal the wearer's vitality and luck, and there is a certain probability of stealing the vitality and luck of the wearer's opponents. Take it off for an hour, and then reaccumulate the wearing time. Hobert nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. He put the pocket watch on the stone platform over there. He doesn't plan to wear it usually, and plans to use it as his trump card. Hobert looked at the colorful beyonder characteristics on the stone platform, as well as the sealed items and magical items, and suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment. His current accumulation is already as much as a small beyonder organization, and the title of evil god is gradually becoming a reality. Just as Hobert was about to leave the Nation of Disorder, he realized that the star representing Elliot suddenly lit up. It seems that the matter of purchasing the water pump has been finalized. Spreading his spirituality to the star belonging to Elliot, Hobert heard the other party's prayer. Great Creator, the Patriarch hopes to purchase 2 new water pumps at once, and gave me a sealed item that seems to be of a high level, hoping that I can use it to complete the second bribe. Hobert pondered for a while. He would accept Elliot's bribe without hesitation, and he could earn more from 2 water pumps, but he would have to wait until he became the Baron of Corruption. He's not far from that step, so he can agree first, but he still has to use the alt account. Hobert left the Nation of Disorder, and then prayed to himself, Great Creator, please ask your devotee to prepare the gold. I will place the order now. The production cycle is about a week to 10 days. After the water pump is assembled, we will trade. Then Hobert entered the Nation of Disorder again, first using the image and tone of the Creator to reply to Elliot, okay. At the same time, he put mosaics on the picture of his prayer and threw it into Elliot's star. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert thought that he had to set up a company, which was so troublesome. At this time, he thought of the missing devotee, Upton. Didn't this kid want to be a businessman? Give him a chance. However, the Creator can't say this, alas, he has to use the small account again. Hobert left the Nation of Disorder again somewhat helplessly, and prayed to himself, Great Creator, please help me contact Upton. I have something to entrust to him. The reward is part of the main material of the briber. Meet at 16 Wanbo Avenue at 10 p.m. 2 days later. After the prayer, Hobert entered the Nation of Disorder again, and the protruding part of the Iron Throne was almost worn smooth because he went in and out. After putting mosaics on his prayer just now, Hobert threw it into the star representing Upton. At this time, the star representing Elliot lit up. It was Elliot's thanks. Hobert listened to it once, and in order to maintain the identity of the Creator, he did not reply again. The pool returned to its former calm. Hobert complained, my operation just now seems like a very large company, but the manager is myself, the employees are myself, and the huge company is supported by me alone. He shook his head with a smile and left the Nation of Disorder. Lone Kingdom, Desi County, Conant City. This is the most famous tourist city in the world, with beautiful beaches, pleasant sea breeze, cheap subtropical fruits and seafood. There are unique hotels everywhere, restaurants with unique flavors, and bars with different decoration styles. Of course, there is also a special product here, the gangs. Because most of the shops here are service industries, the gangs have the space to collect protection fees. They also have their own bars, their own industries, and the establishment of gangs is also to protect their own interests, because the efficiency of the local government is very poor, and many times it is impossible to solve their problems and realize their demands through formal channels. Also, because these gangs have their own industries in the local area, they never extort tourists, they just make money from tourists, but sometimes they rip them off. It is precisely because of their professional ethics that they have never damaged the image of the city, and the tourism industry here has always been very prosperous. In the private room of the Coast Bar, several gang members of the Coast Gang were sitting around their boss, praising the boss's power and celebrating the victory yesterday. In a gang conflict yesterday, their boss Upton once again used his terrifying power to drive away more than a dozen members of the Blackfish Gang, once again defending the interests of the Coast Gang. Now this most prosperous coastal street is basically their world. The rise of the Coast Gang has been in the past month. Before that, they were unknown, just a small gang running a bar. Just a month ago, a gang raided the Coast Bar. Mr. Upton, who was traveling from Backlund, happened to pass by, drove away the raiding gang, and protected the Coast Bar. Their former boss, who was dying from the beating, handed over the Coast Gang to Upton and died. From that moment on, Upton led them to fight back against other gangs, bribe local officials, and in just 1 month, the Coast Gang became one of the largest gangs in Conan City. While the atmosphere was warm, their boss Upton suddenly froze, then seemed a little scared, and then seemed relieved. In short, the expression on the boss's face was very complicated. Upton, who originally liked to wear shirts, black pants, and dress like a young master, is now wearing local silk clothes, which looks like a gangster. Everyone in the room didn't dare to breathe. After a minute or two, Upton said, "I'm going back to Backlund." No matter how everyone cried and tried to persuade him to stay, Boss Upton seemed to have made up his mind to go. He said, "I'm not going to die, why are you crying like this? I'll be back in a while." Backlund, Blanca Street. Hobert opened Rex's notes and flipped through them. After reading a few pages, Hobert discovered that it roughly recorded Rex's movements after returning to Backlund. The main content is the record of the 7 ancient ruins he discovered. They cleaned up the ruins they had excavated very thoroughly, without leaving even an ordinary antique. And there was a special note, saying that the information of these 4 ruins was useless, and telling his children not to go to these places, lest they be caught by the royal family. Judging from the ink, this warning should have been written later. Rex probably never imagined that this information would be very important to Hobert. It was equivalent to marking 4 of George III's 9 mausoleums. Moreover, Rex left mystical backdoors in these 4 ruins. If these backdoors were not discovered by the royal family, Hobert could still enter silently. Hobert seemed to feel the arrangement of fate. This was obviously the key to destroying George III's advancement. When the time comes, tell the Castilla family of the Fenapotter Kingdom royal family about these entrances, he. Klein didn't have a better way at the time and could only forcefully attack one of the mausoleums. Rex's information could allow Hobert to solve the problem with a leisurely attitude. The lone royal family is not without enemies. Sometimes, making good use of the enemy's enemies will find you great help. In addition to the 4 ruins that were excavated in advance by the lone royal family, one of the other 3 had been discovered by other Beyonders, and the extraordinary items inside were swept away and turned upside down. Only 2 are relatively well preserved, one of which is the ruin where the notes are hidden. Rex also described the sealed item in this ruin. In the notes, he said that he and his good friend Arthur groped in the stone room with their eyes closed for several days, and basically determined that it should be the corpse of a certain death. As for the Black Hound spirit beast, these 2 guys chased it and touched it, and determined that it was a Black Hound spirit beast in a rather strange state. As long as you don't look at it, it's not dangerous for Beyonders of sequence 4 and above. If it is below sequence 4, even if you don't look at this Black Hound spirit beast, your spirit will be crushed if you stay by its side for a long time, and going crazy is the best ending. Hobert could imagine the Black Hound spirit beast's face full of helplessness. The key is that it can't walk fast and can only let these 2 rascals who don't know where they came from touch it. These 2 are really brave. Hobert exclaimed. As for the method of entering that stone room, it only requires the blood of Beyonders of sequence 6 or above of the death pathway or the door pathway to open it. Hobert thought of Azek's way of opening the door. At that time, he thought it had to be the blood of a descendant of death. In that case, even if Mr. Azek is not present, he can find that stone room. Rex explored the entire underground structure at that time, and discovered the sealing method of that stone room. As long as you arrange more than 500 rooms around it, that stone room will get lost and will always wander around there. In addition, Rex found many valuable documents in the noble courtyard, including records that this courtyard belonged to Duke Servia of the Trunsoist Empire, who was a direct descendant of the Night Emperor. As Azek said, the Night Emperor at that time was preparing to use the body of an ancient death to design a trap against the Underworld Emperor. Through the documents found, Rex discovered some potentially useful information. At that time, together with Rex's notes, there was also a very old paper notebook, which was the most important document left by Duke Servia. A large part of Rex's notes is a reading experience of this document. First of all, Rex discovered that this Duke Servia was deeply trusted by the Night Emperor. Servia served as the captain of Trunsoist's guard before the joint ruling period, so he knew many secret histories about the Night Emperor. And this guy likes to take notes, so Rex and Hobert also know the secret history of the Night Emperor. Fortunately, Servia didn't reveal any scandals, but just depicted some scenes of the Night Emperor's life before becoming a god, or rather, the human side of the Night Emperor. In the information provided by Duke Servia, Tudor and Trunsoist, later the Blood Emperor and the Night Emperor often sat together and chatted before becoming Sequence 1. The content of the chat was all-encompassing, which benefited Servia, who was on duty beside them. Rex wrote in his notes, the relationship between the Blood Emperor and the Night Emperor is deeper than imagined. Reading this, Hobert also thought that after all, these 2 people had been Solomon's subordinates for a long time. At that time, the 2 should have established a deep friendship, which was the basis for them to jointly plot to kill their old boss. However, after becoming Sequence 1, due to the law of Beyonder characteristics, the 2 still turned against each other and eventually broke out a war between the 2 empires. While sighing about the ancients, Hobert continued to read. In Servia's information, a description caught Rex's attention. When Tudor and Trunsoist mentioned Solomon once, they both discovered that after Solomon became the Black Emperor, many changes had taken place in him. It was not just the divine changes that occurred after becoming a true god, but that he seemed to be affected by some force, and often said some incomprehensible ramblings. At first, Tudor thought that Solomon was affected by the true creator. At that time the Church of the True Creator was the Orthodox Church of the Solomon Empire, and the two true gods had a close cooperative relationship. Tudor and Trunsoist had complained more than once that this true creator always said some incomprehensible ramblings, which made them very annoyed. These complaints are recorded in other places. In the conversation, realizing that Solomon seemed to be a little wrong, Tudor and Trunsoist also discovered through the exchange of information that Solomon had issued orders to them to find a genie, and whenever he mentioned that genie, some incomprehensible ramblings would appear in Solomon's mouth. So the two guessed that Solomon might not be affected by the true creator, but by an unknown force. Hobert's eyes narrowed when he saw this genie. For safety's sake, he simply performed a sacrificial ritual, sacrificing 2 notebooks from different eras to the nation of disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert looked at Rex's annotation on this description again. This reminds me of the description in the family documents. After the ancestor Trunsoist became the Night Emperor, he also looked for a special genie, and he finally found this genie. It is said that the genie contains the secret to obtaining power stronger than true gods. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 233, Chapter 233 The Night Emperor's Backup Plan. Chapter 233 The Night Emperor's Backup Plan. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters, become a free, $0 member for a bonus chapter and shout out. Did I mention it was free? Close to 200 power stones. My guess was right. Hobert thought that he had previously guessed that the Night Emperor's sudden fall was likely due to the influence of the outer deities, and his condition had become very wrong. It's just that Hobert guessed at the time that the uncertain mist had affected the Night Emperor. Now it seems that the Night Emperor may have been affected by the Son of Chaos. That's why the 6 gods took action to kill the Night Emperor. However, Hobert thought of another question at the time. Even the half-mad Blood Emperor was not jointly eliminated by the 6 gods. Even if the Night Emperor's problem is more serious, could it be more harmful than being half-mad? Now it seems that it may really be more harmful than being half-mad. Hobert vaguely remembers such a description of the lamp genie. The lamp genie has never been obtained by the Orthodox Church. Once a true god wanted to destroy it, but failed. The true god who wanted to destroy the lamp genie may be the Night Emperor. Destroying the lamp genie was to release the Son of Chaos inside. The Son of Chaos is from the cosmos. After the fall of the ancient sun god, the 6 gods certainly did not want an existence with a higher status than themselves on Earth, and the key is that this existence is an outer god. What if he opens the Earth's shield and lets other outer deities waiting in the starry sky come in? This should be the reason for the Night Emperor's fall. He not only threatened the status of the 6 gods, but also threatened their safety, so the Night Emperor was cleaned up. But a new problem arises. The Son of Chaos was sealed by the celestial worthy. In this state, can he still affect the Black Emperor and Justiciar pathways? What about the curse of the Trunsoist family? The celestial worthy's seal should be trustworthy. In theory, it is difficult for the Son of Chaos to have an impact on the outside world. However, the fact is that, starting from the Black Emperor, Solomon, it seems that he has been affected by the Son of Chaos, and the Justiciar Night Emperor has also been affected by the Son of Chaos. So Hobert thought of another outer deity, the uncertain mist. Part of the power of the uncertain mist comes from the Son of Chaos. Could it be that he used the power of the Son of Chaos to affect Solomon and Trunsoist? But why did the Black Emperor and the Night Emperor go to find the lamp genie? What does the curse of the Trunsoist family have to do with them? Hobert looked at the notes again. Both Servia and Rex's descriptions ended here. Obviously, they didn't have any further information. I still can't see the whole picture, Hobert sighed. I really want to borrow the lamp genie from Bernadette now and ask her carefully. Hobert rubbed his forehead. This question can only be thought of here for the time being. After finding further information, continue to think about it. Continuing to read, Rex's notes also recorded some history of the Trunsoist family. For example, Rex's ancestors and Eliot's ancestors parted ways about 600 years ago. Although there are still many of Eliot's people, they can basically only survive. They had a period of displacement when they first arrived in the southern continent. They only found a suitable place to settle down in the last 100 or 200 years. Rex's family has gradually become thin under the double blow of curses and Orthodox churches, but many strong people have emerged. Almost every 20 or 30 years, a strong person will challenge the family's curse, but they have all failed without exception. The strange thing is that after they died, the Beyonder characteristics disappeared. The last part of the notes is Rex's record of his changes after becoming a frenzied mage. First of all, he probably heard the crazy murmur clearly, as if he was shouting, "I put the entrance to the nation of disorder in the family's bloodline." Hobert was stunned and looked at the blurry figure in the pool. Is this guy really the Night Emperor? Are you sick? You have been torturing your descendants for more than 1,000 years. Then Hobert thought that he was not only shouting, "Nation of Disorder," but was shouting such a complicated sentence. Thinking of the Trunsoist brass book, contaminated by the Nation of Disorder, it is obvious that Trunsoist found the Nation of Disorder at that time. But I don't know why he failed to become a Great Old One. Could it be that he was killed by the 6 gods when he was about to become a Great Old One? At that time, the Night Emperor had already established contact with the Nation of Disorder. In order to make it easier for future generations to become Great Old Ones, he left the entrance in the bloodline of the Trunsoist family. Along with the entrance to the Nation of Disorder, there was also the Night Emperor's explanation, but for the contaminated god, the ordinary explanation sounded like crazy murmurs to future generations. Hobert smiled. This guess seems reasonable, but it also seems unreasonable. If this is the case, then the Trunsoist family is as tragic as the Abraham family. It's slightly better than the Abraham family. After all, the Trunsoist family can still produce saints. Hobert continued to flip through Rex's notes. The following is Rex's search for information about the Nation of Disorder. When he learned that the Nation of Disorder was the Sefirah, he also made a similar guess to Hobert's. Rex didn't hear all of those murmurs. He believed that if he heard them all, he could find a way to lift the curse. But if he wanted to hear them all, he had to continue to advance. He might repeat the mistakes of his ancestors, and Hobert was born not long ago at this time, and he wanted to spend more time with his children. But then he thought that Hobert would also suffer from crazy murmurs in the future, and he also thought that Hobert might face the same choices as himself in the future. So he decided to try to advance and challenge the family's curse while he was still in good condition. But before that, he made some preparations for Hobert, including the choices he provided for Hobert before. The notes ended here. Although they were all recording the process of events, Hobert could still feel the strong paternal love. This made Hobert think of the old men in the AD era again. I wonder how they are doing after I left the AD era. Thinking about it, Hobert turned to the last page of the notes. Hobert thought Rex would write a few mushy words, but there was only a line of flamboyant words. Since you have chosen to take this path, walk down it with your head held high. Hobert smiled knowingly and put the 2 notebooks on the stone platform over there. After leaving the Nation of Disorder, Hobert sat by the window looking at the people coming and going outside for a long time. He was both digesting the information he had obtained today and remembering his relatives. It wasn't until the sun was setting in the west that Hobert put away his sentimental emotions and looked at the notebook and map he had searched from the skeleton on the table. After looking at a few pages with his legs crossed, Hobert gradually put away his contempt and seriously started reading with his legs uncrossed. The dead Beyonder had found a skeleton lord before his death. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 234, Chapter 234 Clues to the Skeleton Lord. Chapter 234 Clues to the Skeleton Lord. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. In Hobert's notebook, there was a signature of its previous owner, Valentine Victor. More than a notebook, it was like a collection of clumsy ghost stories. The content of the stories was very interesting to Hobert, such as something that happened in the deep mountains of Civilaus County in the Kingdom of Loan. In the deep mountains, there was a hunter who was very good at setting traps. Suddenly, from one day on, the prey he caught in the traps was always gnawed by some kind of beast. But strangely, this experienced hunter couldn't tell from the bite marks what kind of beast had gnawed on his prey. A few days later, when the hunter went to check the traps again, he found that his prey had just been gnawed not long ago, and he quickly locked onto the trail of the culprit along the bloodstains. After chasing for about an hour or two, the hunter chased to the edge of a forest, and at this time the sky was gradually darkening. In the deep mountains, the sun sets very quickly. As soon as the sun sets behind the mountaintop, the surroundings are like being covered with a layer of black gauze. The hunter didn't intend to let the culprit go like this, and chased all the way in. The moment he stepped into the forest, the hunter felt that the mountain wind inside was particularly cold, as if countless eyes were staring at him. Just as the hunter was about to turn back, he found a towering tree with branches growing horizontally, and the canopy covered a large area. The tree was hung with corpses, all of whom had been hanged. As the mountain wind blew, the corpses swayed in the wind. The hunter was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. Just then, the corpses on the tree began to move. They raised their hands in unison, took off the nooses that had hanged them, and climbed down the tree nimbly, rushing towards the hunter. Especially a skeleton, which moved very quickly, chasing in the front. The hunter's desire to survive was ignited, and he ran until late at night before he could escape. When Hobert was reading the contents of the notebook, he thought, if Furs saw this story, after a processing and rendering of the atmosphere, it would be a very good ghost story. However, Valentine's wording and description were very bland, as if he was saying that he was having barbecue tonight, so the content was very interesting, but it was portrayed very clumsily by the owner of the notebook. The key is that there was Valentine's exploration later. He didn't say a word about the exploration process, only leaving one sentence: suspected sacrifice to a demon, multiple corpses reanimated, no skeleton lord found. This immediately reminded Hobert of Dofus. Perhaps the gatekeeper is like that, without any emotional fluctuations about everything around him when preparing for advancement. There were as many as 7 or 8 similar ghost stories, and Valentine's footprints almost covered the entire northern continent. Finally, in Coulson County in the southeastern part of the Finalizing Kingdom, Valentine discovered the real skeleton lord. He tried twice, but failed to kill the skeleton lord. The second time, he almost fell into the skeleton lord's ambush. So Valentine returned to the Kingdom of Lone, wanting to ask his teacher for help. The notebook ended here. Hobert could imagine that Valentine was attracted by the corpse of the ancient death god on his way back to Backlund, and eventually died in the stone chamber. Hobert opened the map again. The map marked the location of the skeleton lord, but it didn't look like a lone map. He put on his trench coat and went to a bookstore on the street to buy a map of the Finalizing Kingdom, and compared it when he got back. Sure enough, the map left by Valentine was a map of Coulson County in the Finalizing Kingdom. Coulson County is located between the Finalizing capital, Finalizing City, and the port city of Sefirah, bordering the small country of Mason. The entire county is basically a continuous mountainous area. Hobert nodded. In this kind of deep mountain and old forest, it is indeed easy for extraordinary creatures with territorial awareness, or undead creatures, like the skeleton lord to appear. After confirming the location of the skeleton lord, Hobert folded the map, clipped it in the notebook, picked up his cane, and left a note for Furs and Zio, telling them not to leave dinner for him. Then he jumped into a rental carriage and returned to his home in Empressborough. In the carriage, Hobert sighed. Today's experience was really wonderful. Just as he was thinking about this, his stomach grumbled twice. He then remembered that he was so busy looking at the spoils at noon, and then attracted by Rex's notebook, that he had forgotten to eat lunch. When he returned home, he arrived just in time for the Christian family to have dinner. After Hobert sat down, he began to gobble it up. Donna suspected, "Hobert, are you so poor now that you can't even afford to eat?" Hobert took a sip of wine, and while using a fork to skewer a chicken wing for himself, he asked, "Why do you think so?" "I heard that you offended all the gentlemen in Backlund in the last case, so you think no one will come to me for lawsuits anymore?" Donna nodded, and Tyran also stared at Hobert nervously, but Christian smiled and shook his head. "That's not true. The people who come to me for lawsuits now are lined up until next month." Hobert smiled and said, "I am now a well-known lawyer. My savings are so much that it would scare you to death if I told you." "TCH liar, your savings can't possibly reach £1,000. Hobert almost got stabbed by the chicken wing bone. "Donna, can you be a little more ambitious? £1,000 can scare you." Donna said seriously, "Of course it can, you must have robbed a bank, otherwise how could you have so much money?" Hobert suddenly realized that mixing in the Beyonder circle is more profitable than robbing a bank. No wonder the official Beyonders have to catch the wild Beyonders when they see them. Of course, the premise is that you have a helper like the Nation of Disorder, otherwise it is easy to become someone else's wealth. While arguing with his sister, Hobert finished dinner, and then followed Christian into the study. Hobert asked Dofus to come in together. After closing the door of the study, he began to recount the process of exploring the ruins today. Of course, Hobert didn't explain some of Mr. Azek's words and deeds. After hearing that there was the corpse of the ancient death god inside, Dofus's eyes lit up, making it difficult to maintain the state of a dead person. Christian said, "In that case, the person who explored the ruins with you should be at least a sequence 3. To be able to suppress the Black Hound spirit beast so easily, he must be at least a sequence 3. In fact, Hobert still made some processing. If Christian knew that Azek treated the Black Hound spirit beast like a servant, Christian would definitely think that the angel had some ulterior motives. Otherwise, if the other party was an angel, he might not even look at a sequence 7, so how could he get to know Hobert? Hobert pretended to be confused and said, "He told me that he is only a sequence 4. Christian shook his head. Knowing such a saint was Hobert's opportunity, and he didn't intend to interfere too much. Finally, Hobert revealed the clues about the skeleton lord, but he found that when he mentioned that the skeleton lord was in the Finalizing Kingdom, Christian and Dofus's faces changed. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 235, Chapter 235, The Freeloading Case Goes to Trial. Chapter 235, The Freeloading Case Goes to Trial. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. After Hobert obtained the clue about the skeleton lord from Valentine's notes, he immediately decided to inform Dofus of this clue. Firstly, because of the previous agreement when assassinating Bakerland, and secondly, after Dofus became a demigod, Hobert estimated that he could also benefit from it. However, Hobert found that when he said the location of the skeleton lord, Christian and Dofus's expressions were a little strange. Hobert asked, "Is there any problem with the content of the notes?" Christian asked instead, "Are you sure that the saint who went to explore the ruins with you didn't tamper with this notebook?" Hobert was stunned. "I'm sure." Christian was silent for a full 3 seconds before smiling. "Dofus, this is your chance to advance, but now is not the time to deal with the skeleton lord." Dofus nodded, "I know." Seeing that Hobert still had a puzzled look, Christian smiled and said, "Your clue is somewhat coincidental with something we are planning." Hobert said, "Oh, so they suspected that Azek knew their plan." He didn't have anything to worry about, because he knew that even if Azek knew their plan, as long as it wasn't heinous, Azek wouldn't bother to care. This topic ended here. Christian talked about the geography and culture of Coulson County in the Finalizing Kingdom. Don't look at this county, which is all mountainous. There used to be a very prosperous waterway there, but more than 50 years ago, that waterway was suddenly interrupted. There are various opinions on the reason for the interruption. Some say that an earthquake occurred and the river changed its course. Some say that the worship of evil gods appeared, causing the Finalizing Kingdom and the Earth Mother Church to abandon it. I heard a reliable piece of news, which should be closest to the truth. There was indeed an earthquake and the river changed its course, but many strange things also happened. In order to reopen the waterway, a demigod of the Finalizing Kingdom died in Coulson County. The royal family and the church both believed that reopening the waterway would cost a huge price, which was not worthwhile, so this area was basically abandoned. Now Coulson County is a place where the Finalizing Kingdom exiles prisoners and gives fiefs to some nominal viscounts and barons. For example, if someone has made a contribution and the royal family wants to make him a baron, but they don't want to give him a fief, they will enfeoff him in Coulson County. The baron who is enfeoffed in Coulson County knows that it is not a good place, and will not go to his fief, but hangs a title in Finalizing City. It is said that in the past few decades, Coulson County has become a lawless place. In this era, there is no internet, and there is no way to obtain information about a place's culture, so Hobert listens very carefully every time he hears this kind of information. After chatting for a few more words, Hobert said goodbye and returned to his bedroom to rest. In the study, Dofus asked Christian, "When are you going to tell Hobert?" "Wait a little longer," Christian said. "Whether to participate or not, let him choose for himself." Perhaps because he saw the corpse of the ancient death god, Hobert's astral body and spiritual body were greatly shaken, which caused him to have nightmares all night again. Sometimes he dreamed of being chased by black-hound spirit beasts, sometimes he dreamed of being chased by the corpse of the ancient death god, and the skeleton lord, the coffin he encountered in the spirit world, and some of the people he killed also joined in the fun. Hobert didn't sleep peacefully until dawn. But he needs to get up early today. After a simple breakfast, Hobert yawned and arrived at the law firm early. Jessica had been holding the information and waiting in front of Hobert's office door. When she saw Hobert, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Lawyer Hobert, this is the information you wanted." Hobert didn't come yesterday, and she was afraid that Hobert would be late today. Hobert glanced at it. "Very good, let's go, come with me to court." "Today is the day of the court hearing for the case of Emma, the street girl." Jessica said with some worry, "Your condition." This case has also received media attention. After all, many newspapers like this kind of scandalous news. Although Jessica knows that Hobert has northwest contact with those street girls at all, it does not affect the media's speculation and compilation in this regard. Hobert smiled. "It doesn't matter, isn't the defendant not hiring a lawyer?" In Jessica's worry, the two came to the magistrate's court together. Originally, the magistrate's court didn't take this case too seriously and arranged a court at random. But on the day of the trial, a large number of gorgeously dressed, charming women, and many reporters came to request to attend the hearing. Those women found several clients who worked in the court, so this case was tried in the largest magistrate's court in Backlund. It can accommodate 200 or 300 people to attend the hearing, but the seats for the hearing are still not enough, and many people are standing in the corridor, at the door, and outside the window to attend the hearing. When Hobert and Jessica arrived at the court, the main entrance was already blocked. Fortunately, the two were agile and climbed into the court through the window, almost missing the opening time. The plaintiff Emma and the defendant Wendell had arrived. Emma greeted Hobert with a smile and asked him to sit next to her. On the other side, the defendant Wendell couldn't get enough of looking at the room full of flamboyant girls. Soon, the judge took his seat. After confirming that Wendell did not need a lawyer, the judge announced the opening of the court. Hobert first stated Wendell's charges. Although it was just a simple statement, it aroused public outrage, and everyone began to scold Wendell. The judge knocked on the gavel for a long time before maintaining order, and then it was Wendell's turn to speak. "This middle-aged man in his 30s was very arrogant. More than once someone has sued me, but without exception, they have all failed. I'll say it again, prostitution money is not considered legal income and is not protected by law. You can't convict me at all." The previous lawyer's assistant with a very good taste couldn't win the case. "You, Hobert, no matter how famous you are, unless you can amend the laws of the lone kingdom, you can't win either. These words aroused a new round of scolding from everyone. As a Loanese, Hobert couldn't even understand what some of the street girls were scolding. This made him sigh at the diversity of languages. The judge's gavel was almost broken, but he still couldn't silence everyone. Under the loud persuasion of Hobert and Jessica, everyone calmed down. The magistrate's court rarely has anyone attending the hearing. The judge, who saw this scene for the first time, wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Hobert, "Plaintiff's lawyer, the defendant is right, I really can't convict him." Hobert smiled and said, "Your Honor, we might as well change our thinking, I will accuse the defendant of fraud." Whether it was the people in the Spectator, or the plaintiff Emma and the defendant Wendell, they didn't understand what it meant, but the judge's eyes lit up. Jessica's eyes almost glowed. She muttered, learned, there can still be such an operation. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 236, Chapter 236 The Sorrow of the Times. Chapter 236 The Sorrow of the Times. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. On the defendant's seat, Wendell chuckled, "Fraud. You, haha, you're really joking. What does this have to do with fraud?" Hobert asked the audience, "Ladies and gentlemen, isn't it common sense that guests pay after you provide them with services?" Regardless of whether they understood Hobert's intention, everyone answered together, "Yes." Hobert picked up his folder. "I have here a proof of income of the defendant, which is sufficient to show that the defendant has the financial means to pay for the services provided by Ms. Emma. But the other party did not pay, which violates the basic common sense and meets the legal definition of fraud." Wendell laughed and said, "So what? You still can't change the fact that prostitution is illegal income. Don't think you are qualified to play with the law. My team will sue you until you are bankrupt in the next period of time." Hobert said coldly, "Relevant legal provisions stipulate that there are no requirements for the source of income for economic losses resulting from fraud." Some people already understood Hobert's meaning. Amidst the applause from the audience, Hobert continued to shout loudly, "So, Mr. Wendell, I accuse you of defrauding my client, and you must compensate her for all losses, including my attorney's fees." The applause from the audience grew louder and louder, and some people even cheered. Wendell's face was ashen. He now regretted not hiring a lawyer, because he had no way of judging the truth of Hobert's words. After finally restoring order in the court, the judge almost immediately pronounced the verdict: "The defendant is guilty of fraud, and shall compensate the plaintiff for all economic losses, lost work expenses, attorney's fees, etc., totaling £12, and shall be fined £5. Sentenced to 6 months in prison." Wendell was stunned, also sentenced to prison. The judge glanced at him. He previously thought he was proficient in law, but now it seems that he is just a legal ignoramus who has been carefree for so long just by finding a loophole in the law. He regretted a bit. If he had known that the other party was at this level, he would have given a heavier sentence. "I want to appeal," Wendell said quickly. Hobert immediately said, "Your Honor, I suggest enforcing the other party's economic compensation first." The judge immediately said, "Agreed." Then he said to Wendell, "Defendant, you have the right to appeal, but you must first pay the fine and economic compensation. According to the relevant regulations of the Lone Kingdom, this court has the power to enforce economic penalties against you." I'll pay now." Wendell no longer had the arrogance he had just now and immediately went to take out his wallet. This result once again caused a burst of cheers from the audience. Hobert got up and waved to everyone, and everyone immediately stopped cheering. He smiled and said, "Ladies, as long as he consumes at your place within 3 years and doesn't pay, or if there are similar cases, you can come to my team for entrustment." Several people really came over to entrust similar cases, and Hobert asked Jessica to arrange a time to discuss the cases with them. He planned to have Jessica handle all such cases. The economic compensation and fines were settled in court, and Wendell was temporarily taken into custody. Emma shook hands with Hobert. "Thank you for helping me get justice. Whenever you visit my place, it's all free." Someone shouted from the defendant's seat, "Lawyer Hobert, my place is also free." "Mine too." Hobert smiled and said, "If it's just to dance and sing, I'll go. We have such services there. Even if we don't have it now, we'll have it in the future." On the way out of the courtroom, everyone scrambled to shake hands with Hobert. Hobert shook hands with everyone as he walked out. Suddenly, he saw the reporters who were writing furiously. Hobert, who had always been very media-conscious, realized that he had to say something at this time to sublimate the case. So he stopped and said to everyone, "Ladies, don't care about the secular views. Your current choices and circumstances are the tragedy of this era. Who doesn't want to support themselves by labor that is not discriminated against? But this era does not give you such opportunities. Don't look down on yourselves because of the tragedy of this era. Ladies, raise your noble heads. Your choices are already many times better than those of robbers, thieves, and villains." The atmosphere in the courtroom reached a climax. Some people cheered loudly, and some covered their mouths and cried. Before this, no one had ever cared about their interests, no one had ever understood their difficulties, never. But today is different. They felt respected for the first time, respected like a person. Although Hobert had left, the ladies on the scene were still immersed in the emotions just now and could not extricate themselves for a long time. The reporters squeezed out, and Hobert's words were enough to be the headline of tomorrow. In the carriage back, Jessica's eyes were shining. Lawyer Hobert, we will definitely become the brightest color of this era. She was also deeply infected by Hobert's words. Hobert smiled and said, our journey is still very long. He originally wanted to talk to Jessica about asking her friend to help him build weapons, but the current atmosphere is really not suitable for talking about this. Saturday morning, 15 Minsk Street. Klein went out to buy a pie as his breakfast. He ate breakfast and read the newspaper as usual. After the meal, he planned to go to the Dockers Union to confirm the information provided by Miss Zio. Klein saw that the headline of the newspaper was about Hobert's news. This was the second time he had seen Hobert's news in the newspaper. He read it carefully word by word. When he saw the description of Emma's case, Klein sighed, he really dares to take this kind of case. Having been in this world for so long, Klein certainly knew the demands of public opinion on gentlemen in this era. Hobert's approach was like a fighter. He had just offended the nobles of Backlund, and now he was speaking out for the street girls. Especially when he saw Hobert's last speech, Klein put down the newspaper and stared at the pie in front of him in a daze. He had been in this world for so long, and this was the first time he had seen a speech that fit his values so well. Recalling his previous conversations with those gentlemen, there were almost no thoughts about understanding and respecting the people at the bottom. They either simply didn't understand the poverty of the people at the bottom, or they were glad that they had not fallen to that point. Then Klein thought that he also wanted to bring some changes to this world before, but every time he thought of this, he would make excuses for himself. This is an extraordinary world, and ordinary people have no chance to turn over. But Hobert, as a lone person, is fighting for the interests of ordinary people in this world. Isn't this changing the world? Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 237, Chapter 237 Elizabeth's Questions. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Backlund, Empress Borough. A copy of the Backlund Daily lay open on a soft stool. Next to the stool, a golden retriever was lying on the carpet, reading a book, turning the pages with its paw from time to time. A beautiful young woman stood in front of the French window, staring at the flowers, as if lost in thought. The girl, the flowers, and the French window formed a perfect composition. After a while, Audrey suddenly said, Susie, he lied. Susie, the golden retriever, folded a corner of the page and closed the book. Who are you talking about? Audrey. Audrey pointed to the newspaper, Mr. Hobert. He deceived your feelings. Audrey smiled helplessly. Susie, watch less romance novels. Well, you can read some poetry, or the psychology textbooks I've collected. Susie put a paw on the romance novel in front of her. Okay. I remember when I first met Mr. Hobert, he said he didn't represent justice, Audrey said, but he has been doing justice. Susie picked up the newspaper from the soft stool and spread it out on the carpet to read. Oh, my God, he's in the newspaper again, another very challenging case. Yes, his reputation will definitely suffer because of this, Audrey said. I plan to start a Justice League gathering next week to see if I can help this justice-minded gentleman. That's a good idea, Audrey, Susie asked. Can I participate too? Not for now, Susie. Seeing Susie's disappointment, Audrey quickly added, if there is a chance in the future, I will introduce you to the association. 192 Blanca Street. Hobert. Zio waved the newspaper in his hand at the dining table. We actually had to read the newspaper to find out you did something big again. Hobert smiled and said, I didn't expect this case to have such a big impact. That was the truth. Furs, however, worried, Hobert, although your speech in court was very inspiring, the gentlemen and ladies of Backlund should be more concerned that you are defending a street girl. Zio also said, yes, some people will definitely criticize your motives behind your back. Hobert poured the heated milk into 3 cups. Ladies, sometimes we care about the opinions of some unimportant people, which is completely flattering them. Zio and Furs thought Hobert's idea was very novel, so they got up and came over to take the milk, listening carefully. Hobert smiled and said, I've recently figured it out, there's no need to care so much about the opinions of people who are not important in our lives. But Miss Emma, the party concerned on the other side, regards me as her last hope. If I don't take action, the defendant's bad behavior will not be stopped. Honestly, it feels good to be a hero. The 3 people ate toasted bread and drank hot milk. Zio sighed, justice never goes out of style. Hobert smiled, I just did what I thought was right, it has nothing to do with justice. Well, I'm not a person who advocates justice. As he said, he got up and put on his windbreaker. I'm going to be late again, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to clean up the dishes. No problem, Furs waved the toasted bread in her hand. After all, we enjoyed your toasted bread and hot milk. Picking up his cane, Hobert quickly came to the law firm. When he arrived at the entrance of the firm, he slowed down and entered his office in a leisurely manner. Around 10 o'clock in the office, Jessica came to his office to report, "Lawyer Hobert, so far, I have received 4 cases similar to Ms. Emma's." Hobert nodded. "I'll let you handle them all. If there is any problem that cannot be solved, come to me to discuss it." Jessica agreed, and was about to turn around when Hobert stopped her again. "I have a private matter to ask you for help." Jessica closed the office door and sat opposite Hobert. "Please speak." "From what I've observed, your friend Carrie should be an artisan, right?" Jessica was stunned for a moment, and then thought of the key ring she had sent to Lawyer Hobert before, and then she nodded. "That's right. I want to entrust her to build a weapon for me," Hobert said straightforwardly. "I hope you can help me facilitate this transaction." "It just so happens that she may also want to entrust you with something," Jessica said. "How about we find a restaurant tonight? We can talk while eating." "Not tonight, I have an appointment," Hobert said, "and the restaurant is not a good place to talk. Let's come to the office to talk tomorrow. If you are not at ease, you can find a quiet place where you can talk with confidence, and I will go to you. Then come to the office." Hobert smiled and nodded, and Jessica said goodbye and left. In the busyness, time flies quickly. In the afternoon, Hobert was about to take a break when Jessica handed over replies from Elizabeth and Selina. Opening Elizabeth's letter, after a few greetings, she said that she had been having the same nightmare from time to time, dreaming of a bull-headed monster with golden antlers. She had similar experiences before, and with the help of a friend, she escaped from that continuous nightmare, but now that friend is gone. Elizabeth went to the divination club to find other diviners for help, but the suggestions they gave were not effective. Then Elizabeth discussed the topic of diviners in the letter, saying that she had known a gentleman who really understood mysticism before, which gave her a new understanding of mysticism. After contacting the diviners during this period, she found that there seemed to be 2 types of diviners. One type divined very accurately and rarely made symbolic interpretations. One type was always making symbolic interpretations, which became more and more confusing. She asked Hobert how to distinguish between these 2 types of diviners, and asked Hobert if there was a way to solve this problem. Finally, she talked about Melissa. She invited Melissa to Backlund for relaxation, but Melissa did not agree. Hobert thought in his heart while holding the letter, Elizabeth's spirituality seems to be slightly higher than normal people's. By observing, she can vaguely perceive the difference between a real seer and an ordinary seer. It may be because her spirituality is a little higher that she unconsciously recalls some memories hidden by the psychological spoon during her sleep. Then Hobert thought again, the gentleman who she said really understands mysticism should be Klein. He remembered that Mr. Klein had helped Elizabeth solve a case of evil spirits haunting her. After thinking about it for a while, Hobert wrote back to Elizabeth, telling her that he could solve the nightmare problem she encountered, but it must be solved in person. He suggested that Elizabeth should not go to diviners for interpretation casually, because it is difficult to meet real experts in daily life. Finally, he talked about Melissa, and he invited Melissa's brother to come to Backlund as a guest to see the Bell of Order and the Roselle Memorial Exhibition. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 238, Chapter 238, Benefits of the Followers. Chapter 238, Benefits of the Followers. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert opened Selina's letter again. This little girl was quite clever. Seeing that Hobert hadn't refused her request to be her occultism mentor, she began to ask Hobert about occult knowledge. However, all her questions were about how brown stars operate and what they represent, how red stars operate, and how to interpret them. Hobert smiled helplessly. This mentor doesn't know these things either. In fact, occultism is divided into 2 types, ordinary occultism and beyonder occultism. Ordinary occultism is basically occultism in the eyes of ordinary people. Ordinary people's spirituality can actually feel the existence of the mystical world, but their feelings are very vague and they can only observe the superficial phenomena of occult phenomena. Take rituals as an example. Ordinary people who burn the correct herbs and recite the correct spells also have a certain probability of receiving a response from the gods. They would think that the response was entirely due to the herbs and spells, and would think that those herbs had the function of pleasing the gods. Beyonder occultism, on the other hand, can explain the principles behind rituals. Herbs can only help establish a channel to the gate of the kingdom of God. The main thing is the spirituality of the petitioner and the spell, which establish the correct channel. When there is a mystical connection with the gate of the kingdom of God, the gods will hear the prayer and respond using the established channel. What Selina had learned before was obviously just some ordinary occult knowledge, and Hobert didn't know much about it. He was better at extraordinary occultism. After thinking for a while, Hobert replied to Selina, telling her that these were all superficial aspects of occultism, and inviting her to visit Backlund. After replying to the letter, Hobert rested for a while, went home for dinner, and then picked up his cane again and took a carriage to 16 Wanbo Avenue. After nightfall, there were few people on this street, but fierce dogs were kept in the courtyards. The carriage passed by, startling a series of dog barks. Hobert put on his mask in the carriage. After getting off the car, he found that Upton had already arrived. Upton's hair, which had been burned off in the previous battle, had grown back. His whole temperament had also changed a bit. He no longer looked like a playboy, but looked much more mature. Hobert stepped forward and asked, "Why didn't you go in first?" Upton smiled, "I inquired about it in the afternoon. This is a haunted house." Sure enough, he has made a lot of progress. He even knows to inquire about the meeting place in advance. "Let's go, there is only one messenger here." Hobert opened the door and entered as if he were back in his own yard. "Messenger?" Upton pondered Hobert's words and quickly followed. Arriving at the dilapidated hall of the house, neither of them used electric lights or lit candles. In the darkness, they could see each other's outlines and approximate expressions. Hobert asked Upton about his recent experiences. He didn't expect that Upton would play the barbarian by becoming a gang leader. However, according to Upton's feelings, he also received feedback on the digestion of the potion, but compared to Hobert's approach of antagonizing a class, the digestion speed was slower. The knowledge to help you stay away from losing control is a benefit only available to the favored ones of the creator. Hobert said, "Don't publicize it everywhere." "I understand." Upton breathed a sigh of relief. He was considered a favored one of the creator, so there should be no danger. After talking about this topic, Hobert said, "I need you to set up a company and use the company's name to buy 2 steam pumps. As for the reward, I mentioned it before, part of the beyonder characteristics of the briber. He paused and then said, "There are 2 forms of reward. One is that you pay for the 2 pumps, which is about £1,000. The reward you can get is 2/3 of the beyonder characteristics of the briber. Generally speaking, the beyonder characteristics of Sequence 7 are worth £1,200, but most of the time, they will be priced up to £1,500 to £1,800 during transactions. As a favored one of the creator, you can also enjoy the benefit of the beyonder characteristics at the lowest price, provided that I have the beyonder characteristics you need here." Upton nodded, praised the creator. "This kid finally has a bit of consciousness as a believer." Hobert continued, 2/3 of the beyonder characteristics of the briber is equivalent to £800, but you can also get the qualification of general distributor of Keen Mechanical Firm, which is a channel that cannot be bought for £200. The second form is that I will pay the cost of £1,000, just use your name to register a company, and after buying the 2 pumps I need, the commission will end. However, you can only get 1/8 of the beyonder characteristics of the briber, and your company will not get the qualification of general distributor. Well, as far as I know, there are only 5 general distributors of this company in the world. You can think about how to choose the reward." Upton asked, "The Keen Mechanical Firm you mentioned, is it the large steam engine company on Nicola Street?" "Yes." "You actually have such a channel?" Hobert smiled, deliberately not making his words too clear, "It's not necessarily that I have such a channel." Upton nodded, "I understand, it may also be the channel of other favored ones." Hobert thought to himself, "It's good that you understand. These days, it's not only tiring to play the role of an evil god, but also to play the role of a favored one of an evil god. I choose the first commission mode." When Upton had the idea of doing business before, he had done some research. He had heard of Keen Mechanical Firm, and also knew the weight of this general distribution. Hobert smiled, "A wise choice. If I hadn't heard that you wanted to do business, I wouldn't have given you this commission." He said, "After the commission is over, I will accumulate your rewards and distribute them to you after you accept my commission again in the future and earn another 1/3 of the beyonder characteristics. Or, if you are in a hurry to advance, you can also use £400 to make up the difference, and you can also get the beyonder characteristics of the briber from me." Upton nodded, "Although my condition is much better now, I still need to be a barbarian for a while before I have the confidence to advance." Hobert ed and then said, "After the company is established, contact me by praying to the creator and pick up the goods according to my instructions. Then find a secluded warehouse and sacrifice the water pump to the creator." Upton was stunned. The creator, sacrifice to the creator. Does the god still need a water pump? The Loan Customs checks this kind of machinery very strictly. I can only ask the creator to give it to other favored ones tens of thousands of miles away in the form of a gift. Hobert mentioned this matter now to make an explanation and maintain the image of the creator. Then he reminded, "The sacrifice is paid by the buyer, you just need to sacrifice it." Upton nodded, and his vigilance against the creator was greatly reduced. Even if sacrifices were needed, the creator was willing to help the favored ones with such small favors. He was a kind evil, god. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 239, Chapter 239, Make an Elven Weapon. Chapter 239, Make an Elven Weapon. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert then said to Upton, after completing this commission, you can go back to being your boss, and also sell Keen Mechanical Firm products. I think, you only need to put an advertisement in the newspaper, and customers will come to you. After all, the products of Keen Mechanical Firm are high-tech products of this era, and also hot commodities. Hobert added, if there is a new commission, I will ask the creator to contact you again. Future commissions will be in this form, so I won't explain further. Except for individual commissions that you must complete, you have the right to refuse most commissions, and I won't let you suffer losses on any single commission. The last stone in Upton's heart also fell. I like this kind of commission method. This not only gave him enough freedom, but also gave him a powerful beyonder organization to rely on. He was very satisfied with this loose organizational method. After Hobert finished explaining the task and made corresponding explanations, in order to maintain the atmosphere of the mysterious organization, there was no other excessive communication. He and Upton left the abandoned villa one after another. In the carriage on the way back, Hobert took off his mask and suddenly realized that he hadn't spent a penny on this transaction, and he could actually benefit both ways. The cost was paid by Upton, and the beyonder characteristic of briber as a reward was the one Upton gave Hobert before. On the other side, Elliot's payment would not be a penny less. Hobert's only input was favor and channels, but everyone benefited each other and got corresponding interests or benefits. Thinking of this, he smiled, sighing that he had already established his network in this world. Of course, this was thanks to the original owner's biological father and adoptive father, who provided a lot of help for the network Hobert established. The next morning, Hobert didn't get up until after 9 o'clock. Like all gentlemen in Backlund, he read the newspaper while eating breakfast. A piece of information caught Hobert's attention: a plague suddenly broke out in the dockworkers' union. It is said to be extremely contagious. Relevant departments have sealed off the office building and dormitory building of the dockworkers' union, and urgently summoned other employees for unified treatment. According to insiders, this plague should be overcome soon, allowing the dock area to restore order. Hobert then realized that Klein had killed Lenivus, and this was the official beyonder cleanup. He had been so busy lately that he had almost forgotten about Klein, and didn't have time to participate in this action. However, this action didn't have any risks. Letting Klein avenge himself would make him feel better. Putting down the newspaper, he finished breakfast. Hobert used the method he bestowed upon himself to bring a piece of black iron that the ancient death frequently stepped on from the nation of disorder to the real world. T/N, feet. He packed it in a prepared cloth bag, and Hobert carried the bag to the law firm. It was Sunday, and only a few lawyers were working overtime or on duty. The entire office building was very deserted. Jessica and Carrie had arrived early. Hobert greeted them and thanked Carrie for the return gift. He opened the door to his office and invited Jessica and Carrie in. After Jessica, who was at the back, closed the door, Hobert put the cloth bag on the desk, revealing the black iron inside. Carrie was immediately attracted by the black iron. This is my first time seeing such a high-level material. Jessica also felt the unusualness of the material in front of her, staring at it intently. After the two of them watched for 2 or 3 minutes, Carrie asked, "What kind of weapon do you want to forge? Such good materials can definitely create a weapon with very good extraordinary effects." "I have drawn the blueprints." Hobert took out the blueprints he had drawn in advance. It was a straight-back knife of equal width, which looked a bit like a sword, but with a blade on one side and a blade structure at the tip of the knife, which was obviously different from the tip of a sword. Today was the first time Carrie doubted her knowledge. I have never seen this kind of knife before. What is it called?" "Tang Dao, Tang sword." Hobert replied. "What a strange pronunciation. This is a word in Elvish." Hobert casually explained, "It is an ancient weapon." Hobert had carefully considered the weapon he wanted to forge. According to the characteristics of the Black Emperor pathway, using a knife or two-handed sword that could charge straight ahead was the most suitable. He also consulted relevant information and found that the weapons of various countries in the northern continent did not have styles suitable for him. Either they were too big and inconvenient to carry, or they lacked momentum. So he decided to simply forge a Tang Dao that he had seen in the Common Era. A two-handed sword was also possible, with great power and a ferocious look. However, it was too long and inconvenient to carry. Hobert remembered that in the novels he had read in the modern era, transmigrators generally forged katanas for themselves. Hobert, who had knowledge in this area, knew that the prototype of the Japanese sword was the Tang Dao. Later, the Little Devils improved the blade into a curved one. They said it was more in line with the mechanical structure or something, but in fact it was because they were too short, and it was easy to not be able to pull out a straight knife. In ancient Japan, if two warriors competed without using Japanese swords, they might have to leave time for each other to draw their swords, and maybe even ask their opponents or the audience to help hold the scabbard and draw the sword. The picture is very beautiful to think about. For Hobert, in terms of the momentum and beauty of weapons, the Tang Dao was the first choice, and it could be disguised as a longer cane for easy carrying. Carrie had a feeling of gaining knowledge when she heard Hobert's explanation. This material should be able to make 3 Tang Dao, should we use them all? Hobert was stunned, able to make so many. He immediately said, no, make me another long sword, but I want to make some modifications to the sword body and hilt. Carrie was familiar with long swords. She drew a sketch of a long sword and asked Hobert where he needed to make changes. After discussing the design issues of the Tang Dao and two-handed sword, Hobert asked, what kind of reward do you hope to get? Carrie said, Jessica often tells me about your deeds, especially the case the day before yesterday, which is enough to prove that you are a reliable gentleman. And the materials on the table can also prove that you are in Beyonder with good strength. Hobert smiled and said, don't compliment me so much. If it is within my ability, I will definitely help. It's like this, Carrie said, as you know, wild artisans are rare, so a mysterious Beyonder organization approached me, hoping we would join them. Although the conditions offered by the other party are very generous, I don't like the atmosphere of Beyonder organizations. I prefer to maintain the status quo. But my pathway doesn't have many Beyonder abilities that can be used in battle so far, and Jessica's strength is a bit weak, so I have always been afraid to directly refuse the other party. I want to ask you to protect me so that I have the confidence to refuse. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 240, Chapter 240 Alger gets paid, Bonus 1. Chapter 240 Alger gets paid. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Lord of the Mysteries for becoming a member, plus 5 bonus chapters. Because Hobert had a brigadier general father, he had the confidence to cooperate with official Beyonders. Most wild Beyonders do not have such opportunities because the official Beyonders' attitude towards wild Beyonders is to catch them whenever they see one. So, if you want to cooperate with them, you must first prove your usefulness to the official Beyonders while hiding your identity as a wild Beyonder. Only in this way can you become their informant or external staff. There are also some Beyonders like Carrie whose purpose in becoming Beyonders may be to escape the secular society, so they don't even plan to cooperate with official Beyonders. Such a life is indeed free, but as Carrie encountered, they don't even have the confidence and power to refuse the recruitment of some unofficial Beyonder organizations. Because besides being Beyonders, they are also walking Beyonder characteristics. If they refuse too simply and are resented by those Beyonder organizations, they are likely to become Beyonder characteristics. It can be said that the law of Beyonder characteristics makes the entire Beyonder world so cruel. Hobert asked, what is the strength of the other party? Carrie said, they are a team. According to my observation, there is 1 sequence 6, 1 sequence 7, and 2 sequence 8s. What pathway are the Beyonders from? The sequence 7 looks like a death pathway Beyonder, one of the 2 sequence 8s is a provoker, and the others remain to be confirmed. Hobert was stunned. It sounded like a ragtag team. For him, as long as they weren't Beyonders from the Black Emperor or Justiciar pathways, because that was likely someone from the Tamara family. Hobert asked again, what organization is the other party from? Carrie shook her head, I don't know. I only heard that they have developed many members in Desi County and Southville County in recent years, but I haven't found out the name of their organization. I had a transaction with their members before, so they targeted me. Does the opponent have any sealed artifacts? No. Carrie's answer was firm. Hobert pondered for a moment, if they only have these 4 members, I probably don't even need to find helpers. This wasn't Hobert being arrogant. With so many magical items in his hand, a sequence 6 might not be his opponent, let alone a sequence 7. Once equipped with a knife, his weakness in close combat would be gone, and he even had the confidence to withstand a sequence 6 and a sequence 7 at the same time. Hobert didn't believe that Carrie and Jessica couldn't deal with the remaining 2 sequence 8s. But the premise was that they didn't have any powerful sealed artifacts. Like the Tamara family's team, equipped with black gloves that could completely change the battle, Hobert was still not an opponent. However, Hobert believed Carrie's judgment, because the sequence 7 of the Savant pathway was called Appraiser. As long as the opponent had a sealed artifact, she could discover it immediately. And as long as she wore it once, she could basically know the approximate ability and negative effects of the sealed artifact. Of course, appraisers also make mistakes, such as when the opponent has a grade 1 or grade 0 sealed artifact, but Hobert had been a fake god for so long and hadn't even obtained a grade 1 sealed artifact. It was impossible for a sequence 6 in a Beyonder organization to carry a grade 1 sealed artifact around. Hearing Hobert's answer, Carrie and Jessica looked at each other. They had realized before that Hobert was a pretty good Beyonder, but they didn't expect him to be so strong. Generally speaking, among wild Beyonders, sequence 6 was already a master. And a sequence 5, if he was willing, had the appeal to organize his own Beyonder organization. Hobert added, no matter what the outcome of the negotiation is, you have to prepare to move. Carrie said, we have been prepared for this. Moving was an old skill for all wild Beyonders. Hobert, Ed and said, then make weapons for me as soon as possible. After I get the weapons, I will accompany you to negotiate with them. The transaction was thus reached. The three chatted for a few more words and then left the law firm separately. After returning to his residence, Hobert took a good nap and then went to Gar's herbal shop. As he expected, by sequence 6, auxiliary materials were already rare. The Baron of Corruption potion required the blood of a dark-blooded behemoth, the sap of the Chiendali elf tree, dragon tooth grass powder, and aged white wine. Gar didn't have the blood of a dark-blooded behemoth in stock, and he wouldn't be able to give it to Hobert until tomorrow. And the total cost of the blood and sap auxiliary materials alone would require about £400. Hobert immediately paid a £200 deposit and agreed to pick up the goods tomorrow. Dragon tooth grass was relatively common. As for the aged white wine, Hobert returned to his home in Queens and took a bottle of Christian's vintage from the cellar. Berserk C. Byam. Alger had been in this small room for 3 days. Of course, he didn't stand on ceremony with Byron, and he demanded good wine and food for every meal. Finally, on Sunday afternoon, Byron appeared at the door. Alger knew that the Admiral Hell's operation was over. He clenched the crystal cane in his pocket to prevent Byron from double-crossing him. In fact, on the first day Alger came to this house, if the other party hadn't prepared to kill him, the probability of double-crossing would have been relatively small, but of course Alger wouldn't relax his vigilance. The operation is over, Byron said. It seems you know what's good for you. The information was accurate, so the general decided to pay you according to the originally agreed price. With that, he threw a small package to Alger, which contained bundles of £10 banknotes. Alger glanced at it roughly. It should be enough for £3,000. Was the operation process smooth? Byron asked with a sneer, how much money are you planning to spend to buy this information? Alger simply asked, can I leave? Byron made a gesture of invitation at the door. Alger remained vigilant until he returned to his ship, when he realized that the transaction was finally over. Then he sent crew members to inquire about the news and quickly learned about the Hell Admiral's operation process. The next day was Monday. Hobert worked all morning and, after having lunch at the office, first went to the bank to withdraw £300 in cash, and then went to Gar's herbal shop to pick up the auxiliary materials he had ordered yesterday. On the way back, Hobert also bought a set of beakers. Around 2:30, Hobert returned to 192 Blanca Street, took the death card from the Nation of Disorder, and with everything ready, waited for the tarot gathering to begin. Having participated in so many tarot gatherings, this was the first time Hobert was so excited. But time was like that, the more urgent things were, the slower it passed. Finally, at 3 o'clock, Hobert's eyes were covered by grey fog. He breathed a sigh of relief, and the urgency just now quietly dissipated. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 241, Chapter 241 Bribing the Fool for the Second Time, Bonus 2. Chapter 241 Bribing the Fool for the Second Time. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The Tarot Club begins. This time, Justice Audrey didn't greet everyone as usual, but looked directly at the head of the table. Mr. Fool, the simple task you entrusted has been completed. She deliberately emphasized the word simple. The Fool, Klein smiled blandly, I already know. Then he sighed, in such an era, in such a backland, in such an Eastborough, dock area, and factory district, it is truly a breeding ground for the descent of evil gods. Hangman was stunned, wondering if he had heard correctly. Why would a simple task be linked to a breeding ground for the descent of evil gods? At this moment, the gloomy and reserved Mr. World chuckled softly. Yes, whenever I see and hear about large numbers of child laborers in their teens dying young, most workers rarely living past 30 due to extreme fatigue and harsh environments, and the elderly barely surviving the previous trials but becoming unemployed due to old age, lacking security, and only able to wander the streets, dying of hunger and cold. I don't doubt the existence of evil gods at all. They are on Earth, in the Eastborough, dock area, and factory district. The World spoke eloquently about the current situation of the people at the bottom of the Eastborough. After seeing Hobert's actions, Klein also hoped to use his power to bring some change to this world. But he sadly realized that he was still an unregistered person, and had to be careful not to expose his whereabouts, so he couldn't do anything at all. After thinking for a while, he realized that the only thing he could do might be to tell Miss Justice about these things and let her use the power of the nobility to support some laws to protect the lives of the people at the bottom. Especially when he talked about how the people in the Eastborough would not have a third generation, Audrey was greatly shocked and could hardly imagine that this was happening in Backland. After the World finished speaking, Audrey fell into deep shock and remained silent for a long time. The Emperor, Hobert was about to echo, this is a world that eats people. Indeed, this is more tragic and desperate than the world in Lu Xun's writings. It was because this world was so tragic and desperate that Hobert was shocked when he went to the East Borough for the first time. But when the words came to his lips, he felt that this sentence might expose himself, so he smiled and said, what's even more ironic is that every time the superiors pay attention to the misery of these bottom-level people, it is because of evil gods. If you ask me, the number of times evil gods try to descend is too small, not enough to make the superiors determined to improve the living environment of the people in the East Borough. Audrey looked at the Emperor with surprise. Mr. Emperor, are you serious? That is an evil god. Hobert smiled. Believe me, Miss Justice, if you go and take a look, you will find that sometimes becoming a sacrifice to an evil god is not the most tragic thing in this world. Audrey was silent for a few more seconds before saying, I will go and take a look. She paused and then sincerely thanked, thank you, Mr. Fool, thank you for saving Backlund. Your sigh also made me understand the root of the problem. And thank you, Mr. Emperor and Mr. World, you have let me know many things I didn't understand before. Hobert smiled meaningfully. I hope justice will not become your burden. Audrey nodded thoughtfully. The son, Derek, seemed to be in an offline state all the time. His motionless appearance was not a still picture, but he was listening carefully. Saved Backlund. Alger was surprised again. How big of a deal was this? At this time, Alger felt the fool's gaze. He immediately understood and quickly materialized the last page of the Roselle diary he owed. Next was Mr. Fool's reading time. He turned his attention to the diary in his hand. January 16th, the taste of a witch is really good. Klein's mouth twitched. He simply didn't know what expression to use to face it. Emperor, I underestimated you too much before. Taking advantage of Mr. Fool's reading time, Audrey calmed her mood and returned to the state of a spectator. Then she found that whether it was Mr. Emperor, Mr. Hangman, or Mr. Sun, they all seemed to have something to say. Obviously, some stories had happened to them in the past week. I really look forward to the extraordinary life of freedom like them, Audrey thought divergently. You can start communicating. Mr. Fool's reading time ended. Hobert said first, Honorable Mr. Fool, I have collected an item that I think you will definitely be interested in. Klein asked in a flat tone, what have you collected? Please allow me to materialize some information about it. Hobert smiled and deliberately said misleadingly, I think one of the purposes of collecting Emperor Roselle's diary is for it. Audrey was surprised again, and almost couldn't maintain the state of the spectator. What amazing thing did Mr. Emperor collect? Alger also showed enough surprise. The Emperor can actually collect something that Mr. Fool is interested in. What would a god be interested in? Derek finally got out of the offline state. He was very curious about what Mr. Emperor had collected, and didn't know if there was such a thing in the forsaken land of the gods. If there was, he would have a way to please the fool. After obtaining Klein's consent, Hobert materialized the death card. When Klein took the death card in his hand, he couldn't help but show a surprised expression, not because he was frightened by the lifeless Roselle image on the blasphemy card, but because one of the diaries he read today was Roselle saying that he was going to make a set of blasphemy cards containing the mysteries of the gods. Unexpectedly, just after reading the diary, he saw the death card among them. Under his gaze, the death card became three-dimensional, showing some content. Sequence 9, Corpse Collector. He turned the pages one by one, and stopped abruptly when he saw Sequence 6. Although Audrey couldn't see Mr. Fool's surprised expression under the cover of the grey fog, she still felt the solemnity shown by Mr. Fool from his body movements. Audrey was a little shocked. Mr. Fool is really interested in that small card. Alger didn't dare to look at Mr. Fool, not even with the corner of his eye, but the fact that Mr. Fool was silent for a few seconds after getting the card already explained everything. The Emperor really spent a lot of money to digest the potion. He was willing to sacrifice something that even the gods would be silent about. Derek was a little disappointed. Although he couldn't see what Mr. Emperor had found, he knew that there was no such thing in the forsaken land of the gods. Klein was silent for about 6 or 7 seconds before speaking to Hobert. You can make the second bribe. Although they had already guessed the result, Alger and Audrey couldn't help but be a little surprised. Mr. Fool is very satisfied with the offering collected by the Emperor. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 242, Chapter 242, Contents of the Blasphemy Card, Bonus 3. Chapter 242, Contents of the Blasphemy Card. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert smiled and said, Okay, Mr. Fool, I will bribe immediately after the gathering. What do you want from me? Klein asked. Hobert said, still some beyonder knowledge. He knew that Klein could not come up with anything but knowledge now. Hobert smiled and said, but this time, only I can hear those knowledge. Audrey quickly raised her hand. Honorable Mr. Fool, is it possible? Let's take a break in the middle, and continue the Tarot Club meeting after Mr. Emperor completes the sacrifice. In that case, she could also listen to the extraordinary knowledge that Mr. Fool told in response to Mr. Emperor's bribe. Alger said nothing, but judging from his appearance, he also agreed with Audrey's idea. Derek looked at Mr. Fool eagerly, his thoughts were self-evident. Hobert smiled, "Can we have a break in the middle?" "Of course," Audrey said seriously, "important meetings usually have a break in the middle." "Okay," Hobert said, "Mr. Fool, please make the final decision. I don't mind other members listening in." In order to maintain the identity of the Fool, Klein was going to refuse, but seeing the eyes of Justice, Hanged Man, and Son, Klein decided to sing a duet. He controlled the world and said, "Your thoughts are extremely disrespectful to Mr. Fool." Justice and others, who had been a little uneasy, were about to get up and apologize immediately, but Klein took the lead and said in the identity of the Fool, "It doesn't matter, since this is everyone's expectation, let's take a break in the middle." The world said, "Your generosity is far beyond my imagination." Audrey and Alger also praised Mr. Fool's generosity one after another, and promised that there would be no next time. Hobert almost covered his face, why is he flattering himself? Then he sighed, if Klein knew in the future that some members of the Tarot Club knew that the world was the Fool's alt account, would he be embarrassed to dig out another giant palace? After agreeing to continue the meeting in 2 minutes, the Tarot Club entered its first midterm break in history. Hobert returned to his bedroom, lit the prepared candles, drew the symbol representing the Fool, and quickly arranged the altar. Then he began to recite the sacrificial words, "The fool who does not belong to this era. I offer you a death card, and pray that you will tell us some extraordinary knowledge." A majestic palace appeared in front of Hobert's eyes. In the depths of the palace, a stalwart figure said, "Yes." The flame of the candle representing the Fool suddenly became bigger and taller, until a phantom door appeared. A strong wind suddenly blew in the room, and the death card was swept into the phantom door. The strong wind disappeared, the flame returned to normal, and the sacrificial ceremony ended. Hobert waited quietly to be pulled back above the grey fog. At this moment, he actually felt the digestion of the potion. Crash! There seemed to be a broken sound in the void, and the briber potion had actually been digested. Hobert suddenly realized that as long as the object of the sacrifice agreed to his prayer, the process of bribing was completed. At this time, his vision was covered by the grey fog, and he returned to the Sefirah castle. Audrey, Alger, and Derek also returned together. They all saw the card emitting a cold light on the corner of the table in front of Mr. Fool. They couldn't see the face of the card clearly, but they just felt the extraordinariness of the card. At this time, Klein said, "Since Emperor sacrificed a blasphemy card, then let me talk about the blasphemy slate and the blasphemy cards." Audrey said, "That's really what I think is the knowledge that Mr. Emperor wants to hear." She looked at the Emperor a little unconfidently. "Yes," Hobert said again deliberately confusingly, "I also know today that it was originally called blasphemy card. I only called it Roselle's card before." Everyone quieted down, waiting for the Fool's next speech. "I only heard the Fool say, you all know the blasphemy slate, but you don't know that there are 2 pieces in total, and you don't know the content on it." Alger felt that all the pores on his body were opened. Mr. Fool is going to explain the content of the blasphemy slate. Could it be that he has seen the blasphemy slate? Then he answered himself, he must have seen it. This is an ancient god, and in the long years, he must have seen many things that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Derek listened very carefully. Their textbooks mentioned the blasphemy slate. He knew what the blasphemy slate meant. But he was not surprised. In his opinion, it was normal for the Fool to know this knowledge. Audrey also knew that the blasphemy slate represented the extraordinary beginning, but she didn't know the meaning of the blasphemy slate, so she was just curious, but not as excited as the Hanged Man. As for the reactions of Hobert and the world, they can be ignored. Klein said in a flat tone, the content on the blasphemy slate is the complete sequence potion formulas and rituals of each pathway. He said with a smile, it can also be called the path to becoming a god. It was as if a loud thunder sounded in the Sefirah castle, and all the members were in a state of shock. Of course, Hobert and the world can also be ignored, because if you look closely, there are problems with their shocked states. Alger integrated many previous insights, no wonder it is called blasphemy slate, it turns out that it blasphemes God. Then he was even more excited than before, the path to becoming a god. How yearning. It's a pity that my pathway already has the Lord of Storms, but it doesn't matter, it would be great if I could reach the level of an angel. It is said that it is a god from God, and it is also a god. What? Audrey's brain is now full of this word, the path to becoming a god. Haven't gods always existed? Why is there a path to becoming a god? After calming down a little, Audrey quickly accepted this fact. In fact, she had thought about it for a long time. Where is the end of extraordinary people who continue to be promoted? Before, she had many ideas, but because it was too blasphemous to the gods, she didn't dare to think in that direction. Now with the explanation of the fool, she knows, the end of the beyonder path is the level of the gods. This is even more blasphemous than the most blasphemous idea before. Derek was sitting on the seat, trembling all over. Impossible. How could the omniscient and omnipotent God, how could it be possible? If someone else had said these words, he would have rushed up to fight the other party desperately, but these words came from Mr. Fool, another great God, which caused a violent shock in Derek's heart. He seemed to realize something, and wanted to cry. God was once an ordinary being, so would he also have the possibility of falling? Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 243, Chapter 243 A Complete Pathway, Bonus 4. Chapter 243 A Complete Pathway. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Klein gave everyone time to recover from their shock. Before they could catch their breath, he added, Roselle saw the second, blasphemy slate, so he created a set of blasphemy cards. The sudden appearance of a well-known figure made Audrey and the others feel like they were back in the real world. The previous information had been too shocking, filled with a sense of unreality. Alger wasn't as excited as before, only thinking, Emperor Roselle hides many unimaginable secrets. He actually saw the blasphemy slate. For the first time, I feel that things like the blasphemy slate from myths and legends are so close to me, almost within reach. This made him once again marvel at the high level of the Tarot Club. No beyonder gathering could possess such knowledge, unless it was a divine meeting within the church. Divine meeting. That's right, isn't the Tarot Club a divine meeting? And I am a member of the divine meeting. Derek recovered from the shock and grief just now. I don't know who Roselle is, but if there really is a path to becoming a god, I want to become the sun in the sky. Let the sunlight shine again on the forsaken land of the gods. He also thought, the omniscient and omnipotent God will definitely bless and help me. That's right, he cannot have fallen. Even if he was once an ordinary being, he is different after becoming a god. Gods cannot fall. This time it was Audrey's turn to be surprised. So that card is. Klein slowly said, a complete pathway. Only then did Alger understand, this is indeed something that gods would be interested in. Even if a god possesses a complete pathway, they would definitely be interested in another complete pathway. But I wonder which path it is. Derek also thought, if it were the sun pathway, that would be great. Audrey simply asked, Mr. Fool, is it the complete sequence of The Spectator? Klein said, no. He said, it's not your pathway. Several people thought in unison, what a pity. Hobert stood up and bowed slightly to Klein, the knowledge you have revealed exceeds my expectations and is more valuable than the offering I presented. He only said this as a form of mutual flattery. If this knowledge were taken out separately and compared to the death card, it would be difficult to say which was more valuable. But for Klein, the death card would definitely be more valuable, because he could use it as a medium to leverage more power from the Sefirah castle, in advance, completing many operations that only gods could do. Klein smiled slightly, as if it were a trivial matter. Audrey smiled at the Emperor. Congratulations, Mr. Emperor, after this bribe, your potion will be completely digested. My potion was already digested before the Tarot Club restarted, Hobert said with a smile. When Mr. Fool accepted my offering and agreed to my request, the digestion process had already begun. Audrey sincerely said, that's really great. I didn't expect this method to have such a magical effect. Then she couldn't help but think, I wonder if there is a way to quickly digest a potion from a certain sequence of the Spectator pathway. Alger's expression was a little unnatural. He was sequence 7 when Hobert joined the Tarot Club, and now, he is still sequence 7. Then he sighed in his heart, it's different to have the support of an extraordinary family. Derek didn't think so much, just sincerely congratulating the Emperor. At this time, the world, sitting at the lower seat, suddenly asked, Mr. Emperor, how do you know about the existence of the blasphemy cards? Could it be that you can understand Emperor Roselle's diary? This was the thing that Klein was most interested in, or rather, most worried about. Theoretically speaking, no one but him, the transmigrator, could understand the mysterious symbols invented by Roselle, but he couldn't rule out the possibility that someone in this world had really deciphered the writing. Regarding this, Hobert had already prepared his explanation. A friend of one of my elders knew Emperor Roselle. He mentioned the blasphemy cards. Of course, he didn't know they were blasphemy cards, he only knew there was something similar, and I happened to find one by chance. Even if the statement of Hobert's were used for divination, there wouldn't be any loopholes. Rex's charlatan friend should be a high-sequence Zeridal, and the Zeridal family had deep cooperation with Roselle at the time, so he must have known Roselle. As for Hobert's later words, they might cause some fluctuations in the divination. But it doesn't matter, it can be understood that his elder's friend was only guessing, so it was full of uncertainty, belonging to the lack of divination conditions. The reactions of the other members varied. Audrey's surprise was at the point, new Emperor Roselle. Hobert nodded, yes, I remember Mr. Full saying at the last few gatherings that the lives of high-sequence Beyonders are very long. In addition to being surprised, Audrey also marveled at the wonder of the Beyonder world. Alger sighed, it's so good to be born into a Beyonder family. There are so many resources to use, and the key is that your knowledge and channels for obtaining information are unmatched by others. Klein also felt the same way. Hobert smiled and said, everyone, have you forgotten the curse on me? As far as I know, it is difficult for members of my family to live past 30 if they want to stay sane. If you want to live a little longer, you can only accept the fate of being a madman for the rest of your life. Yes, you may envy my resources, but you easily overlook the unavoidable harm that this family brings me. Behind the grey fog, Klein sighed, this is what is called, blessings bring misfortune. Alger also felt, the Emperor's sorrow, 30 years old, will definitely be like a mountain pressing down on people, and, the Emperor looks to be in his 20s already. Emperor Roselle was right, fate always has two sides, happiness and disaster always depend on each other. Derek felt a sense of sympathy, their city seemed to be cursed, and the Emperor's family was also cursed. Audrey said, sorry, Mr. Emperor, for reminding you of unpleasant things. Hobert shook his head, no need to apologize, this curse instead spurs me on to move forward, otherwise I would most likely stay at Sequence 7 or Sequence 6, this stage that has many methods and not too high a risk of losing control. Alger, who had started this topic just now, changed the subject. He said to the Emperor, the information from the last gathering was sold by me, for a total of £3,000. The person who bought it was Admiral Hell Ludwell. He said, according to the agreement, you will receive a £900 share. This sum of money greatly alleviated Alger's financial pressure, allowing him to still have the ability to purchase the Sequence 6 Wind-Blessed Potion formula. Pleasure to work with you, Hobert asked with a smile, were the valuables on the ship all robbed by Admiral Hell? No, Alger said. I inquired, and it seems that he did not have too intense a conflict with the target ship. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 244, Chapter 244 Business Opportunities in the City of Silver, Bonus 5. Chapter 244 Business Opportunities in the City of Silver. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Alger continued to explain, I heard that Admiral Hell led the fleet to intercept them. Some say they only had a minor skirmish, while others claim they fought fiercely. But regardless, no pirates have seen a ship from the Intis Republic on that route since. Audrey frowned and asked, Mr. Hangman, why are there so many conflicting reports in the information you've received? This is normal, Alger explained. Generally, the information obtained is this chaotic. I need to use my knowledge to make reasonable guesses and deductions. Take this news for example. The reason it seems so chaotic is because none of it comes from the crew of Admiral Hell. Many people are just repeating hearsay or saw the scene from afar. So, this kind of information obtained from different sources needs to be sorted out by myself. Alger paused and continued, in my opinion, two pieces of information are useful. Admiral Hell led the fleet to intercept, and no one has seen a ship from the Intis Republic since. Then, it's about making reasonable guesses to fill in the gaps. It is said that Admiral Hell is a powerful Sequence 5. It's impossible for him to silently eliminate the Intis ship, because there was also a Sequence 5 on that ship. After a series of deductions, I ultimately believe that the two sides should have negotiated. The Intis ship left behind some gold, and Admiral Hell helped them escape that sea area or helped them hide their tracks to avoid being attacked by other pirate ships. That's why Byron said, the general decided to pay you the price we originally agreed upon. When Alger sold this information, he was selling the intelligence about the treasure on the entire Intis ship. Obviously, Lutherwile didn't get the treasure from the entire ship, otherwise he wouldn't have emphasized the price we originally agreed upon. Alger's analysis opened Audrey's eyes, very reasonable guess. I didn't expect collecting intelligence to be such a test of wisdom. Then she expressed her doubts, another thing I didn't expect is that pirates actually negotiate. This is a very normal thing, Alger said. The higher the level of pirates, the more they rely on negotiation when solving problems. Just like the annual pirate conference. For most pirates, it is a grand event for exchanging information and conducting transactions, but for a few high-level pirates, it is a bargaining meeting to delineate looting areas or prepare to deal with a certain enemy together. Audrey tried hard to imagine the scene of the pirate conference, but for some reason, she suddenly thought of the Nobles' Ball. Whether it was the purpose or the process, the two seemed very similar. At this time, Hobert echoed, I also think Mr. Hanged Man's guess basically restores the truth. After reaching Sequence 5, it is difficult to kill an opponent one-on-one without help. Obviously this is our common understanding, Alger added. It is estimated that in a few days, Admiral Hell will participate, or his first mate and second mate will participate in the pirate conference, and then there should be accurate news about this matter. Hobert smiled and said, but those news are not important to us anymore. That's right, we've got the money we should get, Alger echoed. After the tarot meeting ends, I will use the method of offering sacrifices to the fool to pay you that £900 of bonus. In addition, because I was trading this intelligence last week, I couldn't help you inquire about the sealed artifact with travel ability. I am also going to participate in the pirate conference, and I will help you inquire about the seller then. Okay, I look forward to your good news. Hobert immediately roughly calculated his assets, which might not be enough. Then Alger asked, has anyone helped me find clues to the wind-blessed potion? No one spoke. Alger sighed. Now he has enough money, but the potion formula is difficult to buy for the time being. After Alger finished speaking, Derek said to the World, Mr. World, I will be able to get the real roots and juice of the Miss Trent in the next few days. Please prepare the weapon for me. Everyone was stunned. Hobert asked, didn't you just pass the first round of assessment? You can go out to hunt monsters so soon. Derek smiled shyly, I'm going to help at the workshop. While chatting with other people, someone happened to have the real roots and juice of the Miss Trent. I'll go help for a few more days, and he promised to give me these materials first, and then I will continue to help in the next month. The people in the workshop like the sunlight he provides very much. It can be said that no one in City of Silver doesn't like sunlight, even the weak sunlight that Derek prays for through chanting. Derek doesn't need to do physical labor in the workshop. He only needs to pray for sunlight from time to time, and the efficiency of the workshop can be greatly improved. The atmosphere in the workshop is usually very dull. Unless there is a need for work, no one wants to speak, but after having sunlight, laughter can often be heard in the workshop. In fact, not only the workshop, but the entire City of Silver has this atmosphere. Derek likes this job very much. His original intention of being the sun was to hope that City of Silver could get out of misfortune, and he wanted to find new hope for City of Silver. Whenever he heard everyone's laughter, he seemed to have seen the hope of City of Silver. The World said, I will try to find a suitable weapon for you this week. Derek nodded. Hobert smiled and said, your work income is very high. You can exchange for a sequence 7 level main material in just over a month. Derek was stunned, this is normal, because those materials are of no use to us. This time it was everyone's turn to be stunned. City of Silver only has a few pathways, and there are indeed many beyonder materials that they cannot use. Especially materials of sequence 7 and below. The main materials of sequence 6 level or above potions can barely be used as a sealed artifact, but the materials of sequence 7 and below have no practical effects and can only be thrown in the warehouse to collect dust. Many materials that are worth 600 or 700 pounds in Backlund may only be worth a dozen or even a few pounds in their eyes. Hobert said, it's a pity that gold pounds cannot be used in your place, otherwise I would definitely use all my savings to buy all the materials in your place, and then I would be a rich man. Alger and others had the same idea. Hobert thought for a while and asked, what are the things that you generally need or can often use in your place? I know that daily necessities are very needed in your place, but they cannot be used for trading, because it will immediately expose your identity. Is there anything else? Something that can be used in the Beyonder world and will not expose your identity. Derek thought for a while before saying, weapons. We lack weapons. There are 2 sources for the weapons used in City of Silver, one is from the workshop and the other is from monster hunts. The weapons in the workshop are just simple weapons and have no mystical effects. There is a very small probability that the weapons seized will have mystical effects. It is precisely because such weapons are rare that Derek decided to find a suitable weapon for himself at the tarot meeting. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 245, Chapter 245 The Various Parties in the Tarot Club. Chapter 245 The Various Parties in the Tarot Club. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert's first thought was to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with Katlia on this side, and with Little Sun on the City of Silver side. Using weapons with extraordinary effects to exchange for the low-sequence materials gathering dust in their warehouse. With such a turnaround, he could earn at least several times the price difference. Now he only lacked a stable channel for selling Beyonder materials, and Hobert immediately thought of 2 options, Gar's herbal shop, and trusting Upton to establish relevant channels in Conan City. Hobert said to the Sun, I will occasionally provide you with a weapon and regularly exchange some materials that you don't need from you. As long as you don't need it there and the cost is low, otherwise this deal won't be worthwhile, because even on our side, weapons with mystical effects are relatively sought after. I understand. Derek said, I also hope that City of Silver can obtain more Beyonder weapons. Hobert smiled and said, then I wish us a pleasant cooperation in advance. At this time, Alger also said, and me, I also hope to join this cooperation. Audrey joked, Mr. Sun will be the largest transit merchant of the Tarot Club in the future. Everyone laughed together, but Little Sun didn't quite understand what a transit merchant meant, but the atmosphere reached this point and he laughed along. After reaching these transactions, Alger promised the world, if you want the marrow crystal of the elf spring and all the spinal fluid of the evil patterned Black Panther, they should be available at the pirate gathering. Prepare gold pounds, and I will pray to Mr. Fool after I have news. Klein sighed. After killing Lenivas, things seemed to suddenly become smoother, and the sequence 7 materials might be collected within a week. But a new problem arose. He only had enough money to buy one main material. But he still manipulated the world to say in a hoarse voice, okay. After the tarot club is over, I will focus on making money. Finally, it came to the information exchange session. Audrey talked about the recent serial murders in Backlund. Little son Derek said that it was very similar to the promotion ritual from sequence 6 to sequence 5 of the demon pathway. This information benefited Klein and Audrey, who were in Backlund. Hobert, who was also in Backlund, was a little dazed. He was a little busy after he had his own legal team. He only heard Zio and Furs talk about it, and he didn't have time to pay attention to this case at all. Everyone chatted for a few more words, and Klein ended the gathering. On the Berserk Sea, the sea was rarely sunny and breezy. Alger sat on the captain's seat, staring at the white clouds outside in a daze. His mind was full of blasphemy slate and blasphemy cards. As he thought about it, his thoughts turned to another direction. He will soon be sequence 6. Hobert's promotion put a lot of pressure on Alger. Originally, he was the highest sequence member of the Tarot Club besides the Fool, but now he was about to become the second. And the world, who just joined, was also about to become sequence 7. Alger took a deep breath. He had to work harder too. In addition to asking the members of the Tarot Club to find the wind-blessed potion formula, he planned to prepare to explore the second location he discovered in the ruins after attending the pirate gathering. However, this exploration must be more cautious and more fully prepared. Forsaken land of the gods, city of silver. Derek looked at the dark ceiling, recalling the explosive information of the path to becoming a god. He shook his head and didn't want to continue thinking about it, and instead began to think about the transaction proposed by Mr. Emperor. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Mr. Emperor really had a talent for business, because City of Silver really needed Beyonder weapons, and the Beyonder materials of many people had been left there for decades without much use. There were even more such materials in the public warehouse of City of Silver. Derek's family used to have some of these materials, but he sold them on the black market to exchange for the main material of Bard. If these useless materials could be exchanged for some Beyonder weapons, every resident of City of Silver would think it was a worthwhile deal. Then Derek began to convert the difference in materials between the forsaken land of the gods and the outside. He still didn't have much concept of gold pounds. When he traded with the Emperor before, he also felt that a sequence 8 and a sequence 9 main material were worth 400 pounds, and it seemed that gold pounds couldn't buy much. But later, his transaction with the world, a sequence 7 main material could be exchanged for a Beyonder weapon. At that time, he also felt that the world was at a disadvantage. Fortunately, with the reminder of Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman, he did not promise to exchange 2 main materials for 1 weapon. Through the comparison of these 2 transactions, Derek realized that the value of Beyonder materials outside was much higher than in City of Silver. He unconsciously converted it into merits. The warrior pathway requires 110 merits, and the main material of the bard he needs only requires about 50 merits. The sequence 8 main materials other than the warrior pathway require 10 to 90 merits. The reason why the price difference is so large is because the sequence 8 main materials of the continuous sequence potion formula in City of Silver will generally be worth 80 or 90 merits. And everyone doesn't know what to do with the sequence 8 main materials, and no one wants even 10 merits. Mr. Emperor said that the sequence 8 main materials outside can be sold for 300 pounds, which means that the comparison between the 2 sides is between 130 and 1:3. What Mr. Emperor wanted were those 130 materials. Derek can earn 5 merits for patrolling around City of Silver once, and 10 merits for patrolling farther. His merits are now enough to repay Mr. Emperor's debt. Before, he also felt that he should give the Emperor materials worth at least 40 or 50 merits so that the Emperor would not suffer. Now Derek realized that the reason why many materials in City of Silver were useless and worthless was just because they couldn't use them. And these materials are as valuable as the main materials of the warrior pathway in the outside world. After figuring this out, Derek had a basic understanding of the transactions that might be reached in the future. He didn't think about how to trade specifically. Mr. Emperor said that he would not let him suffer, and he would definitely not let him suffer. Derek got up from the bed, tidied up his clothes and went out. He had to go to the workshop to help this afternoon. Backlund, 15 Minsk Street. Klein looked at the slightly foggy street outside and fell into deep thought. Where should he go to buy weapons for little son? Where should he go to make money? He thought of a lady at the Eye of Wisdom, old gentleman's gathering who seemed to have a cooperation with an artisan. He could consult her at the next gathering to see if she had any weapons suitable for use in City of Silver. However, the weapons sold by that lady seemed to prioritize exchanging for the barbarian potion formula. Klein sighed, if the emperor had sacrificed the blasphemy card of the lawyer pathway to me, that would be great. As for making money, he had to sell the potion formula. He originally had the continuous potion formula of the sun pathway in his hand, and now he had the entire potion formula of the death pathway in his hand. He could pick one of the sequence 9 and sequence 8 of the sequence to sell, and he could basically collect enough money for a main material. Thinking of this, he immediately went downstairs to look for newspapers. Unfortunately, there was no Eye of Wisdom gathering tonight. However, Klein saw news about the Roselle Memorial Exhibition in the newspaper. After reading his diaries for so many days, he still didn't know what Emperor Roselle looked like. He decided to wait for the Eye of Wisdom gathering while taking the time to see the Roselle Memorial Exhibition, just to relax. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 246, Chapter 246 Becoming a Baron of Corruption. Chapter 246 Becoming a Baron of Corruption. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Backlund, the Earl Hall's villa in the Empress Borough. Susie felt that the time was almost up, stood up and opened the door with her paws, and sure enough, Audrey was already sitting next to the easel. Audrey, you look a little sad. Audrey was holding a pencil, but didn't make a single stroke. Susie, I only realized today that I don't know the overall picture of this world. I don't even know the overall picture of Backlund. No one knows, Audrey. Susie comforted, I've seen some descriptions in books, this world is too big. So big that it's beyond our imagination. Audrey smiled, that's not what I meant, Susie, I just suddenly realized that some of the information I've learned seems to have been filtered. A surprised expression appeared on Susie's dog face. Do you mean someone has been observing us in secret, manipulating the information we know, and even controlling what books we read and what delicacies we eat through recommendations? It's not that serious, Susie. Audrey said helplessly, don't read those sensational magazines anymore, many articles are deliberately written so exaggerated in order to attract attention. Susie stretched out her dog paw and scratched her head, okay, Audrey, but those poetry collections are really boring to read. Audrey smiled helplessly. Raising a dog who likes to read is really a headache. But soon, her eyes became firm. Susie, I'm going to the East Borough recently, it can be arranged after the Justice League gathering. At the gathering, I can ask Mr. Hobert what to pay attention to when going to the East Borough. Backlund, 192 Blanca Street. Hobert waited for a few minutes and received Alger's £900 bonus, which brought his savings close to £7,500. In a few days, he may get a quote for the sealed artifact with the travel ability. £7,500 is still a bit insufficient. Hobert plans to sell the Beyonder characteristics of lunatic and werewolf in his hands. At the same time, if Klein doesn't come to him, Hobert plans to go to Klein this week to do the task of finding Haman. Even if the reward for the task is split equally between the two, he can still earn hundreds of pounds. Hobert waited for a while to avoid Klein from making a surprise attack, and to calm down his mood. Then, in the way he bestowed upon himself, he took out the main material of Baron of Corruption stored in the Nation of Disorder. He placed the set of beakers he had bought back on the desk, took out all the auxiliary materials, took a deep breath, and began to prepare the potion. First is the blood of the dark-blooded behemoth. The thick blood is a bit like strawberry jam, but its fishy smell will make people lose all appetite. Then add the juice of the elf tree. These juices look a bit like milk. After adding them to the blood of the dark-blooded behemoth, the two immediately reacted. Without stirring, they merged together by themselves, turning into a drink like milk tea. After that, add dragon tooth grass powder and aged white wine. After adding the auxiliary materials, thin black mist emerged from the beaker. Without heating, the liquid in the beaker bubbled gurglingly. Hobert sighed. As expected of a sequence 6 potion, just adding the auxiliary materials makes it feel like a sequence 9 potion. Finally, it was the Beyonder characteristic of the Baron of Corruption, or rather, the thing formed by the fusion of the two main materials. It was like a piece of decayed black jade, surrounded by a layer of black mist, looking a bit magical and a bit unreal. When put into the beaker, a violent change immediately occurred. While more black mist spewed out, the Beyonder characteristic quickly melted, and the materials in the beaker seemed to boil, with larger bubbles popping up, gurglingly. Soon, the boiling state disappeared, and the bubbles disappeared as well. The potion gradually solidified, turning into a jelly-like substance. Pour the jelly-like potion into a cup. There was no residue inside the beaker, and it was softer than real jelly. After pouring it into the cup, it immediately changed its shape and landed on the bottom of the cup. Taking a deep breath, Hobert drank the potion in one gulp. The potion seemed to have life, and it burrowed into his stomach as soon as it entered his mouth. Boom. Hobert's thoughts suddenly exploded, and all the dirty deals he knew from his 2 lives emerged from the depths of his mind. Hobert tried to restrain his mind and finally controlled the rolling thoughts. At this time, he found that his consciousness had left his body. At this time, his body was covered with a thin layer of black mist, his skin was turning gray-black inch by inch, and an insidious and greedy expression was gradually appearing on his face, becoming so twisted that Hobert didn't even recognize himself. Hobert quickly made his consciousness sink, trying to control the changes in his body. At the same time, vicious thoughts appeared in his mind. Reveal her father's rebellion in a public place in front of Zio and ridicule her height. Take advantage of Furza's weakness after the red moon, strip her clothes off, and ravage her from night to dawn. Hobert quickly shook his head, trying to drive away these thoughts, but more thoughts appeared. Kidnap Tyran and force Christian to hand over all the inheritance left by Rex. Marry Donna, kill Tyran, and seize all of Christian's property. Hobert gasped for breath. For a moment, he was intoxicated in this idea of doing whatever he wanted, but in the end, he regained his sanity, but some thoughts continued to appear in his mind. Kidnap Audrey while she is traveling alone and imprison her in a dungeon to make her a slave. Subdue Klein, find a way to steal Sefirah Castle, and become a combination of fool and creator. Kill Upton and seize his property. Let Elliot offer more sacrifices. As Hobert gradually regained control of his body, these thoughts gradually became less vicious and less greedy. Finally, the black mist around him was all absorbed by his pores, and Hobert also regained control of his expression. Gradually, Hobert seemed to be reacquainting himself with his body, and the side effects of the potion gradually disappeared. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief. Now he is a baron of corruption. Recalling the feeling just now, he was a little scared. No wonder the assistance of a ritual is required when advancing to sequence 5. Now I am only advancing to sequence 6, and even if the potion is completely digested, there is still such a high risk. If you directly advance to sequence 5 without a ritual, failure to advance is the best result. Then he sighed. The first element of a baron of corruption is not to be corrupted himself, and to always be vigilant not to become vicious and insidious. Finally, he radiated his spirituality and began to feel his new abilities. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 247, Chapter 247 Order Crystal. Chapter 247 Order Crystal. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert unleashed his spirituality, sensing the changes brought about by the Baron of Corruption potion. First, the 4 applications of bribery have been greatly improved, roughly by about 30%. It is estimated that after completely digesting the Baron of Corruption potion, it will increase by 50%. Then there's a new skill, corrosion. This is the core skill of the Baron of Corruption. It can make the minds of people within a 10-meter radius gradually become dark and greedy, making them prone to irrational choices. It can also launch beyonder attacks against individual enemies or multiple enemies within the range. Hobert sighed, another group attack skill. The previous group attack skill was the Disorder Stone, but there had been no place to use its group attack attribute because he had been avoiding fighting multiple enemies at the same time. In addition, Distortion has also been greatly improved and can now be used as an beyonder power. It can now distort the target's language, actions, intentions, and meanings, while constructing an order more favorable to oneself. It can also distort the target's direction and goal, which is equivalent to achieving the effect brought by the wood of order without using it. Hobert suddenly thought, the distortion authority of the Baron of Corruption, or rather the Black Emperor, is a bit like the grafting ability of the Fool. However, the Black Emperor directly distorts from the front, and the opponent can wake up after the battle. Grafting may happen unconsciously, and even after the battle, the opponent is very likely not to notice the changes in themselves. Therefore, the Fool is mysterious, but the image of the Black Emperor is armored, obviously more inclined to fight the opponent head-on. And this path of finding loopholes and using them is also a bit like the fighting style of the Error path. The difference is that the Black Emperor will distort or amplify loopholes, so that the rules become more favorable to oneself. Error, on the other hand, directly steals a certain order and uses its advantage of rarely being restricted by order to make the opponent lose its advantage or be at a disadvantage at all times. Hobert wrote down these insights. He must not go in the wrong direction, and he must not gradually move closer to the Fool and Error because he knows their authorities. Continuing to examine his abilities, Hobert found that his ability to find loopholes in enemies or the environment had been strengthened. At the same time, his physique has also been greatly improved. Although it is not as strong in defense and attack as the warrior path, in terms of physical strength alone, it should be similar to an ordinary Dawn Paladin. But it's just an ordinary Dawn Paladin and can't be compared with Yutravsky, a warrior with talent. Then Hobert was very proud of his foresight. With this physique, the Tang Blade and the two-handed sword are very good weapons. The only thing to pay attention to may be that he doesn't have the defensive means of a Dawn Paladin. He has to be careful when charging. Although there are no defensive means, he can distort the enemy's attack target to avoid injury. After knowing all his current abilities, Hobert sighed. Reaching Sequence 6 has improved his strength in all aspects by a whole level compared to Sequence 7. Take the Baron of Corruption as an example. To sneak attack, there is corrosion. To fight beyond our abilities with the opponent, there are bribery and distortion. To fight in close combat, there is a strong physique. And the lawyer path has always been known for its mental defense, and the previous shortcomings have been basically covered up by the advantages. Hobert recalled the ambush war against the Faceac Empire's extraordinary people that he had seen through Elliot. No wonder the Sequence 5s who participated in the battle were at the forefront, because their power was the strongest in the team, enough to disrupt the formation of the carriage. After a short rest, Hobert entered the Nation of Disorder to see the changes in the Nation of Disorder. After sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert first saw the blurry figure in the pool struggling to climb out of the pool. Hobert has become stronger, and the blurry figure has also become clearer. In addition to being able to see the face clearly, it is a handsome young man, and it can be seen that he is about 20 years old. This time, Hobert discovered that his goal was the Iron Throne under his butt. The pool was too close to the Iron Throne. Hobert felt the range he could control, and there was a small lake in the range. Hobert simply threw the blurry figure into the lake at the foot of the mountain and used that lake to seal the blurry figure separately. Next time he takes the potion, he must enter the Nation of Disorder as soon as possible, Hobert thought, otherwise he may never be able to enter. Hobert did not think further about the identity of this blurry figure. He basically identified it as Trunsoist. Sitting back on the Iron Throne, Hobert felt that the range he could control had become much larger, and the power of the Nation of Disorder that he could mobilize had also increased several times. By holding the Black Emperor card, there is no problem in grabbing a water pump into the Nation of Disorder. Hobert's consciousness turned around in his controllable territory. Suddenly, a crystal on the mountainside of another mountain attracted his attention. Hobert got up from the Iron Throne and took a step to come to the crystal. This crystal is the size of a desktop, and it is warm and moist in the dark, as beautiful as black jade, but its edges and corners are distinct, and it is indeed a black crystal. Hobert put his hand on the crystal and immediately knew its ability. It can make Beyonders less prone to losing control and less prone to being bewitched. Without seeing the mythical creature form of the other party, they can directly face the whispers of angels. It can build a wall of order to block some attacks from the spiritual or mental aspects. It has a strong anti-divination effect. It can build a closed cage to seal all the Beyonder things in the cage. This. Hobert glanced at the black crystal again. This is a good thing. It already has the quality of Sequence 5, or even a demigod. Especially the ability of, not easy to lose control, is simply something that the Beyonder world dreams of. And its ability to not be easily bewitched is like it was designed for the Baron of Corruption. Hobert estimated that after becoming the Baron of Corruption, some vicious thoughts would often appear in his heart, and he was ready to fight those thoughts for a long time. But with this black crystal, fighting these thoughts will no longer be a problem. It is because the ability of the black crystal is very powerful, so it also has negative effects. If it is held for more than 12 hours in total, the holder will inevitably become ordered. The holder will lose all emotions, and even Beyonder powers will be blocked. The holder will become like a newborn baby. After resting for 6 hours, it can be held again. Hobert smiled. Restore factory settings. However, these negative effects will not have any effect on Hobert, the owner of the Nation of Disorder, and Hobert can also use the black crystal as a medium to borrow the power of the Nation of Disorder in the real world in small amounts. Although it can only be borrowed in small amounts, the high position of the power of the Nation of Disorder is completely Hobert's life-saving trump card. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 248, Chapter 248, Hobert becomes stronger. Chapter 248, Hobert becomes stronger. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert immediately decided that he must carry some of these black crystals with him. Before deciding how to use them, the first step was to name them. After a moment's thought, Hobert named them Order Crystals. Then Hobert tried to deform and separate it, as he couldn't possibly carry a Order Crystal the size of a table around the world. As Hobert expected, he could control the size, volume, and shape of this crystal. So Hobert decided to use Order Crystals to make the hilts of the 2 weapons he was about to obtain. Hobert separated 2 palm-sized Order Crystals, preparing to take them out later. In addition, Hobert also planned to make it into a small personal item. Soon Hobert had an idea. Gentlemen in Backlund generally regarded top hats, formal attire, canes, and pocket watches as the gentleman's quartet. Besides this quartet, there were 2 other small items that were symbols of a gentleman, a sealing wax stamp and a pocket watch key. When sealing a letter or signing an agreement, sealing wax was usually dripped, and a stamp was placed on it while the wax was still hot. This stamp was called a sealing wax stamp. Some people designed sealing wax stamps as rings or necklaces, but most gentlemen used the shape of a stamp and wore it with them. The function of a pocket watch key was not to open the pocket watch, but to wind it. It was shaped like a ring about the thickness of a pencil, with a metal strip about the thickness of a wire, 3 or 4 centimeters long, below the ring. The metal strip could be extended into the pocket watch, and then turning the ring would complete the winding process. This was also one of the symbols of a gentleman. The key ring with the mystical effect of the sun pathway that Carrie gave Hobert as a gift was not for hanging house keys, but for hanging pocket watch keys. Generally, gentlemen would string the sealing wax stamp and pocket watch key together on a key ring and hang it on their waist. Only classic pocket watches had pocket watch keys. Hobert's pocket watch belonged to a lower-end category, with the winding key on the side of the watch, without a dedicated pocket watch key, which is why he had never used the key ring. But this did not prevent him from using order crystals to create a key for himself and hang it on his waist. So Hobert deducted 2 more small pieces of order crystal and transformed them into the shape of a sealing wax stamp and a pocket watch key. Next, Hobert thought of a new use for order crystals. They could be used to hold sealed artifacts or magical items with negative effects. As long as the sealed artifacts and magical items were sealed in order crystals, it would not be considered a state of wearing them. They could be taken out for use when needed. Even long-term wearing would not matter, because Hobert did not need to worry about the negative effects of order crystals. So Hobert deducted 2 more order crystals, turning them into 2 small black boxes, and placed the teleportation statue and the error pathway pocket watch in the small boxes respectively. By the way, Hobert named the pocket watch Dream Stealing Pocket Watch. After doing all this, less than a tenth of the order crystal had been used. Hobert casually made a few masks, carving the symbol representing the creator on the forehead of the masks. He decided that the next time he saw Upton, he would wear a mask made of order crystal, which would greatly enhance his image. After playing with the order crystal, Hobert turned his attention to the order tree not far away. He immediately felt that the ability of the order tree had been strengthened again. As long as he was under the canopy of the order tree, the power of Hobert's distortion ability would be doubled, and there would be a high probability of distorting the actions and goals of a sequence 5. The uncontrollable stone had also been strengthened accordingly, with the attack range varying from 3 meters to 8 meters. Hobert could adjust the attack range himself. Because Hobert could now use order crystals as a medium to borrow the power of the Nation of Disorder, he could freely change the shape of the order tree and the uncontrollable stone even in the outside world. Hobert reached out and broke off another branch of the order tree for later use. Even without using the teleportation statue and other magical items, relying solely on the order tree, stone of insanity, and order crystal, Hobert felt that he could walk sideways among sequence SIXS. After understanding his new abilities after promotion, Hobert left the Nation of Disorder and brought everything he could use to the real world in the way he bestowed upon himself. Returning to his room, Hobert first found the key ring Carrie gave him, then strung the sealing wax stamp and pocket watch key made of order crystal on the key ring and hung it on his waist. Hobert opened his pocket watch and looked at it. The tarot gathering and promotion had kept him busy all afternoon. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. He went to the first floor and saw that Furs had indeed returned. The two chatted while making dinner. Suddenly, Hobert thought of the idea he had during the promotion. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Could that be the thought suppressed deep in my heart? Hobert inconspicuously sized up Furs. Her figure was indeed quite something, but then Hobert restrained the thought of continuing to think about it. Because he knew that this was the idea that the corrosion ability brought by the potion made him have. He recalled his true thoughts. The family's curse put so much pressure on him that he really didn't have much mind and energy to fall in love. But he didn't rule out contact with beautiful women. After all, beautiful things always please the mind and body. Hobert sighed again. When corrupting other people's minds, one must first avoid one's own mind being corrupted. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Zio, who had been out early and returned late, also came back. The 3 of them sat around the dining table, and Hobert took out 3 VIP tickets for the Roselle Memorial Exhibition. A friend gave me these. Let's go to the memorial exhibition together tomorrow. He had been a little busy last week, and Hobert hadn't had time to show his magnanimity to the machinery hive mind. His team was now on track, so starting this week, Hobert had some time of his own. First took the ticket. Oh my God, they are VIP tickets. Thank you, Hobert. I have long wanted to see that man full of poetry. Hobert didn't know what expression to use for a moment. Okay, copied poetry is also poetry. Zio also said that there were no urgent tasks recently and that she could go out for a walk. After dinner, Hobert took the order tree and order crystal he had prepared earlier and took a carriage to Jessica and Carrie's residence. According to the previous agreement, the Tang sword and the two-handed sword would be finished today. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 249, Winning Over the Artisan. Chapter 249, Winning Over the Artisan. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Carrie and Jessica lived in the factory district. They rented a small workshop, with the two of them living on the second floor and Carrie's studio on the first floor. The first floor was divided into 2 rooms, a smaller one in the front for reception, and Carrie worked in the larger room in the back. The reception room was relatively tidy, obviously Jessica often tidied it up. As for the studio in the back, Hobert only glanced at it before pulling his head back. Messy. Too messy. Hobert estimated that even if a careless thief patronized this place, they would give up the idea of stealing because there was really no place to stand. Carrie was still working away, and Jessica received Hobert. She smiled apologetically and said, "Sorry, Carrie tends to ignore everything around her when she's working." Hobert nodded. No wonder the two of them teamed up. Jessica is currently only sequence 9, too weak, and has no way to make a living in the Beyonder world. And Carrie is obviously a person who is devoted to her inner world. Such people easily become artists or have extremely high achievements in a certain aspect, but at the same time, such people are often terrible in terms of life. So the two of them complemented each other's strengths and became friends who depended on each other. As Jessica spoke, she took out 2 boxes, one long and one short, from under the long table and placed them on the table and opened them. The black tang sword and 2-handed sword lay quietly in the boxes. Even without holding them, Hobert could feel the chilling aura of the 2 weapons and the trembling fear that they constantly exuded. Jessica introduced, Carrie has praised more than once that this is the best material she has ever encountered. She also said that these 2 weapons are her most satisfying work so far. She picked up the knife and handed it to Hobert. Since the 2 weapons are made of the same material, their effects are similar. First of all, this tang sword, it will constantly make the enemy involuntarily fear. The spirit body of the person who is cut by it will also be damaged. If spiritual treatment is not done, even if it is just a small cut, the spiritual body will gradually weaken, be damaged, and die within 3 days of the injury. The more severe the opponent's injury, the faster the spirit body weakens. It can also block weapons manifested by Beyonder abilities, and it can easily cause damage to armor or other defensive means composed of Beyonder abilities. This seems to be more restrained against the Beyonders of the warrior pathway. Most importantly, these abilities are permanent. Hobert took the tang sword in his hand. It was about 1.2 meters long, black, and exuded a cold light, seemingly indestructible. He suddenly waved the tang sword, the blade cut through the air, producing a sword sound, which sounded very pleasant. Hobert smiled and nodded, putting down the tang sword. Feels good. Jessica picked up the 2-handed sword with both hands. The 2-handed sword has a very terrifying ability on the basis of the tang sword, death. Hobert was stunned. Death. Yes, specifically, it has a very small probability of directly sending the opponent's spirit body into the underworld, which is equivalent to letting the opponent die directly. Even if a relatively powerful Beyonder encounters the attack of the death ability, the spirit body will also be greatly damaged. Hobert took the 2-handed sword, which was more than twice as heavy as the tang sword and had to be held with both hands. Although there is only a very small probability, this Beyonder power is extreme. He recalled the 2-handed sword usage videos he had watched in the Common Era, holding the sword with both hands and stabbing and slashing forward, also making a dull sword sound. With the blessing of the fighting ring, he easily mastered the use of the 2-handed sword. Jessica on the side said, "This is the first time I've seen you use this kind of long sword, but it looks very mighty." Hobert smiled. He was quite satisfied with both weapons. "Can you help me remove the hilt and the handle?" Jessica was slightly stunned before saying, "Yes." As she spoke, she closed the wooden box and took it to the studio inside. The ping-pong sound stopped, and Hobert heard the voices of 2 people communicating. Before long, the hilt and handle were removed. Carrie, wearing a leather apron, also came out. Her cheeks were flushed, she was covered in sweat, and her hair was casually styled. She looked even more rough than a young man. "Are you not satisfied with my hilt?" "No," Hobert said with a smile, "I just found a better hilt." He didn't avoid Carrie and Jessica, took out the 2 order crystals, and with a casual pinch, the tang sword and the 2-handed sword successively changed to new hilts and handles. Then Hobert picked up the tang sword, put the cane on the tang sword, and Hobert used the fire lacquer seal made of order crystal as a medium to use the power of Nation of Disorder to deform the cane. The wooden cane was like having life, wrapping the blade, and then the crystal-like handle also changed shape. The overall appearance became a long cane with a black crystal head. A normal cane is about 1 meter long, and the cane in Hobert's hand has reached about 1 meter and 3, which looks a bit long, but not very abrupt. Then he repeated his old trick, turning the order wood just taken out of the Nation of Disorder into a scabbard for the 2-handed sword. Carrie and Jessica's eyes had long been straight, and Carrie sighed, "The materials in your hand are so advanced that they are completely beyond my imagination." Hobert smiled and said, "I can introduce Jessica to a Beyonder gathering, where it is possible to trade for very good materials, but that gathering needs to be kept secret, and the participants and some content cannot be revealed." The reason why he showed the order wood and order crystal so generously was to win over Carrie. As Carrie herself said, wild artisans are rare. Everyone treats them like treasures, and Hobert is naturally no exception. Jessica immediately agreed. I can also sell Carrie's weapons at that gathering. By the way, she asked for the potion formula of the barbarian she needed. Hobert asked casually, do you have any other weapons in your hands? Yes. Jessica took out another wooden box from under the long table, hurricane axe. She opened the box. Because we are moving, we only have 2 weapons left in our hands. Hobert saw a double-sided axe. It was iron black, thick and strong, with sharp blades. Hobert could feel the spirituality emanating from the axe all the time. Isn't this the weapon of Little Sun? Oh, it seems that it hasn't been bought by Klein yet. Jessica introduced, it can increase the user's movement frequency and running speed, and has a 15% chance of causing a certain degree of paralysis to the enemy, and a 5% chance of creating a lightning bolt. If used in a thunderstorm, the frequency of lightning appearance can be increased to 50%. Hobert sighed in his heart, this is completely a weapon made for Little Sun. Then Jessica introduced another weapon called Slow Whip. Hobert shook his head and had no desire to buy it. As for the hurricane axe, let's leave it to Klein and let him complete the transaction with Little Sun. Hobert asked, when will you negotiate with those people? Tomorrow, Carrie said, tomorrow night in an abandoned workshop in the suburbs. Hobert nodded, I see. Then he asked the question that had been hidden in his heart for a long time, Beyonder weapons, what is the difference between them and the magical items that are made? Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 250, Rich Hobert. Chapter 250, Rich Hobert. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert knew that, generally speaking, mystical items were divided into 2 types, those formed naturally and those crafted by artisans. The so-called natural formation is basically the product of Beyonders losing control. This process is very likely to create sealed items with significant negative effects, and only a small probability of obtaining mystical items with less negative effects. Currently, most mystical items in the Beyonder world come from the hands of artisans, which is why wild artisans are so sought after. However, Hobert had always been somewhat unclear about the positioning of Beyonder weapons. The 3 of them sat on the sofa, drinking tea, and discussing this topic. Mainly, it was Carrie who was speaking. The simplest distinction between Beyonder weapons and mystical items is that Beyonder weapons are made by adding spiritual materials or Beyonder materials, while mystical items are made using Beyonder characteristics. Another significant difference is that Beyonder weapons generally have a limited lifespan because, over time, the spirituality attached to the materials will gradually dissipate, whereas mystical items do not have such limitations. She organized her thoughts and continued, additionally, the crafting methods differ. Beyonder weapons involve adding materials sequentially during the forging process. The crafting method for mystical items is called impending. It involves using spiritual materials to fuse the abilities of Beyonder characteristics with items like rings or necklaces, allowing users to use the abilities of Beyonder characteristics by simply channeling spirituality into them. Hobert nodded and asked, then, is there a fixed order when adding spiritual materials during the creation of these weapons? You can think of a Beyonder weapon as a continuously usable talisman, Carrie further explained. The process of adding materials certainly has a certain order, but there is no fixed formula. It is directly related to the artisan's knowledge, experience, the characteristics of spirituality, and so on. It can be said to vary from person to person. Without Hobert asking further, Carrie herself lamented, generally, only the Church of Steam and Machinery has the strength to cultivate artisans skilled in making mystical items. Even if artisans without crafting experience listen to a lot of theory, the negative effects of their first few works will definitely be terrifyingly high. For wild Beyonders, the cost is too high. Even a sequence 9 Beyonder characteristic costs £300 to £400. If the negative effects are too high, it's better to sell the Beyonder characteristic. However, artisans like us without a church background also have our own way of survival. The price of spiritual materials is much lower than the price of Beyonder materials or Beyonder characteristics. It just requires some experimentation to give the weapon extraordinary effects, and this trial and error process is also a cost. Hobert curiously asked, since it's a continuously usable talisman, do you need to pray to relevant deities for power during the crafting process? No need, Carrie said. You only need to use materials from the relevant domain. I am a follower of the god of steam and machinery, so even if I pray to other deities for power, I won't receive a response. She paused and added, my personal understanding is that although deities have corresponding authority, corresponding spirituality, and power also remain relatively free in the natural world. As long as you use the right spiritual materials and the timing of using the materials is just right, you can obtain the corresponding power from the natural world. This answer made Hobert realize that although deities have corresponding authority over a certain domain, they can only control the corresponding power within a certain area and cannot constantly hold the corresponding power of the entire universe or even the entire earth in their hands. Hobert finally asked, Can beyonder materials also be used to make beyonder weapons? Spiritual materials include summer leaf grass, and sleepless flower, moonflower, and deep sleep grass. All four are spiritual materials of the darkness pathway. The difference is that the former two have extremely high spirituality and are generally only used in important rituals, making them difficult to buy in ordinary herbal shops. The latter two are ordinary spiritual herbs. Gar's herbal shop mainly deals in these types of materials, and ordinary people can easily buy them. Beyonder materials refer to the main materials for preparing potions, as well as most auxiliary materials. Sequences below sequence 6 and many auxiliary materials are spiritual materials, such as various colors of mandrake flowers and juices, dragon blood grass powder, and so on. Yes, Carrie replied. Beyonder materials make it more likely for weapons to gain mystical effects, and the general extraordinary effects are also stronger, but the cost is also higher, and it's not something I can afford. There is also a material like the black iron you gave me. This is the material most loved by artisans because it inherently possesses extraordinary effects. No matter what weapon it is forged into, it will possess corresponding extraordinary power. Hobert considered for a few seconds before saying, if I provide you with some beyonder materials, can you help me forge a few beyonder weapons? It's possible, but I can't guarantee the probability of success. It doesn't matter. The cost is on me. If it succeeds, I will also pay you a labor fee. Carrie was slightly stunned. For me, this is a good opportunity to accumulate experience. Of course, I will agree. But I still have to remind you that I can't guarantee the probability of success. Perhaps it will take 2 identical sequence 8 materials to test and make mistakes before a weapon worth about £1,000 can be produced on the third forging. The cost of 3 materials will require £1,000, or even more, and corresponding spiritual materials and so on are also needed. Even if you don't pay me a labor fee, you will lose money. Hobert smiled and said, you don't have to worry about this. Since you are willing, we will establish a long-term cooperative relationship in the future. Having established the cooperative relationship between the two parties, Hobert drank all the tea in front of him, picked up the wooden box containing the two-handed sword, and got up to say goodbye. When he reached the door, Hobert remembered to inform Jessica that he would take half a day off tomorrow. Hobert did not immediately return to Blanca Street but instead asked the carriage to go to the freight train station on the edge of the city. In the carriage, Hobert was in a good mood. In addition to establishing a cooperative relationship with Carrie, he also learned about the process of artisans making beyonder weapons and mystical items. Theoretically speaking, every beyonder can use their own spirituality and related materials to create mystical items or extraordinary weapons. It's just that the probability of success for beyonders who are not on the artisan pathway is very low, and the negative effects of the mystical items they create may be equivalent to sealed items, making it better to directly use beyonder characteristics. In Hobert's random thoughts, he came to the freight train station again. Grave, the night watchman at the train station, became a laughingstock in the eyes of his colleagues. His colleagues believed that he must have seen it wrong. How could a locomotive weighing about 10 tons fly up for no reason? Fortunately, however, Grave's report attracted the attention of the train station manager, who believed that someone was using some unknown method to steal the locomotive, so he assigned Grave a partner to patrol the night together. That night, when they patrolled to the location of the small locomotive again, Grave immediately stood there motionless when he saw the scene in front of him because he saw the familiar firelight again. Woo! It was that familiar gale again. The two night watchmen saw the small locomotive slowly rising. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 251, Chapter 251 Meeting Klein by Chance, Bonus 1. Chapter 251 Meeting Klein by Chance. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. 100 Power Stone Chapter. Having had a similar experience before, Grave wasn't as scared as last time. He glanced at his companion, as if to say, now do you believe me? Grave's companion, however, was completely dumbfounded, watching the little train engine float into the air, and finally disappear. A dozen seconds later, his companion finally reacted, quick, quick, go get someone. The train engine was really stolen. Grave didn't expect this time. How did the train engine disappear? Last time, it just floated in the air for a while before falling back down. The two hurriedly went back to get people, and soon brought 7 or 8 guards. But everyone found that the little train engine was right there, perfectly fine. Where did it float into the air? Where did it disappear to? Just as the other guards were about to accuse Grave and his companion, one of the guards discovered, why is the train engine outside the tracks? Everyone took a closer look, and indeed, the train engine, which was originally parked on the tracks, had its wheels shifted slightly to the side, causing the little train engine to derail. If it had been moved back and forth, it might have been pushed by Grave and his companion, but moving it left and right was a different story. Even if the two of them were strong, they couldn't have moved the train engine horizontally off the tracks. The guards looked at each other. One of them said, I'll report to the manager. The others also reacted, quickly left the little train engine, they felt a chill down their spines, and walked faster and faster, finally breaking into a run. So the next day, the haunting of the freight train station was confirmed, and the machinery hive mind even sent 2 members to investigate. Tuesday morning, Hobert, Furs and Zio were chatting and laughing while eating breakfast. Going to work after breakfast is a completely different mood than going out for a walk after breakfast. The 3 had changed their clothes and were about to go out when Audrey's personal maid came to deliver a letter. They got into the carriage and opened their letters. The content was similar. Audrey hoped to organize a Justice League gathering on Friday, and she mentioned in the letter that she would introduce a new member to the group. Hobert thought, could it be that she's going to introduce Susie? Just imagining Susie sitting behind Audrey and speaking, there's a strange sense of comedy. The 3 of them arrived at the Roselle Memorial Exhibition Hall together, and Hobert even greeted a member of the machinery hive mind he knew. This member quickly reported the matter to Captain Icancer. The Steam and Machinery Church's investigation into Emperor Roselle's creative manuscript is still ongoing. Hobert, who had been there that morning, was of course also a suspect of the machinery hive mind, but he was far behind in the list of suspects. Olamic and Icancer didn't focus their attention on him, just checked as a matter of routine. Icancer heard that Hobert had visited the exhibition hall again, and didn't take it too seriously. After all, Hobert had said before that he was very interested in the set of mysterious symbols invented by Emperor Roselle. However, subconsciously, Icancer had basically ruled out Hobert's suspicion. Hobert in the exhibition hall didn't know that his purpose had been achieved. He was still considering when to come again next time. He had to use up all the free tickets. While absent-mindedly listening to the commentator's explanation, Hobert was making plans in his mind, when suddenly he saw a familiar figure in the study area. Although he deliberately grew a beard and wore glasses, Hobert recognized him at a glance. It was Klein, who was carefully studying the exhibits in the study area. He had just thought, could Roselle have placed a blasphemy card openly in his study? Just looking for it, Klein's spirituality sensed something, turned his head and saw Hobert smiling at him. Hobert hadn't changed, he still liked to wear windbreakers, although it didn't look gentlemanly enough, it suited Hobert's temperament. Another change was that Hobert's cane seemed to be longer. Klein remembered very clearly that Hobert's cane could turn into an order tree. Since they met here, Hobert said to Furs and Zio, I met an acquaintance, I'll go say hello. The 2 ladies who were concentrating on listening to the commentator's explanation, one said, oh, and the other waved her hand to indicate that she knew. Hobert and Klein came to a corner of the exhibition hall with tacit understanding. Today is a working day, and the memorial exhibition has been open for a while, so there are not many tourists. There were also a few other gentlemen or ladies who met acquaintances, chatting aside like Hobert and Klein. Their actions were not conspicuous. Hobert asked with a smile, are you used to life in Backlund? It's okay. Klein smiled, except for seeing the sun for only 5 minutes every day, and the feeling of dampness and cold, there's nothing else I'm not used to. This sarcastic tone is very much like a Backlund gentleman. Hobert smiled, I was just trying to find a way to find you, I didn't expect to meet you here. That's the truth, he planned to complete the commission this week, earn the bounty, and buy a sealed artifact with travel abilities, hoping that Heyman hadn't left lone. Hobert whispered, I have a commission here, to capture a member of an extremist organization. The bounty is £800, the strength is 8, but I think it might be 7 now. Of course, I think he will definitely resist arrest, so I will simply kill him, so I can earn more income. How about it? Are you interested in completing this commission with me? Although he made a small disguise in his words, Klein could completely understand. Klein, who was also worried about money, agreed after a little thought. First of all, he knew that Hobert was already sequence 7. A sequence 7 plus a sequence 8, if it was a sneak attack, it was not dangerous to deal with a sequence 7 at all, unless the target of the capture had helpers. Secondly, in Klein's view, Hobert was a relatively trustworthy person. After all, they had fought together, and he had also seen his deeds in the newspaper. Seeing Klein agree, Hobert nodded and said, okay, then how about we meet here again tomorrow morning? I have an item he often uses, and you will be responsible for finding him then. After finding him, I'll charge and you'll cover. I'll take £50 of the mission's income as an information fee, and we'll split the rest. Klein nodded and said, no problem. Then he asked, do you have a channel to get mystical weapons? Weapons for men. Hobert was stunned, then smiled and said, I just saw a weapon last night, called Hurricane Axe. He thought to himself, this can't be blamed on me, you asked yourself. Then Hobert briefly described the effect of the Hurricane Axe. Klein's thoughts were similar to Hobert's. The Forsaken Land was the best destination for the Hurricane Axe. He asked again, how much is it? Hobert recalled, within £600, I should be able to get a 10% discount with my name. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The coffin of Andy and Laylee is so good and so sickening at the same time. WTF LOL, makes me feel strange inside watching it. Chapter 252, Chapter 252 Bernadette's outfit. Chapter 252 Bernadette's outfit. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. After finishing the serious business, Hobert and Klein bid farewell to each other like other gentlemen. Continuing the tour, Hobert passed by the living area when leaving, and a woman with long chestnut hair and a perfect figure attracted Hobert's attention. Her eyebrows were very distinctive, always stretched to the end, adding some majesty to her temperament, making her look very capable, like a leader of a large department. In addition to her beautiful appearance and outstanding temperament, it was also because her clothes were out of tune with the surroundings. She was wearing beige trousers that were easy to move around in, and a pair of long black leather boots, with a light brown knee-length skirt on her upper body, which was very different from the conservative dressing style of the Kingdom of Loan. Even Zio sighed that such a combination of trousers and boots should be very convenient to move around in. In Backlund, women with middle and upper incomes basically wear various skirts, and the only relatively lightweight clothing is the knight's uniform that Zio wears. Hobert remembered that Zio had many similar knight's uniforms, not because she liked them so much, but because only this kind of clothing was convenient to move around in Backlund. Ladies think that trousers are not ladylike enough, so there is no market for ladies' trousers in the entire loan. The woman with outstanding temperament and dress seemed to feel the gazes of Hobert and others. She only glanced at Hobert and others with her peripheral vision, and then continued to look at the building blocks in the living area. After leaving the exhibition hall, Hobert belatedly realized that it wouldn't be Huang Bebe, would it? It's not that Hobert was slow to react, but in his concept, Bernadette was the daughter of Huang Tao, and her Uncle Zhou looked only 24 or 5 years old even with a beard. So in Hobert's subconscious, Bernadette should be about the same age as Donna, or even younger than Donna. After all, Hobert is also an uncle, he is only 23 years old this year. When he thinks of Bernadette, he always feels that she is only about 20 years old. When he saw the 27 or 8-year-old lady in the living area with a mature temperament, he didn't think of Bernadette at all. But thinking back, chestnut hair, a perfect figure, an avant-garde and unique dress, who else could it be but Bernadette? Hobert, we're leaving first. Zio, who stepped onto the public carriage, said to Hobert, who was obviously a little dazed. Hobert came back to his senses. See you tonight. Oh, no, I have a social engagement tonight, no need to prepare my dinner. See you tomorrow. Watching the public carriage leave, Hobert shook his head with a smile. Even if he recognizes Bernadette, going up to strike up a conversation now is likely to be beaten up as a rogue. Bernadette definitely has such strength. Hobert thought, even if he racked his brains to successfully strike up a conversation with Bernadette, it is impossible to borrow the genie immediately. T/N, genie recognizes his own Sefirah, bad idea. Let's wait for a chance in the future to have a more natural interaction with her, Hobert thought, lest Bernadette have a bad impression of him, which will affect the process of borrowing the genie later. After watching a commemorative exhibition at noon, Hobert returned to the law firm to continue working in the afternoon. At 3 or 4 o'clock, Hobert received a reply from Elizabeth, saying that she and Selina, as well as Melissa and Benson, would come to Backlund together this weekend. The letter did not mention other content, so Hobert unfolded the letter paper and wrote a short reply. It roughly said that he knew, and asked Elizabeth to send him a telegram after purchasing the tickets, so that he could go to the station to pick them up. After get off work, Hobert took a carriage with Jessica to her and Carrie's residence. Carrie was packing her things in the studio. Jessica went to the restaurant to buy 3 simple meals. After the 3 finished eating, they found a taxi carriage to go to the suburbs. While still on the road, it was already dark. When they arrived at the agreed abandoned workshop, a layer of thin mist had already appeared in the cold air of early winter. The other party had already arrived first. As Carrie described, there were 4 of them, and they were all Beyonders. The 4 people's eyes almost all looked at Hobert at the same time. Obviously, they did not expect Carrie to bring other people. The workshop was very empty, with some waste piled in the corners. There was only a table in the middle and an oil lamp. The 4 of them were already sitting on the inner side. Jessica, who was walking at the end, closed the door smoothly. Hobert and the other 2 sat on the side near the door. Hobert deliberately sat on the left, giving the middle position to Carrie. I didn't expect you to bring other people. This is against the rules, the other party's leader, John, said. On the carriage, Carrie introduced Hobert. The other party's leader was called John, Sequence 7 was called Alex, and Carrie didn't know what the 2 Sequence 8s were called. As for names like John and Alex, they sound like fake names. You have 4 people, and we only have 2, Jessica explained for Carrie, with 1 more person, we can feel more at ease. Okay. John, who was in his 40s and tall and strong, said with a fake smile, I hope this friend can keep it a secret. Only dead people can truly keep secrets. No, in the mystical world, dead people may not be able to keep secrets. You have to remember to dispose of the corpse. John had already made up his mind that no matter whether Carrie was willing or not, he would turn her into a member of the organization today. And Carrie came to refuse to join their organization, so the conversation stalled from the beginning. John quickly lost his patience. He sneered at Carrie and said, "You don't think that you have the confidence to refuse us just because you found a gigolo, do you?" Hobert finally opened his mouth and said, "Theoretically speaking, yes." John shook his head with a smile. Okay, say whatever you want." He no longer concealed it. "Today Carrie must join us. As for you two, you can also join us. If you don't join, hee." John had already done his research. Although Carrie has sequence 6, she is not good at fighting, and Jessica only has sequence 9. As for the helpers they found, they are likely to be sequence 7, at most sequence 6. Among the wild beyonders, sequence 6 helpers are hard to find. Of course, artisans are an exception. After all, when they encounter difficulties, everyone wants to help, and with friendship, it will be easier to entrust artisan to build weapons for themselves in the future. But even if this helper is sequence 6, John is not afraid. They have 4 people and are experienced in combat. Even if they are not sure of killing this helper, they are fully confident of defeating or driving the opponent away. By the time this helper finds more helpers, they will have already taken Carrie away from Backlund. Hobert asked, "Is there no room for negotiation?" "No," John said decisively. Hobert smiled and said, "That's easy. It just so happens that I'm short of money recently. You've come to my door. I want to thank you." Before John had time to say anything, he heard the provoker among the 2 sequence 8 say to the other sequence 8, "Mary was blind to fall in love with a fool like you. I'm going to rescue her from your hands." The other sequence 8 also refused to be outdone and said, "I've wanted to dig out your eyes for a long time. Did you think I didn't notice your disgusting eyes when you faced Mary?" For half a second, John wanted to reprimand his 2 subordinates, not to see what time it was. "Wouldn't you be afraid of being ashamed of your little things?" But then he reacted, quickly jumped away from the table. This gigolo's offensive had already begun. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 253, Knife Testing. Chapter 253, Knife Testing. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert used corrosion for the first time, lacking experience, so he used it on 2 sequence 8s. It took effect in about 4 or 5 seconds. He successfully made the 2 people gradually become gloomy and greedy, and they couldn't bear it anymore, erupting on the spot. As John reacted, Hobert ejected the disorder stone he had been holding in his hand, distortion. An invisible force of distortion exploded within a 3-meter radius in front of him. Even though John jumped away in time, he was still within the attack range of the disorder stone. One of the 2 sequence 8s began to lose control on the spot, while the muscles of the other swelled, already on the verge of losing control. Sequence 7, Alex, rolled and crawled, trying to keep himself away from the disorder stone, while John's face was also ashen, and a dawn-like light immediately appeared on his body, which made his complexion much better. This was a sequence 6, Dawn Paladin, of the warrior pathway. Throwing out the disorder stone was also equivalent to completing the bribery process, weaken. The dawn light on John's body dimmed, and the sword of dawn that was about to condense disappeared like a firework that suddenly fizzled out. However, his armor of dawn had already condensed, and the light of dawn greatly offset the weakened state. After shouting "weaken," Hobert kicked the table, originally wanting to chase Alex, but although this guy's posture of running away was ugly, he ran very fast and was about to crawl to John's feet. So Hobert quickly made a choice, rushed forward a few steps, and first solved the sequence 8 who had begun to lose control with 1 strike. He made this choice because although John's current state was very bad, it would be difficult to deal with him for a while. And these sequence 8s who had begun to lose control, if they completely lost control and turned into monsters, would indiscriminately attack everyone in the room. Judging from Carrie's posture, it was obvious that she hadn't fought much. By then, she and Jessica might not be able to kill the out-of-control monster. So Hobert chose to solve the sequence 8 who had just begun to lose control, leaving the other sequence 8, whose condition was already very bad, for Carrie and Jessica to deal with. "Good blade!" Hobert exclaimed. With this strike, Hobert chopped off half of the opponent's head along with the shoulder, and he didn't feel much resistance. Hobert aimed accurately and threw another disorder stone at John and Alex, distortion. John finally condensed a seemingly thin sword of dawn. Although the negative state on his body was still very serious, he still reacted quickly, stepped forward, and used the sword of dawn to swat the disorder stone back. Hobert's eyes narrowed, and he quickly used the fire-lacquered seal on his waist as a medium to mobilize the power of the Nation of Disorder to retrieve the power contained in this disorder stone. Even so, Hobert was still not at ease and used the tang blade to knock the disorder stone into a corner of the abandoned factory. Hobert's tactical error allowed John to regain some initiative. He stepped forward again and slashed at Hobert with the Sword of Dawn. Although the opponent's Sword of Dawn was relatively thin, a body of flesh and blood could not withstand such a slash. Distortion. This time, it was Hobert's beyonder power, distortion. Because John's condition was not very good, Hobert successfully distorted the opponent's attack target, and then stabbed forward, preparing to pierce John's armor of dawn. But what Hobert didn't expect was that the opponent's reaction speed was extremely fast, and he dodged Hobert's offensive very easily. Hobert attacked continuously, but the opponent's reaction was very agile, completely unlike a 1.9-meter-tall strongman. This made Hobert sigh in his heart. I said before that I could fight head-on with a Dawn Knight, but now that I think about it, it was really boastful. Fighting a warrior in close combat is simply courting death. Hobert believed that if John was in his prime, he might have been forced into a corner by him. So Hobert immediately changed his tactics, madness. John opened his mouth wide, his face full of surprise, and the madness in his heart surged out like a spring, causing him to temporarily lose his mind. Good opportunity. Hobert swept his blade horizontally, preparing to break through the opponent's armor of dawn. At this moment, his spirituality suddenly sensed danger coming from his side. At the same time, Hobert felt that his legs could not move. He opened his spiritual vision and saw a pale-faced undead tightly hugging his legs. Whoosh! The ground on one side suddenly became illusory, and 3 skeletons with golden skeletons drilled out from inside. These 3 skeletons, one wielding a war hammer, one wielding a battle axe, and one wielding a 2-handed greatsword, charged towards Hobert. Looking at Alex again, he didn't know when, but the whites of his eyes had all turned black, and there was no life in his pupils, like a dead person, standing there blankly. Alex was the only one who had a chance to catch his breath just now. He had now recovered some of his strength, so he quickly summoned some undead to fight for him. Usually, when Alex fights, the limit is summoning 4 ordinary undead, or 2 ordinary natural spirits, but he wouldn't dare to move like this. Today, it was because his condition was very poor, so he didn't dare to move, fearing that if he moved, he would interrupt the connection with the underworld, causing the skeletons and undead to lose their source of power. The skeleton wielding the battle axe stood in front of Carrie, fighting back and forth with Carrie. Jessica behind Carrie took out a soft whip from the pocket on her waist. Every time she waved it, she wrapped a thin thread around the skeleton's body. After waving it more than a dozen times, the skeleton's movements had slowed down a lot. On the other side, Hobert had broken free. The tang blade in his hand was made of top-quality materials from the death pathway. With a casual slash, under the suppression of the position, the bones of the 2 golden skeletons trembled all over, and their attacks also turned into slow motion. Hobert raised his blade and stabbed downwards, and the undead hugging his legs immediately fled back to the underworld. Although Sequence 7, Spirit Medium, can summon undead to fight for them, the undead, when they feel fatal, oh, no, they are already dead. But the undead, when they feel danger, will not hesitate to disobey the Spirit Medium's orders. Hobert swung his blade at the 2 golden skeletons again. Because the skeletons had no intelligence, they had been executing the Spirit Medium's orders. As a result, one skeleton directly fell apart in trembling, and the skeleton wielding the 2-handed greatsword tried hard to withstand Hobert's tang blade, but the sword in its hand quickly turned black and turned directly into dust. Hobert kicked over and kicked the skeleton apart as well. Alex fell to the ground with a pale face and covered in sweat. He felt the suppression of the blade in the pretty boy's hand on him. Fortunately, his desperate struggle just now allowed John to recover from the madness state. The expression on John's face was still a bit distorted, but after the recovery just now, the Sword of Dawn in his hand was more solid, and he raised the Sword of Dawn and rushed towards Hobert. Hobert simply stuck the blade in the ground, quickly opened the black small box in his coat pocket, and a classic pocket watch fell into his hand. His other hand grabbed forward. The Sword of Dawn in John's hand suddenly disappeared and appeared in Hobert's hand. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 254, Chapter 254 This is Sequence. Chapter 254 This is Sequence. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. John hadn't fully regained his senses. He suddenly swung forward, as if slamming a ball of air in front of Hobert. Hobert's Sword of Dawn disappeared quickly because it lacked a power source, but John couldn't resummon it for the next 10 minutes. At the same time, Hobert also sensed a limitation of the dream-stealing pocket watch. In combat, its success rate for stealing an enemy's beyonder power the first time was very high, but the probability of stealing the same enemy's ability a second time dropped sharply. This wasn't exactly a negative effect, but more of a limitation. Hobert estimated that a true Sequence 5 Dream Stealer should have a similar restriction, except perhaps with a high probability of stealing from the same target 2 or 3 times, after which the probability would decrease significantly. Otherwise, if there were no restrictions, they would definitely steal all of their enemies' abilities from the start, and they would have become invincible long ago. If he couldn't steal beyonder abilities, it didn't matter, he could still steal John's thoughts. When John realized his hands were empty, Hobert seized the opportunity to steal his thoughts. John, who hadn't completely recovered his senses, stood there stunned, his mind suddenly blank. Hobert seized the opportunity, drew his blade, and finally broke through John's armor of dawn. At the same time, John reacted and quickly jumped back, trying to resummon the Sword of Dawn, but he couldn't manage it. Similarly, stealing thoughts had a similar limitation to stealing abilities, so Hobert injected his spirituality into the psychological spoon, again, madness. In fact, madness couldn't be used continuously, it had to be spaced 2 or 3 seconds apart to use it a second time. Hobert's own abilities, bribery, and distortion, were the same. There had to be a few seconds between uses, and after using weakening on a target, he couldn't use weakening on them again until the effect disappeared. However, 2 Barons of Corruption could weaken the same enemy simultaneously. After reaching sequence 6, as Hobert's own beyonder power types increased, he could completely avoid the cooldown time by adjusting the order in which he used his abilities. When John heard the word madness again, the light of dawn on his body became very bright. This ability blocked any beyonder abilities. So this time, madness was far less effective than last time. John still retained some sanity. He retreated while resummoning his armor of dawn. Hobert pursued him closely, successfully cutting John's chest. At the same time, John resummoned his armor of dawn, and he had basically escaped the state of madness. At this point, the effects of weakening and the disorder stone were almost over, and John's condition was getting better and better. His armor of dawn was as solid as it had been in its prime, but he still couldn't use the Sword of Dawn. So he gave Alex a look, run. Alex summoned a undead, lunged at Hobert, and then the two of them smashed through windows in different directions and fled. Whoosh. They jumped onto the open ground outside almost simultaneously. Just as they were about to run, their vision blurred, and they were back inside the abandoned workshop, and back in front of Pretty Boy. Both of them noticed that Pretty Boy was holding a black stone in his hand. John said with a mournful face, "How many miraculous items does this damn kid have?" The black stone in Hobert's hand was of course the teleportation statue. He was also glad that after becoming stronger, he hadn't been too careless and had brought the teleportation statue with him in advance. After scaring away Alex's undead with his knife, he quickly took out the teleportation statue from the box on his waist. After teleporting the opponent back, Hobert stabbed Alex with his knife, while Carrie, who had just sent the golden skeleton back to the underworld with a hammer, came to help and raised her warhammer at John. Alex dodged again, rolling and crawling. He took Hobert's knife on his back, preparing to escape with his injury, but after taking only 2 steps, he felt cold all over, and his spiritual body seemed to shrink together. The knife in Hobert's hand was like his nemesis. Alex was suppressed in all aspects. Hobert stepped forward and stabbed again, killing this spirit medium, who called himself Alex. On the other side, John also took a hammer from Carrie. Using the force of this hammer, he jumped out of the window again. Carrie's hammer only made John's armor of dawn shake a little. Hobert immediately used the teleportation statue to teleport the opponent back again. At this time, John was still able to deal with it calmly. The moment he returned to the abandoned workshop for the second time, he rushed towards Hobert. Although he couldn't use the Sword of Dawn anymore, his strength and agility were still there, and he could beat Hobert to death with his bare hands. Even if Hobert had a knife in his hand, he wouldn't necessarily be a match for the Dawn Knight. Fortunately, Hobert had been guarding against the opponent's counterattack and didn't fight him head-on. He just circled around John. If he couldn't dodge John's attack, he would use the teleportation statue to move the opponent back, causing the opponent's attack to miss. Or he would use the beyonder power distortion to cause John's movements to deviate. Theoretically, the teleportation statue could allow Hobert to avoid any physical attacks, but because John was wearing the Light of Dawn, his fists were also considered beyonder attacks and were not within the teleportation statue's avoidance range. Carrie wanted to come over to help several times, but Hobert stopped her. John no longer ran away, and his fist smashed at Hobert like a storm. If he kept fighting like this, he wouldn't feel tired even after fighting for another 20 minutes, and his spirituality told him that he would be able to resummon the Sword of Dawn in a while. As long as the Sword of Dawn was in hand, it wasn't impossible to counterattack. At the same time, he felt that the Pretty Boy in front of him had been using the ability of corrosion on him, but he didn't take it to heart, because the Light of Dawn could help him block most of these extraordinary attacks. After fighting for more than half a minute, the negative effects on John's body had basically completely disappeared. John, who had completely regained his senses, suddenly thought, this Pretty Boy isn't stupid either. Why doesn't he think of other ways and just wait for me to resummon the Sword of Dawn? Not good, John suddenly thought, he's also stalling for time. When he thought of this, John felt cold all over. The wound that had just been cut open by the Tang sword was getting more and more painful. John looked down and saw that the area around the wound was purplish, as if poisoned, and thick blood was flowing out. This was the opportunity that Hobert had been waiting for: corrosion. For the past minute or so, he had been laying the groundwork. Taking advantage of the fact that John, who had been cut by the Tang sword, had obviously suffered damage to his spirit body, the Beyonder power corrosion rushed through John's dawn defense like a surging tide, directly hitting John's heart. The sanity in John's eyes was gradually disappearing, and his eyes were full of greed. As long as I kill you, all the miraculous items on your body will be mine. Then he tried to resummon the Sword of Dawn again, but of course he still couldn't summon it. This was completely a tactical error, allowing Hobert to seize the opportunity and cut through his armor of dawn again. John's remaining sanity made him try to suppress the greed in his heart and choose to escape again. But it was too late. While the opponent's armor of dawn had not recovered, Hobert pierced John's chest with his knife. John immediately felt his spiritual body shrink into a ball. He felt cold all over, and his heart was filled with greed and fear, but he still managed to pull out the Tang sword and turn to flee. Hobert struck again, cutting off half of John's head. His body ran out a few steps before finally falling to the ground, gradually losing its vitality. Hobert shook the blood off his knife and sighed, a sequence 6 is really hard to kill. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 255, Chapter 255 Beyonder Organization, Judgment. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Being able to kill all 4 enemies was completely beyond Carrie's expectations. This way, she and Jessica could completely relax. Backlund was so big, and with the cover of more than 5 million people, it would be difficult for the two of them to be found by John's organization again. As for completely making enemies with their organization, there was no other way. The conflict between them had already reached a point where there was no room for negotiation. The Beyonder characteristics of the 2 sequence 8s had already been extracted, and Alex's Beyonder characteristic was being extracted. Hobert first retrieved the 2 disorder stone he had thrown out, and then used the teleportation statue to sense if there were any other enemies around. Since the other party came from an organization, it was likely that there were 4 people on the surface and 1 hidden in the dark. However, John and the others seemed to be so confident that they didn't hide anything. There were no other enemies around, so they could calmly communicate with the spirit world. So Hobert said to Carrie and Jessica, "Search their bodies, and I'll see what organization they're from." After saying that, he came to John's side, and his eyes suddenly became like Alex's just now, without any whites. Hobert used the spirit necklace to grab John's dissipating spirituality to communicate with the spirit world, and once again came to the world covered by gray fog. He looked at John, who was staring blankly in front of him. "The name of your organization." "The name of your organization." After silently reciting it 7 times, the gray fog began to roll, outlining a scene. It was a narrow room without windows, seemingly underground. In front of him was a wooden table with a lamp on it. Sitting opposite him was a middle-aged man in a robe. He took off his hood, revealing his face. In the center of this face was a horizontal scar, from his left ear, across his nose, all the way to his right ear. The scarred man smiled and said, "Welcome to the Judgment Group. We will judge humanity and the tyranny of the Kingdom of Lone." The scene ended there, and Hobert, whose eyes were once again filled with gray fog, thought to himself, "What big words, judging humanity. And judging the tyranny of the Kingdom of Lone in the Kingdom of Lone, is this because you think you've lived too long?" Then Hobert silently recited in his heart, "The core members of the Judgment Group. The core members of the Judgment Group. After silently reciting it 7 times, a new scene appeared in the gray fog. It seemed to be in a carriage, and the scarred man was still sitting opposite him. He said, "Our Judgment Group has 1 leader and 5 deputy leaders. I am your superior, one of the deputy leaders." Then the scene changed, and they were in the wilderness. The scarred man was walking with a graceful and beautiful young woman. The two seemed to be talking about something, but John was too far away to hear their words. The scene changed again, and an old man with gloomy eyes appeared in front of him. He asked coldly, "You are the helper sent by Gale?" Having had plenty of experience communicating with the spirit world, Hobert quickly skipped to the next scene in order to save time. This scene was very blurry, and he could only roughly see that it was in a spacious and gorgeous room, decorated in a style that was obviously not from Lone. John stood behind the scarred man, Gale, and saw an old man in luxurious clothes sitting behind a luxurious desk. This old man exuded an oppressive aura that made it difficult to breathe, but his face and physical characteristics could not be seen clearly. Gale immediately bowed and ordered John to quickly kneel on one knee. At the same time, he explained with a smile, "It's his first time seeing the leader, so he's inevitably a little nervous." Then the scene churned like boiling water and quickly turned into rolling gray fog. Hobert sorted out the information he had just obtained. The majestic old man who appeared last was the leader, but he didn't get any valuable information from it. He couldn't even see what style of clothes the old man was wearing. There were two possibilities for this situation. The first was that the old man's level was very high, and the spirit necklace could not show his appearance. The second possibility was that the old man had a high-level sealed artifact that hindered Hobert's communication with the spirit world. Hobert was inclined to the latter. At least a sequence 3 level was required to have the strength to obscure some key information about himself during the communication process. And if that old man was sequence 3, the judgment group would not be unknown. In addition, John's superior Gale, as well as that beautiful young woman and gloomy old man, were 3 of the judgment group's deputy leaders. There were also 2 deputy leaders that John should not have met, so there were no related memories. John was a sequence 6, and seemed to be deeply trusted by Gale. That's right, among Wild Beyonders, sequence 6 was already a master. Gale only had 2 or 3 sequence SIXs under his command, who else would Gale trust if not them? According to the levels, John was sequence 6, the deputy leader should be sequence 5, and the leader was most likely sequence 4. This was already a considerable Beyonder organization, but for official Beyonders, such strength could only be used to cause trouble in secret. At this time, John's spirit body had faded a lot. Hobert thought for a while and then silently recited, "Potion formula. Potion formula." In fact, the greatest use of communication with the spirit world was that it could harvest potion formulas, whether they were useful now or not. This was the accumulation of an Beyonder, and also an important asset. The grey fog rolled again, presenting a scene of a pile of sundries. These were all John's father's relics. Among some mystical materials, John noticed his first potion formula in his life. Sequence 9, Warrior. Main materials, a complete ape grass, the horn of a berserk rhino. Auxiliary materials, 80 milliliters of pure water, 9 milliliters of juice from the golden cloak grass, a golden dandelion flower, 5 black nightshade fruits. Then the scene changed, and John was in a spacious living room, with 20 or 30 people wearing hoods. This was an Beyonder gathering. John was lucky enough to buy the Sequence 8 potion formula from this gathering. Sequence 8, Pugilist. Main materials, crystal of the berserk shygrass, the complete brain of a Dutz cave lion. Auxiliary materials. After Hobert saw the potion formula clearly, the scene changed again. John's process of obtaining the potion was almost a brief introduction to his Beyonder life. In a fierce battle, John defeated his opponent and seized the Sequence 7 Weapon Master potion formula from him. After that, John met a Dawn Paladin and wanted to use all his property, about £1,500, to buy the Dawn Paladin potion formula. But he was rejected by the Dawn Paladin, who also set his sights on John's property. So John used the £1,500 of property to hire a Sequence 6 to help him, and used the Dawn Paladin's family as a threat to force the other party to hand over the Dawn Paladin potion formula. After becoming a Sequence 6, John joined the Judgment Group and made many contributions to this Beyonder organization, so the leader rewarded him with the Sequence 5 potion formula. Sequence 5, Guardian. Main materials, a mutated fire rose spider, crystal of the Wisteria Lord. Auxiliary materials, all the venom of the mutated fire rose spider, 16 milliliters of juice from the Wisteria Lord, 15 milliliters of blood from the Emperor White Rhino, 3 flowers of the common spring grass. Ritual, in a balanced team battle, play a decisive role and drink the potion after winning the victory. Hobert suddenly thought, I wonder if Bishop Utravsky already has the Sequence 5 potion formula. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 256, Chapter 256 Unexpected Gains. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Truth be told, this Dawn Paladin, who called himself John, had a life that could already be considered legendary among Wild Beyonders. Most Wild Beyonders are only able to stay at Sequence 8 for their entire lives. The potion formulas and main ingredients for Sequence 7 are rare, and without knowing the acting method, the risk of advancing to Sequence 7 is also relatively high. If John became a Sequence 6 before the age of 40, then he would have a small chance of becoming a demigod. The Sequence 6 and Sequence 5 potions would make many modifications to the Beyonder's body. After becoming Sequence 5, most Beyonders of that pathway could live to be around 100 years old without any accidents. This gave Wild Beyonders time to find demigod potion formulas and corresponding main ingredients, but the hope was still slim. For example, John's warrior pathway, the potion formulas below the demigod level might be encountered in the Beyonder world with luck. As for the demigod level potion formulas, they must be firmly controlled by the God of Combat Church. Even if there are corresponding clues, they are very likely to be traps set by the God of Combat Church. So, generally speaking, the demigods among Wild Beyonders will have some background with the Church or ancient Beyonder organizations, or their ancestors were prominent. Almost instantly, a jumble of thoughts popped into Hobert's mind. At this time, John's spirit body was already very faint, and he could only ask 2 or 3 not-so-complicated questions at most. Hobert thought of the skeleton lord clue he found next to the ancient Death's corpse. With a try-it-and-see attitude, he silently recited in his heart, the Guardian Potion's main ingredient clue. The Guardian Potion's main ingredient clue. After reciting it 7 times, a clear scene appeared in the grey mist. In a room that looked like a bomb had exploded, John pierced an old man's chest with the Sword of Dawn and found a key on the old man's body. John easily found a small secret room among the furniture and walls that had been almost destroyed by the battle, and found a safe in the secret room. Using the key he had just found, he opened the safe. There were some gold and beyonder materials in the safe. After looting everything, John's spirituality seemed to sense something and discovered a hidden compartment in the safe, and found a delicate wooden box from the hidden compartment. Opening the wooden box, inside was a crystal-clear spider emitting a faint twilight-like light. This made Hobert, who was watching, couldn't help but be stunned. This John's luck was really good. He had done so many murders and robberies and hardly ever failed, and he could always drop potion formulas or main ingredients of the same pathway from his enemies. The spider in the box, which looked like a crystal lamp in the shape of a spider to Hobert, should be one of the main ingredients of the Guardian, the mutated fire rose spider. Then the scene changed, and Hobert saw a street sign in front of him, Boston Cemetery, Conant City. John killed a tramp, pretended that a friend had passed away, bought a plot in Boston Cemetery, and even asked a priest to help the tramp's soul rest in peace. But when the priest left, John pulled the corpse out of the coffin, put the wooden box containing the mutated fire rose spider in the coffin, and then covered the coffin, filled it with soil, pretending to be an ordinary grave. Hobert saw that the name on the tombstone was John. Maybe it was the tramp's name, or maybe it was a name that the Dawn Paladin made up casually. This shows that the Dawn Paladin's real name is not John. Explaining it with mysticism, the Dawn Paladin should not have used the name John in this operation. It may be that this name, which has an inexplicable connection with the Dawn Paladin, made his luck very bad and he ran into Hobert. The grey mist covered Hobert's eyes again. He seized the time and asked, "Does anyone know that you hid the mutated fire rose spider? Does anyone know that you hid the mutated fire rose spider?" The grey mist materialized a scene again. In front of him was a full-length mirror, and the Dawn Paladin was tidying up his clothes in front of the mirror. Then the scene in front of him disappeared and turned into grey mist again. Hobert understood, that is to say, this secret was only known to the Dawn Paladin himself. Seeing that there was still a chance, he quickly asked, "The way to contact your superior, Gale." "The way to contact your superior, Gale." The grey mist rolled a bit, outlining a blurry figure that looked like Gale who had appeared before. Because the Dawn Paladin's spirit body had become very weak, he could no longer see Gale's expression and clothes clearly. He only heard Gale say, "I will come to you when there is a need. Don't take the initiative to find me." This scene ended here, and the Dawn Paladin's spirit body completely dissipated. Hobert automatically exited the psychic state. He smiled. "Others only ask a few key questions when they use psychic powers, but I usually ask the enemy until their soul flies away and scatters." However, the harvest of this psychic session was not small. Just that mutated fire rose spider is worth at least 3,000 pounds. The beyonder characteristics of the Dawn Paladin had also been extracted. Over there, Carrie and Jessica had also completed the body search. As expected, they didn't have any magical items on them, only some gold pounds and spiritual materials. This made Hobert couldn't help but sigh. Poverty is the norm for wild beyonders. Carrie piled the 4 corpses together, took out a metal bottle, and poured the liquid in the bottle on the corpses. In that sizzling sound, the 4 corpses were quickly melted by the liquid. Jessica, who had already fetched a bucket of water, washed it away, and the 4 corpses were cleaned up just like that. Then, under Hobert's instructions, Carrie and Jessica carefully looked for any hair that they had accidentally dropped, and then the 3 of them left the abandoned workshop in single file. The sealing wax made of order crystal on Hobert's body has the use of anti-divination, and he didn't leave any clues at all, so he wasn't afraid of the tribunal people coming to find the murderer. In the carriage back, Carrie suddenly said, "Alex once commissioned me to build a beyonder weapon for him, but I didn't find it on him. It seems that he built it for someone else, or it was a task for their organization." Hobert nodded. "Their organization is called the Judgment Group, and it has some of the characteristics of a terrorist organization. They don't dare to act openly. As long as you hide yourself well, you won't be discovered by them." Back at Carrie and Jessica's place, they put all the spoils on the table. The most valuable were the 4 beyonder characteristics, as well as 62 pounds in cash and some spiritual materials. Hobert took away the beyonder characteristics of the Dawn Paladin and the Spirit Medium. "The rest is yours." Carrie handed the Provoker's beyonder characteristic to Hobert. "We didn't play too much of a role in the battle just now, so give this beyonder characteristic to you too." Hobert hesitated for a moment, but didn't stand on ceremony with them and took away the Provoker's beyonder characteristic. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 257, Chapter 257 Hobert's Reflection. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Carrie and Jessica were moving tonight, so after the spoils were divided and he got a discount, Hobert immediately left after spending £480 to buy the hurricane axe. Hobert brought this up after the battle, not before, to avoid Carrie and Jessica misunderstanding that he was asking for benefits in advance. He certainly knew that sometimes, even if he didn't mean it that way, when others thought he did, no amount of explanation would help. In the carriage back to Blanca Street, Hobert re-examined his actions tonight, making sure there were no omissions and that no one was following him, before he finally relaxed. Then he began to reflect on the battle. During the fight, Hobert realized that he had made many mistakes in his first Sequence 6 battle. Now that the battle was over, Hobert began his habitual post-battle review. First, he realized his first mistake was that he shouldn't have used the Disorder Stone a second time. This one-time magical item had unexpected effects when used the first time, and it also conveniently completed the process of bribery. But when used a second time, the opponent was prepared, making it difficult to achieve the desired effect, and it might even cause him to lose the tactical initiative. The second mistake was that Hobert realized he was somewhat underestimating the enemy tonight. He should have used the Order Wood at the beginning of the battle to create an environment favorable to his abilities. Recently, Hobert hadn't participated in any intense extraordinary battles, but his own strength had qualitatively improved, which made him somewhat complacent. If Hobert didn't have enough magical items, tonight would have certainly had a different ending. Hobert firmly kept these two mistakes in mind, and he planned to re-examine them before every battle in the future. Next was to review the experience gained from this battle. First, Hobert had the experience of corroding other people's minds. It only took 1 or 2 seconds to complete the corrosion process on ordinary people. It took about 4 or 5 seconds to take effect on low sequence beyonders. It might take 6 or 7 seconds to affect a Sequence 7 opponent, and there was a high probability of being discovered by the opponent. At the same level of Sequence 6, it might take more than 10 seconds to take effect, and it would almost certainly be discovered by the opponent. However, Hobert was satisfied that he could use corrosion while fighting, and it didn't matter even if the opponent discovered it. The second lesson was the use of the beyonder power of distortion. Sequence 6's distortion was more useful than Hobert imagined. If used well, it could even make enemies attack their own people. He thought it could be used in conjunction with corrosion to cause infighting among the enemies or make them distrust their teammates. Thinking of this, Hobert found that the abilities of the Baron of Corruption seemed to be used to manipulate people's hearts. In addition, in order to distinguish the incantation of the Disorder Stone from the beyonder power of distortion, Hobert decided to change the incantation of the Disorder Stone to Madness. He continued to think. This battle also made him discover the limit of the teleportation statue. When John wore the Armor of Dawn, the teleportation statue was not so comfortable for his movement. Hobert estimated that if he encountered a Sequence 5 Guardian of the Warrior pathway, it might be difficult to complete the teleport on him, or the teleport distance might not reach his expectations. Recalling the battle with the offspring of the evil god, Hobert estimated that when facing a Sequence 4 opponent, the teleportation statue could at most slow down the opponent's movements, and the teleport ability might even be used by the opponent. Hobert sighed that he would lose his greatest help and trump card at that time. Of course, it's not excluded that there will be other trump cards at that time. Continuing to think, Hobert summed up a lesson: don't fight warriors in close combat. Or rather, try to highlight your strengths during the battle, and don't compete with Sequence 6 beyonders in their strengths. If most Sequence 7s are the real beyonders, then generally Sequence 6's have the characteristics of their pathway and specific enough advantages of beyonder abilities, and these advantages can largely cover up the beyonders' weaknesses. When Hobert was Sequence 7, killing an enemy of the same level didn't seem that difficult, but after reaching Sequence 6, killing another Sequence 6 became very difficult. This is precisely because Sequence 6 already has enough advantages, and Hobert didn't realize this at all in his previous battles. Only after fighting a Sequence 6 did he know that they were really difficult to kill. The post-battle review ended, and Hobert breathed a sigh of relief. Overall, he didn't make any major mistakes, and he also gained many valuable experiences and lessons from this battle. Then Hobert thought of the gains from this battle. In addition to the spoils he received, there were also the potion formulas for the warrior pathway from Sequence 9 to Sequence 5, and the mutated fire rose spider. It can be said that the harvest was abundant. Although he learned the whereabouts of the mutated fire rose spider through spirit channeling and knew that no one except the Dawn Paladin knew the hiding place. But Hobert still didn't plan to take the mutated fire rose spider himself. This matter could wait for a while. Anyway, beyonder materials don't expire. Returning to Blanca Street, it was already 10:30 in the evening. Furs was still awake and lying in an easy chair reading a magazine. Hobert asked, "Still awake? Don't you have to go to work tomorrow?" Furs seemed a little anxious. "I feel like I don't need to be an apprentice anymore, so I just quit." Hobert, oh Ed, knowing that this writer lady wouldn't work a day more. Having experienced a beyonder battle, Hobert was a little tired. He drank some water and went upstairs to rest. Just about to change into his pajamas, Hobert suddenly thought of something. He quickly came to the window. The crimson moon in the sky became redder than usual. Today was indeed the day when the blood moon would appear. Hobert quickly sacrificed to himself, bringing the psychological spoon and the fork of healing to the nation of disorder, and observed first downstairs through the star representing himself, using true sight. As the blood moon gradually descended, Firz's nails and hair grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and she became more and more anxious, constantly chanting the names of the 7 gods. Then it seemed like poisonous snakes were drilling around under Firz's skin, and her expression became gloomy and terrifying. Hobert grabbed a handful of power of order and prepared to strike at any time. Finally, Firz, with a painful expression, opened a thick book and began to recite the name of the fool intermittently. Seeing that everything was going smoothly, Hobert quickly withdrew his true sight, otherwise he might collide views with Klein soon. Now that Klein, who is gradually becoming following the inner choice and more cautious, may choose to stand by after feeling other views. Hobert left the nation of disorder, dispersed his spirituality, and did not feel any strong fluctuations in spirituality. Obviously, Firz's loss of control did not continue. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Hobert, who had changed into his pajamas, went downstairs. "Sorry, I just remembered that today is the day when the blood moon appears." After speaking, he indiscriminately poured spirituality into the fork of healing and used healing to heal Firz. A healing spell made Firz feel comfortable all over. She hesitated, and then seemed to think of something. "Thank you, Hobert, thank you for the advice you gave me before." Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 258, Chapter 258 The Baronet Who Endured Humiliation, Bonus 1. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Night Wolf for becoming a free member. Firz just subtly mentioned her recent experience, as she had promised Mr. Fool not to reveal any secrets about him, so she couldn't explain it too clearly. While chatting with Hobert, Firz trimmed her nails and tidied her hair. While tidying her hair, Firz realized that she really considered Hobert a good friend. After growing up, she had never groomed herself in front of anyone except Zio. To celebrate her finally being liberated, Firz prepared to pour a glass of wine. Wait a moment. Hobert seemed to suddenly remember something. After going upstairs, he brought down a bottle of white wine. "This is a good wine my father gave me. I couldn't bear to drink it, but let's finish it today to celebrate for you." This bottle of white wine was the aged wine left over from concocting the Baron of Corruption potion. Firz assumed that Hobert understood her subtle description and took out 2 wine glasses with a smile. While pouring the wine, Hobert said in his heart, "Congratulations, Miss Magician." Just as she was about to take a glass, Zio, dusty from a busy evening, came in from outside. "It's so late, are you guys still not asleep yet?" She sniffed. "Very good white wine, why are you drinking so late at night?" Hobert took another glass, poured wine, and said, "Firz said she noticed you've grown a few centimeters recently, and we're celebrating." Firz smiled and didn't explain anything. Zio first glared at her friend, then her shoulders slumped. "Okay, I have to admit, I've been putting insoles in my shoes these past few days." Hobert and Firz were both stunned. Both of them were very strange. Why didn't they notice this? But both of them tried to hide their surprised expressions and tried not to stare at Zio, because doing so would be too hurtful. To ease the awkwardness, Hobert raised his glass and said, "To a beautiful new life." Firz echoed, "To a beautiful tomorrow." Zio also raised her glass. "I hope I can find extraordinary medicine that allows adults to grow taller." Hobert thought, beyonder medicine that might allow adults to develop again would be more suitable. Amidst the laughter of Hobert and Firz, the 3 of them clinked glasses and drank it all in one gulp. Backlund, 29 Civilouse Street, Empress Borough. Rafterpound stood in front of the window, watching the moon outside becoming increasingly red. The blood moon had arrived as scheduled, and that sealed artifact could be used. He opened the safe, which contained, besides a thin stack of cash, 2 exquisite stone boxes. He carefully took out one of them and opened it. Inside was a mirror-like object with a handle. Rafter picked up the mirror, but it had no reflective surface or back, and each side had an eye in the middle. At this time, one eye was open and one eye was closed. Rafter held the mirror and walked into the blood-red moonlight, allowing the crimson moonlight to shine on the mirror. The eye that was open just now slowly closed. This was a sealed artifact that could determine whether one was under surveillance. The normal state of the sealed artifact was one eye open and one eye closed. Placing it in the moonlight of the blood moon, if the open eye did not close, it meant that the holder was under secret surveillance. If both eyes were closed, it meant that the holder was not being monitored. If both eyes were open, then run quickly, if there was still time. The result Rafter got was, both eyes were closed. He couldn't help but sneer. The royal family and the Church of Steam and Machinery really have no patience at all. Of course, this was inseparable from his superb acting skills, for which he also paid a certain price, because he was missing a front tooth, and now he leaked air when he spoke. He put the mirror with the eyes back into the stone box, in the absence of light. Rafter then took out another stone box and took out a crystal ball with a bewitching blue color. These were the only 2 sealed artifacts left in the Pound family. The other sealed artifacts had been sold by Rafter, leaving only these 2 sealed artifacts with effects roughly equivalent to level 3. Seemingly, Rafter was extremely prodigal, but in fact, these were the sealed artifacts he had deliberately left behind. For a baronet who was once under constant royal surveillance, these 2 sealed artifacts, although not very offensive, were what he needed most. He placed the crystal ball on the desk, and Rafter began to stroke the crystal ball, trying to recall what he had done at the Roselle Memorial Exhibition before. Because at that time, Hobert only used the psychological spoon to seal part of his memory, and did not have time to use the power of the Nation of Disorder to interfere. Rafter also used his spirituality as a medium to recall his experience, so he quickly recalled many details of the memorial exhibition at that time. Most importantly, he recalled that honorific name. Even the Erode's magic mirror failed to hear the honorific name of the creator, but Rafter, relying on his special connection with the Nation of Disorder, actually recalled that honorific name. Rafter's eyes narrowed, and he exclaimed, "The creator of human order." This reminded him of the description he had seen in the family's notes before. One of the characteristics of the Black Emperor was creating a unique order that is widely popularized in the human world. Then Rafter fell into silence. He thought of his wasted first half of his life, and the fact that he was only sequence 8 in middle age. He thought of the last words of his grandfather, the patriarch, and the former glory of his ancestors. Finally, he made up his mind, put the blue crystal ball back into the box, and then sorted out his emotions before chanting, "The creator of human order. You are the master of the Nation of Disorder. You are the master of the clock of order. Your faithful servant Rafter Pound begs for your attention and help, begs you to point out a path for the lost lamb to restore the glory of the family." Then, Rafter waited for a response with trepidation. Hobert was about to fall asleep when he heard a prayer, which didn't sound like Eliot's voice. He had no choice but to leave the warm bed and come to the Nation of Disorder. As soon as he sat on the Iron Throne, Hobert saw the star representing Rafter expanding and flickering. Hobert's eyes narrowed, as if he had received a call from a friend who had died a long time ago. That's right, in his opinion, Rafter was already a discarded piece. Why would he take the initiative to pray to himself? Did George III follow Rafter's line? Or did the Church of Steam and Machinery use some method to obtain the honorific name of the creator? After hesitating for a full half-minute, Hobert spread his spirituality to the star representing Rafter. Since the other party had directly pointed to the Nation of Disorder and the creator, the most dangerous choice at this time was to ignore it. After hearing Rafter's prayer and using true vision to look around, confirming that Rafter's behavior was personal and not influenced by anything, Hobert put his heart back in his stomach. Now the only strange thing was, where did Rafter get the honorific name of the creator? After sitting on the Iron Throne and thinking for a while, Hobert decided not to reply. As long as Rafter saw that his prayer was not answered, he should not continue to pray. Leaving and returning to the real world, Hobert was already covered in goosebumps from the cold, and the quilt had become icy cold. The cold winter in Backlund had arrived, and he decided to buy a cloak tomorrow. If he needed to go to the Nation of Disorder in the middle of the night in the future, he could put on the cloak to avoid being frozen and sleepless. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 259, Chapter 259 Klein is good at finding people, Bonus 2. Chapter 259 Klein is good at finding people. Thanks to TaplyTapTop for becoming a member, plus 5 bonus chapters. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. After getting up, Hobert first wrote a letter to the masked men, Byron. According to their prior agreement, the letter contained only the phrase, "The goods have arrived." After affixing the stamp and sealing it with sealing wax, Hobert took the letter downstairs. Furs, now that she wasn't an apprentice, didn't get up early either, clearly planning to sleep in. Hobert didn't disturb them. He toasted 2 slices of bread for himself, spread jam on them, and ate breakfast alone. After finishing breakfast, he began preparing for his mission that morning. First, he broke off another order wood from the Nation of Disorder, made it very small, and put it in his pocket for later use. Then, Hobert took the pipe he had picked up from Haman's hiding place, put on his windbreaker, picked up his cane and the wooden box containing the hurricane axe, took a taxi carriage to mail the letter first, and then came to the outside of the Roselle Memorial Exhibition Hall as agreed. Klein had just arrived. Hobert beckoned him to get into the carriage and told the coachman to wait by the side of the street. Taxi carriages were charged by the hour, and the coachman couldn't wait for them to chat in the carriage for a while longer. Hobert handed the wooden box to Klein, hurricane axe. The seller originally asked for £580, but I bargained it down to £510. You can either pay me in cash now, or wait until the mission is over and deduct it from your earnings. Hobert didn't overcharge. This hurricane axe was indeed worth £580, but Hobert got a considerable discount. "I'll give you the cash now," Klein said. For him, this transaction was also very cost-effective, equivalent to trading for a sequence 7 main material for £510. One person counted the cash, and the other checked the hurricane axe, and the transaction was completed quickly. It was of course very inconvenient to look for someone with the hurricane axe, so Klein temporarily stored the hurricane axe in the Quelag Club. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning when the two officially started looking for Heyman. Hobert took out his pipe, briefly explained its origin, and finally asked, "Before looking for someone, you can first divine to see if the owner of the pipe is still in Backlund. If he wasn't, this task would be troublesome." Klein nodded, closed his eyes and began to divine. After more than 10 seconds, he opened his eyes and looked at the crystal pendant hanging on his wrist. The pendant was rotating clockwise. "The owner of the pipe is still in Backlund," Klein said, and then he began to use the dowsing rod to divine and direct the coachman. Hobert couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Diviners are really convenient for finding people. If he had to do this commission himself, it would be too troublesome. The carriage crossed most of Backlund and came to the factory district. The coachman was the happiest. He didn't expect to have such a big job at noon, and the entire morning was spent being charged. Close to noon, the carriage circled around an enamel factory, indicating that Heyman was in this enamel factory. Hobert got out of the car and paid the fare. After the carriage left, he smiled and said, "The fare is considered our joint cost. After the mission is completed, half of the fare will be deducted from your earnings." Klein was obviously stunned. Didn't I hear that lawyers, especially well-known lawyers, have high incomes?" "The news you heard is correct, but for some reason, after I met you, I always wanted to settle these small accounts clearly." Klein muttered, "I'm not the god of accounting. Why calculate so clearly?" But in the end, he did not refuse to pay the other half of the fare. The two first found a coffee shop, ate a simple meal, and then Hobert first used the documents issued to him by the police to check the details of the enamel factory with the local police station and the Industry and Commerce Department. But Hobert was still a little worried, so he went to the bar near the enamel factory to inquire about news. Combining information from all parties, Hobert and Klein believed that this should be an ordinary factory. Heyman might be hiding among the workers, or there might be a secret room in the factory. After all, the factory building was so large that it would be difficult to notice an extra room. It wasn't until dark that the two people who had been investigating for an afternoon came to the gate of the enamel factory. Hobert took out 2 masks made of order crystal and gave one to Klein. "It has the effect of anti-divination." Klein glanced at the mask and asked, "How do we get in?" There were still so many workers in the factory. They couldn't just climb in, could they? Besides, after they put on the masks, they would be more easily noticed. "Just go in like this." Hobert, wearing the mask, walked in front. Klein was stunned at first, then he realized that Hobert was an extra member of the Nighthawks and had relevant documents from the police department. It's really good to have an official identity, Klein couldn't help but sigh, while recalling the time when he also had an official identity. But what he didn't expect was that Hobert didn't show his documents, he really just went in like that. Several gatekeepers seemed to be very familiar with Hobert, greeted him with a smile, and even wanted to hand Hobert a cigarette. Klein wouldn't believe it if you told him that Hobert knew them, but he suddenly remembered that the information he saw earlier said that lawyers were good at distorting their thoughts, and he didn't expect it to be used like this. In fact, Hobert used the ability of the psychological spoon to hypnotize everyone he met. "I am the manager of this factory." Whether they knew him or not, everyone had to be polite to him, and they completely ignored the black mask on Hobert's face. Klein continued to use the dowsing rod to divine and find people. Hobert followed behind and glanced at the workshop illuminated by the gas lamps. Although it was still the steam age, some processes in the workshop had already been mechanized. For example, in the plastic shaping step, the worker took a piece of metal, which Hobert didn't know what it was, and put it on a mold slot. The hissing sound of steam was endless, and a huge machine pressed down, and a basin was formed. Of course, the edge of the basin had to be manually repaired. The next step was to apply enamel. The worker used tools to clamp the repaired metal basin and rolled it in a pool full of enamel, and an enamel basin was formed. One corner of the large workshop was already full of enamel basins, and in another workshop, workers were grinding the dried enamel basins on grinding wheels. Dust flew in the grinding workshop, like a layer of white mist. Hobert felt a little uncomfortable in his respiratory tract even from such a distance, and the workers walked in the dust to work without any protective gear. Dang dang dang. A dull bell suddenly rang in the factory. This was the signal to get off work. The workers poured out of the workshop like a tide. Hobert and Klein hid aside, paying close attention to the crowd, lest Heyman slip away before their eyes. More than 10 minutes later, the workers had all left, and the machines were also hissing and venting. The surrounding factories probably got off work at the same time, and the noisy production sound quickly disappeared. Klein continued to divine. Heyman was still in the factory. He led the way in front, turned a corner, and came to the side of the workshop. His cane stood still on the ground. Hobert and Klein were both stunned, and then the two looked at the ground together. "Manager, what are you doing here?" a voice asked. Looking in the direction of the voice, in a corner of the factory, under the not-so-bright gas lamp, there was a large piece of scrapped equipment, and two people dressed as workers were guarding the equipment with their arms folded. Hobert had just seen them, so he continued to use the psychological spoon to hypnotize them, making them think that he was their manager. Hobert smiled. "I heard that the grass at the base of the wall here needs to be pulled, so I came over to take a look." "You don't need to worry about it, hurry back," said one of the people dressed as workers. Okay, Hobert said with a smile. Those two workers definitely had a problem. How dare they be so rude to the manager? And Heyman was likely hiding underground, and the entrance should be around the abandoned equipment. Hobert continued to use the psychological spoon to hypnotize the two workers over there, but the content of the hypnosis changed. Ignore the abnormality in front of you. After the two put on their masks, Hobert slowly drew out his knife and inserted the scabbard directly above Heyman's head. Order. Klein was slightly stunned when he saw the Tang sword in Hobert's hand. It always felt familiar, but he didn't know much about cold weapons and didn't know much about Tang swords. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 260, Chapter 260 This is the Swindler, Bonus 3. Chapter 260 This is the Swindler. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The towering tree of order immediately rose from the ground. Now, the canopy of the order wood could cover more than 30 meters, enveloping half the workshop. The two guards by the abandoned machinery stared blankly at everything before them. Watching a towering tree obscure the crimson moon in the mist, they felt something was off, but couldn't quite pinpoint what. Although the order wood grew large, it had no roots, so there was no need to worry about being discovered by those underground. However, the moment it grew, its immense spirituality could easily be detected by beyonders. Hobert was prepared. While planting his sword into the ground, he held the teleportation statue in his other hand, planning to teleport the people underground directly to the surface. Klein drew his gun and retreated, ready to support his teammate at any time. The moment he held the teleportation statue, Hobert immediately sensed an underground structure beneath his feet, and within that structure were two people. Hobert warned, "The enemy has helpers." 2 against 2, their chances of winning were still good, and they had the element of surprise. When teleporting one of the people, Hobert immediately realized something was wrong. The person he was teleporting was a Sequence 6. He had developed a certain feel for using the teleportation statue, and could immediately distinguish between Sequence 6 and Sequence 7. So Hobert simply moved the person's head to the surface, only to find that he had only moved up a shadow. This was a Rose Bishop. Hobert immediately made his judgment. Strange, wasn't Heyman always trying to escape the Aurora Order? How could he have a Rose Bishop by his side? Could it be that he was captured by the Aurora Order? Although he had questions, Hobert still threw out the disorder stone he had prepared long ago. Madness. The shadow flowing on the ground immediately let out a scream, and chunks of flesh emerged from the shadow, teetering on the brink of losing control. His flesh collapsed while he desperately controlled it, turning it into a shadow to evade Hobert's subsequent attacks and Klein's bullets. The disorder stone was not so powerful when dealing with Sequence 6, even for the secret supplicant pathway. Hobert realized that the other party's condition was not good to begin with. Having completed the bribe process, Hobert did not continue to use weaken, but as the holder of the order would, he distorted the environment under the canopy, making the spirituality more abundant. The Rose Bishop, who was already very sensitive to spirituality, could more easily hear some maddening whispers in a more spiritually abundant environment. Klein, after discovering that ordinary bullets could not harm the flowing shadows on the ground, retreated 2 more steps to avoid affecting Hobert's performance. Although Hobert's Tang Dao could stab the opponent, he tried not to engage in close combat with this enemy who was about to lose control, as there was still an enemy underground. So he poured his spirituality into the psychological spoon, madness. The shadow screamed in pain again. He could no longer suppress the collapse of his flesh and was rapidly turning into a monster. Only then did Hobert immediately step forward, preparing to finish him off with a single strike. But the sword he raised seemed to be wrapped in a circle of shadow, as if Hobert had slashed into a ball of cotton. A mass of viscous flesh was coming towards them from the side of the abandoned machinery. As it passed the 2 worker-dressed guards, the mass of flesh devoured one of the guards and immediately sprayed a cloud of flesh towards Hobert and Klein. Hobert immediately used distortion to change the direction of the flesh's attack. The moment his Beyonder ability touched the flesh, it triggered a series of explosions. Another Rose Bishop. There was no Heyman here at all, so why did the divination point to this place? Soon, Hobert had the answer in his heart, that pipe was not Heyman's item at all. How could someone who didn't even leave his own hair behind leave his used pipe in a hiding place? Haman had been trying to escape the Aurora Order. The pipe was likely an item used by Hillman. He would find a chance to switch pipes with Hillman, then deliberately expose himself and leave the pipe for other Beyonders. When Hobert was still a Sequence 9, he and Zio had chased Haman and obtained a pipe, which should have been Hillman's pipe. And the mass of flesh that had begun to lose control should be Hillman. He was severely injured by 2 to 365 a few weeks ago and had not recovered, and couldn't even use the Beyonder abilities of a Rose Bishop. That's why he completely lost control under Hobert's series of attacks. Hobert suddenly exclaimed, "This is the swindler." Clearly only Sequence 8, but through tricks, he killed a Sequence 6. Ignoring the out-of-control Hillman, Hobert kicked a small stone towards the rapidly moving mass of flesh, completing the bribe process, weaken. First, give the opponent a negative effect. Seeing that the speed of the mass of flesh had slowed down, Hobert had time to wink at Klein, signaling him to hide. That was a Rose Bishop in good condition, and the aftermath of the battle could injure Klein, who was only Sequence 8. But when he turned his head, he found that Klein had already hidden far away. Roar. Hillman completely lost control. His face was connected to his chest, one eye drooped to the position of his leg, his mouth had become a grotesque maw filled with bone spurs like fangs, and he seemed to be carrying a huge fleshy tumor on his back, with his arms and internal organs inside the tumor. Hobert felt a little uncomfortable seeing the other party's appearance. The appearance of a Rose Bishop after losing control was truly disgusting. But this was exactly what he wanted. He simply moved the monster between himself and the Rose Bishop, and used distortion to twist the monster's indiscriminate attacks towards the Rose Bishop. This was equivalent to having a monster helper. The Rose Bishop immediately launched a wave of flesh bombs at the monster, and the monster roared, its tumor on its back split open, and it also launched some flesh at the Rose Bishop. Just as they were bombarding each other with flesh, Hobert put away the teleportation statue, replaced it with the dream-stealing pocket watch, and reached out to steal the Beyonder ability of the Rose Bishop to transform into a mass of flesh. The Rose Bishop, in surprise, turned into a human figure with the appearance of a man in his 30s, holding a mass of flesh in his arms, which was the guard he had devoured earlier. Hobert felt a little regretful that he couldn't steal Flesh Bomb, but the speed of the Rose Bishop, who couldn't turn into a flesh state, was greatly reduced. The monster took the opportunity to open its maw full of bone spurs and sharp teeth and pounced towards the Rose Bishop. The Rose Bishop calmly threw the guard's head into the monster's mouth, and after the monster swallowed it, he immediately detonated it, blasting the monster open from the inside, blowing it to pieces. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 261, Chapter 261 Establishing Order on the Battlefield, Bonus 4. Chapter 261 Establishing Order on the Battlefield. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hiding behind the monster, Hobert channeled his spirituality into the psychological spoon while dodging the monster's fragmented flesh and blood, madness. From the moment he used the dream-stealing pocket watch until now, the whole attack flowed smoothly, and it just so happened to hit the Rose Bishop's weakness. Without the Beyonder power of flesh transformation, the Rose Bishop not only lost his speed advantage, but also his ability to defend against extraordinary attacks. He was hit by madness, and the rationality in his heart was covered by madness, causing him to wave his hands randomly, as if countless bees were stinging him around him. Hobert still didn't step forward, throwing out a disorder stone, disorder. The Rose Bishop's flesh and blood began to collapse, and he was on the verge of losing control. Fortunately, he gradually began to regain his sanity in just 1 or 2 seconds, and the process of losing control was temporarily suppressed. Only then did Hobert raise his sword and take a few steps forward, preparing to deliver the final blow to the Rose Bishop, who was in very bad shape. But the Rose Bishop suddenly had a grim smile on his face. The collapsing flesh and blood on his body immediately became normal. At the same time, he raised his hand, and the flesh and blood around Hobert's body seemed to be blown up by an invisible wind, smashing towards Hobert. When he couldn't enter the flesh transformation state, he began to feign weakness, with the purpose of luring Hobert over to enter the area filled with flesh and blood. This was the area where he could exert his advantages. The appearance of his flesh and blood collapsing just now was mostly a disguise he made with flesh magic. But Hobert also smiled. He suddenly became shorter, like a melted candle, turning into a pool of flesh and blood. Hobert could skillfully use most of the skills stolen by the dream-stealing pocket watch for 10 minutes, but there were some skills he couldn't use. For example, the Sword of Dawn stolen from the Dawn Paladin. Before, Hobert couldn't provide the power of Dawn to the Sword of Dawn, so the Sword of Dawn quickly disappeared from his hand. Hobert felt his speed more than doubled. From Klein's perspective, he only saw a black sword standing in a pool of flesh and blood, quickly approaching the Rose Bishop. The Rose Bishop quickly ordered the flesh and blood under his control to smash towards the black sword, but strangely, the flesh and blood suddenly became uncontrollable and fell to the ground. To the Rose Bishop's surprise, Hobert, in the state of flesh and blood, stretched out a hand holding a sword and chopped off one of the Rose Bishop's legs. For the Rose Bishop, such an injury was nothing at all. He used flesh magic to make the surrounding flesh and blood fly towards him, intending to reattach his leg. But he soon realized that his control over the surrounding flesh and blood was decreasing, and although the leg was reattached, he couldn't control the muscles and bones of that leg, as if his leg hadn't grown back at all. If the Rose Bishop had a leg chopped off by an ordinary sword, it wouldn't be a big problem for him. But the sword in Hobert's hand was special, it could directly injure the Rose Bishop's spirit body. If it was chopped off, it was chopped off. Even if the leg was reattached, it would only be like growing a fleshy tumor without nerves. And the fact that he was gradually losing control over the surrounding flesh and blood was because Hobert had been using the power of distortion to distort the spirituality contained in the surrounding flesh and blood. This was Hobert's first attempt to construct order on the battlefield, to gradually weaken the spirituality in the surrounding flesh and blood. This fighting style was a lesson Hobert learned from reflection after the last battle. This was the fighting style that the Baron of Corruption was good at. With the blessing of the Order Tree, the surrounding order quickly became unfavorable to the enemy. Hobert, in the state of flesh and blood, experienced such a fast speed for the first time. Taking advantage of the Rose Bishop's daze, he turned around and stabbed the Rose Bishop again. The Rose Bishop felt that his heart seemed to be filled with fear. Run. This was his only thought now. As soon as he limped a few steps, Hobert in the flesh and blood state returned to his human form, corrosion. In the previous battle, Hobert had been corroding the opponent's mind. Finally, at this moment, the power of corrosion burst out like a tide, filling the Rose Bishop's eyes with greed. He wanted to take away Hillman's beyonder characteristics, and he wanted to seize the masked man's black sword. Hobert was wearing a mask at this time. Seeing the Rose Bishop limping back again, Hobert slashed over with a wide-open sword. The Rose Bishop immediately commanded the surrounding flesh and blood to smash towards Hobert, but the surrounding flesh and blood only moved, rolled twice, and then stopped moving. Hobert's sword began to fall. The Rose Bishop's remaining rationality made him form a thick bone shield with the bones of his whole body and hold it in front of him. But how sharp was the sword in Hobert's hand? With one sword, he easily broke through the bone shield and cut the Rose Bishop in half from the middle. Even though the two halves of the Rose Bishop were not dead yet, the flesh and blood on his body were trying hard to refuse, but no matter how they fused, the cut-open area was completely disconnected and could never be fused again. Hobert stepped forward to make up for the sword, and slashed horizontally on the Rose Bishop's head. The Rose Bishop's spirit body suffered extremely serious damage, and only then did he die completely. This battle lasted only a few minutes, and it was not very intense, but it was very beneficial to Hobert. The fighting style he had summarized before was well applied and achieved very good results. Tonight's battle was much easier than last night's battle, which once again confirmed that Hobert's idea was correct. Klein, who had been watching the show the whole time, had a new understanding of Hobert's strength. Compared with the time when he fought against the offspring of the evil god, Hobert's strength had increased by a whole level. But now was not the time to be amazed. Since their opponent had been wrong from the beginning, this place was likely to be a stronghold of the Aurora Order, and they had to quickly pick up the spoils and leave. Hobert first recovered the disorder stone that he had thrown out, and then searched for the monster's beyonder characteristics with Klein. The monster that was blown to pieces by the Rose Bishop just now did not die because of this. Its flesh and blood had been wriggling, trying to recondense. But the surrounding environment greatly reduced the spirituality in the flesh and blood, so its recondensation speed was very slow. Finally, Hobert looked at the wriggling fleshy tumor. He endured the nausea and used the Tang sword to cut open the fleshy tumor, and sure enough, he found a throbbing blood-red heart inside. This was the sealed item formed by Hillman after losing control. Hobert, who had been prepared for a long time, took out a wooden box, and then used the back of the Tang sword to put the heart into the wooden box. Both of them were very experienced in checking whether there were any fallen hairs. During this process, the beyonder characteristics of the Rose Bishop had been extracted. After Hobert put away the beyonder characteristics, he also recovered the Order Tree, which had turned back into an ordinary wooden stick, and the two quickly left. 7 or 8 minutes later, a person walked out of the darkness. It was Mr. A. He examined the battlefield for a few seconds before frowning and said, "I have to redeploy manpower from other cities to Backlund again. It's really troublesome." During this period of time, the Aurora Order organization in Backlund was really unlucky. It had just been attacked by the Nighthawks, and lost several middle-level cadres and many believers. Now they encountered an unknown enemy again, killing 2 of Mr. A's capable assistants. But Mr. A didn't seem to care about these. He just thought the procedure for transferring people was more troublesome. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Show list disorder stone x stone x blanca x Hobert x C god x grade 0 sealed artifact grade 0 sealed artifact x grade 1 sealed artifact grade 1 sealed artifact x grade 2 sealed artifact grade 2 sealed artifact x. Chapter 262 Selling stolen goods and collecting rewards, bonus 4. Chapter 262 Selling stolen goods and collecting rewards. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. In the carriage on the way back, Klein examined the black mask in his hand, the black opaque crystal, imprinted with the symbol representing the creator. The material of the mask was definitely good stuff, making him somewhat fond of it. Hobert, who was next to him, smiled and said, "If you become a devotee of that one, you can also get such a mask." Klein smiled, "I will make efforts for this." In his heart, he was thinking, I am already a devotee of the fool, if I become a devotee of the creator again, wouldn't I be a devotee of two evil gods? What Klein didn't know was that he was actually also a devotee of the Evernight goddess. Saying this, Klein returned the mask to Hobert. What if we didn't catch the target we were looking for? Although they killed 2 Sequence 6 enemies, they wouldn't dare to use their Beyonder characteristics and the formed sealed artifact in Backlund recently, otherwise Mr. A would easily find them based on the clues and come to collect the tolls. Hobert smiled and said, "The owner of the sealed artifact also has a reward, and the bounty is 1,500 pounds. As he spoke, he was very grateful that he became a Sequence 6 before carrying out this mission. If he had come to catch Haman when he was Sequence 7, he could only guarantee that he could escape. With such a high bounty, it's not too much for me to charge 100 pounds for information, right?" Hobert asked with a smile. Klein immediately replied, "Not at all." Although he found the person, and Hobert's information was wrong, Klein didn't encounter too much danger because of the misinformation. Just as Hobert had promised before, he charged forward and Klein covered him, so Klein was very satisfied with what he got. Hobert nodded, "Okay, I'll take 800 pounds of the bounty, and you take 700 pounds. As for that sealed artifact, we'll split it equally. If you want it, I'll give it to you, and you can make up the corresponding price difference. If you don't want it, I'll ask the Nighthawks team if they want it." Klein was stunned. This bounty mission wasn't issued by the Nighthawks team, was it? "You guessed it right." Hobert smiled and said, "I know you don't want to interact with them, so I'll come forward to collect and sell the bounty and the sealed artifact. As for the Beyonder characteristics of this Rose Bishop, although I have a channel to sell Beyonder characteristics, I think it's best to wait a while before selling it. In addition, I basically eliminated this enemy. How about I give you an extra 300 pounds and the Beyonder characteristics belong to me? The nature of Beyonder characteristics is different from that of sealed artifacts. Hillman, the owner of the sealed artifact, was found by Hobert, so he has the right to split it equally with Hobert, but Klein didn't contribute much to the battle against the Rose Bishop." Klein hummed, "The price you gave is very fair." To him, the 300 pounds was like free money. Roughly calculated, he would earn more than 2,000 pounds from this not-so-dangerous commission, which was much higher than he had expected. With these 2,000 pounds, he could consider buying the main materials for Sequence 6 in advance. This made Klein couldn't help but sigh at the benefits of having an official background, being able to know in advance about some commissions with generous bounties and controllable danger levels. "Okay, that's settled." Hobert paused. "How should I notify you to collect the money after I get the bounty?" "You can send the letter to the Quelag Club." Then Klein gave Hobert the address of the club. Hobert said, "If you want to find me, still send the letter to the law firm." After the two agreed on the contact address, Klein got off the carriage early. Hobert looked at his pocket watch. It was only a little after 9 in the evening, so he instructed the coachman to go to the Blackthorn Security Company in the Northern District. At around 10:30, Hobert glanced at the night sky obscured by the mist and knocked on the door of the Blackthorn Security Company. Today, Borja was on duty in the reception hall, receiving police officers who might come to seek help at any time. Hobert told him that he was here to collect the bounty, and Borja led him to the captain's office. Captain Thomas, as a sleepless pathway beyonder, has not yet formed a family, and basically spends 20 hours a day in the Blackthorn Security Company. Hearing Hobert's intention, Thomas's first reaction was, "You caught Haman." "No, I killed Hillman." Thomas looked Hobert up and down. Hobert explained, "Hillman was in a very bad state, and couldn't even use many of the Rose Bishop's abilities, and I also had a companion." Thomas nodded, which made sense. He knew that Hobert had advanced to Sequence 7, but he also knew that from Sequence 7 onwards, a large amount of acting would be required to digest the potion. He didn't think Hobert could be promoted to Sequence 6 so quickly. Hobert took out the wooden box, and the heart inside was still beating, as if it still had a strong vitality. "I think you should be able to confirm through divination that this is the sealed artifact left by Hillman. In addition to the bounty, how much are you planning to give for this sealed artifact?" Hobert simply didn't even look at the ability of this sealed artifact. It was too disgusting, he didn't want it. Thomas asked with a smile, "What price are you planning to ask for?" Well, I must remind you that you are a formal member of the Nighthawks team, and it is your duty to eliminate such extremists. Hobert thought, not bad, you're very skilled at using moral kidnapping. But he was prepared. You're right, Captain Thomas. If I killed Hillman myself, I would definitely hand over the sealed artifact to you free of charge, and I wouldn't even take the bounty. But as I said just now, I have a teammate. Hillman's whereabouts were all found by that teammate, who played a huge role in this commission. Precisely because I am a formal member, I thought of selling the sealed artifact to the Nighthawks at the first time, but if the price is too low, my teammate also has the right to change a buyer. Hobert looked embarrassed. This is the disadvantage of earning a bounty with someone. Thomas twitched the corner of his mouth. If I believed a single word of yours, I would have been a captain for so many years for nothing. He waved his hand. All right, name your price. 1/5 of a judge's beyonder characteristics and £2,000 in cash. Hobert had already thought about it. Thomas nodded. Okay. To him, this price was very fair. The beyonder characteristics of Sequence 6 were probably worth £2,500. He added, but this amount of money is too large, I need to report it to the Archbishop. Come and collect it at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Archbishop Anthony was even more dedicated than Thomas, spending 22 hours a day in his office. If everything went smoothly, the approval of this payment could be completed in the second half of the night. Coming out of the Blackthorn Security Company, Hobert saw that the fog outside had become very thick. At this time, the entire Backlund seemed to have fallen into sleep, and only some homeless people were still wandering on the streets. They didn't make any sound, just walking aimlessly, as if the streets under their feet would never end. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 263, Unstable Factors in Loan, Bonus 5. Chapter 263, Unstable Factors in Loan. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Waking up in the morning, Hobert stared at the ceiling for a while, and after a long time, he finally gritted his teeth and completed the first major task of the day, getting out of bed. Because he woke up a little late, there was no time to make breakfast himself, so Hobert bought a pie and took a rented carriage to the North District while eating. Arriving at the Blackthorn Security Company, he greeted Loretta, who was still clearly sleepy, and arrived at Thomas's office at 8 o'clock sharp. Thomas was reading the newspaper. You're very punctual. He put down the newspaper and pointed to the box and a small cloth bag on the table. We have confirmed that it is indeed the sealed artifact left by Hillman, and the reward has been issued. In addition, your previous merits have accumulated 4/5 of the judge beyonder characteristic. With this 1/5 accumulation, you can receive this beyonder characteristic. Hobert closed the door, first opened the wooden box, and saw a white cube that looked like crystal. It seemed to have life and gave people a sense of majesty. It was indeed the beyonder characteristic of judge. Hobert then briefly counted the banknotes and, after confirming that they were correct, chatted briefly with Captain Thomas and left. He had another transaction to conduct today. At a little after 9 o'clock, Hobert arrived at the Mercenary Club and waited for the masked man Byron while drinking a cup of tea. The two came to a small reception room. Hobert took out the madman and werewolf beyonder characteristics from the werewolf beyonder characteristic that Elliot had sacrificed before. Byron asked curiously, are there so many Rose School beyonders in Backlund? A friend of mine learned that I have a channel for selling beyonder characteristics, so he asked me to help resell them. Hobert casually made up a reason. Didn't you say you wouldn't ask about the source? If you ask about the source, you have to pay more. The extra money was for the mental effort of making up reasons. Sorry, I'm just a little curious. Byron smiled. Okay, this isn't our first time cooperating. How about £600 for the madman and £1,200 for the werewolf? You definitely won't be able to sell it for this price anywhere else. Hobert nodded. Deal. As Byron said, he was already offering a very good price. There wasn't much demand for the beyonder characteristics of the prisoner pathway in Backlund. It wasn't worth it to make a trip to the southern continent to sell them, and it was very dangerous. Therefore, even if the beyonder characteristics of this pathway reached Sequence 7, it was very likely that they wouldn't sell for the basic price. After settling the financial matters, Hobert asked again, I have some information about the Judgment Group here. Are you interested? Byron smiled. Should I call you the Scourge of Evil? You not only have so many beyonder characteristics of the Rose School in your hands, but you're also starting to go against the Judgment Group. Hobert's expression was a little unnatural. Last night, he had just killed 2 members of the Aurora Order. If Byron knew, his title of Scourge of Evil would really be confirmed. After Byron made a joke, he continued to ask, what type of information? Information on the 3 vice-captains. Do you have portraits or names? I have portraits. Byron thought for a moment. £600. He paused and explained, your information may overlap with the information we already have. Okay, but I have one more condition. I can ask one question about the judgment group. Byron said, as long as it doesn't involve too much confidential information, even if it involves some confidential information, I will tell you at my discretion. He said with a smile, I look forward to the day when you can kill a vice-captain of the judgment group. It is the duty of every citizen of the Lone Kingdom to deal with such evil forces. Hobert said nonsense while taking out the 3 portraits he had prepared from his briefcase. These 3 portraits were drawn by Hobert using his own divination. They were lifelike, and in the lower right corner were information such as hair color and pupil color. Byron was very satisfied with this information. They only knew some basic information about the beautiful young woman and the sinister old man before, but they didn't know their appearances. After Byron got the portraits, he compared them with the previous basic information and knew who they were. However, when he saw Gale's portrait, Byron frowned and asked, Are you sure this is a vice-captain of the judgment group? Hobert replied very certainly, I'm sure. That shouldn't be. Byron said, he should be a senior cadre of the Intercia Mutual Aid Society. How is he also a vice-captain of the judgment group? Hobert followed Byron's words and asked, What kind of organization is the Intercia Mutual Aid Society? It is an Beyonder organization secretly supported by the Fasak Empire, mainly active in the Intercia County and the Winter County. Byron did not hide anything and answered Hobert's question casually. This answer also made Hobert a little confused. Terrorist organizations are not scientific research institutions. Do they also pay attention to affiliation and mutual learning? Byron shook his head and did not continue to think about this question. He pointed to the portrait of the sinister old man to Hobert and said, You should be very familiar with this old man. Hobert was stunned. Why would I be familiar with him? Is this the question you want to ask in the condition you just proposed? Yes. In fact, Hobert wanted to ask if the judgment group had the background of the Fasak Empire. However, Byron's previous words had already given Hobert the answer to this question. Regardless of what Gale's dual identity meant, his channel in the Intercia Mutual Aid Society might be able to obtain the potion formula for the Sequence 5 Guardian of the Warrior Pathway. Byron put away the 3 portraits while answering, I heard from my colleagues that you completed the commission to eliminate 2 cultist cadres some time ago. Those 2 cultist cadres came from a cult organization called the Spiritual Cultivation Society. They have been looking for ways to seize the spirituality of others and make themselves stronger, so they have done many cruel experiments. Hobert thought, is their president called Old Monster Star Constellation, Ding Chuanqiu? Byron continued, the president of the Spiritual Cultivation Society is called Stephen, the old man you drew. We also learned from the mercenaries who captured the headquarters of the Spiritual Cultivation Society that Stephen is a vice-captain of the Judgment Group. Suddenly, a line connected many clues in Hobert's mind. The Spiritual Cultivation Society is a cult secretly supported by the Fainapotter Kingdom, and the founder of this cult is one of the core members of the Judgment Group. Then, the Judgment Group must also have the secret support of the Fainapotter Kingdom, and even the captain whose appearance cannot be seen may be a nobleman of the Fainapotter Kingdom. If this guess is true, it is not surprising that the captain has a high-level sealed artifact that makes the information obtained by spiritualism very vague. As for Gale's identity as a domestic servant, it is easy to understand. In the current international situation in the northern continent, the Fainapotter Kingdom and the Fasak Empire, 2 countries that do not share borders, are allies. Then, the organizations they each support, which undermine the stability of the Lone Kingdom, must have some business dealings or cooperation. Gale should be the liaison officer of these 2 organizations. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 264, Chapter 264 Trading Day, Bonus 6. Chapter 264 Trading Day. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. In that moment, Hobert understood many things, but he didn't plan to tell Byron this information. It wasn't a good thing for a wild Beyonder with an official background to know too much intelligence about countries sabotaging each other. Luckily, I brought extra money. Byron counted out another £600 and handed it to Hobert. After the intelligence transaction, the 2 finished their tea, shook hands, and left. Now, the pounds Hobert carried were bulging the briefcase. The intelligence transaction just now, plus the Beyonder characteristic transactions of lunatic and werewolf, earned Hobert a total of £2,400. Including the bounty he received from Thomas and the proceeds from selling the sealed artifact, he had a total of £3,500. Adding the 2 together, this was already a huge sum. Hobert went to the bank again, withdrew the approximately $7,000 in cash he had saved, plus the $510 he had previously used to resell the hurricane axe, and the nearly $100 in pocket money Hobert carried. When he placed all the pounds on the desk in his bedroom, Hobert couldn't help but swallow. The huge sum of over £13,000 in front of him was equivalent to about 40 million in the AD era. This was indeed a huge sum that Hobert had never seen before. He admired it for a few minutes before finally looking away, using the method of sacrificing to himself to put £11,000 in cash and the beyonder characteristic of judge into the nation of disorder. Hobert took out £300 of the remaining £2,500 and put it in his wallet, then packed the remaining £2,200 in a paper bag and put it in his briefcase. Coming to the first floor, Hobert first wrote a letter, notifying Klein to come and collect the bounty before 5 p.m. today, or after 8 a.m. tomorrow. Then he simply hired a taxi carriage to send the letter to the Quelag Club, so that the letter could be delivered in about an hour. At noon, Hobert treated Furs to a delicious barbecue. In the afternoon, he went to the office to work, while Furs continued to go back to conceive a new book. As soon as he arrived at the office, Jessica sent a letter from Mr. Diggos, stating that the 2 water pumps had been completed and were ready to be traded at any time. Hobert sighed. Today was really a trading day. The amount of transactions he completed in one day had reached thousands of pounds. He locked the office door and prayed to himself, "Great Creator, please notify Upton to go to the Keene machinery firm to pick up the goods, store them in the warehouse, and make a sacrifice tomorrow morning." Hobert had already greeted Diggos in advance. The Keene machinery firm would not reveal any information about Hobert, so there was no need to worry about Upton learning Hobert's specific information during the transaction. Entering the nation of disorder, Hobert couldn't help but admire the pounds on the stone platform for a few seconds, before throwing his mosaic prayer screen into Upton's star. Then Hobert notified Elliot to prepare for the sacrifice tomorrow morning. When he was about to leave the nation of disorder, Hobert saw that the star representing Rafter was lit up again. This baronet was really persistent, and he was praying to the Creator again. Hobert ignored the prayer and left the nation of disorder. Back in the real world, Hobert had just withdrawn his thoughts from the pile of pounds and put them on work when Klein arrived. Hobert estimated that Klein should have been waiting at the Quelag Club. After receiving the news, he rushed over immediately. Jessica poured a cup of black tea for the guest, and then closed the office door under Hobert's gaze. Hobert took out the paper bag from the briefcase and said, "You can get £700 for this mission." The sealed artifact was sold for £2,500, but because it used my channel, a £100 commission will be charged, and you can get £1,200. Plus the previously agreed upon £300 for the beyonder characteristic of Rose Bishop, you can get a total of £2,200. After speaking, Hobert pushed the paper bag to Klein. After hearing this number, Klein, who had already guessed it, was still a little surprised. He thought to himself, "No wonder in my divination, my hope is in Backlund. Now it seems that the City of Hope really has many ways to make money quickly." After Klein counted the money, he took out £200 and pushed it towards Hobert. "I didn't play any role in last night's battle. It would be very unfair to only take £300. Hobert smiled and pushed the money back. "If it weren't for your divination, I wouldn't have made this money at all. This £300 is for your divination fee." Unlike the conflict with the members of the Judgment Group the day before yesterday, in Carrie's commission, she and Jessica didn't play much of a role in the battle either. But in yesterday's commission, Klein found the location of the target. This was a very important role, and his contribution was worth £300. Of course, Hobert, who had become Sequence 6, could have swallowed the beyonder characteristic of Rose Bishop alone, and Klein wouldn't dare to have any objections, but that would be boring, and it would be difficult to cooperate in the future. It's better to be generous and give a divination fee that even Klein would be soft-handed, and when Klein becomes a high sequence, today's generosity will become a favor. After distributing the bounty, Hobert said again, "Your sister and brother will come to Backlund this week to relax. I plan to take them to the Roselle Memorial Exhibition on Sunday." Klein's eyes narrowed. "It's not what you think." Hobert smiled slightly. "You are just a Sequence 8, not enough for me to threaten you with your family." He said, "I actually went to Tingen City before to help Elizabeth's father with a lawsuit, that is, your sister's good friend Elizabeth. Later, we kept in touch by letter, and I learned about the recent situation of your family, so I asked them to come to Backlund with Elizabeth. If you want to see them, you can go to the exhibition hall on Sunday morning." "Forget it." Klein took a deep breath. "Forget it." Hobert spread his hands. "The choice is yours." After sending Klein away, Hobert dealt with a few urgent tasks before having time to review last night's battle. Overall, Hobert was quite satisfied with his performance last night. He also had his own ideas and tactics for battles between Sequence SIXS. Then he began to think about how to play the Baron of Corruption. Until today, he didn't have a good idea. The description of the Baron of Corruption on the Black Emperor card is, the people around the Baron of Corruption will always become greedy and dark, and the Baron will use their greed and darkness to firmly control them. At the same time, the Barons will carefully manage their territory or industry. Through this description, the key points of Hobert's acting are, constantly eroding the hearts of the people around him, carefully managing the territory or industry. Hobert believes that the title of Baron in Baron of Corruption should have been in the fourth epoch. This is to remind the Beyonder that they must have their own territory when they reach Sequence 6 of the Black Emperor. This is crucial for the digestion of the potion and future promotion. Of course, according to the description, it doesn't have to be a territory, it can also be owning your own industry, but there must be a place where you have the final say. Hobert sighed. Whether it was eroding the hearts of the people around him or owning a territory or industry, it was difficult to do in Backlund. It's not that he is unwilling to do so, but the practice of eroding the mind is too conspicuous in this metropolis, and it is easy to cause him a lot of trouble. It seems that it's time to leave Backlund and go to the South Continent with Creator believers to develop. Hobert sighed inwardly. Join patreon.com/keyofstars for more chapters. Chapter 265, Chapter 265 The Second Bribe to the Creator. Chapter 265 The Second Bribe to the Creator. Join patreon.com/keyofstars for more chapters. Friday morning, Backlund, Factory District, 16 Howells Avenue. Upton looked at the sky, which seemed to be covered with dark clouds. It would take until after 9 o'clock for the sunlight to break through the mist and let the people of Backlund know that today was actually a sunny day. He missed the beaches of Conant City a little. There, he could see the sky no matter when he looked up, and even the starry sky at night. Thinking, Upton entered the yard of a warehouse. Howells Avenue is a famous warehouse avenue. Both sides of this avenue are basically all kinds of warehouses. Some goods are temporarily stored here and transported from here to the dock area on the next street, and some goods are transported from the dock area to here for temporary storage. Upton's company is registered here. At present, his company only has 2 necessary clerks and a coachman. When he needs to move goods, he will hire some temporary labor. The clerk's office is not here. Upton looked around to make sure that no one was following or noticing him. Then he opened the warehouse door and went in, and immediately closed the door. The warehouse was very empty, with only 2 water pumps. This is also what the employees cannot understand. Theoretically, with the current business volume of the company, the best choice is to rent a warehouse with other companies, instead of renting such a large warehouse with only 2 water pumps. Of course, they don't know Upton's intentions. Upton came to the 2 water pumps and began to set up the altar and build the wall of spirituality. This step took him a lot of time. After all, the water pumps were so big that he had to wrap them all in the wall of spirituality. When everything was ready, Upton took a deep breath and began the ritual, the creator of human order. Your loyal servant begs for your attention. Begging you to accept his offering. Begging you to open the door of the kingdom. After chanting, Upton burned the spiritual materials with candlelight, and waited for the Creator to respond with trepidation. The Creator did not keep him waiting for too long. After more than 10 seconds, the tall figure sitting in the middle of the sword throne appeared. He became taller and more majestic. Upton immediately lowered his head, and couldn't help trembling. This was a suppression of status. With a dull sound of opening the door, the 2 bronze giant doors appeared, opening a not small gap. A hurricane echoed in the wall of spirituality in front of the altar. Upton, who was lowering his head, saw the 2 water pumps leaving the ground together. His eyes condensed. Those were steam water pumps that required more than a dozen people to lift. Then he smiled. I'm so stupid. I actually use the strength of ordinary people to measure the power of God. Soon, the water pumps floated out of Upton's sight. He still lowered his head deeply until he heard the dull sound of closing the door. Very good. A solemn voice said from above. Upton quickly said, It is my honor to serve you. The huge pressure disappeared, and Upton dared to raise his head. The 2 water pumps had disappeared, as if they had never existed in the warehouse. The simple altar on the ground proved that the sacrifice just now was not a dream. Upton wiped the sweat from his forehead, praised the Creator. He was about to make the corresponding gesture, but found that he didn't seem to know the gesture representing the Creator. Upton was a little panicked, feeling that he was not pious enough. He must ask the masked man about the gesture representing the Creator next time he meets him. Then he was a little excited, listening to the Creator's tone just now. It seems that he is very satisfied with my sacrifice. That is the response from God. Most beyonders in this world have never received any reply from God in their entire lives. While cleaning up the altar, he felt that he had made the right bet when he asked the masked man for help. Southern Continent, Hodie's copper mine. On the open ground in front of the copper mine, a simple but solemn altar was set up. In front of the altar were 2 huge wooden carts. Elliot was holding a leather whip and personally directing the slaves to wipe the altar for the final time. Zachary and several other family members were smoking and laughing while watching Elliot in the morning light beside the altar. They were the first people to take over the copper mine and did not know that Elliot's sister Moira had recovered. One of the family members asked, What is he thinking? He actually said that he wanted to ask the gods to bestow 2 water pumps. Do the gods have water pumps? Everyone laughed, thinking that this was the most absurd farce in the history of the Balk family. It's probably because you squeezed him so hard that he didn't know what to do, Zachary laughed. We'll accompany him in a play later. Since we can't get a response from the gods, don't mention the water pump. At the same time, we must also appease our mine manager and say that we know that everything he has done is for the Hodi's copper mine, but unfortunately the gods are unwilling to pay attention here. At that time, Elliot would have no prestige at all. When the morning light sprinkled on the altar, Elliot drove the slaves down. He threw away the leather whip in his hand, tidied up his clothes, and walked solemnly to the altar about 1 meter high, lit the candles, and drew the pattern. Zachary and the others watched with their arms folded, waiting for Elliot to make a fool of himself. The slaves were asked to squat in the distance of the altar, and the foreman stood among them. They were all attracted by the solemnity of the mine manager and stared closely at the direction of the altar. After the altar was set up, Elliot put the gold as a sacrifice, and took out a wooden box from his arms and opened it. In the wooden box was a section of sleeve, with some brown blood on it. These brown blood seemed to have life, constantly flowing on the sleeve. But no matter how the blood flowed, it would not flow beyond the sleeve. Even if the blood touched the wooden box, it would not leave a trace on the wooden box. After checking the sacrifices again, Elliot began to pray, the creator of human order. Your loyal servant needs your help, needs 2 of the latest water pumps in the kingdom of Loan, for which I am willing to offer all the sacrifices on the altar. After the prayer, Elliot knelt piously in front of the altar. A family member not far away laughed, it's quite like it. Zachary's expression became serious, because he had just heard the complete honorific name of the creator. A few seconds later, that tall figure appeared in Elliot's mind, yes. Praise the creator. Elliot began to sacrifice, chanting in a solemn voice, the creator of human order. Your loyal servant prays for your attention. I pray for you to open the door of the kingdom. I pray for you to grant 2 water pumps. Although the sacrificial words contained water pump, which sounded a bit ridiculous, Zachary and the others couldn't laugh anymore. They felt that the altar was connected to a mysterious kingdom, and they felt a terrifying force was coming. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 266, Chapter 266 The Creator's Request. Chapter 266 The Creator's Request. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. As the 2 bronze giant doors appeared, Zachary and the others couldn't help but kneel and lower their heads. Although the foreman and slaves couldn't see the existence of the bronze door, they could feel the powerful pressure, which made them prostrate on the ground, not daring to move. In midair, a water pump weighing several tons slowly fell from the giant door in midair and landed on one of the large wooden carts. Then came another water pump. Elliot looked at the 2 brand new water pumps in front of the altar, and he said loudly, "Thank you for your generous gift." He said this to Zachary and the others. A strong wind blew up on the altar, engulfing the gold and wooden boxes on the altar into the bronze door. The strong wind disappeared, and the bronze door disappeared with it. Then that tall and stalwart figure among the swords appeared in midair. For Zachary and the others, the pressure brought by this figure was even greater. They trembled involuntarily on the ground, their hearts completely filled with fear and surprise. The gods have really descended. Everything they have witnessed today only appears in legends, only in fragmentary records. I didn't expect the power of the gods to be so powerful. I didn't expect the gods to be omnipotent, there really are water pumps. That stalwart figure said in a solemn voice, treat them as human beings. Then the huge pressure disappeared. If it weren't for the 2 brand new water pumps, Zachary and the others, as well as the foreman and slaves, would have thought that the experience just now was a dream. Zachary and the others' eyes were full of solemnity, and they no longer dared to show any disrespect to Elliot. The foreman kowtowed to Elliot repeatedly, shouting some respectful words in the local dialect. The slaves looked at Elliot as if they saw infinite holiness and power. At this time, Elliot was ecstatic in his heart. First of all, he felt that the bribe potion had been completely digested. In addition, just now was the first time the creator had given instructions, and he fully understood that the creator's so-called they referred to those slaves. But then he felt a little strange, why should slaves be treated as human beings? It's not that Elliot doesn't have the concept of human rights, but in this colonial era, in this era of brutal and bloody plundering of the southern continent by the northern continent, slaves cannot be equated with humans. Whether it's because of becoming prisoners of war or being caught by human traffickers, in short, the moment a person becomes a slave, he is no longer a person, but a livestock with 2 legs, like horses, cattle, and sheep. In this world without enlightened philosophers, the boundaries of many concepts are very blurred. The moment Elliot asked that question in his heart, he almost slapped himself. How could he question the creator's instructions? Regardless of whether he understands it or not, just execute it. Then he recalled seeing in ancient books that the Black Emperor would generally propose some concepts that were contrary to common sense and gradually let these concepts that were contrary to common sense penetrate people's hearts. Today, the creator's instructions are likely to be doing something similar. Elliot only felt his blood surging, because I have gained the trust of the creator, I am qualified to spread the creator's ideas. Thinking of this, Elliot got up in excitement and saw Zachary and the others beside the altar bowing slightly to him, their faces full of respect. He once again praised the Creator in his heart, and then said to them, "This is the water pump you want." One of the family members asked, "Why is the style of these two water pumps so strange?" Everyone's eyes turned to him, and the family member quickly explained, I didn't mean anything else, I'm just curious." "Because this is the latest type of water pump," Elliot said kindly. A new problem arose, no one would use the new type of water pump. Fortunately, the water pump also came with instructions, but when opened, it was a Ruinese instruction manual. Since decades ago, General Anthony's territory has been a colony of the Faysac Empire. Here, Faysac is the official language. Only the family member who had previously proposed buying a water pump from Lone understood Loanese, so Elliot assigned him the task of debugging and using the water pump. He also ordered another family member to escort another water pump to another copper mine. After explaining these things, Elliot looked around the altar and then pointed to an open space not far away and said, "Starting tomorrow, build houses there. Design 2 rows of bunk beds in the houses so that all the slaves can live in the houses." Everyone was stunned, not understanding what Elliot was going to do. Elliot then pointed to the slaves being punished in the distance and continued, "Put down the slaves hanging on those poles." In the horse pen and slave pen, there were several high wooden poles with several slaves tied by their arms and being punished. Generally, they would be hung for 3 days and 3 nights. If they died, they died. If they didn't die, they would continue to work. They would be punished like this, often for making some minor mistakes, such as making eye contact with the foreman, speaking without being told, and so on. Elliot said, "From now on, you can punish slaves, but you can't kill slaves at will. Whether it's the foreman or you, if anyone kills slaves for pleasure again, I will severely punish him. The food standard for slaves must also be improved accordingly. Give them coarse grains, and don't give them stale grains or wheat bran from a few years ago. Let them eat meat and refined grains once a week." Zachary quickly reminded, "In this case, our costs will be much higher." Elliot glanced at him coldly, and Zachary lowered his head, "I'll do it right away." Elliot hummed and sighed in his heart, "The taste of power is really wonderful." Hobert in the Nation of Disorder stared blankly at the gold in front of him for a while. Just now, he saw the slaves hanging on the high poles and the slaves in the distance of the altar with only tattered rags covering their bodies, and he felt moved to let Elliot treat them as human beings. Hobert didn't continue to think about this issue. He only has so much ability now and won't do things beyond his ability. There's nothing to see in gold. As for the weight, I believe Elliot wouldn't dare to make small moves on this. Hobert focused his attention on the wooden box. Using the position of Nation of Disorder, he knew that this was a sealed item left by Sequence 6 zombie of the prisoner pathway. Holding the sleeve stained with brown blood in his palm, Hobert learned of its ability. The wearer's body will become as hard as steel, can resist some magical attacks, movement will become very fast, can use some frost spells. Hobert was stunned. This sealed item can just make up for his weakness of not being strong in defense. It's a pity that its negative effects are a bit big. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 267, Chapter 267 The Blessing of the Mother Tree of Desire. Chapter 267 The Blessing of the Mother Tree of Desire. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. In the Nation of Disorder, Hobert, sitting on the Iron Throne, looked at the sealed artifact in his palm. Its negative effects were, the holder will be cursed after wearing it for a cumulative hour, turning into a werewolf during the full moon, losing all reason, and attacking every human encountered. After wearing it continuously for 10 minutes, the holder will unconsciously believe in the Mother Tree of Desire. Even without wearing it continuously for 10 minutes, accumulating 10 wears will lead to involuntary belief in the Mother Tree of Desire. Hiss. Hobert took a deep breath. The ability of the sealed artifact was wonderful and exactly what he needed most right now, but the negative effects were quite terrifying. Whether it was turning into a werewolf or believing in the Mother Tree of Desire, both were unacceptable to Hobert. So, he waved his hand and gathered surging power of order, enveloping the sealed artifact. The brown bloodstains on his sleeves immediately trembled, accelerating their flow as if trying to escape the surging power of order. After being sealed by the Nation of Disorder, Hobert looked at the negative effects of the sealed artifact again. The original curse after wearing it for a cumulative hour, turning into a werewolf during the full moon, now became, wearing it for more than 2 hours will result in a curse, turning into a werewolf during the full moon. This was completely different. If the wearing time did not exceed 2 hours each time, he would not be cursed. However, to Hobert's surprise, there were no changes regarding the negative effects concerning the Mother Tree of Desire. Hobert frowned. He might need to become a demigod or even an angel before he could use the Nation of Disorder to seal the relevant negative effects of the outer deity, the Mother Tree of Desire. This was different from shattering the beyonder characteristics of the werewolf before. That time, at most, the Mother Tree of Desire had exerted influence on the Beyonder characteristics, while this time it concerned the negative effects related to the mother tree of desire. The difference between the two was like a cup of diluted sugar water and a piece of rock candy. Hobert could use the power of the nation of disorder to shatter the influence of the mother tree of desire on the Beyonder characteristics, but that was completely different from the negative effects directly pointing to the mother tree of desire. There was no choice but to shatter the sealed artifact into Beyonder characteristics. At least, it could be sold for money if it became Beyonder characteristics. If it remained in the state of a sealed artifact, it would be difficult to sell. However, Hobert planned to keep the recondensed Beyonder characteristics for a while to see if he could find an artisan skilled at making magical items. For him now, the ability of zombie could make up for his shortcomings. Of course, turning the Beyonder characteristics of the Dawn Paladin that he had seized some time ago into a magical item should also yield good abilities. But it was highly unlikely that he could obtain the Sword of Dawn and the Armor of Dawn together. What Hobert needed now was defense, so the ability retained when the Beyonder characteristics of a zombie were made into a magical item could better meet Hobert's needs. Hobert reached out and summoned a surge of power of disorder. The sleeve shook violently and soon turned into fragments, leaving only a mass of brown blood. Then the blood also began to dilute. Hobert suddenly discovered that there seemed to be something in the blood that was difficult to be shattered by the power of disorder. It felt like grains of sand in rice or bone fragments in meat. He casually summoned a rock from the nation of disorder. It was a granite, looking like it was composed of grains of colorful sand. Although it came from the nation of disorder, it was just an ordinary stone with no extraordinary effects. Hobert picked out the hard thing from the brown blood and attached it to the stone. The stone immediately turned into a red and green mottled color, and its texture also changed significantly, becoming a piece of jade with red and green twisted together. Using the high sequence of the nation of disorder, Hobert immediately felt, as long as he held this jade, he could bestow blessings on enemies, making them sincerely believe in the mother tree of desire. It can be used twice. Bestow blessings. Hobert thought, this is the most vicious curse. He decided that he would only use the ability of this jade on vicious enemies, which would be a more severe punishment than directly killing them. Then Hobert named the thing in his hand, Cursed Jade, and placed it on the stone table next to the umbilical cord of the evil god's offspring. At this time, the mass of brown blood had almost turned into a ball of light. Hobert used the power of order to wrap them, accelerating the speed of condensation. Because he planned to make it into a magical item, Hobert did not let this Beyonder characteristic split, but gathered them together, which would eventually form an Beyonder characteristic, but it contained the power of the prisoner pathway from sequence 9 to sequence 6. After Hobert became sequence 6, the speed of shattering and condensing Beyonder characteristics became much faster. Under the package of the power of order, this Beyonder characteristic could be recondensed in about 1 or 2 hours. And before, it would take at least 20 hours to do this process. Back in the real world, Hobert stood by the window, staring at the scene on the street in a daze for a while. Elliot completed the second bribe. After his story with the Creator spread in the family, the Balk family would be an extraordinary family with enough goodwill towards the Creator. Wait a little longer, Hobert thought, when Elliot has other things to ask of him, then propose that he has a favored one who wants to go to the southern continent to gain experience, and let the Balk family pick him up. Hobert took a deep breath, picked up the prepared brand new cotton cloth, and carefully wiped the tang sword. He used it to chop such disgusting things the night before yesterday, and he hasn't had time to wipe it properly. Again, using the order wood to wrap the tang sword, disguising it as the shape of a cane, Hobert put on his coat, called a rental carriage, went to the office to pick up Jessica, and the two came to Viscount Glaint's mansion to attend the Justice League gathering. As Audrey said in her letter, she also introduced a new member, Earl Wolf's youngest daughter, Karate. A very dignified and generous lady, with a good appearance, figure, and dress, but she can only be a green leaf beside Audrey. Like when Earl Vincent's youngest son, Carl, joined last time, in an undisturbed room, Hobert used the psychological spoon to give Jessica and Karate psychological cues, making them keep the secrets of the Justice League. After the joining ceremony, Karate sat behind Audrey, and Jessica sat behind Hobert. When all the members were present, Hobert glanced at Carl, whose cheeks were swollen high. Let's begin. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 268, Chapter 268 Audrey discovers a big secret. Chapter 268 Audrey discovers a big secret. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. A minute before Hobert announced the start of the gathering, Audrey whispered to her good friend, Karate, do you remember what Hobert the lawyer said to you in the room? I don't remember, Karate said. I only remember the intoxicating smell of burning herbs, and then I became dizzy. When I came to my senses, Mr. Hobert said it was okay. Audrey smiled slightly, curious about what Hobert had done. Did it really work? Then, as an spectator member, she began to examine the other members. After becoming a telepathist, Audrey's observational skills had greatly improved. She could now glean a lot of information from other people's expressions and the details of their clothing or movements. She saw that Viscount Glaint seemed troubled, as if he was preparing to make some inquiries at the gathering later. She saw fear in Karl's eyes, and he didn't dare to look at Hobert. There were also injuries on his face. Had Hobert beaten him like this? She saw that Firz's smile was more confident than before, but her lazy temperament remained unchanged. She saw Zio talking to Hobert. The subtle expressions and movements Zio revealed showed that she trusted Hobert very much, and even had a slight dependence on him. She saw that the new member Hobert brought seemed to admire Hobert. This was evident in her eyes, but the new member was very wary of the others. Audrey was very satisfied with the improvement in her observational skills. Finally, she looked at Hobert, who was sitting at the head of the table. He still liked to wear trench coats, his smile was still infectious, and his movements and posture all showed his confidence. Wait. Audrey suddenly realized, why were some of Hobert's habitual movements so similar to Mr. Emperor? Although Mr. Emperor preferred to wear shirts and gave people a more rigorous feeling than Hobert, Audrey recalled that the first time she met Hobert, he was also wearing a shirt. At that time, the feeling he gave people was very similar to Mr. Emperor. The more Audrey thought about it, the more she thought of the similarities between Hobert and Mr. Emperor, such as their erudition and the reliable feeling they both gave. Audrey overlapped the figures of the two people, and they were simply one person. Audrey was somewhat surprised by her own idea, and almost couldn't maintain her spectator state. At this time, Audrey was quite certain that Hobert was Mr. Emperor. She also thought that Hobert was the eldest son of General Christian, and of course he could also join the mercenary club and master the relevant channels and information. Then the previous investigation direction was all wrong. Audrey quickly calmed down. She didn't intend to reveal this, because that would also expose that she was Justice. But she was very excited in her heart. Those who can join the Tarot Club are indeed very good and full of justice. Let's begin. Hobert said at this time. He glanced at Audrey and found that she seemed a little strange, but he didn't think too much about it. Hobert had also imagined that the disguise he had been using all along might be seen through by Audrey. After all, this was the field that spectator was best at. But what he didn't expect was that it would be seen through now. Hobert smiled and said, I reiterate once again that the secrets of the Justice League must be kept. As for the consequences of not keeping them, I think you can consult Mr. Karl. Everyone was stunned. The participating members had long been curious about the injuries on Karl's face, but this might involve privacy, and it was not easy to ask. Hearing Hobert say this, everyone looked at Karl. I swear, I didn't have the idea of actively leaking secrets, Karl quickly explained. After I got the potion formula and the main ingredients, I went to my father to verify it. He smiled bitterly. My father asked me where the formula and main ingredients came from. I was just about to speak, but I don't know why, I raised my hand and started slapping myself, and I couldn't stop. Hobert smiled and said, you must have wanted to answer Justice League, right? Karl smiled unnaturally. My father has always been very dignified, and it is difficult to lie in front of him. This made the new members Jessica and Karate both surprised and worried, but Audrey nodded with a sense of security. This is what a mysterious organization should be like. Glaint wondered, didn't you take the potion a long time ago? Why are the injuries on your face still there? Karl's smile just now pulled at the injury, and he covered his cheek and replied, when I was going out, my elder brother asked me where I was going, so. He sighed, my elder brother is also very dignified, and it is also difficult to lie in front of him. Firz was even more curious, did you tell him that you were here to attend the Justice League gathering? Karl shook his head, no, the slaps were very heavy, I couldn't speak at all. Everyone wanted to laugh, but they were embarrassed to laugh. Firz asked again, didn't your elder brother come with you, or send someone to follow you? Karl honestly replied, he was going to come with me, but my father stopped him, and my father also told me to seize the opportunity before me. Hobert glanced at Glaint, and the young Viscount immediately understood Hobert's meaning, opened his pocket watch and looked at it, then shook his head. The gathering was not being monitored at the moment. In other words, Karl's father regarded Karl's current encounter as a child's adventure. After all, in the Lone Kingdom, even an earl would have difficulty obtaining the main ingredients for the Arbiter pathway. And the secret gatherings of Beyonders in Backlund, if not 100, then 80. Before Karl encountered a life-threatening danger, Earl Vincent obviously did not intend to interfere. Hobert said to Karl, fortunately, you didn't intend to actively betray the Justice League, otherwise you would definitely regret this decision. Karl quickly said, of course I won't betray everyone. Jessica, who was sitting behind Hobert, asked, we will inevitably mention the Justice League to our friends. How can we avoid the same experience as this gentleman? Hobert evaluated in his heart, very promising. Through Karl's description, she discovered that there were certain loopholes that could be used to circumvent the same experience as Karl. Just use that organization, or that gathering, to replace it, Hobert said. But if you want to leak information about the members of the Justice League, or the secrets discussed at the gathering, you will also have the same experience as Mr. Carl. Let me give you an example. You tell your friend, something was traded from that gathering. This is okay. But if you say it in more detail, such as who it was traded with, even if you only describe the appearance, it won't work. Jessica asked again, what if it's someone we already know? Like us, I've known Hobert the lawyer for a long time. Do I have to avoid mentioning Hobert the lawyer's name in the future? Hobert was very satisfied with Jessica's question. This indirectly showed that she already possessed a keen sense of order, which was very important for Beyonders on the Black Emperor pathway. As long as what you want to express is not Hobert on the Justice League, but Hobert the lawyer you encounter in your daily work, it's okay, Hobert further explained. Your own thoughts are very important. As long as you have the idea of leaking secrets, you will be punished. If you don't have such an idea, then it's okay. Jessica nodded, I understand. In this way, it will not have a great impact on normal life. Carl covered his cheek and sighed, it can still be like this. Hobert thought to himself, I hope that the higher sequence potion of the Arbiter pathway can make this kid smarter in the future. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 269, Chapter 269 Hobert Sales Channel. Chapter 269 Hobert Sales Channel. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert said, now we enter the trading phase. Who wants to start? Karate, sitting behind Audrey, raised her hand and said, Audrey told me that I can trade for a potion formula here and become a true Beyonder being. That's right, Hobert said with a smile. What pathway do you want to become an Beyonder being of? He said, at this gathering, you can trade for the initial formulas of many pathways. Karate asked curiously, what are they? Let me start with what I have here, Hobert said. There's a potion that can grant excellent eloquence and the ability to distort others' thoughts at certain times. There's a potion that can see the dead and enhance physical fitness. There's a potion that grants excellent memory and enhances learning ability. There's a potion that grants a wealth of mystical knowledge, increases spirituality, and allows for various magical rituals. Oh, right, there's also a potion that grants a strong physique and proficiency in combat. Furs and Zio were both stunned, not expecting Hobert to possess so many initial potion formulas for Beyonder pathways. Based on their knowledge, they roughly understood that Hobert was referring to the initial formulas for lawyer, corpse collector, savant, secret suppliant, and warrior. Hobert probably also knew the potion formulas for arbiter and apprentice, but he didn't mention them. Zio felt Hobert looking at her and understood Hobert's meaning. I have a potion here that can enhance personal charm and make one more convincing. Carl across from them explained, a potion pathway possessed by the royal family. Then, Furs said, I have a potion here that allows one to walk through walls. Glaint said, I have a potion here that imparts knowledge for concocting various potions and poisons. Audrey really wanted to describe the spectator potion as well, but she was currently claiming to be searching for clues to the psychological alchemists, so she had to hold back for now. Then, she belatedly realized, adding my spectator potion, that Justice League actually possesses the potion formulas for 9 initial pathways. Of course, this was thanks to Hobert, who alone possessed the initial formulas for 5 pathways. This also surprised Jessica, who was sitting behind Hobert. The most important thing she wanted to do at the gathering today was to trade with Hobert for the barbarian potion. Through the previous battle, she had naturally guessed that Hobert was in the same pathway as her. However, meeting at the company usually in the work environment weren't suitable for Beyonder transactions, so she wanted to take advantage of this gathering to complete the transaction and, by the way, peddle her friend's products. As for the other members, she had been maintaining a high degree of vigilance. She could tell that the few sitting to Hobert's right were all aristocratic children, and she had hated arrogant nobles since she was a child. After the members of the gathering were all present, Jessica only regarded this as a mystical gathering among nobles, but what she never expected was that this gathering actually had such background. Karate was also surprised that she had so many choices and was having difficulty deciding for a moment, so she asked Hobert, who looked very reliable, Mr. Hobert, do you have any recommendations? Hobert asked, what is your purpose in becoming an Beyonder being? Or does your family have any requirements in that regard? I just want to have some Beyonder abilities that make me feel safe. Karate's expression was a little dim. My mother's background isn't very good, so the family doesn't have any requirements for me. Audrey said, but Karate is a very kind and gentle lady, and also a loyal friend and reliable partner. Thank you, Audrey. Karate's face regained its smile. Hobert nodded, trusting Audrey's judgment very much. My suggestion is Miss Furz's pathway, or Glaint's choice. The former will grant you unexpected escape skills, while the latter can give you and your family a healthy body. Of course, if you want to have a position in the family, choose Miss Zio or me. Our 2 choices have more opportunities to serve the royal family. Karate considered for a moment. Miss Furs and Viscount Glaint, can you describe your beyonder abilities in more detail? I might as well demonstrate it. Furs stood up and made a door-opening gesture on the wall. An illusory door immediately appeared on the wall, and Furs walked through the wall. A few seconds later, she walked back through the wall. She smiled and said, after taking the potion of this pathway, there is no place that can trap you anymore. Subsequent potions will grant you some minor spells, and if used well, they will have very good effects. Furs still remembered that in the battle initiated by Hobert that she participated in before, the enemy's astrologer only used a stumble spell to leave Upton covered in injuries. Karate was already quite tempted. Glaint smiled and said, my beyonder abilities are difficult to demonstrate here. Let me show you the potions I concocted. He opened his coat, and everyone saw that the inside of his coat had many small pockets, containing various glass or metal vials. This is for quickly stopping bleeding, this is for quickly treating colds, this is for quickly treating diarrhea, this is for quickly treating coughs, this is a special tranquilizer, this is for temporarily enhancing one's own spirituality. Oh, and there are these colorful potions. That's right, they are some poisons. I won't describe the specific effects and uses. It must be said that Furs's demonstration was very useful. Karate finally chose to become an apprentice. Furs had seen the apprentice potion formula in old Lady Elisa's belongings, and she immediately sold it to Karate for £280. Karate had money with her, and the transaction was completed quickly. However, after she got the potion formula, she was still a little at a loss. Hobert smiled and said, you can go to Gar's herb shop at 51 Henry Street to purchase the auxiliary materials for the formula. The owner of the herb shop, Gar, is my friend. You can tell him that lawyer Hobert sent you. As for the main material, I have it here. I can sell it to you if you need it. Audrey has a wealth of mystical knowledge, and after you have purchased all the materials, you can concoct the potion under her guidance. Hobert's apprentice main material was obtained by decomposing the beyonder characteristics of the Tamara family's astrologer and had been gathering dust in the nation of disorder. Now he finally found an opportunity to sell it. Audrey nodded reservedly, happy to help. Karate breathed a sigh of relief, as Audrey said, you are a considerate and reliable gentleman. I am willing to buy your main material. How much money do you need? Hobert said, base price, £300. But I don't have it with me. I'll have to bring it to you tomorrow. This price was within Karate's acceptable range. Deal. After Karate's transaction ended, Zio said, I hope to get the potion formula for interrogator. I have it here, Hobert said. Also the base price, £800, and I also have the main material for interrogator. But I suggest you wait a bit before buying it, perhaps you have other channels to obtain a cheaper potion formula. At that time, you may only need the main material, or you may have obtained the main material and only need the formula. Zio nodded, understanding what Hobert meant. The so-called other channels of course referred to the masked man. First then said, I need the potion formula for astrologer, or related clues. I have it here, Hobert said. Everyone looked at Hobert together. How many potion formulas and main materials does he actually have? Hobert smiled helplessly. The original intention of forming the Justice League was to obtain noble channels, but he didn't expect it to become a place for him to sell stolen goods. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 270, Chapter 270, The Role of Glaint. Chapter 270, The Role of Glaint. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert currently has quite a few beyonder characteristics in his possession, and he dismantles them whenever he has time, preparing to sell them separately for money. Currently, the only ones he hasn't dismantled are the Gatekeeper beyonder characteristic obtained from beside the corpse of an ancient death god, and the Zombie beyonder characteristic, which may have already been condensed. Although he has Byron sales channels, some beyonder characteristics cannot be sold through Byron, such as the Judge beyonder characteristic he just obtained from the Nighthawks. Even if Thomas could vouch for Hobert, or even provide documents proving that the Judge beyonder characteristic came from the Nighthawks, Byron would still have to ask Thomas to explain where the Nighthawks got this beyonder characteristic. Judge is already a sequence 6 beyonder characteristic, and the royal family's hounds would never allow it to be bought and sold on the market, and would investigate to the end to find the source of the beyonder characteristic. Not only the beyonder characteristics of the Justiciar pathway, but also the beyonder characteristics of the Black Emperor pathway are not suitable for sale through Byron. In addition, Hobert knows that Byron is a member of MI9, so he doesn't dare to ask him to sell the Rose Bishop beyonder characteristic seized from the Aurora Order. After all, the Aurora Order is now cooperating with the royal family and the military serving the royal family. Who knows if there is any connection between Byron and the Aurora Order? He could sell the spoils obtained from the Judgment Group to Byron, but Hobert also plans to wait for a while before doing so, and he must carry out the transaction in batches. Although Hobert can be a bit reckless in battle, he is usually more cautious. It's always right to be careful. What Hobert didn't expect was that some beyonder characteristics that were not suitable for sale at Byron's could be sold here at the Justice League. Moreover, he can sell them with confidence, because neither the Aurora Order, the Judgment Group, nor the Tamara family can effectively monitor nobles with beyonder bodyguards, or who are beyonder themselves. Of course, Hobert's bottom line is that he will not peddle beyonder characteristics of the seer and prisoner pathways to members. But anyway, Hobert has discovered that the Justice League will be a good channel for selling stolen goods, especially when the members are all beyonder. They will also participate in some other gatherings, or the needs of family members, and the channels for selling stolen goods will become wider. Hobert smiled and said to Furs, like Zio, I suggest you stay as a trickmaster for a while longer. I have the potion formula and main materials for astrologer here. If you need them, we can complete the transaction soon. Furs smiled and nodded, okay. Everyone else looked at Hobert differently, feeling like there was an organization behind him that specialized in providing potion formulas and main materials. Hobert understood everyone's eyes, don't look at me like that. I haven't been able to get the potion formula and main materials that Miss Audrey needs. But I can give Miss Audrey a definite message. There are members of the Psychology Alchemists at the Beyonder gathering held at the medical school. Audrey's eyes lit up, thank you for your generous gift. Hobert smiled, okay, let's continue. At this time, Jessica, who was sitting behind him, said, I want to trade the barbarian potion formula with lawyer Hobert. Everyone stared at Hobert, as if his words, I have it here, were heavenly music. Then Zio, Furs, Audrey, and other initiators suddenly laughed. They seemed to have forgotten for a moment that Hobert was originally in beyonder of the lawyer pathway. Of course, he would have the barbarian potion formula. No wonder this newcomer chose to trade directly with Hobert. Hobert was slightly stunned, I forgot about that. Jessica thought Hobert meant, I forgot that you are also a lawyer, and I didn't even mention the potion formula transaction to you before. But Hobert meant, in my impression, you should be trading the barbarian potion formula with Klein. I forgot that the Black Emperor card that originally belonged to Klein is now in my hands. Hobert smiled and said, no problem, it's also the base price, £500 for the potion formula, £600 for the beyonder characteristic. I'll buy the potion formula first. Jessica said, I'll bring enough money tomorrow and trade the beyonder characteristic with you. No problem. Hobert took out paper and pen from his briefcase and wrote down the barbarian potion formula. After becoming a lawyer, Hobert found that his mental power had been enhanced, especially after becoming a briber. Both his learning ability and memory had become stronger. Hobert can now write out all the potion formulas he has seen since he transmigrated. He guessed that this may not be a unique advantage of the lawyer pathway, but a symbol of the transformation of the body and mind after becoming an beyonder. Jessica put away the potion formula and counted out £500 for Hobert. Then she began to peddle a slow whip and a ring that could increase running speed. Zio and Furs were obviously very interested in slow whip, and they could afford it with their current funds, but it was too expensive for them, so they eventually gave up the idea of trading. However, Zio spent £60 to buy the ring that could increase running speed. Audrey and Glaint also showed some interest in slow whip, but they thought that they didn't need to fight with others at all, and they didn't need a slow whip, so they didn't initiate a transaction. However, they all probably understood why Hobert would introduce Jessica to the association. Even if they had just entered the beyonder world, they knew the scarcity of artisan. Obviously, there is an artisan behind Jessica. Carl, who was sitting behind Glaint, was very interested in slow whip, and finally completed the transaction for £480. This made Jessica have to sigh, it's still easy to make money from nobles, they don't bargain at all. After counting the money, Jessica asked Viscount Glaint, can you make corpse-dissolving water? Hobert recalled the potion that Carrie used to dispose of corpses before. Glaint was slightly stunned before saying, I know the formula for corpse-dissolving water, but I haven't made it before, and I don't know how effective it is. Jessica nodded, I would like to order some corpse-dissolving water. Viscount Glaint didn't expect there to be a transaction about him, he quickly said, no problem, I can make some in 2 days at the latest. Make some for me too. Hobert said, I also want a few bottles of poison that is also effective against beyonder. After you make them, write me a letter and I'll come and get them, or you can send someone to the law firm. About how much will it cost? Glaint smiled awkwardly, I'll tell you the specific price after I make them. Don't worry, as a member of the Justice League, I will only charge you the cost price. The key is that he doesn't even know the specific cost now. Jessica also said, I also want a batch of potions that can quickly restore spirituality, please sell them to me as well. This is the potion that Carrie often uses when making weapons. No problem. Facing his first business deal, Glaint showed great enthusiasm, where should I send the potion? Jessica thought for a while and said, you can send it to lawyer Hobert together. After this transaction was over, Glaint asked, does anyone have a way to eliminate the whispers in your ears? Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 271, Chapter 271, There is a brain, but it is not big, Bonus 1. Chapter 271, There is a brain, but it is not big. Thanks to GamerType for becoming a member, +5 bonus. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Glaint smiled wryly and said, especially at night, I always hear whispers in my ears, which has greatly affected my sleep and made me a little irritable. Does anyone have a solution to this problem? Carl, standing behind him, added, I have similar troubles. Although my father taught me meditation, it has limited effect and cannot eradicate the problem. Audrey really wanted to popularize the acting method to them, but she also thought that she was the only, ordinary person among the 5 founders, and it was unreasonable for her to know these things. She sighed again, no, I have to expose my Beyonder identity as soon as possible, otherwise I will be marginalized in the Justice League. Hobert, sitting at the head of the table, said, as one of the founders of the Justice League, I will provide you with some knowledge for free. But don't think that this knowledge is worthless just because it's free. On the contrary, many wild Beyonders don't know this knowledge all their lives, so they have to live with madness and loss of control at all times. Just take it as a benefit of the Justice League. Zio and Furs watched Hobert with smiles, as they were already direct beneficiaries of this knowledge. Audrey was not surprised that Hobert knew the acting method, which had already been proven at the previous tarot gathering. Wait. She suddenly thought that Hobert's elder's friend knew Emperor Roselle, and he had just sacrificed a complete Beyonder pathway to Mr. Fool. At that time, Audrey was very surprised by the Emperor's abilities and channels. Now, she suddenly has a feeling of, a master is by my side. Glaint and Carl looked at Hobert, listening carefully to his every word. Take Viscount Glaint as an example, you must be a true apothecary, Hobert reminded. Glaint was stunned, what do you mean? In the process of being an apothecary, you can appreciate some of the true meaning of apothecary. When you understand the core of it and form some of your own guidelines, and act according to these guidelines, the whispers will naturally disappear. Glaint seemed to understand something, is the name of the potion the key? I prefer to call it the key to reconciliation with the Beyonder characteristics in the body, Hobert said with a smile. I understand, Glaint smiled easily, I will open a clinic and be a true apothecary. Carl then asked, then, what about me? Do I also need a clinic? Hobert thought to himself, you'd better get your brain back first, it might have been blown away by yourself this morning. He said, regarding this point, you should consult Miss Zio. He reminded Glaint again, if you show too much medical skill, the official Beyonders may arrest you as a wild Beyonder. Well, since you are a believer of the goddess, I will help you introduce a Beyonder from the Church of the Night, and you can register there. Glaint nodded, okay, thank you for your explanation and introduction. Well, if you have any needs for potions in the future, they will all be free. Hobert thought to himself, then first give me a few tons of potions that can quickly stop bleeding. Viscount, you don't understand the lower limit of human nature very well. He said, if I use it myself, it's free. If I have other needs for batch use, you can give me a discount. Glaint said, oh, okay. Carl looked at Zio with a thirst for knowledge. Zio smiled and said, I think this information is worth at least £100. She doesn't have as many channels and as much strength as Hobert, and of course, she can't imitate his generosity. Carl immediately counted the money. The smile on Zio's face froze. Why do I have the feeling that when I go out to buy something, I bargain fiercely, ready to haggle with the other party for 300 rounds, but the other party agreed directly. After receiving Carl's money, Zio cleared her throat, try to make fair and just judgments. If any party does not respect your judgment, you can consider physical persuasion. Carl was stunned, is it that simple? Zio asked back, do you think making a fair judgment is a simple matter? Perhaps seeing that this noble son has intelligence, but not much, Zio explained again, don't try to judge the conflicts of the strong, that's quite dangerous for you. Only then did Carl think and say, thank you for your answer. Hobert reminded, this also belongs to the secrets of the Justice League, don't try to share it with your family. Carl said, oh. Seeing that the popularization of the acting method was over, Audrey said, everyone, I have 2 things. The first thing is about lawyer Hobert. Hobert was stunned, what's the matter? Everyone should have read the newspaper, Audrey said slowly, last week, lawyer Hobert won justice for some ladies in Backlund, but many newspapers took the opportunity to smear Mr. Hobert. So I am issuing a proposal that we each use our own channels to establish Mr. Hobert's image of justice. We don't need to argue with them, just tell them from the side that Mr. Hobert's actions are just, and tell them that they have been deceived by some ulterior media. Carl and others first recalled the information they saw in the newspaper. Today, after contacting him face to face, they all felt that Hobert was not as unbearable as the newspaper described. Jessica had a great affection for this beautiful lady. Hobert thought to himself, she is very good at applying what she has learned. He remembered that when he was dealing with the Bob case, he had taught Audrey how to avoid major conflicts and achieve her goals from the side. "This is a very noble act," Hobert said with a smile. "Thank you very much for your proposal, Miss Audrey. I have to say that you are the spokesperson for justice." Audrey smiled reservedly. "Thank you for your compliment." Hobert's comment made her very happy, because she could see that Hobert praised herself from the bottom of his heart. Several noble children also responded to Audrey's proposal and said that they would clear Hobert's name at some dances. Audrey then said, "The second thing is that I am going to the East Borough recently. Does anyone have any suggestions?" Hobert blurted out almost without thinking, "Don't take your family's carriage, it is recommended to rent an ordinary carriage. Don't wear noble clothes, it is recommended to wear night clothes. Find a good guide and bodyguard. I recommend Miss Zio, she knows the East Borough better." Zio said, "Be sure to wear a veil or bonnet, otherwise you will definitely encounter a lot of trouble. Don't wear perfume, don't wear jewelry." Audrey wrote them down one by one. "Then Miss Zio, would you be willing to protect me to the East Borough? As for the remuneration, how about £30? If you think it's too little, we can talk about it again." "Glad to be of service," Zio added a sentence. "Don't bring money with you. If there is a place to spend money, I can pay for it first." The task of monitoring rafter that she received before only earned her £32 because she completed it excellently. Audrey often has no concept of money, and spending money lavishly in the East Borough will be a disaster. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 272, Chapter 272, £10,000 Transaction, Bonus 2. Chapter 272, £10,000 Transaction. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. In the carriage back to the law firm, Hobert suggested, "Generally speaking, nobles rarely participate in battles themselves. Before the next gathering, Carrie can try to create some gadgets that nobles can use. They will definitely sell well." Jessica nodded. "I'll talk to Carrie about it when I get back." After returning to the firm and having lunch, Hobert dealt with the backlog of affairs. He was just about to pick up the newspaper to take a look when suddenly his vision was occupied by grey fog. In the grey fog, a mysterious figure sat in a high-backed chair. It was the Fool. Then, before Hobert's eyes, the scene changed to Alger, the hanged man, praying, "Mr. Fool, please inform the Emperor that I have inquired about the price of the travel ability sealed artifact. The other party is asking for £10,000. I helped him bargain down to £8,800, but because I undertook a considerable risk, I need to charge a £400 intermediary fee, making a total of £9,200 to be paid to me. I must remind the Emperor that the negative effects of this sealed artifact are quite serious. As long as the sealed artifact is worn, it is easy to be located by evil existences in the spirit world and attacked. Each time the sealed artifact is used, the holder will completely lose their memory for 3 minutes. There is a chance of failure when using the sealed artifact. Failure does not mean that one cannot traverse the spirit world, but rather that it will bring the holder to the side of some evil existences." The prayer scene ended, and Hobert frowned tightly. This isn't just a negative effect, it's practically a death wish. If the use of the sealed artifact fails and brings oneself to the side of some evil existence, and one also loses their memory for 3 minutes, by the time memory is restored, there probably won't be a chance to restore memory. No wonder the other party would accept a price of £8,800. This is clearly being sold as an Beyonder characteristic. Ordinary Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristics usually sell for £5,000 or £6,000, but the Door Pathways Beyonder characteristics are different. They are just too difficult to obtain. An extra £2,000 or £3,000 is normal. Soon, Hobert decided to buy it, shatter the sealed artifact, let it recondense into an Beyonder characteristic, and then find someone to create a magical item. As for who to ask to help create the Beyonder item, Hobert thought of 3 paths. First, ask Carrie if she knows any artisans skilled at creating magical items. Second, find a Cancer for help. Third, find Christian for help. Since the original owner's birth mother knew an artisan with very good skills, Christian most likely also knows that artisan. After entering the Beyonder world, Hobert rarely sought Christian's help because he also had some secrets of his own. He believes that if Christian has access to relevant channels, he would not refuse. Then Hobert breathed a sigh of relief. During this period, he had been saving money according to £12,000 because that price was for a magical item with the travel ability. Now that he was finally about to save enough money, he discovered that he didn't need that much. But who would complain about having too much money? Hobert returned to his rented house, entered the Nation of Disorder, and used the method he bestowed upon himself to bring out £8,500 from the Nation of Disorder. He originally had about £300 on him, and he obtained another £500 from the transaction with Jessica, enough to pay Alger's asking price. Then he chanted the Fool's honorific name and said, "Mr. Fool, please tell Mr. Hangman that I am willing to buy that sealed artifact. I will pay Mr. Hangman the pounds I use by offering them to you." Above the grey fog, Klein looked at the 9,200 pounds offered by the Emperor, and was stunned for a while. Having been in this world for so long, it was the first time he had seen so much money. This is the Tarot Club's first £10,000 transaction. While stroking the pounds, Klein thought, the negative effects of the sealed artifact are so serious that the Emperor cannot be joking with his own life. In other words, the Emperor has a way to shatter the sealed artifact and let the Beyonder characteristic recondense. Klein's gaze turned to a corner of the bronze long table, to the Beyonder characteristic contaminated by the true creator, considering whether to ask the Emperor to help shatter it and then recondense it into an Beyonder characteristic. On the Berserk Sea, in the forest of a nameless island. Alger didn't expect the Emperor to actually be willing to buy this sealed artifact, but he quickly understood, the Emperor has channels to access Grade 0 sealed artifacts. He had heard the bishops of the church talk about using certain Grade 0 sealed artifacts to eliminate the contamination of Beyonder characteristics or to turn sealed artifacts back into Beyonder characteristics. He wasn't too clear on the specific steps, but he knew such things were possible. But given the channels and background that the Emperor has shown, having the opportunity to use Grade 0 sealed artifacts didn't seem too unacceptable. It's just that in Alger's eyes, the Emperor's image has become even more mysterious and powerful. Those are Grade 0 sealed artifacts. A dozen seconds later, he came back to his senses and began to set up the altar, asking Mr. Fool to bestow the pounds used for the transaction. Backlund, Blanca Street. Hobert stared blankly at the silver bracelet in his hand, stained with blood. So much money, just to exchange for such a broken toy. Hobert suddenly felt like a spendthrift. Thinking of so many pounds leaving him, he felt a sense of being emptied. He can't think about it anymore, or his heart will bleed. Hobert quickly used the method of offering to himself to bring the bracelet into the Nation of Disorder. After confirming that the negative effects Alger spoke of were true, and that even with the sealing of the Nation of Disorder, the negative effects were still somewhat serious, Hobert simply shattered the bracelet, allowing the Beyonder characteristic within to recondense. Back in the real world, Hobert heard voices downstairs. Going downstairs to take a look, Donna and Tyren were here. Furs was entertaining the siblings. Hobert asked with a straight face, if I remember correctly, today is Friday. Shouldn't you be at school? Why are you here? Donna retorted, aren't you not at work either? I came back because I had something to do. Now I have to go back to work. We also took leave because we had something to do. What is it? Not telling you, he he he. Hobert thought Donna was lying, so he asked Tyren, why did you skip school? Father gave us leave. Hobert was stunned, leave? Yes. Tyren said, Father asked us to tell you to come home for dinner tonight. Hobert smelled something unusual. Coincidentally, I also have something I need Father's help with. He said, you guys go back first. I'll go home after work. Donna said, no, I want to discuss the aesthetics of modern Backlund women with Miss Furs. Aesthetics my butt. Do you even know what aesthetics means? Hobert said, besides, Furs still has to conceive a new book. The new book can be conceived tomorrow. Furs smiled. You go to work quickly. I'll chat with Miss Donna for a while. All right. Hobert picked up his cane and returned to the law firm, but he was a little restless all afternoon. Finally, after getting off work, Hobert immediately took a carriage home. A sumptuous dinner had already been set on the table in the dining room. Christian, Mona, Dofus, and others all looked normal. Hobert had just breathed a sigh of relief when he suddenly felt that it shouldn't be like this. T/N, I forger the mother's name, she's Mona from now on, okay. Sure enough, after everyone was seated, Christian said to Hobert, your mother wants to take Donna and Tyren to the Rorsted Archipelago for a trip. Do you want to go together? No need to answer now. Think about it carefully, think about it well, and then make a careful choice. Hobert suddenly remembered the content of a conversation Christian had with him about 2 months ago, asking him to make his own choice carefully at a certain time. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 273, Chapter 273, Prepare to Leave Backlund, Bonus 3. Chapter 273, Prepare to Leave Backlund. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert remembered that Christian's original words seemed to be, he had made an important choice before, and now it was time to pay for that choice. Christian's choice would obviously affect Hobert's current life. Hobert was indeed not in a hurry to make a choice, because he had too little information in his hands now and didn't know how to choose for a while. The atmosphere of the dinner was generally very active, mainly thanks to Donna. The little girl couldn't wait to leave since she knew she was going on a trip. Hobert realized that if he made the choice not to go with Donna and Tyren, he might not see them for a long time. So Hobert invited her and Tyren to entertain Elizabeth and them tomorrow, and invited them to visit the Emperor Roselle exhibition on Sunday. Donna of course immediately agreed, and Tyren listened to his sister. At about 8 o'clock, the dinner ended in a pleasant atmosphere. Hobert was about to follow Christian to the study, but Mona suddenly grabbed Hobert's arm. In my eyes, you are still a child and should not participate in the affairs of adults. Hobert was slightly stunned before smiling. Mother, thank you for your reminder, but we have been growing up, whether we want to or not. Mona sighed. Yes, as a mother, I shouldn't stop you from growing up. I can feel your reluctance. Hobert said, but I don't seem to understand it very well now. After all, I don't have children yet. Mona smiled and let go of Hobert's arm. Go ahead. Hobert said, okay, bowed slightly to Mona, and quickly came to the study. After closing the door of the study, only Christian, Dofus and Hobert were left inside. Christian sat behind the desk and lit a cigarette. I know what you want to ask, but I can't say it too clearly now. I can only tell you that I am doing a big thing, which is related to my future life and the pattern of the northern continent for a period of time in the future. Hobert was stunned, related to the pattern of the northern continent for a period of time in the future. He immediately dismissed the idea of inquiring. I didn't expect you to be so old and still working so hard. Christian took a puff of cigarette and smiled. If you don't work hard, you won't get what you want. Also, I'm only in my 40s this year. How am I old already? Hobert sat opposite Christian. I hope to have more references on how to make a choice. If you go on a trip with your mother, you will be very safe for a period of time in the future, and you will also be monitored by a pair of hidden eyes. Christian said while smoking. If you choose to stay, first of all, you will face certain risks, and you have to be prepared to completely tie your future to me, and you have to be prepared to leave Backlund at any time. Hobert almost didn't even think about it. I choose to stay. Hobert absolutely couldn't accept being monitored by a pair of hidden eyes. First of all, he had to attend the tarot club every week, and he himself was a pretender god in the early stage of his business, and it was easy for people to find the secrets hidden in him. Christian reminded him, you should think about it carefully before giving me an answer. There's nothing to consider. Hobert smiled and said, being able to catch your ride is a shortcut to life. With such a shortcut in front of me, why refuse it? Christian smiled, it's rare for you to have such awareness. Hobert added, after leaving Backlund, I want to venture into the southern continent alone for a period of time to find an opportunity to digest the potion. Christian seemed to understand something. Are you already sequence 6? Hobert did not hide it and nodded. Christian sighed, you are better than Rex, he took 5 or 6 months to digest the bribe potion. He put out the cigarette, then I don't have to worry about your safety. I think you should be able to take care of yourself. Christian didn't ask Hobert how he digested the sequence 7 potion so quickly, just let out a long breath, as if he was caught in memories. Hobert waited for more than 10 seconds before asking, Father, I hope to create a few magical items, do you have any related channels? Yes. Christian came back to his senses, and he is a craftsman with considerable skills. Well, your mother, I mean your biological mother, gave you 2 magical items, which came from him. That's great. I have 3 Beyonder characteristics in my hand, namely, Gatekeeper, Traveler, and Zombie. Hobert said. I hope to turn them all into magical items. The Gatekeeper must retain the ability of spirit channeling, the Traveler must retain the ability of travel, and the Zombie must retain the ability of steel-like skin. Christian and Dofus were a little surprised. How could a sequence 6 get 2 sequence 5 Beyonder characteristics? Especially since there is actually the Beyonder characteristic of Traveler. Hobert explained, the Gatekeeper was obtained from the ruins, the Traveler was traded at a high price, and the Zombie was the spoils of war obtained from a battle jointly participated in with a friend. This was the rhetoric he had thought of in advance. Although there was truth and falsehood, it sounded reasonable. Christian said, I will pass your request to the artisan. If you give me the 3 Beyonder characteristics tomorrow, it should take 4 or 5 days to a week to complete the magical items you want. Then he smiled, the Beyonder characteristic of Traveler cost you a lot of money, right? Yes. Hobert sighed, I still feel heartache now. Christian smiled and said, if you have this kind of demand in the future, you can come to me for help first. Hobert was stunned. Christian might have the Beyonder characteristic of Traveler in his hand. Careless, Hobert always thought that Christian was a general who received a fixed salary and occasionally earned some extra money, but he didn't expect that he had a lot of good things in his hand. He suddenly thought, I heard someone asking for the wind-blessed potion formula at a party, but I didn't think to ask you if you have it. He paused and then said, also, what kind of reward is needed to create magical items? You don't have to worry about the reward. Christian got up and walked to the safe. I know what that old guy likes. While entering the password of the safe, Christian smiled and said, we also mixed in the sea for a while back then. I remember seizing the wind-favored potion formula, but I have to find it. That was more than 20 years ago. Hobert asked, how much are you going to sell it for? Take it and play with it. Christian waved his hand, I only have the Folk of Rage and wind-blessed potion formulas here, which are not coherent, so it's useless to keep them. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 274, Chapter 274 The Severely Neglected Thigh, Bonus 4. Chapter 274 The Severely Neglected Thigh. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert returned to his room, his mood unable to calm down for a long time. Only today did he realize that he had seriously underestimated Christian's strength and accumulation. In Backlund, Christian seemed to be restricted everywhere, but he seemed to have a wealth of experience in the southern continent, and he knew many extraordinary friends with Rex, and his channels were wider than he thought. When Christian gave Hobert the wind-blessed formula, it was as casual as giving Hobert and Tyrant marbles to play with when they were kids. Moreover, Christian also let Hobert copy down the Berserker potion formula, without planning to ask him for a penny. Of course, one aspect was that Christian regarded Hobert as his own child, and the other aspect was that Christian really didn't care. Hobert had just seen that Christian's safe was actually a magical item, and entering different passwords could open different spaces. During the search for the formula, Christian opened the safe several times, and each space was different. Some spaces contained various extraordinary materials, some contained various beyonder characteristics, some contained sealed items or magical items, some contained gold, and some contained some documents. Hobert guessed that some of these accumulations should come from the inheritance of the Tudor family, and some from Christian's spoils of war. In short, although Christian is only a sequence 5, his accumulation should be enough for him to form 3 beyonder organizations like the Judgment Group. This made Hobert have to sigh that Christian was a big shot he had overlooked. At the same time, he was very curious about whether the inheritance Rex left him was so rich. What conditions did he have to meet to get those inheritances? Then Hobert considered what Christian and Dofus were planning. What kind of plan could determine the pattern of the northern continent for a period of time in the future? After thinking for a long time without any clues, Hobert began to imagine another question, preparing to leave Backlund. While there is time, of course, preparations must be made. First of all, it is necessary to clarify a question. Leaving Backlund this time does not mean that he will not come back. With traveling, he can come back at any time. But he can't come back openly, he has to come back secretly. The work of the law firm must be abandoned. Some arrangements can be made in advance to strive for his team to continue to fight for the interests of some people at the bottom. Some things that I had concerns about before, I can now boldly do, such as attracting the hidden sentries of the Tamara family on Rose Street, finding the right opportunity to beat them up severely, and enrich my accumulation. Another thing is that you can boldly sell some beyonder characteristics to raise some pounds to provide security for the development of the southern continent. In the southern continent, gold pounds are also very strong. The gold in the Nation of Disorder can be temporarily kept, after all, this thing is more widely circulated than gold pounds. Thinking about it, Hobert fell asleep. The next morning at 6 o'clock, Hobert woke up under the reminder of spirituality. He is very busy today. He didn't even have time for breakfast, so he went out to find a rental carriage and started a busy day. Hobert first returned to Blanca Street, and used his own method of bestowing to bring the beyonder characteristics of gatekeeper, traveler, zombie, barbarian, and apprentice into the real world. In his home in the Empress Borough, he didn't dare to make such a big move, for fear of attracting Christian's attention. According to the distance from Blanca Street, Hobert first went to the law firm to complete the transaction of the barbarian beyonder characteristic with Jessica, and then went to the Glaint mansion to complete the transaction of the apprentice beyonder characteristic with Karate. These two transactions earned Hobert £900, and his funds returned to about £3,500. Then Hobert handed the beyonder characteristics such as traveler to Christian, and asked the kitchen to prepare a late breakfast for him. After eating and drinking, at about 10 o'clock, Hobert took Donna and Tyrone to the train station together. Hobert sighed again. If only he had the ability to travel, the time spent this morning was basically spent on the road. When Hobert has the ability to travel, it also means that the rental carriage industry in Backlund has lost a big customer. At 11 o'clock, Hobert brought Donna and Tyrone to the platform. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Hobert saw Elizabeth, who had some cute baby fat, and Selina, who had wine-red hair, as well as Melissa and a man he had never seen before walking behind. Seeing the man's hairline, Hobert could be sure that it was Benson. Elizabeth. Hobert shouted. Elizabeth also saw Hobert, Mr. Hobert. Selina also quickly stepped forward, teacher. Hobert did not agree, nor did he refuse. You are a clever girl. Lawyer Hobert, thank you for your invitation. Benson handed the cane to his left hand and shook hands with Hobert. I also followed the three girls to Backlund to take a look. Hobert smiled while shaking hands. Now the reputation of Hobert the lawyer is not very good. Those media always like to make something out of nothing. Benson spread his hands. They must be jealous of your talent. Elizabeth was also a little worried. Mr. Hobert, my parents and uncle are very worried about your situation. That lady is really Hobert said sternly, yes, she is a street girl, but in my opinion, she also has the right to protect her interests. Benson echoed, that's right, we can't live by our fists like curly-haired baboons, we have a complex society. Hobert did not continue this topic, but first introduced the four guests to Donna and Tyrone, and then introduced Donna and Tyrone to Elizabeth and the others. Tyrone inherited many excellent genes from Mona and Christian, and is a handsome young man, but he is a little shy because he is often under Donna's lead. Elizabeth and Selina couldn't help but take a few more glances at Tyrone, which made Tyrone a little shy and blushed. There were 7 people in total, and a rental carriage could not fit. Benson suggested, how about the girls and the young men sit together, and the 2 of us adults sit together? Everyone had no objection. Hobert told Donna and Tyrone to treat the guests well, and then got into a carriage with Benson. In the carriage, Benson looked at the street scene outside, and then looked at Hobert. Please allow me to thank you again for your invitation. I also plan to develop in Backlund, so I can use this opportunity to investigate. Hobert smiled, you are too polite, this is not something to be too grateful for. I really want to know, why did you invite me and Melissa? The smile on Benson's face disappeared. In my opinion, you don't need to invite us to come together at all. Hobert was slightly taken aback before saying, I know Klein. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 275, Chapter 275, Meeting Bernadette Again, Bonus 5. Chapter 275, Meeting Bernadette Again. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for 135 advanced chapters and a bunch more. I translate 140 chapters a week total minimum. This week has a lot more, surpassing 1 ch/hour. Hobert's answer stunned Benson, who unconsciously touched his pocket watch. Sorry, I might have reminded you of something sad. Hobert smiled apologetically, but only by telling you the truth can you immediately understand why I invited you here as well. Going out for a walk might change your mood. Benson was silent for a long while before saying, He saved Tingen, Hobert said, I was by his side at the time. Benson fell silent again. Hobert added, the deceased are gone, and the living must live well. Although I've had some issues recently, I still have some connections in Backlund. If you need help in Backlund, you can write to me or send a telegram. As he spoke, he wrote down the address of the law firm. Even if he left Backlund in the future, he planned to use Jessica to establish a base for himself in the firm. Therefore, the recipient Hobert left was Jessica. Benson put away the address. After a long while, he began to talk to Hobert about the scenery of Backlund. As Benson said, they were both adults, and some emotions and words didn't need to be expressed. It was enough to understand in their hearts. They first found a place for lunch and then began their Backlund tour. The first stop was Order Square, the large square in front of the Bell of Order. In addition to the statue of Protector William I and the tall Bell of Order, the most famous thing here is that the pigeons here are not afraid of people. After seeing the statue, hearing the chimes, and feeding the pigeons, Hobert took them to the second stop, the Lone Kingdom Museum. It is said that this museum has a long history of more than 1,000 years, and it also houses exhibits such as the flags and medals of the War of Broken Oath. Honestly, these exhibits were nothing special to look at. It wasn't until they entered the colonial-era exhibition area that things became interesting. The museum has too many cultural relics and archaeological discoveries from the Rorstad Archipelago and East Balam, as well as items representing the customs and habits of these places. Especially the exhibits from East Balam, with cultures and styles completely different from those of the northern continent, broadened Elizabeth's and others' horizons. By the time they came out of the museum, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Hobert arranged everyone's meals and asked everyone for suggestions. Donna suggested, let's go to the Intis restaurant. It is said that the catering style there is very special, and you can also taste some dishes invented by Emperor Roselle. Hobert thought, a big question mark should be placed on the word invented. Donna and Tyrone had long wanted to have a meal at the Intis restaurant, but Hobert had never had time to take them. Today, Hobert was generous and took them to the Intis restaurant. This restaurant is considered a mid to high-end restaurant in Backlund. The decoration here is basically gold, full of exotic atmosphere. Hobert thought it was a bit tacky, like a nouveau riche, as if eager for others to know how much gold they had. As for the dishes, Hobert was quite satisfied. Although some dishes had obviously been modified, some of Roselle's invented dishes still had some flavor of home cooking. While everyone was commenting on these exotic dishes, Hobert saw the chestnut hair again. It was Bernadette. Today, she was wearing an olive green dress, which looked less dignified than the last time they met and more girlish. What a coincidence, running into her here again. Actually, it's not a coincidence. This might be her property. Even if it isn't, her taste should be more inclined to the Intis style, so it's normal to come here to eat. Bernadette also noticed Hobert's gaze and looked over at Hobert. Hobert smiled slightly at her. Bernadette seemed to remember where she had seen Hobert and nodded politely at Hobert. Just as he was about to continue eating, Hobert suddenly thought that it didn't seem so abrupt to say hello to Bernadette now. Although it had the suspicion of hitting on her, Bernadette, who was born in the open Republic of Intis, shouldn't mind. If he said a few words to her this time, he could chat a few more words next time they met. Wouldn't they become familiar after meeting a few times? At this time, Hobert realized, why would Uncle Hobert have so many concerns about getting to know a junior? But then he felt a little discouraged. Why else would he be asking Bernadette for something, wanting to borrow her genie? Otherwise, he could completely pretend not to know her, just like Uncle Joe. Thinking of this, Hobert said to Elizabeth and the others, "I've met an acquaintance. I'll go over and say a few words." He picked up his wine glass and walked towards Bernadette, who was almost at the other end of the restaurant. "Beautiful lady, we meet again. It seems that the news published in the newspaper is not true enough." Bernadette didn't seem surprised by Hobert's arrival. "Lawyer Hobert can't possibly have anything to do with those street prostitutes, because your way of hitting on ladies is very old-fashioned." Hobert twitched the corner of his mouth and was actually ridiculed by this little girl. "How do you know who I am?" "I just know." Bernadette smiled mysteriously. Hobert thought that saying a few words would be enough. "It seems that the lady doesn't welcome men with no experience in hitting on her, so I'll take my leave. I wish you a pleasant meal. I'm occasionally interested in inexperienced men." Bernadette smiled. "Please sit down, let's chat for a while." Why did he feel like he was being teased by this little girl? But Hobert still sat down opposite her. "To be honest, your style of dress is very unconventional." "Thank you." "Hobert, I'm not complimenting you." Bernadette took a sip of tea. "I know that you are a person with some magical powers, and I also have some magical powers. I don't think we need to hide anything in this regard." Hobert nodded, realizing that she might be looking for him for something. "One of my abilities is that I can hear some secret information through some secret channels or existences." Bernadette looked at Hobert. "I heard that a secret existence called the Creator of Human Order is awakening." Hobert immediately felt a chill all over his body. "It's over, I've been exposed." This was the first time Hobert had felt such a strong sense of crisis in his heart. In fact, if it weren't for borrowing the genie, he wouldn't be willing to have any contact with Bernadette. Because Hobert and Roselle were both beyonders of the Black Emperor pathway, there might be unavoidable conflicts in the future, and he would probably be an enemy of Bernadette. But he never expected that his hidden identity would be revealed by Bernadette like this. Bernadette saw Hobert's expression and smiled slightly. "After meeting you last time, I realized that there seemed to be some mysterious connection between you and the Creator. Now it seems that my insight and interpretation of your destiny is correct." "Damn. You scared me." Hobert realized that Bernadette had at most discovered a secret connection between his destiny and the Creator, and it was impossible for her to know that he was the Creator. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 276, Chapter 276 Hurting Each Other, Bonus 6. Chapter 276 Hurting Each Other. Thanks to Opreya Andre George for becoming a member, another 5 bonus. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert's mind raced. His first thought was that when he met Bernadette before, it was just a brief encounter. Bernadette couldn't have gleaned much information about him. She must have learned about the Creator from another source. Hobert immediately had a related idea. The Hidden Sage and the Knowledge More likely both know about the Creator. This goes back to rescuing Old Neil when he went to Tingen. At that time, the ritual Old Neil performed was likely a way for the Hidden Sage to find or probe the Knowledge More. Hobert remembered that the Hidden Sage seemed to be a mystical entity formed by the activation of the Hermit pathway's uniqueness. And according to Hobert's observation, the Knowledge More is different from other source materials and seems to have a certain intelligence. Yes, intelligence. Hobert felt this term was very appropriate, similar to the feeling given by artificial intelligence. The Creator appeared in Old Neil's ritual and disrupted the process. The Hidden Sage should have been able to hear Klein reciting the Creator's honorific name. In addition, the Hidden Sage has a habit of instilling knowledge into beyonders of the same sequence. Bernadette is now sequence 3, and has some ways to avoid knowledge beguiling, or the knowledge instilled by the Hidden Sage is unlikely to have much impact on her. Hobert guessed that Bernadette might even have a habit of actively listening. After all, the knowledge instilled by the Hidden Sage is a lot of very cutting-edge mystical knowledge. It is possible that Bernadette inadvertently heard information about the Creator. It is also possible that the source of her information came from the Knowledge More. Hobert inadvertently peeked into the Knowledge More with that eye. Although the Knowledge More could not reverse track Hobert, it should be able to find many clues, including information about the Creator. Afterwards, Bernadette learned this news from the Knowledge More in a secret way. Regardless of which channel Bernadette learned about the existence of the Creator from, the information she knows is extremely limited. Thinking of these things, Hobert's mentality gradually stabilized. Yes, I do know that hidden existence. This time it was Bernadette's turn to be stunned. She probably didn't expect Hobert to admit it so frankly. Hobert spread his hands, and then. Report me to the official Beyonders. Compared to a hidden existence with almost no presence, they should be more interested in you, right? Queen Mystic Bernadette. This time it was Bernadette's turn to be slightly surprised. How do you know who I am? Hobert smiled and said, I just know. Bernadette's expression became serious, and after a few seconds of silence, she said, you rethinking too much. I want to be like those rascals who go to the official Beyonders to report secrets when they have no ability. Hobert thought, your Uncle Joe really wants to chat with you about this issue. Bernadette, I just want you to help me say hello to the Creator. Since you know who I am, then please tell him. Bernadette says hello to him. Your greetings have been received by the Creator, Hobert thought. He said, no problem. Hobert raised his glass. Let us have a toast to this thrilling conversation, and I hope there won't be similar experiences in the future. Without waiting for Bernadette to respond, Hobert drank the wine in his glass, then bowed slightly very gentlemanly and got up to leave. Bernadette smiled slightly because of Hobert's last words, and watched Hobert leave. After leaving the table where Bernadette was, Hobert realized, Bernadette wouldn't think that the Creator is her father Roselle resurrected, would she? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this should be the case. Should he pretend to be Roselle and trick the lamp god from Bernadette? Hobert shook his head slightly, denying his idea. Bernadette is not a 3-year-old child. It is estimated that she will be exposed after a few casual chats, and everyone will be very embarrassed at that time. He could pretend to have amnesia and say that he had forgotten many things in the past, in order to avoid Bernadette's probing. But in that case, Bernadette would not easily give the lamp god to the Creator. Let us make natural contact and talk about it when there is a chance in the future. Hobert returned to his table, and Donna asked with a smile, Hobert, why do you know so many beautiful ladies? Hobert thought, because I am a sunny and handsome big boy. He explained casually, Don't think too much, they are just acquaintances. Donna, really? Why did you look so nervous just now? And then that lady looked very nervous. The two tables were far apart, and Donna couldn't hear Hobert and Bernadette's conversation. Elizabeth and Serena were also very curious, and their gossiping hearts were overflowing. Only Melissa had a polite smile, as if she was not interested in these things. Hobert told the truth, because we were exposing each other's shortcomings just now. That's right, exposing each other's shortcomings. Originally, he wanted to say, I am a competitor with her father, but when he thought that Bernadette might hear the conversation here, or have a way to know their conversation, Hobert simply changed his words. Donna continued to ask, why expose each other's shortcomings? Are you competitors? You can think so. Hobert said vaguely, where were we just now? Oh, right, about Backlund's smog. Many gentlemen and ladies are very strange. Why are there so many sunny days in the weather forecast in the newspaper? You know, they can see the sun for several days throughout the year. Some people even have to go to the suburbs to see the sun, otherwise they will forget what the sun looks like. This was not the first smog joke at the dinner table, but everyone still smiled knowingly. Benson smiled and said, sure enough, humor is a compulsory course for every gentleman. The dinner ended in a cheerful atmosphere. Hobert arranged for them to stay at the hotel, and borrowed the hotel's small reception room, planning to talk to Elizabeth and Serena alone. Benson on the side smiled and said, as the only man in the Tingen trip, I can let the two ladies leave my sight. Sorry, I don't mean to distrust you, but to live up to the entrustment of their parents. A very responsible big brother. Hobert was not angry at all. It doesn't matter, but I suggest you wait outside the reception room, otherwise Miss Elizabeth will have come for nothing. Benson was stunned. Why? Unless you also call me teacher. Hobert smiled slightly. Benson thought of Serena, who was obsessed with mysticism, and had to nod, okay. Hobert asked the waiter to bring a chair and let Benson sit at the door. Closing the door of the reception room, Hobert first built a spiritual wall so that their conversation would not be heard by Benson. While taking out candles and other things from his briefcase, Hobert asked Elizabeth, are you still having the same nightmares recently? Elizabeth was a little nervous, yes, and it seems to be getting more and more frequent. Serena stared at Hobert without blinking, as if she was carefully recording every step in front of her. Hobert lit the candle, opened Amantha hydrosol, and dripped a few drops on the burning candle. The air was immediately filled with a peaceful and serene smell, and Elizabeth and Serena fell into a daze. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 277, Chapter 277 Extraordinary Mentor, Bonus 7. Chapter 277 Extraordinary Mentor. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert used the psychological spoon again to hypnotize Elizabeth, making her forget everything about the golden-horned evil creature. With the assistance of Amantha Essence, this kind of hypnosis was almost as reliable as that of a spectator pathway beyonder. Snap. Hobert snapped his fingers and blew out the candle. Elizabeth and Serena woke up at the same time. Serena exclaimed, "That's great, that feeling was amazing. This is what mysticism is." Hobert smiled and asked Elizabeth, "Do you still remember the nightmare you had?" Elizabeth was stunned for 2 or 3 seconds. "It's amazing, I still remember having a nightmare, but I can't remember the content of the nightmare at all." Hobert nodded, "You shouldn't have similar nightmares again in the future." Serena looked admiring, "It's amazing. Teacher, will I be able to learn this skill in the future?" "It's not impossible." Hobert smiled. Serena asked again, "Teacher, can you make Melissa forget the sadness of her brother's death?" "This is not the same thing," Hobert replied. "Elizabeth's nightmare originated from some psychological shadows. If those shadows are not removed, it will affect her physical and mental health. And Melissa's sadness for her brother just shows her love for her brother. Such emotions should not be forgotten, nor should they be interfered with. You must not have similar thoughts in the future." Serena nodded repeatedly, "I remember, teacher." Hobert added, "Miss Elizabeth, I want to talk to Serena alone." Elizabeth got up and nodded, "Okay." When the door was closed again, Serena seemed to have forgotten Hobert's not-so-strict reprimand just now. She looked at Hobert excitedly, "Teacher, was that hypnosis just now? Do you need any spells and drugs?" "No need." Hobert explained, "The essence of mysticism is not in spells or drugs, but in ability." Ability. Serena's expression was as if she had discovered a new world. "You must not tell anyone about our next conversation, not even your parents and classmates. Because if you reveal these secrets, you may be caught by the church and interrogated about the origin of these conversations, and your family and friends will also be implicated." Serena was not afraid at all, but rather a little happy from the bottom of her heart. She nodded repeatedly, "I swear, I will not reveal it to others." Hobert, Ed, Beyonders are real, they have all kinds of Beyonder abilities, they form an extraordinary world under the surface world. Hobert briefly told Serena some basic knowledge about Beyonders and the extraordinary world. She was so happy that she exclaimed that she only knew what mysticism was today. At the end, Serena asked, "Teacher, can I become a Beyonder in the future? This is what I want to warn you next." Hobert said, "The extraordinary world has an attractive magical color, but it is also very dangerous and very dark. Losing control or turning into a monster is a frequent occurrence. Getting injured in extraordinary battles or losing your life in battles is also a frequent occurrence. So if you want to become a Beyonder, you must completely bid farewell to your family and completely bid farewell to everything before. Because if you still live with them, you may bring danger to them at any time, and they will also become your burden and weakness. Can you do this?" Serena hesitated. Although she was obsessed with mysticism, it was difficult for her to accept completely saying goodbye to her family because of this. "Don't rush to make a decision." Hobert smiled, "You can often write to me in the future, and I will also answer some questions about the extraordinary world. Also, so many teachers today can't let you call for nothing." While talking, Hobert unfastened the key ring around his waist and put away the fire lacquer seal and pocket watch key. "This key ring is for you as a gift from the teacher to the student." "Thank you, teacher." Serena recovered her smile. Of course, she understood that Hobert meant that he was willing to be her mysticism teacher. She stroked the key ring, and didn't feel the coldness of the metal texture at all. Instead, it made people feel a trace of warmth. This key ring." Hobert smiled and said, "That's right, it's a little thing with certain effects. If you carry it with you, ordinary wraiths will try to stay away from you." Serena quickly put it away and thanked her again, "Thank you, teacher." After ending the hypnosis of Elizabeth and the conversation with Serena, Hobert bid farewell to them and took Donna and Tyrone home. The next morning, after breakfast, Hobert, Donna, and Tyrone came to the hotel again to take them to visit the Roselle Memorial Exhibition. Hobert still greeted the Machinery Hive Mind members he knew. This time, the Machinery Hive Mind members didn't even report it. It had been made clear during the previous meeting that Hobert's suspicion had been ruled out. During the visit, without any surprise, Hobert saw Klein, who was disguised. Hobert had guessed that although he said he would forget it, he would still come and take a look. At noon, in order to catch the train, the group didn't have time to have lunch in the restaurant. Hobert bought them simple meals and carefully bought small gifts for their family members. Around 12 o'clock, Hobert watched Elizabeth and others get on the train. Elizabeth solved the problems she encountered and no longer had the anxiety and concerns she had when she got off the train. Serena was obviously a little reluctant. She wanted to find a chance to ask some questions about mysticism. Melissa has also changed a little. Her smile looks more sincere and is no longer always such a polite smile. The only thing that remains unchanged is Benson. A single trip is difficult to soothe the pain deep in his heart. Watching the train leave, Hobert took Donna and Tyren to have lunch. These 2 days, Donna and Tyren had no parental restraint and had a great time. Now that they are going home, they are still a little reluctant. On the carriage back, Donna asked, "Hobert, are you really not going on a trip with us? I heard from my mother that this trip will take more than 3 months. Will we have to wait a long time before we can meet again?" Hobert smiled, "I'm learning a magic trick these days, even if we are thousands of miles apart, I can quickly appear by your side." Donna curled her lips, bragging. Hobert touched Donna's head. "After growing up, you are really not cute at all." Donna dodged Hobert's hand and stuck her tongue out at him. While talking and laughing, they arrived at Empress Borough. When he saw the mercenary club, Hobert suddenly thought that he still had time to attend a party. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 278, Chapter 278 The Tomb of Antigonus' Descendants, Bonus 8. Chapter 278 The Tomb of Antigonus' Descendants. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert hurried to the underground theater, just in time for the start of the Beyonder gathering. He didn't have any particular purpose for coming this time, just wanted to pass the afternoon. The gathering still started with team formation. The mercenary team that was previously looking for the treasure of a certain Beyonder family came to form a team again. We learned the approximate location of an ancient tomb through the clues we found, but we have been searching for a long time and haven't found that ancient tomb. We now need friends who are good at divination or good at finding ancient tombs to join our team. The speaker was a big fat man, wearing casual clothes. Hobert was very worried that the buttons on his stomach would be stretched open by his belly. The fat man continued, "As long as the ancient tomb is found and the subsequent exploration is completed, he can get 10% of the loot." When Jacob formed a team to explore the ruins before, Hobert's strength was not good enough, so he didn't plan to get involved. Now that he was Sequence 6, Hobert was very interested in this kind of ruin exploration. He asked, "What type of ancient tomb is it? What is the degree of danger?" He had planned to ask about it the last time the fat man came to form a team, but at that time, the ruins that Jacob and the others had excavated had just given Hobert a not small psychological impact, so he didn't ask. Later, under the protection of Mr. Azek, Hobert gained a lot in the ruins of Trunsoist, and he became more interested in Beyonder ruins. The fat man said, "If you are interested, we can go to the reception room to talk privately after the gathering. Specific information is not convenient to disclose." Hobert nodded, "I see." He planned to go and find out first. As long as it doesn't conflict with Christian's plan, he will go to the scene to take a look. After the fat man's team invitation ended, the team that explored the newly discovered uninhabited island at the previous gathering also happened to invite new teammates. What we didn't expect is that on that small island, we actually found some Beyonder creatures and some strange buildings. According to our preliminary judgment, those buildings have the style of the Fourth Epoch, but I don't know why, those buildings were abandoned before they were completed. In addition, there seems to be a powerful and strange Beyonder creature on the island. We have failed to encircle and suppress it many times. Because of the appearance of a group of pirates, we had to retreat temporarily and come back to find more helpers to thoroughly investigate that small island and, by the way, crack down on those pirates. Friends of the Hunter Pathway can consider joining us. The specific gains are distributed according to work, and there is a guarantee from the Mercenary Club, so don't worry about our credibility. Maybe because they were going to the Berserk Sea, no one responded to this team invitation. None of the subsequent team invitations interested Hobert, and there were no items in the trading session that attracted Hobert's attention. After the gathering, Hobert came to the reception room mentioned by the fat man. Including Hobert, there were 5 people who wanted to accept the fat man's team invitation. But the fat man only needed 2 people now, so he turned around and wanted to interview the 5 people. The fat man glanced at everyone, and then said to Hobert, "Young man, let's talk first." Obviously, he didn't participate in the Beyonder gathering of the Mercenary Club very much, and didn't know Hobert. After arriving at the reception room and sitting down, the fat man said, "I must remind you that our adventure may cost you your life at any time. You'd better think about whether you want to continue our conversation." Hobert then understood that this fat man saw that he was too young and might not have much experience, so he called him in first, preparing to persuade to quit. Hobert smiled slightly, "I have experience in exploring Beyonder ruins. If the sequence is too low, it is also very dangerous. I am a Sequence 6. The fat man looked Hobert up and down. "Okay, we can have the next conversation. Are you good at divination?" "I have a sealed artifact that is easy to navigate ancient tombs," Hobert said. "I also know a friend who is good at divination." "What kind of cooperation method do you choose?" The fat man was stunned for a second or two, obviously re-evaluating Hobert's strength. "Congratulations, you will be a member of our team for a period of time in the future." "Wait a minute." Hobert smiled slightly. "I have to evaluate the risk of this exploration before deciding whether to join you. Please answer the questions I asked at the gathering. What type of ancient tomb is it? Or rather, which pathways Beyonder is buried inside? The fat man no longer concealed it. It is said that the owner of the ancient tomb is a descendant of Antigonus. According to the clues we found, there may be some accumulation of the Antigonus family in his tomb. Hobert immediately had the idea of rejecting it. Although there was no evidence, he always felt that the ancient tomb of this pathways beyonder was likely a trap. The reason is also very simple. The beyonders of this pathway and the adjacent pathways are generally old cunning people. The fat man may have seen Hobert's concerns. The danger level of the ancient tomb should not be high. After all, according to reliable records, the tomb owner was sequence 5 when he died. Is the news reliable? It is impossible for us to joke about our own lives. Hobert nodded, then he could consider it. If it was sequence 3 or higher, that ancient tomb might be a part of the tomb owner's advancement ritual. He said, if I find danger, I will warn you. But if you don't listen, I have the right to leave directly, and you can't stop me. The fat man said, it is a matter of course. Hobert added, as for dividing the spoils, I have the right of first refusal. The fat man thought for a while before saying, you can only choose once. Hobert nodded, deal. At this time, the fat man introduced himself, you can call me Austin. Our new round of exploration will depart next Thursday morning, gathering at Order Square. Hobert nodded, no problem. When leaving the reception room, Hobert realized that this would be the first time he had actively participated in a mercenary club mission. The new week began, and Hobert took a taxi carriage from his home on Empress Borough to the law firm for work. As soon as he arrived at the firm, Viscount Glaint's personal valet came to visit Hobert with a briefcase containing several potions that Hobert had previously ordered from Viscount Glaint. Viscount Glaint listed a bill. The corpse-dissolving potion and poison that Hobert needed were naturally free, and Jessica's reserved potion cost a total of £26. Jessica came over to pay, and after the valet left, she smiled, I didn't expect it to really be at cost. This was much cheaper than the potions at other gatherings, but she didn't know how effective it would be. After the afternoon, Hobert returned to Blanca Street as usual on the pretext. At 3 o'clock, Hobert's vision was covered by grey fog. When he arrived in the Giants' Hall, he immediately discovered that there was a new member opposite him. Miss Magician is online. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 279, Chapter 279 New Member, Miss Magician, Bonus 9. Chapter 279 New Member, Miss Magician. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Justice Audrey didn't greet all the members as usual. She observed the new member's attire, posture, height, well, mainly height, and confirmed that the new member was Miss Furs, not Miss Zio. She was filled with joy, as this new member was introduced through her. The fool, Klein said, this is the new member, Miss Magician. Everyone greeted the new member. Klein then introduced the magician, Furs, this is Miss Justice, that is Mr. Hangman, Mr. Emperor, Mr. Sun, and Mr. World, who sits at the lower seat. Furs greeted them politely one by one, while also observing the state of the other members. Miss Justice was dressed in the attire of a lone noble, she was likely a noble from Backlund. Mr. Hangman looked somewhat rugged, the Sun seemed not very old, why did the World look so gloomy? And also, why did Mr. Emperor give people a familiar feeling? Furs, with her rich experience in beyonder gatherings, behaved very steadily, not as green as Little Sun when he first joined the Tarot Club. Amidst everyone's mutual observation, Klein announced the official start of the gathering. Because no member provided Roselle's diary this week, the hangman, Alger, asked after the gathering began, Mr. Emperor, I am very curious, do you really intend to frequently use that sealed artifact? Not really. Hobert replied, I have already crushed it into beyonder characteristics, and I plan to find an artisan skilled in making magical items to remanufacture a magical item with less severe negative effects. This was not something worth concealing. Klein and Alger behind the grey fog almost simultaneously thought in their hearts, as expected. Furs instantly lost her composure, her steady mindset turned into an urge to scratch her head, what are they talking about? Why do I seem to understand, but don't understand what they mean? At this moment, she even doubted the knowledge she had accumulated over the years of attending gatherings. Audrey asked curiously, there can be such an operation? Hobert smiled, yes, remember the laws of beyonder characteristics we talked about before. This is an application of those laws. Laws. Furs noticed this word, but why is the modern word law used in mysticism? Audrey pondered for a moment, and using the law of beyonder characteristics conservation, she roughly understood the principle of this operation. Alger interjected, I heard that at least a grade 0 sealed artifact is required to crush beyonder characteristics. The son Derek also echoed, perhaps our names are different, I also heard that god-level sealed artifacts can do this, and it is said that only some intelligent god-level sealed artifacts can do it. Hobert affirmed, that's right. Alger, Derek, and several others exchanged glances, all right, now it's clear, the Emperor does have the opportunity to use grade 0 sealed artifacts. In terms of such strength, the family behind, the Emperor, should be an extraordinary family with a long history. Furs weakly raised her hand. The Grade 0 sealed artifacts that everyone is talking about, are they the kind of Grade 0 sealed artifacts that the Church defines? Audrey smiled and said, of course, in the extraordinary world, there is only that one standard. Furs was stunned for a second or two before muttering, it is said that it is something that can destroy a country. Her heart was already like a gale, raining heavily. I heard the concept of Grade 0 sealed artifacts at a certain gathering before, and I thought it was a legend or a story. Who knew? What kind of gathering did I join? There is actually a member who can use Grade 0 sealed artifacts. And why are everyone's reactions so calm? Audrey asked curiously again, compared to this, I want to know more. What was the final transaction price of that sealed artifact containing the Traveler Beyonder characteristics? Alger glanced at the Emperor and, seeing that the other party didn't mean to stop him, said, 9,200 pounds. Audrey exclaimed, Mr. Emperor, you are really rich. She had put in some effort to take out 10,000 pounds at once before, and of course she knew how difficult it was to raise this level of funds. Furs almost slipped under the long table. The transaction amount of those gatherings she had participated in before was at most thousands of pounds. In fact, transactions of several hundred pounds are usually carried out secretly, otherwise it is easy to be targeted by some malicious beyonders. 9,200 pounds. Thinking of the more than 1,000 pounds of savings she was proud of before participating in the gathering, she suddenly felt so pitiful. And, why? Why are everyone's reactions so calm? Hobert sighed, the money I saved during this period has been emptied all at once. Alger joked, maybe we should ask you to give us a lecture on how to earn 10,000 pounds in a month or two. Then he said, Mr. Emperor, I remember you mentioned before that you know why the Berserk Sea is Berserk, right? Furs even had the urge to bite her nails. What does why the Berserk Sea is Berserk mean? Isn't it always Berserk? What's the point of calling it the Berserk Sea if it's not Berserk? Yes. Hobert said, I remember I also said that this information is probably worth 2,000 pounds. This price is only available in the Tarot Club, other Beyonder gatherings. I think you can't get such high-end information even if you spend several times the price. Another point is that I will only sell such information in the Tarot Club. If I sell such high-level information in the real world, it will definitely bring me a lot of trouble. Alger nodded, according to your hint, I have found out some information. At the end of the Fourth Epoch, the Underworld Emperor, who failed to attack the northern continent, was seriously injured under the siege of the Six Gods. After he escaped from the battlefield, he stirred up raging waves, creating insurmountable obstacles, blocking his enemies. Since then, the sea between the continents has become unpredictable, turning into the current disaster-prone Berserk Sea. I have also learned about some legends of the southern continent. The Underworld Emperor seems to have failed to return to the southern continent. Is the formation of the Berserk Sea related to his fall? That's right, that's roughly the case. Hobert smiled, but your guess only depicts the appearance of the Berserk Sea's formation. The internal reason and principle of its formation is a very high-end knowledge, and it is far more complicated than you think. What? Do you want to trade information about the formation of the Berserk Sea? Alger hesitated for a moment before saying, yes, the second target I am looking for is in the unexplored area of the Berserk Sea. Then he asked, how can I avoid the bad weather of the Berserk Sea? Hobert thought for a while, as far as I know, there is a way. Alger subconsciously asked, what way? Hobert smiled, only when you understand the principle of the Berserk Sea's formation will you understand the method I am talking about. Of course, you can also just buy the method from me, and I will also provide you with corresponding props. I think 500 is a very suitable price. Alger finally made up his mind, I will trade with you for the reason for the formation of the Berserk Sea. He felt a little heartache, is it 2,000 pounds? There can be no sloppiness in the preparation work before the exploration. I think I can give another discount on this transaction. Keep your money first, it will be useful later. Hobert said, if one person trades with me, they have to pay 2,000 pounds of reward. 2 people only need 1,000 pounds, 3 people who want to know the answer to this question only need to pay 700 pounds each, if 4 people want to trade with me, they only need to spend 600 pounds. Furs opened her mouth, there was such a big discount. But she quickly understood, no, Mr. Emperor didn't earn a penny less. Instead, he earned more and more. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 280, Chapter 280 The Only True God, Bonus 10. Chapter 280 The Only True God. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. From the beginning of the gathering until now, Furs has been in a daze. Her inner world has been stormy, why is this exchange so high-end? Heavens, Underworld Emperor. That's an ancient figure I saw in history textbooks. Judging from their tone, the Underworld Emperor is actually a high-level beyonder. No, the hangman used he and fallen. Could it be that the Underworld Emperor is a being like a god? But what does this have to do with the Berserk Sea? Also, Mr. Emperor's trading method is really novel. Not only can he earn more money from it, but he also gives buyers benefits. Such high-level information only costs £600 or £700, which makes me want to join their trade. But first thought that she only had more than £1,000 in savings, and she would have to buy the astrologer, potion formula and main materials in the future. Reason told her that her money could not be spent in this place. At the moment, she didn't dare to say a word, or even breathe loudly, and honestly listened to the other members' transactions. Audrey raised her hand first and said, "I want to join this transaction." The son Derek also said, "I also hope to join." Can the reward still be paid with Beyonder materials? Yes. Hobert smiled and said, "Only 3 people, right? Then each person needs to pay £700. The son needs at least 3 sequence 8 main materials." Alger breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Mr. Emperor again for inventing this trading method. It was really cost-effective to learn such high-end news for £700. After everyone had no objection to the reward for this transaction, Hobert said to Klein, "Mr. Fool, please block Miss Magician's, and Mr. World's hearing and vision." Although it felt a bit like burying one's head in the sand, World still had to be included. Klein slowly nodded, letting the mist envelop the World and furs. Hobert then began to say, "The information that the hanged man inquired about is the legend that is now widely circulated. The characters that appear in this legend are correct, and the hanged man's guess is also very reasonable. But has everyone thought about such a question? Which god represents the power over the ocean?" Alger did not speak, and Audrey responded, "Of course it is the Lord of Storms." That's right, if the Underworld Emperor stirred up raging waves and created a barrier on the sea, why didn't the Lord of Storms calm the Berserk Sea, causing the North and South continents to be separated for more than 1,000 years? Hobert asked with a smile. Klein, who was hiding behind the grey fog and getting a free ride, sighed, "I'm really afraid that the Emperor will be struck by lightning when he goes out. He knows too much, and he has no respect for the gods at all." Alger thought of the answer, but because it was too blasphemous to the gods, he still didn't speak. Audrey simply didn't think of the answer, like a student encountering a difficult problem in class, racking her brains. Derek didn't quite understand the authority of the Lord of Storms, and didn't know how to answer Mr. Emperor's question. Hobert answered himself, obviously because the Lord of Storms also could not calm the Berserk Sea. Alger breathed a sigh of relief, sure enough. Audrey couldn't quite maintain her state as spectator, but then she calmed down again. She had just heard about the blasphemy slate last week, and she already had some antibodies to this kind of blasphemous information. This is one of the most valuable parts of this information, Hobert continued with a smile. The fall of the Underworld Emperor caused the entire space of the Berserk Sea to be distorted. Because of the particularity of his pathway, the Underworld and the Spirit World, which overlap with the real world, collapsed and merged due to the distortion of space. The reason why the climate there is raging is because of the Underworld and the Spirit World. The knowledgeable Klein and Alger immediately understood many things. Alger smiled and said, "No wonder the climate of the Berserk Sea has not changed for more than 1,000 years." Audrey asked, "What is the difference between the Underworld and the Spirit World?" This was not very valuable information, so Hobert casually explained, "The Underworld is a special area opened up by the ancient death in the Spirit World. For Beyonders of the Death pathway, they can borrow power from the Underworld more easily than from the Spirit World. At the same time, that is also the Death's domain in the Spirit World, a part of his undead empire." Audrey smiled and said, "Thank you for your generosity." Derek immediately asked, "Mr. Emperor, is the ancient death god you mentioned, Undying Bird, Greg Race?" "Yes." "So, the Underworld Emperor was the death god that once existed in your world?" "Yes." Hobert said, "Not only the death god, but he was also trying to open up a new path." Whether it was Klein behind the grey fog or the old fritter Alger, they both keenly noticed, a new path. Unfortunately, Hobert did not continue to discuss this topic, but returned to the question of the raging sea. Why could the fall of the Underworld Emperor cause such great power? Hobert answered himself, because when the Underworld Emperor joined forces with the primordial demonists to attack the northern continent, his state was distorted, half-mad. Klein suddenly thought of a sentence in Roselle's diary, "The Underworld Emperor is crazy, but also stronger." Alger frowned, not quite understanding what it meant. The Underworld Emperor did not forcibly jump to a non-adjacent pathway like the Blood Emperor. Why was he also half-mad? Audrey directly asked, "Mr. Emperor, I'm sorry, I have another question. Why was the Underworld Emperor in a half-mad state?" Hobert smiled and replied, "That's another question, you have to add money." Audrey sighed helplessly. Her financial situation has not been very optimistic in recent months. £700 is already her limit now. Hobert returned to the previous topic. Because of the special state of the Underworld Emperor, the 2 uniquenesses that fell from him were not sealed and properly handled in time. This is the root power that made the raging sea raging in the beginning. It was those two uniquenesses that reacted violently with the power emitted by the fall of the Underworld Emperor, breaking the balance between the real world and the spirit world and the underworld, causing the entire sea to be distorted, and allowing the power of the underworld and the spirit world to continue to affect the real world. Even the Lord of Storms has no way to change the impact on reality. This is the reason and principle why the raging sea is raging. The atmosphere in the Great Hall has become solemn. Mr. Emperor's words just now contained too much important information. Alger asked, Mr. Emperor, what is uniqueness? Hobert smiled, this is the second valuable part of this information, a true God is unique. He is the foundation of uniqueness, which is the uniqueness of that pathway. You can understand it as the authority of the gods, the abstract source of power of the gods. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 281, Chapter 281 Newly Discovered Island. Chapter 281 Newly Discovered Island. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Justice, Hangman, and Sun looked at each other, and all saw surprise in each other's body language. If Klein hadn't had excellent control over himself due to being the fool, he would have shown enough surprise as well. Seriously, if Emperor said he got struck by lightning one day, I definitely wouldn't be surprised at all. Audrey thought to herself, the Tarot Club might as well be renamed, the Offend Gods Gathering. Why do we have to offend or blaspheme against the gods every time we meet? Alger thought, so, the gods not only have high positions, but also have their unique aspects, and their authority is actually visible. Derek felt that his brain couldn't handle it. What Mr. Emperor just said is equivalent to analyzing the source of the gods' power. If he spread this kind of speech in City of Silver, he would definitely be burned to death. No wonder he said that he wouldn't conduct this kind of transaction outside the Tarot Club. Hobert smiled and said, I remember there is a treasure legend circulating at sea called, the Key of Death. This legend's description is very appropriate. The place where the Underworld Emperor fell does indeed have the key to becoming the god of death. That key is, the uniqueness of the death pathway. Alger discovered a problem with a detail. Mr. Emperor, you just said that the Underworld Emperor has two uniquenesses, besides the uniqueness of the death pathway. What pathway is the other uniqueness from? And why can the Underworld Emperor absorb, no, accommodate the uniquenesses of two pathways? Klein almost applauded Alger. This was also what he didn't understand. That's another question. Hobert smiled, it costs extra, and the value of this question is higher than the value of the question I just answered for you. Alger smiled wryly, let's trade again when we have the opportunity in the future. Klein thought to himself, Emperor is a commercial genius. This money-making information is linked one after another. Audrey felt like she was watching a wonderful novel, but when she saw the most exciting part, the author suddenly stopped writing. It's really hateful, annoying, and there's nothing she can do about it. Derek was still digesting the information about uniqueness. Alger quickly asked again, then what can I do to avoid the bad weather in the Berserk Sea? Although the principle is known, it doesn't seem to solve the problem. That is the consequence of the authority of the true God. What can a Sequence 7 do to solve it? Of course, travel through the spirit world. Hobert had long thought of this loophole. The solution is a gift. Although the spirit world in the Berserk Sea area is also very distorted and chaotic, compared to the real world, the spirit world is simply a smooth road. After the miraculous item with the Traveler Beyonder characteristic is made, I can rent it to you, or we can simply join forces to explore that ruin. Alger breathed a sigh of relief, I'll consider it and give you an answer. Audrey smiled slightly, as expected, there is no problem that Mr. Emperor can't solve. The transaction about the Berserk Sea ended, and Klein restored Furza's hearing and vision. She immediately felt that the atmosphere of the gathering had become much heavier, which made her even more curious about the transaction just now. Hobert said to Alger again, I want to initiate 2 transactions with you. Alger was stunned, please speak. The first transaction is, I heard that an island was just discovered in the Berserk Sea, and some Beyonder animals and some unfinished ruins were found on the island. Have you heard of this? I've heard of it. Alger said, I heard that many pirates went to the island to explore, do you want to see it too? Hobert smiled and said, with the ability of travel, I can go to many places in a short time, but before that, I want to know the relevant information about that island. Alger pondered, 150 pounds, I'll tell you all the information I know. Hobert nodded, deal. These 150 pounds can be deducted from the reward for the previous transaction. Alger certainly had no objection, do you want one person to listen, or everyone to listen together? Let everyone listen together. Hobert smiled, there is no need to keep these messages secret. Moreover, even if other members hear it, it is impossible for them to explore that island. Alger obviously knew the location of that island, but if he wanted to go, he would have gone long ago. Klein, Audrey, and Furs will not leave Backlund in the near future, and Little Sun is even less likely to become a competitor to explore the unknown island. If he could go, City of Silver would have been liberated long ago. As for the world, if he can go to that island alone, then Hobert would not dare to participate in the Tarot Club in the future. Alger organized his words. That island was discovered 3 months ago, at the end of the west route, southwest of Sefirah Island. Its location is on the edge of the safe passage, so it was recently discovered by a ship that was sheltering from the storm. That was a ship of the Lone Kingdom, and the captain sold this information for a good price. It is said that a lone mercenary has been exploring that island for a long time. In the past month, the pirates have successively received the news and started exploration operations. As far as I know, the Merlin Pirate Group and the Black Whale Pirate Group have successively arrived on that island. The former is a pirate group that has been active at sea for more than 10 years, and the latter has news that it has taken refuge in King of the Five Seas Nast Solomon. It is said that Vice Admiral Iceberg's Golden Dream has also appeared near that island. The other pirate groups are not worth mentioning. As for what specific Beyonder creatures are on the island, there is no definite news yet, but I heard that there are Beyonder creatures at Sequence 6 level. Hobert was very satisfied with this information. Only at sea can he get such comprehensive news. After having the travel ability, Hobert plans to join in the fun. Audrey and Furs have already begun to imagine the adventurous life at sea. One imagines exploring with Susie and fighting pirates to maintain justice on the island. One imagines encountering a handsome and humorous gentleman during the adventure, the two of them embark on an adventure together, and finally get the hidden treasure. Then he said, the second transaction is, I found the potion formula of Wind Blessed for you. Even the mature and prudent Alger was a little excited. This is really good news, name your price. Hobert, base price, £1,500. Audrey on the opposite side smiled slightly. Just a few days ago, she had heard the word base price several times. But then, a surprising thought appeared in her mind. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 282, Chapter 282 Becoming Rich Again. Chapter 282 Becoming Rich Again. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Audrey suddenly realized that she had been immersed in the smugness of seeing through the Emperor's identity, but she hadn't considered that she was even more conspicuous. First of all, my clothes and accent would easily allow the opposite Hobert to judge that I am a noble from Backlund. The key is that after attending so many gatherings, I have never adjusted my timbre. Just based on my voice, Hobert can easily associate justice with Audrey. In the end, Audrey came to the conclusion, Hobert probably already knew that justice was Audrey. Fortunately, I also know that the Emperor is Hobert. We're even. Thinking of this, Audrey finally breathed a long sigh of relief and decided to maintain the status quo for now, and reveal her identity when there was an opportunity or need. On the other side, Alger breathed a sigh of relief and said almost immediately after Hobert made his offer, deal. Having reached Sequence 6, both the potion formula and the main materials would have a lot of premium, and the price given by the Emperor was very fair. Furs heard that the two were trading something like a Sequence 6 potion formula, and she finally felt a little bit back to reality. Although she had attended so many extraordinary gatherings, she had never encountered anyone trading a Sequence 6 potion formula, because this level of potion formula rarely appeared, and the premium was frighteningly high. But compared to their trading of the principles of the formation of the Berserk Sea, this was already very close to life. With the help of Mr. Fool, Hobert manifested the Wind-Blessed potion formula and handed it to Alger. Alger glanced at the formula, Wind-Blessed. Main materials, 6 crystalline feathers of the blue shadow falcon, a pair of eyeballs of the dragon icy eagle. Auxiliary materials. Then he said to everyone, please help me pay attention to the eyeballs of the dragon icy eagle. Alger knew that there was a mysterious island where blue shadow falcons lived, and he could find a chance to hunt one. After everyone agreed to help Alger pay attention, the son Derek said again, Mr. Emperor, before attending the gathering, I had already prepared the materials to repay my previous debts. Because I have incurred new debts, can I give you 4 Sequence 8 level main materials and 1 Sequence 9 level main material together tomorrow? His merits were enough to exchange for 3 Sequence 8 level materials from the inventory. Hobert nodded, yes, well, by the way, if possible, the 4 Sequence 8 level main materials should preferably be the same material. This was to leave a certain amount of room for trial and error for Carrie. No problem. For Derek, the City of Silver's inventory had many of the same materials, and the Emperor's request was not difficult to achieve. Furs hesitated for a moment, and still reminded, Mr. Sun, if you don't have gold pounds in your hand, you can go to the bank to exchange some gold pounds from the Kingdom of Loan to pay Mr. Emperor's remuneration. She said it more euphemistically. The value of the 3 Sequence 8 level main materials had far exceeded £700. The reason why she reminded this was because she thought that the Sun was not from the Kingdom of Loan, and that he used this method to pay remuneration because he didn't have gold pounds. The value of Beyonder materials is generally more stable than gold. Even if the currency used to purchase the materials is different, the specific value will not vary too much. If people from other countries go to the bank to exchange gold pounds, even if there is a handling fee, it is more cost-effective. Derek was slightly stunned. Thank you for your reminder, the city I am in cannot exchange for gold pounds. He added, the price offered by Mr. Emperor is actually very considerate to me. Derek was telling the truth. After he figured out part of the price difference between materials in City of Silver and the outside world, the Emperor was still willing to use 3 extraordinary materials to top the value of £700, which was obviously a kind of discount for him. In his opinion, the Emperor was so smart, and he also proposed to exchange weapons for extraordinary materials. He must have also figured out the price difference. What Derek regretted was that his merits were not enough, otherwise he would have been more willing to trade 5 or 6 sequence 8 level main materials with the Emperor. Hearing the son's words, Furs was stunned. Is this really taking care of him? Or is he saying the opposite? He doesn't look like it. Also, if the city where he is located cannot exchange for gold pounds, he can go to a larger city. The capital always has banks with foreign exchange business. Audrey smiled. Miss Magician, your reminder is a very noble act, but if you know the region where Mr. Sun is located, you would not have such a reminder. Furs guessed, so that's how it is. The Sun may be in the southern continent, where transportation is inconvenient, and exchanging gold pounds is even more inconvenient. Hearing Justice's words, Derek became more and more yearning for life in the north and south continents, so he initiated a transaction that he had long wanted to initiate. I want to trade information about the 7 gods you mentioned, and the reward is that I can answer some of your questions, but the premise is that I know the answers to the questions. He said, everyone can write down what they know about the 7 gods, and then I will answer your questions one by one. Is there anyone willing to trade with me? First thought she had misheard. In any corner of this world, you can find information about the 7 gods in any village church, right? Why is there still a need for trading? Also, why is everyone's reaction still so flat? Audrey, Alger, and the world were all willing to trade with Derek. Hobert smiled. I won't participate. The information I know, you may not be able to give an equal answer. Klein and Derek both felt it was a pity. Klein felt that the information provided by Hobert might be valuable to those who were familiar with the 7 gods. Derek felt that the information provided by the Emperor should be the most comprehensive and credible. After this transaction ended, the world conducted a transaction with Derek regarding the demon pathway, in order to further determine the murderer in the serial murder case. Subsequently, the transaction session ended and the exchange session began. Hobert asked, does anyone know the progress of the Backlund serial murder case? Alger on the side asked, are you not in Backlund? No, I have been busy with other things. Hobert explained, if I hadn't just heard the transaction between Mr. World and Sun, I would have almost forgotten that there is a demon in Backlund who is seeking an opportunity to advance. Furs, who was also in Backlund, listened very carefully. What does that mean? The murderer is a beyonder, that is, the demon pathway they just mentioned. Oh my god, I didn't expect there to be such an evil pathway. The world said in a hoarse voice, official beyonders are fully investigating, and it is estimated that they will soon determine the murderer. Audrey said, I hope they can catch the murderer as soon as possible. Furs echoed, the atmosphere in Backlund is becoming very depressing because of the serial murder case. Hobert jumped to the next topic. In the Kingdom of Loan, there is an extraordinary organization called Judgment Group. It is a terrorist organization supported by other countries. Members in the Kingdom of Loan must be vigilant against this organization. If you accidentally learn of their news, please notify me by praying to Mr. Fool, and I will give him a certain amount of spoils. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 283, Chapter 283 The Various Parties of the Tarot Club. Chapter 283 The Various Parties of the Tarot Club. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. On the violent sea, the Blue Avenger sailed steadily through the storm and raging waves. In the captain's cabin, unanchored tables and cabinets moved slowly with the rocking of the ship. Alger, sitting in his chair, could feel the gentle swaying of the ship, but he was long accustomed to it. In fact, he would feel disoriented at first upon returning to land. Alger first used a sacrificial ritual to pay the Emperor a total of £2,050 for the wind-blessed potion formula and information about the origin of the Berserk Sea. Then, he recalled the Emperor's words and fell into deep thought. Although I didn't ask, the Emperor must already be Sequence 6. After becoming Sequence 6, he has become more proactive, even preparing to hunt members of Beyonder organizations. Once he has the ability of travel, no one will be able to kill him easily, and a metropolis like Backlund will no longer be able to confine him. He is likely to come to the sea to explore that small island and stir up a bloody storm. After killing people, he can simply leave and return to Backlund to continue being a gentleman. Thinking about it, Alger also coveted the ability of travel. He believed that he could use this ability to create several different identities at sea, making himself mysterious and unpredictable, which would be the safest. Unfortunately, it's too expensive. Alger shook his head. The traveler beyonder characteristic was beyond his current means. Then he began to consider, should I ask the Emperor to explore the second target found in the ruins with me? If the Emperor joins the adventure, this operation is destined to be very stable, but I will definitely have to share the spoils with the Emperor, and he will most likely get to choose first. If I explore alone, what if I encounter a similar situation as last time? Now, Alger still felt lingering fear when he recalled his previous exploration experience. Fortunately, he was cautious enough at the time, otherwise the sea god could have killed him more easily than crushing an ant. After thinking for a long time, Alger decided to look for safer routes in the surrounding waters. If he really couldn't find a safe route, he would ask the Emperor to explore with him. As for the Emperor's proposal to rent the magical items in his possession, Alger felt that if he couldn't find the target, even if he had the ability of travel, the exploration would only be slightly more convenient, but it wouldn't become much safer. It would be better to simply ask the Emperor to take action, which would be more reliable. Backlund, Empress Burrow, in Earl Hall's villa. Audrey first used a sacrificial ritual to pay Hobert the £700 reward. Then she recalled Hobert's words, spoils. Hobert directly regards members of terrorist organizations as spoils. She remembered that Hobert wasn't so flamboyant before. Is it because his confidence has swelled after becoming Sequence 6? Also, I've inquired, General Christian has no siblings, but quite a few comrades in arms, but they all seem to have been deliberately transferred to various military regions. In everyone's eyes, he is just an ordinary general, but it's unimaginable that General Christian would have a Grade 0 sealed artifact. Perhaps Hobert has other channels to obtain the right to use Grade 0 sealed artifacts. Audrey had also met General Christian, and he didn't seem like someone who controlled a Grade 0 sealed artifact. Although she didn't have a clear concept of Grade 0 sealed artifacts, she knew that if Christian controlled a Grade 0 sealed artifact, he would definitely not be just a general. So contradictory, Audrey thought. If I can meet General Christian at the ball, I can try to talk to him and see if I can get more information. At this moment, Susie ran in from outside to report, "Thank goodness, Audrey, you're finally awake. Annie has returned from your mother's place and is already at the corner of the corridor." "Great, Susie." Audrey opened the drawer with a smile and rewarded Susie with a few pet biscuits. Forsaken land of the gods, city of silver. Derek, like at the end of the previous gatherings, stared at the dim roof for a while. Then he turned over and got out of bed, tidied up his clothes, and went out. He had been very busy recently. Besides paying off Mr. Emperor's debts, the merits he earned were also used to exchange for the main materials for Light Supplicant. Working in the workshop was like playing the role of bard every day, and the potion had been basically digested. After the gathering, in addition to continuing to work in the workshop, he also had to help Mr. Emperor exchange for 3 identical main materials. Derek thought, I can go to the black market first to see if I can exchange for them. If I can't, I'll go to the City of Silver warehouse, or exchange for 2 at the black market and 1 at the warehouse. Otherwise, exchanging for 3 materials that are useless in everyone's eyes in a row may attract some attention. Backlund, 15 Minsk Street. Klein looked at the weather outside. It was rare to see that it was still sunny, and he could even see the outline of the sun. Sequence 6. Klein, who had just become Sequence 7, imagined what abilities he would gain after becoming Sequence 6. He didn't immediately seek the Emperor's help at today's gathering to shatter the beyonder characteristic contaminated by the true creator. Anyway, there was no rush to use it now, and he could wait for a while. Today, Klein planned to go to the Harvest Church after attending the tarot gathering. He had heard from the old gentleman at the Eye of Wisdom gathering that he could get the apothecary potion formula there. Klein wanted to cultivate an apothecary assistant, or sell the formula when he was short of money. Wearing his top hat and taking his cane, Klein waited on the street for a while and took a rental carriage to Rose Street. After walking for another 7 or 8 minutes, he found the Harvest Church, which looked a bit out of place on this street. Entering the church, Klein first exclaimed inwardly at Bishop Yutravsky's height, and then said, "I heard that I can get the apothecary potion formula here." Yes, Bishop Yutravsky stopped praying, but the prerequisite is to complete a task. What task? Kill the past me, Yutravsky explained. I have a magical item here that can enter the depths of dreams. The past me is hiding there. But I must remind you, I am a Dawn Paladin. To be honest, the past me was quite strong. Your strength does not seem to be enough to defeat the past me. Klein was very interested in Yutravsky's magical item. As long as I can know the abilities of the Dawn Paladin in advance, it is not impossible. Yutravsky suddenly asked, "Do you know Hobert?" Klein was stunned and immediately became vigilant. "I know him." Yutravsky nodded almost imperceptibly. "It seems that you are the person arranged by the Mother Goddess to save me. If you can succeed, I will not only give you the apothecary potion formula, but also give you a magical item. Okay, now I will explain the abilities of the Dawn Paladin to you." Just now, Klein was surprised why the giant bishop knew that he knew Hobert. He thought that this giant bishop had a conflict with Hobert. But why did the giant bishop become so amiable after learning that he knew Hobert, even so amiable that it made people feel a little creepy? Klein's heart was in turmoil. Why, because I know Hobert, did I become the person arranged by the goddess to save him? Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 284, Chapter 284 All good things must come to an end. Chapter 284 All good things must come to an end. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Backlund, 19 Blanca Street. First took half a minute to regain her senses in the bedroom. What a wonderful gathering. Immediately afterward, the unbelievable events at the gathering flooded in like a tide. Mr. Emperor has access to sealed artifacts. Why did the sun speak so strangely? It seems he doesn't live in the northern or southern continents, or the archipelago. Where exactly is he? A serial murder case, actually committed by a demon. The questions in Firz's mind sprouted one after another, like bamboo shoots in spring. The pressure of this gathering was too intense, and she was too embarrassed to ask her questions during the final exchange. Then she thought, so, the Berserk Sea wasn't always raging. Its current state is related to the underworld emperor in the history books. What to do? I really want to know the answers. I wonder if I can trade with Mr. Emperor again and pay him £600 to tell me the answers. Thinking of this, she sighed, lamenting why her life was so poor. Logically, a deposit of over £1,000 would be enough for her to live a middle-class life in Backlund, but at this moment, those savings seemed so pale and powerless. No, I can't delay any longer. I must write the beginning of the new book as soon as possible. As long as I write the beginning, the rest will be easier. After much effort, she finally sat up from the bed. I need to take it easy. Getting up too quickly is bad for my health. Of course, I should also use the time to relax, like reading a magazine or newspaper. In another bedroom on the second floor, Hobert received the rewards that Alger and Audrey paid him, a total of £2,750, through bestowal. Among them, the wind-blessed potion formula was £1,500, and the information about the cause of the Berserk Sea's formation was £1,250. This income brought Hobert's funds to over £6,000, making him a rich man again. He felt that he could completely use this money as startup capital to develop in the southern continent. As for the gold and beyonder characteristics of the Nation of Disorder, he could keep them for a while. In case he went to a place where gold pounds were not used, both gold and beyonder characteristics were hard currency. Even if gold pounds could be used, he could use travel to return and cash them out at the beyonder gatherings in Backlund, but he would have to find a new channel to cash them out. Thinking of this, Hobert sacrificed the newly obtained £2,600 to the Nation of Disorder. Seeing the piles of gold pounds become full again, Hobert's mood immediately improved a lot. Just as he was about to leave the Nation of Disorder, Hobert discovered that there were two stars twinkling in the pool in front of him. One of them was Rafter, who was praying to the Creator again. Hobert sighed, this guy's perseverance is not bad. The other star was actually Upton. Hobert spread his spirituality over and heard Upton's voice, Great Creator, I have returned to Conant and am preparing to open a showroom for selling steam engines here. If any of your blessed ones need my help, they can come to me. The address of the showroom is 66 White Rose Street. Retracting his spirituality, Hobert nodded, very good. He even knows to actively report his movements. Now there are not only blessed ones of the Creator in the southern continent, but also in Desi County. Congratulations, there are finally two blessed ones. Hobert smiled self-deprecatingly, and then he thought that the Dawn Paladin, who called himself John, had hidden the mutated fire rose spider in the Conant cemetery. Should he let Upton take a look? But he quickly shook his head. The risk of this action was not small. Upton would be useful in the future. If he was targeted by the people of the Judgment Group, it would not be worth it. Thinking about it, Hobert looked at the star representing Rafter. This can't be blamed on me, he asked for it. Although I used him to get the Black Emperor card, I also dispelled the evil spirit possessing him, which is equivalent to saving his life. We are even. But he insisted on coming to my door to let me trick him. What can I do? However, Hobert did not act immediately. He planned to wait and see. If Rafter prayed to the Creator again, then don't blame the Creator for using him as a pawn again. Leaving the Nation of Disorder, Hobert thought of Furz, who had just joined the Tarot Club. I can't continue to live with Zio and Furz, it will harm them. T/N, no. After a little thought, Hobert put on his coat, picked up his cane, went to the restaurant outside to order a rich dinner, and bought 2 bottles of wine. A little after 5 in the afternoon, Furz, who was preparing to come down to make dinner, and Zio, who had just entered the door after a busy day, were both surprised to see the rich dinner prepared by Hobert. Furz smiled, the £10 meal fee hasn't been spent yet. Zio smiled, let's just assume you're treating us because you made money. At the previous Justice League gathering, Hobert sold 2 potion formulas and a sequence 8 main material, earning over £1,000. Hobert set out the wine glasses. I have something important to discuss with you. As he spoke, he opened the red wine. Please sit down. Furs and Zio exchanged glances, their expressions becoming serious. Hobert smiled. There's no need to be so serious, but this matter must be told to you in advance. In order to seek better development, I may have to leave Backlund at any time, so I want you to be prepared to look for a new rental house, because before leaving Backlund, I will terminate the lease and get back part of the rent. Of course, he wouldn't tell them the truth. Zio looked at Hobert. Are you in some kind of trouble? No. Hobert smiled. It's really to seek better development. Although Backlund has various and convenient beyonder channels, it's not suitable for me to continue developing. This is determined by the potion. Furs nodded, seeming to understand. Will you ever come back to Backlund in the future? Of course, I will come back. Hobert said, and I will come back often to conduct some transactions. As long as I can be notified in advance, I will attend the Justice League gatherings without fail. The only problem is, how to get notified in time. Zio looked a little depressed. I've already gotten used to the lively restaurants here and the spacious bedroom. I've gotten used to it too. Hobert smiled reluctantly, but banquets always come to an end. Don't be sad at this time, because the next banquet will always come. Furs raised her glass. Okay, I wish you better development. Zio and I both owe you a favor and can only repay you later. That's too polite. Hobert smiled. If you want to find me, you can write to the law firm, and my colleagues will forward it to me. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 285, Chapter 285, Recycling and Reuse of Abandoned Pieces. Chapter 285, Recycling and Reuse of Abandoned Pieces. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The next day, Tuesday, Hobert was woken up early by the Fool. It turned out that Little Sun had gathered all the beyonder materials and used the Fool's sacrifice to pay Mr. Emperor. There were a total of 4 identical sequence 8 level main materials, and 1 sequence 9 level main material. Hobert didn't recognize them, so he simply sacrificed them all to the Nation of Disorder. In the afternoon, Hobert accompanied Christian to see off her adoptive mother, Mona, as well as Donna and Tyren. Mona's expression was calm, as if she had been prepared for a long time. Donna's emotions were extremely rich, with longing for the trip, as well as reluctance towards her father and Hobert. Tyren's reluctance was greater than his longing, wiping away tears several times. His eyes were red. Watching the train go away, Christian and Hobert each took a carriage home. When getting into the carriage, Christian said to Hobert, "Move back in these few days." Hobert agreed. He returned to Blanca Street with complicated feelings. Seeing the empty armchair, it seemed that the whole house had become deserted. Furs and Zio hadn't cancelled the lease for their previous rental house. They moved out before to avoid Kalango's. Now the grass on Kalango's grave is very tall, so he can just move back. Hobert sat on the sofa, poured himself a glass of wine and slowly drank it. Successive farewells made him feel not so good. He wasn't in the mood to cook dinner himself, so he went to the nearby Desi Flavor restaurant to settle it. After eating and drinking enough, he returned to his bedroom and entered the Nation of Disorder. Now only gold pounds and those pleasing magical items and beyonder characteristics could soothe his mind. Sitting on the Iron Throne, he glanced at the stacks of gold pounds. Hobert saw that the star representing Rafter was expanding again. He thought, since this is the case, then don't blame me. Spreading his spirituality to the star representing Rafter, Rafter's prayers were similar to usual, all praying for the Creator's attention, praying for the Creator to help him point out the way to restore the family's glory. Hobert used True Sight to confirm again, at least no one was watching within a range of 10 meters, and Rafter's condition was also normal. He pondered for a while before projecting his power and image to the star. Praying for my attention comes at a price. Backlund, 29 Sefirah Street, Empress Borough. During this period, in order not to miss the attention of that mysterious existence, and in order not to leave a bad impression on that mysterious existence, Rafter had been staying at home, not even going to the casino, nor calling street girls to his door. This night, he was drinking red wine somewhat discouraged, feeling that his recent prayers were like a fool performing. Maybe that honorific title wouldn't point to any existence at all, maybe that mysterious existence would never reply to his prayers. Even if he replied, there was a high probability that he would become out of control and become a mindless monster. While Rafter was thinking wildly, he saw a mighty figure sitting among the sharp swords, and heard an incomparably solemn voice, "Praying for my attention comes at a price." Pa. The wine glass fell to the ground. Rafter felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, excitement, and fear intertwined in his heart. It took a full 2 seconds before he reacted, immediately lowered his head and knelt on one knee. "Respected great existence, please forgive my rudeness just now. Please tell me what price I should pay to continue to receive your attention. I have already served you once at the Roselle Memorial Exhibition. Please accept the service of your humble servant Rafter Pound. please help your humble servant guide the way to restore the family's glory. That mighty voice did not answer, which made Rafter feel uneasy. But soon, a picture appeared in Rafter's mind. He was running on the streets of Backlund, under the light of the gas street lamps, vaguely seeing a phantom lying on his back. Rafter gasped. He had already recalled that it was the scene when he returned from digging the relics in his family's industry, that illusory figure. Damn, I was possessed by an evil spirit from underground. Fortunately, another picture appeared in his mind. It was himself at the gambling table. The illusory figure was still there, and it had become more solid. Suddenly, the shadow seemed to see something terrible. A mysterious force pulled the shadow off Rafter's body, and the shadow was crushed by that mysterious force. Then Rafter found himself as if he was possessed, and went to the Roselle Memorial Exhibition. The second picture ended. Rafter regained his thoughts. He immediately recalled that for a period of time he always felt easily tired, and no amount of rest would help. The two pictures that the mysterious existence showed him made him understand the truth. When digging the tunnel, I was possessed by an evil spirit from underground. It was that mysterious existence who took action to eliminate the evil spirit, but the price I paid was that I was controlled by the mysterious existence for a period of time, and did some actions at the Roselle Memorial Exhibition that went against my original intentions. But in his heart, new doubts appeared. Respected great existence, thank you for allowing me to avoid the misfortune of being killed by the evil spirit. Please forgive my recklessness. So it turns out that I was not serving you at that time, but paying the price. But I have a question. Why did you notice that I was possessed by an evil spirit? In theory, this powerful existence should not pay attention to a low sequence be under. Only the solemn voice said, because of your bloodline. Rafter was stunned. The Pound family's bloodline. No. In order not to incur the royal family's jealousy, the Pound family only had 2 sequence 5s at its most glorious time. This great existence must be referring to the Blood Emperor Tudor's bloodline. It is very likely that this existence is a big figure from the 4th epoch. Perhaps in that War of the 4 Emperors that swept across the North and South continents, there was also this great existence. He immediately thought, since I haven't immediately turned into a monster or a madman, then this great existence may be a strong person in the Blood Emperor's camp. Even if he isn't, he has no malice towards the Blood Emperor and the Tudor family. Rafter said in the most respectful tone, please, what price should I pay to often receive your attention and guidance? Prove your reliability and loyalty. Rafter immediately knelt down on both knees. Please accept my loy. I don't need this kind of knightly loyalty. Then you. At this time, 2 more pictures appeared in Rafter's mind. The first picture was a road sign, Conant Cemetery. The second picture was a tombstone engraved with the name John. That solemn voice said, give you a small task, prove your reliability. There is a little thing in the coffin, sacrifice it to me. Rafter quickly said, thank you for your favor. That huge oppressive force disappeared. If it wasn't for the wine glass on the floor and the spilled red wine, Rafter felt as if he had had a dream. He knelt on the ground and muttered, that grave, that coffin, in Conant City, should I go? He had a premonition that this small task might not be so simple. While thinking, Rafter got up. At this time he realized that he was soaked in sweat. At this time, a trace of madness flashed in Rafter's eyes. This is an opportunity, I must seize it. Even if there is danger, my situation will not be worse than it is now. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 286, Chapter 286 Invitation from the Lone Council. Chapter 286 Invitation from the Lone Council. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. In the Nation of Disorder, Hobert retrieved his spirituality. Now it depends on whether Rafter is willing to go. As long as he is willing and wholeheartedly loyal to the Creator, he can provide some assistance in the future. After admiring the gold pounds and beyonder characteristics on the stone platform not far away, Hobert left the Nation of Disorder and returned to the real world to rest. On Wednesday morning, Hobert first directed the servant sent by Christian to move, but there was nothing much to move, only some clothes and daily necessities. In fact, Hobert didn't plan to cancel the lease. Sacrificing to or being granted by his Nation of Disorder self still required him to come here, and attending the tarot gathering also needed an undisturbed space. Around 10 o'clock, Hobert arrived at the law firm for work, and his assistant Jessica immediately brought him an official letter, which turned out to be an invitation from the Parliament. Hobert opened it and saw that the Parliament had recently established a labor compensation law group and invited Hobert to join it. Jessica congratulated Hobert. This is a good thing. It shows that our work is gaining attention from the Parliament of the Kingdom of Loan. That was the Parliament. In Loan, a constitutional monarchy, the law was theoretically greater than royal power. And the Parliament, which held legislative power, was the well-deserved highest authority. It's just that no one would really use the law to sanction the direct members of the royal family. The king only lost the legislative power. The ruling power was still in the hands of the royal family. After all, the prime minister was appointed by the king. Although the prime minister would not consult the king on the daily operations of the country, no law could restrict his power if the king wanted to intervene in something. Hobert smiled and said, the upper house of parliament is basically hereditary seats for nobles, and the members of the lower house are mostly big bankers and the wealthiest people in the kingdom. They are indeed paying attention to our work, but the focus should not be what you think. Jessica was stunned. Aren't they going to protect the rights and interests of workers? Hobert asked, how many workers have our team helped to get work-related injury compensation since its establishment? So far, we have handled 28 cases. Thanks to you for setting a good precedent, it is now becoming increasingly easier to claim work-related injury compensation. Hobert nodded. According to the relevant laws and regulations of the Kingdom of Loan, cases without clear and applicable legal provisions in the law should be judged with reference to previous cases. Because there are no relevant regulations specifying the specific standards for labor compensation, there was only a conventional standard before Bob's case. After Bob's case, judges began to use Bob's case as a reference, so we basically won all 28 cases. This trend is unacceptable to the rich, so they might as well legislate as soon as possible to stipulate a standard for work-related injury compensation. As long as there are relevant laws and regulations, they will have loopholes to exploit again, and the rich who can afford lawyers will once again take the initiative in the compensation process. Jessica opened her mouth. They are too evil. They are even more evil than demons. Hobert smiled and said, demons only appear occasionally, but the demons catalyzed by wealth can openly harm others and become models and examples of the times. Although they invited me, it is estimated that they will just put on a show, only let me listen, but will not adopt any of my opinions. Jessica sat in the chair opposite Hobert, feeling a sense of powerlessness. This was a unique sense of powerlessness in Backlund in this era, and she often felt this way before. Then are you still going? Of course, I have to go. Hobert smiled and said, we are the last hope of Backlund, how can we not fight for it? Let me see, the first meeting starts next Monday. You write to the reporters who interviewed us before and tell them that the issue of labor compensation is about to be legislated. Come with me to the meeting next Monday. Jessica's eyes lit up. I understand, I'll go write the letter now. Hobert smiled slightly and began to deal with his work. But after a while, Jessica came in again. Lawyer Hobert, a butler has come to visit. This is the business card of the butler's master. Jessica handed the business card very solemnly. Hobert took the business card and looked at it. It turned out to be the business card of Tim, the ambassador of Finalizing. I haven't had any dealings with him before. Hobert's expression was a bit puzzled, but he had already thought of the two groups of stalkers he had driven away before in his heart. One of the groups was likely sent by Tim. Hobert originally thought that this matter was over, but he didn't expect Tim to send a butler again. Please, invite him in. Hobert said, since the other party came to visit openly, he was not afraid that they would assassinate him. The butler was a man in his 50s, dressed very appropriately and rigorously, with his hair combed meticulously. Lawyer Hobert, hello, my master hopes to invite you to the Finalizing embassy. He wants to consult you on some issues. Hobert stood opposite the butler. Are you mistaken? I am not good at international law, and I don't know much about the laws and regulations of the Kingdom of Finalizing. Why would the ambassador think of consulting me? Of course, there is no mistake. The butler said with a somewhat rigid smile, the ambassador indeed invites you to come. Hobert joked, could it be because your country didn't pay the ambassador's salary, and the ambassador asked me to collect it? I am good at this kind of case. The butler maintained his smile and said nothing, nor did he react to Hobert's joke. Hobert smiled awkwardly. Okay, I'll go with you. As he spoke, he picked up his cane and told Jessica a few words, then left in the embassy's carriage. Because the other party came to invite him in a proper manner, Hobert was not worried that the Finalizing ambassador would assassinate him. Even if the other party wanted to attack him in the embassy, he had enough confidence to escape the siege of the military attaches. Arriving at the Finalizing embassy in the West District by carriage, the butler asked Hobert to wait in the reception room. While the butler went to inform Ambassador Tim, Hobert admired the decorating style of the Kingdom of Finalizing. The decorating style of this kingdom still follows the principle of exaggeration and asymmetry. This is a style that was formed in the Solomon era. The main decorating elements are bats, roses, and crows, which look a bit gloomy, which is significantly different from the lone decorating style that likes palmlian flowers and azaleas. At this moment, Ambassador Tim, with his toothbrush mustache, pushed the door in. He had a harmonious smile on his face. Lawyer Hobert, hello, thank you for accepting my invitation. Hobert took a step forward, about to shake hands with Tim, but suddenly felt a burning sensation from the psychological spoon. He thought to himself, this ambassador's invitation was indeed not that simple. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 287, Chapter 287, Ambassador Finalizing's Interrogation, Bonus 1. Chapter 287, Ambassador Finaport's Interrogation. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Truckcoinfan for becoming a free member. The psychological spoon on Hobert had a passive skill that could block attacks from the mental level. Each time it blocked an attack, the psychological spoon would heat up. Hobert had also done some research. Blocking mental attacks around sequence 7 would only make the psychological spoon slightly warm. Sequence 6 attacks would make it hot. Hobert couldn't simulate sequence 5 mental attacks, so he didn't know the specific reaction. But according to the increasing reaction, the psychological spoon should become very hot when facing sequence 5 mental attacks. As for the mental attacks of a demigod, the psychological spoon might not be able to block them at all. After seeing Tim, the psychological spoon was hot, indicating a sequence 6 level mental attack. Hobert couldn't immediately determine whether Tim was a beyonder of the spectator pathway, or if he had a magical item of that pathway on him. At the moment, he pretended to be a little dazed. "Gee, good day, Ambassador. I'm sorry, I suddenly feel a little uncomfortable." He didn't pretend to be immediately affected by Tim's hypnosis, because beyonders of the lawyer pathway not only had resistance to mental attacks, but also had some resistance to attacks on the mental level. Hobert's disguise was perfect. Tim asked with a gentle smile, "Are you a barbarian or a briber?" Hobert's expression was as if he was resisting something, but he still told the truth, "Briber." Tim nodded, which was similar to the information he knew. No one would have thought that Hobert would become a sequence 6 so quickly. "No wonder," Tim said, "you will completely forget the discomfort you feel now. Okay, please sit down." Through the reaction of the psychological spoon, Hobert knew that the other party's mental attack was continuing. He had resisted until now, and it was almost time. So he showed a gradually relaxed expression, his eyes became blank, and he sat down according to Tim's instructions. Tim added, "Drink tea." Hobert picked up the teacup and started drinking, finishing all the tea in the cup without putting it down. Tim nodded with satisfaction, put down the teacup. Hobert put down the teacup with a blank look, and couldn't help but admire his acting skills in his heart. Seeing that the hypnosis had taken effect, Tim began to ask, "What clues did you get from the 2 Spiritual Cultivation Society executives who were killed by you before?" The Spiritual Cultivation Society was a cult organization established by a vice leader of the Judgment Group. Its headquarters had been captured by a mercenary team before, and 2 executives had escaped to Backland. Military Intelligence Section 9 learned of this information, but after sending out informants to search without success, they posted a task for mercenaries. Hobert turned this task over to Zio. Under Zio's plan, they killed 2 cultists in the dormitory of a textile factory. There was also a dead person at the time. Through spirit channeling, Hobert learned that the dead person was actually a spy sent by Ambassador Tim. It was also through that spirit channeling that Hobert learned that the Fenapotter Kingdom had been supporting the actions of the Spiritual Cultivation Society. Later, when Hobert helped Carrie escape the recruitment of the Judgment Group and gave the information of the Judgment Group to Military Intelligence Section 9, he connected all the clues through some information given by Byron. Hobert answered, "They must have accomplices in Backland, otherwise they couldn't have hidden so well." He felt a little strange in his heart. This ambassador with a mustache is too cautious. They were just 2 abandoned pawns. Did he need to take such a big risk to call me over to ask? "Tim, why didn't you follow this clue to investigate further?" "We were only interested in the bounty for those 2 cultists, there was no need to investigate further." "Where did you receive the task from?" "The Mercenary Club." Tim nodded, these all matched his guesses and investigations. Then he asked, "Did you kill Bolton?" Hobert showed genuine doubt, "Who is Bolton?" Tim took out a pre-prepared portrait, which was exactly the Dawn Paladin who called himself John. Hobert's mind raced, no wonder he risked calling me over, it turned out he suspected that I killed those 4 members of the Judgment Group. Your suspicion is right, but the investigation methods are not very good. Then he thought, where did the mistake occur? Or was I followed by Tim's informant at the time, so he suspected me? Hobert carefully replied, I've seen him. Tim followed up and asked, where did you see him? In the studio of a wild artisan. Tim pondered for a moment, and asked again, did you kill Bolton? Hobert thought to himself, it seems he's not sure if I killed those people. So he answered, no. On the evening of Tuesday last week, did you accompany your assistant to negotiate with Bolton and the others? Yes, but when we arrived at the agreed location, we didn't see them, we only found some traces of fighting. Hobert felt a little uneasy. This answer was a bit risky, but it was the best answer he could think of in an instant. Tim's expression was obviously a little confused. What else did you find? There seemed to be some water on the ground. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief, it seemed Tim didn't know much. Tim asked again, did you tell anyone else about this negotiation? No. Hobert told the truth. Did you prepare to find other helpers to kill Bolton and the others? No. This was still the truth, because Hobert alone was enough. Tim pondered for a while before saying, okay, our conversation is over, you will completely forget our conversation just now. When I count to 3, you will wake up on your own. 1, 2, 3. Hobert seemed to suddenly come back to his senses, his eyes regained their brilliance, and then he smiled. Sorry, Ambassador, I seem to have been distracted just now. It's okay. Tim smiled. I called you here today because I wanted to ask for some legal advice. More than half an hour later, Tim personally sent Hobert away from the embassy. Watching the carriage leave, the warm smile on Ambassador Tim's face gradually disappeared. It seems we were looking in the wrong direction. Do you think he is still a suspect? The butler following Tim replied. From my observation, his reaction was normal. I only found traces of Hobert and his assistant outside the scene. And judging from the windows at the scene, at least 2 people should have escaped successfully, but they were still caught up or surrounded and killed, indicating that the other party had set a trap long ago and had a large number of people. It doesn't seem like an action that Hobert and others could complete. There must be an organization behind them. Hobert said no, it may be that the relevant memories have been erased. He suggested, we can track Hobert and his assistant for a period of time, and we will definitely find new clues. No. Tim said, this is Backlund, our tracking is exposed in the site of Military Intelligence Section 9. It was already very risky to call Hobert to the embassy this time. He turned around, walking into the house while saying, and we have bigger plans related to Hobert recently, don't ruin our plan because of 4 insignificant people. The butler followed closely. I understand, I will inform the Judgment Group that we have taken a series of investigations at great risk and can rule out the suspicion of Hobert and others. After all, he is only a Sequence 7, it is impossible to kill Bolton and others silently. Didn't Gale say that he left a trap? Then let them continue to investigate. Tim nodded almost imperceptibly. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. If I don't post TMRW, it's cause I have an essay due, still at 40 new ch/week RN. Taking 7 units over summer should be fine, right? Chapter 288, Magic Car and Puppet Show, Bonus 2. 100 Power Stones. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. On the carriage back, Hobert remained tense, only truly relaxing after leaving the embassy carriage and returning to his office, where he finally let out a long breath. Hobert calmed down, and after some deliberation and conjecture, the logic of the matter gradually became clear to him. It must have been that the Dawn Paladin, during negotiations with Carrie, had Tim send people, or the Judgment Group, to follow Jessica. However, they didn't track her to the negotiation site in the suburbs, possibly because nighttime surveillance in the suburbs is easily detected, or for other reasons. They didn't know the exact movements of Hobert and his group, nor could they confirm if they were the killers. No, Hobert realized that if that were the case, they would rather believe it than not, and should have already launched retaliatory actions. Hobert thought that at the time, he was wearing a signet ring made of order crystal, making it impossible to find the culprit through extraordinary means. The information they had should be minimal. Tim had no way to confirm the murderer. Perhaps the only clue they had was that Hobert was also involved, likely determined later through investigation and information obtained from the Judgment Group. Following this clue, they could certainly find out that Hobert and Jessica left together in a carriage on Tuesday night last week. Although the disappearance of the 4 members made Hobert and the other 2 the prime suspects, an artisan unskilled in combat, a Sequence 7, and a Sequence 9 could not possibly have silently eliminated Bolton and the others. Based on some of Tim's questions, it was clear that they didn't believe Hobert and his group were the killers. Therefore, Hobert and the other 2 would instead be used as bait to lure out the big fish behind them. After today's interrogation, Hobert believed Tim would continue to observe and only take new action after finding new clues. Hobert decided to find an opportunity to put on his mask and use the travel ability to counterattack, creating an alibi for himself and completely clearing his suspicion. Thinking of this, Hobert frowned. If that were the case, Jessica and Carrie might be in some danger now. Carrie had moved, so she might not be easily found by the Judgment Group, but Jessica had been working normally during this period, making it easy for them to find her. He was about to call Jessica in to give her a few words of warning, but before his hand could touch the bell cord, he suddenly thought, Tim wouldn't harm Jessica and Carrie. If Tim arrested Jessica or Carrie, it would almost be like showing his hand. If Military Intelligence Section 9 learned that the Finalizing ambassador had suddenly captured a wild beyonder, they would definitely investigate, and this investigation would easily lead to the Judgment Group. The lone royal family certainly wouldn't care about the life or death of a low-sequence wild beyonder, but they would definitely use this to extort a large sum from the Finalizing kingdom. If Tim has any brains, he wouldn't do this, but it's still necessary to prevent Jessica and Carrie from being found by the Judgment Group. Thinking of this, Hobert still pulled the bell cord. This type of bell design was very popular in Backlund's office buildings or homes. The supervisor's side had a rope, pulling it would ring the bell on the assistant or secretary's side. The assistant would then know the supervisor needed them and would immediately go to the supervisor's office. The home version of the bell had the rope in the owner's room and the bell in the servant's room. Because electricity hadn't been widely adopted yet, electric bells hadn't appeared. A dozen seconds later, Jessica appeared at the door. Hobert raised his chin and pointed to the opposite side of the desk. Sit. Jessica understood Hobert's meaning, closed the door, and sat opposite Hobert. Be wary of the judgment group's retaliation in the near future. If necessary, take a leave of absence for a while. I will communicate with Barton the barrister, and you can return to work normally in 2 or 3 months. Jessica was taken aback. Did you receive any news? Sort of, Hobert said. That Don Paladin is, after all, a backbone member of the judgment group, and they will definitely investigate. And we had agreed to negotiate with the judgment group at the time, and then something happened to the judgment group members. You and Carrie are, of course, the prime suspects. At the time of the negotiation, Hobert never thought those 4 Beyonders had such deep backgrounds, let alone that an ambassador would help investigate. Hearing Hobert's explanation, Jessica visibly relaxed. Even if they find our current residence, they would never dare to act. And with you at the law firm, I am safe. There's no need to worry. This time, it was Hobert's turn to be surprised, so confident. Jessica smiled and nodded. Hobert smiled. All right. Oh, right, I prepared a few Beyonder materials for Carrie. I'll bring them back to her next week. No, I have something to do tomorrow. I'll bring them back on Saturday. You can hand them to Carrie yourself, Jessica said with a smile. We trust you completely and aren't afraid of you knowing our current hiding place. All right, I want to see where you're hiding that makes you so confident. After Jessica left, Hobert spent the entire afternoon working. Actually, he didn't have much to do. Most of the time, he was handling documents, helping his subordinate lawyers review their defense plans, and so on. After work, Hobert took a rental carriage back to his home in the Empress Borough. As the carriage drove down the street, Hobert saw a performer putting on a puppet show on the side of the road. The entertainment options of this era are scarce for a modern person like Hobert, but for the people of this era, they are already quite rich. More refined options include dramas, operas, dances, symphonies, etc. More common options include circus performances and the music box, also called the magic sound box, which can often be seen on Backlund streets. The magic sound box generally has the appearance of a cart with a box or some animal-like shape on it. There is a handle outside the shape. As long as the handle is wound, it can start playing music. In fact, there is a music cylinder inside the shape. For citizens who rarely hear music, this is a good entertainment option. This is actually a means of attracting customers. Small vendors will play music to attract many children and then sell small toys or small tools and cosmetics used by the children's mothers. Another common option is the puppet show. For Hobert, who has watched cartoons, puppet shows are actually nothing to see. First of all, the balding uncle who messes up the speech while imitating the princess is very distracting, and secondly, the movements of the puppets are actually very stiff. Many times, they are actually dragged back and forth on the small stage by ropes. However, it still attracts a lot of viewers, most of whom are children, and some citizens who have finished a day's work. The puppet show actors' income mainly comes from the audience's tips. The children will use their meager pennies to ask the puppet show actor to continue performing. Today, Hobert, sitting in the carriage, glanced at the puppet show on the side of the street, and a thought suddenly occurred to him. I wonder if that balding puppet show actor is a marionettist. Along this line of thought, Hobert suddenly thought of an application of the Nation of Disorder. He planned to go to the Nation of Disorder to try it out at night. Back at home, the dining table was much quieter. At the dining table, Hobert told Christian that he planned to follow a mercenary team to explore an ancient tomb tomorrow. Be careful. More than the ancient tomb, you should be careful of your teammates and prevent being double-crossed by those who have been eyeing you for a long time. Christian seemed to think of something. Don't feel burdened. Just live your normal life. There's no need to worry that your actions will conflict with me here. Hobert nodded. I know. After dinner, Christian called Hobert to the study. Arriving at the study, Hobert realized that the 3 mystical items had been completed: a dinner knife, a small wine glass, and a soup spoon. The soup spoon was larger and deeper than the psychological spoon, making it easy to distinguish the two. Needless to say, this must be the master artisan that the original owner's birth mother found to make the mystical items. Hobert didn't understand how that craftsman got involved with tableware. The appearance of these mystical items was too distracting. He was supposed to be looking for someone to fight, but he went with a dinner knife and a dinner fork. People who didn't know would think he was going to a restaurant to eat and went to the wrong place. After thanking Christian, Hobert took the 3 mystical items and returned to his room to study them. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 289, Chapter 289 3 mystical items arrived. Chapter 289 3 magical items arrived. Join patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. In addition to giving Hobert the magical items, Christian also gave him a list. It detailed the abilities and negative effects of the 3 magical items. As an artisan, he could clearly understand the capabilities and drawbacks of the magical items he created. First was the dinner knife, with the abilities, travel, blink, and record. Hobert was very pleased to see these abilities. Although each had its limitations, all three classic abilities of the apprentice pathway had been preserved. The limitations of the three abilities were: travel could only be used once per minute. Blink was limited to 5 consecutive blinks, followed by a half-minute cooldown. Record had no time limit, but could only record one demigod-level ability at 40% of its original power, 2 Sequence 5 abilities at 60% of their original power, or 6 Sequence 6 or lower abilities at 80% of their original power. Compared to a true traveler, there were indeed many restrictions, but Hobert wasn't a traveler. These abilities were enough to keep him alive, just as Hangman Alger had described. Enemies would find it difficult to kill him easily, and a metropolis like Backlund wouldn't be able to trap him. Next were the negative effects. The holder would become very afraid of cats. Removing the knife would eliminate this effect. Indeed, it was a classic trick. A fear of cats was unlikely to be exploited by enemies unless by sheer coincidence. Hobert couldn't help but try it out. He poured his spirituality into the dinner knife, and everything around him became unreal. He re-entered the spirit world, where there was no up, down, left, or right. In just a few seconds, he appeared in his rented room on Blanca Street, holding the dinner fork. Looking at the dark rental room, Hobert couldn't help but smile. If Furs saw him like this, she would definitely think he had woken up from hunger. After waiting a minute in the living room of the rental, Hobert used the travel ability again and returned to his bedroom in Empress Borough. A carriage ride that took more than an hour now only took 4 or 5 seconds. Hobert thought to himself that he would never be late again. He continued to look at the list. Next was the small wine glass, only about 2 fingers thick, a metal goblet. Its abilities were spirit channeling, corpse manipulation, the ability to sign contracts with 2 underworld creatures, and underworld gate. There was also a passive skill, spirit vision. As long as he wore it, he would be in a state of spirit vision without consuming his spirituality. Spirit vision, spirit channeling, and corpse manipulation were, of course, characteristic skills of the death pathway. The last 2 abilities were completely unexpected bonuses. Although Hobert himself couldn't create an environment similar to the underworld and couldn't become a vessel for undead or spirit creatures, he could sign contracts with 2 underworld creatures, which was equivalent to having 2 more assistants. When needed, he could summon them from the underworld with a simple incantation. The list provided a more detailed explanation of this ability. The spirit creatures summoned using this ability were relatively high level, and they needed to be respected to prevent them from attacking. Once a contract was signed, they wouldn't attack the holder, but they had to share the spoils of war with them, or they would tear up the contract and attack the holder. When Hobert saw the share the spoils clause, he decided not to summon them easily. Underworld Gate opened the gate to the underworld. If only a crack was opened, the creatures of the underworld would only stare at the enemy, filling their hearts with fear. If the gate was fully opened, the creatures of the underworld would rush to pull the enemy in, and if the enemy didn't have a proper response, they would eventually be dragged into the underworld. The limitation of this ability was, it had to be used with an interval of more than 24 hours, otherwise the ability couldn't be used. As for the negative effect of the small wine glass, a chill throughout the body, no matter how thick the clothes were, or even sitting by a fire. Hobert held the small wine glass and felt it. For him, the degree of cold was not a big problem. For ordinary people, a chill throughout the body could easily lead to a cold, but for a physically strong beyonder, it was just cold and unlikely to cause illness. Then Hobert sighed. With this small wine glass, the spirit necklace could be retired. Finally, he looked at the soup spoon, which only had 2 abilities, Iron Skin and Rot. Iron Skin was exactly the ability Hobert wanted. It was more like a passive skill, which he would have as long as he held the magical item. Rot was like a gift ability, allowing creatures to rot quickly, withering plants, and creating a small patch of rotten mud on the ground. It didn't seem to be of much use, only useful in specific places and specific situations. So Hobert felt that this skill was like a freebie, useless but reluctant to throw away. But as long as he had the ability of Iron Skin, it would meet Hobert's requirements. As for the negative effect, it was greater than the sum of the previous 2 magical items. He would become fond of killing and bloodthirsty, and would involuntarily become cruel. This made Hobert sigh that even the best artisan was somewhat overwhelmed by the beyonder characteristics of the prisoner pathway, and it was difficult to control the negative effects of the magical items. And these negative effects generally affected the holder's temperament. Hobert considered using the negative effect of the fighting ring to neutralize the negative effect of the soup spoon, and at the same time, he could use the Baron of Corruption level of distortion to constantly distort the cruel and bloodthirsty thoughts. Hobert held the soup spoon and felt it. After such neutralization and distortion, he really didn't feel much bloodlust and cruelty. Next was the naming phase. He still named them according to their attributes. Hobert named the dinner knife Traveler's Knife, Hobert named the small wine glass spirit wine glass, and the soup spoon was of course iron soup spoon. When naming the soup spoon, Hobert was slightly stunned. Iron soup spoon didn't seem to express its extraordinary attributes, and rotten soup spoon didn't sound good either. Finally, Hobert decided, just call it zombie soup spoon. After equipping these 3 magical items, Hobert's strength reached a new level, and he became more confident in tomorrow's exploration. Then he considered how to carry these things in combat. Hobert had encountered this problem in previous battles. The Tang Dao would need to occupy one hand. Did he have to take it out of his pocket when he needed to use something? Taking out all spoons, forks, and the like would be too disrespectful to the opponent. After all, he was here to fight. Why did he have to eat a meal while fighting? The key was that it was easy to take the wrong one and it took time. After thinking for a long time, Hobert went to the first floor and asked the maid to sew a few cloth buttons on his shirt, insert the magical items into the cloth buttons, and then carry them close to his body. When he needed to use something, he could inject spirituality into the item. Then Hobert took down all his shirts and asked the maid to sew cloth buttons on these clothes tomorrow. The only impact was that no matter how hot it was in the future, he couldn't just wear a shirt out, otherwise others could easily judge from the shape on the shirt that Hobert was carrying knives, forks, spoons, and the like on his chest, and he even carried a small wine glass. Others had medals hanging on their chests, but he hung cutlery, as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know that he was a foodie.